Welcome everybody. Cal hit us with a really quick 3, 2, 1, and I'm a little unprepared. Welcome, you guys, to the DEBILS.
We had some great ones yesterday, and then we're starting out today with like a game that I could have said would be the finals early on into the brackets, and it's not the finals, it's not the grand finals, it's just the semis coming in today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for you guys, I'm going to link it in the chat so you guys know what's going on. This is the bracket that we're going to be following today. If we take a look at the main event and some of the pools that we have going on, we'll read it. You know what? I'll read it along with you. How's that sound? The winners semifinals, the very first series of the day is going to be Team COPIUM, which is made up of Core and Beastie. We're playing against the schizophrenic multitaskers. Again, them in their tinfoil hats are going to be made up of Baltoon and Crackety. So this one, man, on both sides, these are good fucking players, don't you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just excited for this series. It was funny because we like kind of had the early game staggered for a bit, and we're like, hey, which series should we cast? And we're like, no, we're casting both of these no matter what, because on the other series in the other semifinals, Puppy Paw and Wham, we all know how strong they've been looking, how great they like, how good a form they have both been in recent weeks, recent months, and not only to mention recent good form, we have Louis MT on the other side, who's paired with CSO, and they have been playing team games together since the very start. So definitely have that camaraderie, just like the twin brothers on the other side.
Yeah, all four all four of these teams are just stacked. Like every single one of them. I know for some of us, because we've made some of our predictions off screen and Cal is taking me to the game. God forbid I get a fucking word in. Core playing as the Delhi Sultanate, spawning in the color orange. His teammate Beastie Cutie will be in the color yellow as the English Dabber, who's on the other side.
On the other side, we got Baltoon playing the French, and on his teammate is Crackety playing the Mali in the color teal. I'm not sure if it's just me, but are you getting game sound in here?
No, I have no game sound whatsoever. So we will be playing on a little bit of a mute. Hopefully the game sound's coming in to you guys. It looks like one of my moderators says we do. So excellent. Looking at this.
They have it. We don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking at the, I'll just talk while Cow's trying to fix it. Looking at what we've seen in the past series, I mean, it looks like for Core and Beastie, we've seen them play Delhi in English yesterday. We saw a very typical game where Core was in feudal age. He was doing things like, getting Ghazi Raiders. He added a couple spearmen, that kind of stuff. On the flip side, Beastie just 2TC'd and just boomed out of his mind. And then ended up winning with 60 longbowmen. Seems like a really good strategy, what we've seen from yesterday, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And right here, you can kind of go with the same game plan. Delhi can just, be the one that's beaten, they're beat up a little bit. Core can take the beating. We saw him take it a little bit. And Beastie can go untouched. It's hard to focus in on the English. And while Core is taking the beating, he can still use the mobility of the Ghazi Raiders. He just has to stay on food, stay on wood, stay nice and safe on those resources, and just try to do some raiding, try to pick off some low health knights. But this time, the real big difference is Beastie's 2TC, it still has to match up against the cow boom of Crackety, and we know how scary that can end up being for Molly. We know how strong that like once they get online, it just is a constant flow of teal all across the map.
Oh, yeah. I mean, with the Mali, you can take a look at Crackety Spun right now. I mean, his pit mine's in the back. He's got a back gold mine, which is really, really nice. The second gold, he might have to go a little bit ways away, as Cow is showing where that front gold mine is in between both him and his teammate. But you're exactly right. I mean, for getting town centers up, and English is one of the best ones to do it. They can get it up pretty quickly, about 5 minutes, 5:15, something like that. Where Crackety on the other side, he has that quote unquote late game economy. Once you get to like 9 minutes in, 10 minutes in, so you're dealing with a quote unquote late game Mali before the 10-minute mark, it feels like. And it looks like Beastie will be going with, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Dabs, he went for Council Hall yesterday, did he not?
He definitely did go for Council Hall yesterday, so a little bit of different. And I was expecting you to do your Crackety Here's landmark Mansa Musa quote.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Let me just go ahead and read that really quick. Crackety playing as the Malians, going for the Mansa quarry. Shout out Mansa Musa, which is richest man in the West at that time.
There we go. Now it seems normal. Now we're back to normalcy. You know, I felt a little weird when you didn't do it. So now we're getting back into the game. French with Baltoon. Obviously, we expect him to get those early knights popping on out. Well, not early knights, but just royal knights. But he's getting them out fast. Right around the 4-minute mark would be my expectation when he's getting that early landmark up.
Yeah, and I think it's really important when you're going across from the Mali, and I think for Baltoon, going with French is a really good pick, just because, just like you said, the ability to get that early aggression as quickly as possible. You can see he's got 5 on that School of Cavalry, so it'll be probably about 405, maybe 410, 415, something like that. And when you're talking about the French, especially in these first, 5 minutes or so, it's really, really important to get your feet out from under you. You get that School of Cavalry as soon as possible. It takes 28 seconds to make a Royal Knight and about a half a minute to get to the other side. Right, so as soon as you start getting that School of Cavalry, you need to make sure you have enough food and gold to go ahead and crank out that Royal Knight as soon as you're able to, and that's exactly what Baltoon is doing now with that first Knight against Delhi, against English. Where are you gonna go?
You know, it's one of those, you laugh. You can't hit Delhi's gold. You can kind of scare Delhi off of their berries, and then they just go back to their sheep under the town center. But the key, I think, that you want to do is you make it to where English don't get to place their town center at the, prime time location that they want it to. You make them place a little bit more conservative than they like, and that is kind of what I would say the main goal is with that first Knight.
Oh yeah,
I mean, walls.
Any kind of oh Jesus. I mean, I like the little half wall there. It just means that king isn't going to get in. But Crackety realizes that this pit mine is a little bit in harm's way. We talked about it a little bit in Dark Age, right in between where Baltoon and Crackety's base are. So he's shelling up. He's just making sure that if there's a king that comes out, it's not going to be able to do any damage, but does able to get through some of the blueprints of that wall. That villager doesn't look very long for this world. There's a second Malian villager that looks like it's trying to get out of harm's way. But if you're Crackety going down one villager right now, it's not looking good for you.
No, it's not the greatest, but you are Mali. As long as you can get your cows, you can get your pit mines. Passive resources is what they care the most about. Good little body blocking all that way from core, but a little bit of some overstep, a little bit of greediness there. Loses the scout and loses a few sheep along with it. And so Beastie, he says, no, you're not going to take those sheep. I'm going to make sure that those go down. But King takes a decent bit of damage and will have to start backing away. First Knight of Baltoon trying to hit the wood line of core, just kind of delaying up Delhi a little bit. BC did place that first TC, or second TC, I guess, that we call it, very, very conservatively. So I believe that first Knight did its job and did not allow any proactive placement. Maybe on the outside of the wood line in front of the gold would have been a better spot. Kind of protects up the gold, protects up the wood, and makes it a lot easier. But now you're just not really protecting too much with your secondary TC other than your initial wood line.
Yeah, and I mean, if I were to pick a civ where this is more okay than anything else, I would probably pick the English, just because, how far do you need to go to get particular resources? That starting gold mine for you is going to be, you're going to be able to hang out with it for a pretty significant period of time. And now Baltoon with these French Royal Knights trying to get some kind of damage, trying to create some map control, and maybe just give Crackety a little room to breathe, because again, he's got to get that pit mine, he's got to start cattle ranching, so Baltoon's gonna have to put the backpack on when it comes to being aggressive. You can see all of those cattle migrating into those ranches, so it's very difficult for Crackety. As long as these walls get built, as long as Baltoon can maintain this aggression, Crackety will be able to just, it's basically like potential energy, he's storing it, trying to get all of these passive income. But that king, man, that king, I think this is going to be villager number 2, and it is.
It is indeed villager number 2, trying to shore up those walls. I will say Crackety has done a great job of getting well, first off, all of the walls just about fully finished, but already cattle ranches filled on up. He's almost got 3 full ranches and hasn't had to worry about military at all because of the way that Baltoon's been kind of keeping the aggression up with those French knights. Baltoon reacted great to that early raid, and he's still roaming the base of the other side with his initial raiding party as well. Good reactions from Core, as expected. Knight does end up going down. Low health Knight gets focused. Unbelievable.
And that's so important too, because I mean, if you're Baltoon, those knights, they are not cheap. We know they're 140 food and 100 gold, so dropping 240 resources like that is really devastating, especially for the French and having the ability to get chivalry, right? Some of those low HP knights, you just bring them back to the base before you know it. You wait a little bit of time, you have a new knight all over again. Doesn't really have that opportunity, and you can see the mobility of these Ghazi Raiders and exactly what Core is doing. He just has 1 or 2. He might not necessarily be killing villagers at this particular juncture, but he's creating idle time. You saw it on that gold mine, trying to get that middle sacred site, and it looks like those walls might go up in time. There's enough spearmen to get rid of those blue Royal Knights on the other side. So he'll be able to wall, he'll be able to gate. That's sacred site number 1. And you know, Dabston, from playing against Delhi probably over and over again, these sacred sites, that's your ball game.
Yep. 1 is manageable to deal with on the other side. 2 is really when it starts getting out of hand. But the nice part that Core has done here is the first one he's gotten, he's fully walled up. He won't have to worry about that one for a good bit of time. It's going to take a good investment to actually burn down those walls, especially considering how many spears he has and the current military composition of the opponent is all knights.
Yeah, and I think for Core, he's almost playing this like a 1v1. Another king raid, more idle time over here on that south pit mine. And remember, that king, he's going to be able to do a little bit of raiding back up and then heal. But oh my god, this is a raid, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of these villagers, I'm pretty sure they have textiles.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
They're not going down rather quickly.
Yeah, if they did not have textiles, I think that whole mass would have gone down. But just showing you the importance of textiles, it's a free investment for the deli, so you might as well get it. Comes in pretty quickly, and so that is where Core definitely had that payoff, because if that had not have textiles in, I think that would have been just like game for him right there.
Yeah, those are one of the small instances where a change of clothes actually does matter for textiles. That plus 25 is a big deal. Now it looks like this middle sacred site trying to get rid of some of these walls, but Core's already, he's over it, man. He's not even worried about that middle sacred site. It's going to take, for these walls, it's so important because it buys you time, right? You could do things like get your mobile units, get your spearmen over there, but these spearmen are going to be worrying about this eastern sacred site, or southeastern, I guess I should say. So now he's on sacred site 2. He's gotten the second sacred site. Beastie has been sitting there on 2 town centers doing things like farms and what have you. So Core doing a really good job of establishing his own map control as the deli.
Yeah, and this is super nice, but you can't forget behind this that Mali is now going untouched. All those passive resources just constantly flowing in. Baltoon decided to circle past those walls with his knights, and Beastie is aging up with the King's Palace.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the deli English that we saw out of them yesterday, right? I mean, Baltoon has been putting a little bit of damage into Core, right? Killing some villagers. We saw that really big raid that was over there. Core has a pretty good military mass comprised of spearmen, comprised of Ghazi Raiders that are going to help him out. The sacred site in the middle finally is starting to get decapped, but Beastie, like, he hasn't been touched throughout the entire game. And I'm very curious, as these knights get a charge on some of those Ghazi Raiders, I'm really curious, Cow, if we can look at Beastie's economic units. I want to know how many villagers he's sitting at right now. 58 at 11 minutes into the game, a little bit under 12 minutes in the game. That's only going to compound. It's only going to exponentially increase because that King's Palace adding number 3. These knights are trying to get a raid on that English wood line in the middle, but there's just too many arrow fire from town centers. Those knights got to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, Baltoon doing a good job of having like multiple different split knight groups, but starting to get a little bit hard to control. There's a lot of units starting to pump out on the other side from not only Core, but now that Beastie is castle, he is something to worry about. He's going to have his own knights that are starting to flow, and his are actually castle age knights and not the just kind of what I would call the early castle age knights like the French have.
Yeah, I mean, with these regular, a lot of people for French, especially because they like to sit in field age for a little bit longer. They have nights, they get them in field age. They're pretty expensive. You see Crackety with the Fulani Corral, so he's going to start getting stuff online. For Beastie, I mean, usually sometimes a good counter to the French is nights in Castle Age because your nights are just strictly better. But now there's going to be an instance where those nights might not be as better. Baltoon going to go up with the Royal Institute, trying to get a charge on some of Core's units, but there are way too many spearmen for him to deal with. And as soon as he gets that Royal Institute, he's going to pop things like Royal Bloodlines. These knights become not only just feudal age regular Royal Knights, they become pseudo Imperial.
Yeah, it does take a minute and a half once you click that up, and can't really speed that up, so you got a lot of time to wait after that. However, the Castle Age upgrade very, very quick for those knights, so I could see Baltoon taking the fight a little bit before that. I'm interested to see what type of military composition Crackety is going for. We know he was having a lot of javelin throwers early on, and javelin throwers, they don't really trade the greatest into spearmen. They just kind of overkill a lot, and you'd much rather just have something like archers.
Yeah, especially because of how the frequency in which they shoot, their actual attack speed, isn't really as much. And it looks like Crackety is going to be going for a front line of predominantly Musafati warriors, which makes sense if there's a decent amount of knights coming out from Beastie. But there's a lot of spearmen here out of both sides of Beastie and Core, you know, so those Musafatis might not find the best in terms of material. It looks like Beastie has a good engagement here on Baltoon's veteran Royal Knights. So there's a lot of spearmen here. Looks like they are going to get cleaned up. Moose fighters are going to help. Some javelin throwers are going to help them out. But a couple more knights that end up going down. Baltoon is trying to get Royal Bloodlines as quickly as possible. Crackety's got to play catch up here if they want to win this game.
Yeah, and we do see a few villagers that are getting sacrificed now to the mass as Core has circled around with his mass. BC had his front line of spears get cleaned up, though. Only was able to pick up those two knights like you were mentioning. But there were a lot of spears that ended up going down, and now this leaves Core's military, as you see, getting picked off in 2v1 here. So maybe Baltoon and Crackety kind of took a fight that they wanted to take, although lost some villagers for it. And remember, Baltoon's the one with the weakest economy. He's only had the faster producing town centers of the French right now.
Yeah, you can see based on economic units, he's at about 40 some, while Beastie's at 86. He's continuing to pump out of 3 town centers. So it's going to be all about reproducibility, right? And we talked about it a lot yesterday, where Baltoon, he does have 2 or 3 stables. It's going to take a while when those knights do go down. Yeah, they're heavy hitters, but it's going to take a while for him to reproduce the knight mass that he particularly wants. Now, Core continuing to be annoying with these Ghazi Raiders. That's a lot of idle time for Crackety's villagers. It looks like Crackety's going to continue to go on the Musafati train. And I'll be honest, as they were cleaning up those spearmen, as they were cleaning up, you know, some of the units from both Core and Beastie, they were pretty tanky there. I feel like they held their own.
Yeah, they definitely end up surprising you quite a bit with how much damage they do, how much health they end up having, and oh my gosh, this is something that I think Beastie will be happy that he spotted out. I mentioned that Baltoon might not have the extra eco going for him, but he found a way to make that up, and they have full walled, and he has double marketed over on that west side, so starting to trade. And remember, this is the French. This isn't just gold that he can have coming in. He can support himself overall, his whole economy with this, just changing those traders over to food.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at what Cal is showing. They do pretty much have everything walled, except for that small hole over the corner. And you know, if you've watched some of these casts over the past 2 weeks, you've probably heard this before, but a wall is only as strong as its biggest hole. And a lot of these Ghazi Raiders, if they do have the opportunity, and a lot of these knights could get in there and try and take down some traders. Now, Musafati getting in on some of Beastie's knights, again, doing a good job of holding their own. These walls, again, are palisades, so they're going to be able to torch them down at a moment's notice. So Baltoon and Crackety, they're doing a good job maintaining an offensive and continuing to keep doing that while getting trade behind. It's just the point of how much time are they going to have.
I mean, BC is clearly planning on going Imperial, but the question is, can they end up going Imperial? They got an army knocking on their doorstep. Looks like BC's going to be able to hold that pretty well. And dropping Imperial, I believe Berkshire right in front of it. No, I could be wrong. Could have just queued up a ton of units.
I think
income per minute. Crazy.
look how much food he's able to generate, though. Like, for English, it was so difficult for him to raid you can see how many villagers he has on food right now. 55, and he has 57 total farms on the map, and he's continuing to get them. And this is a particular instance where were you going to be able to raid BC while he was doing that with those town centers and that kind of stuff? No, you absolutely weren't. So it was difficult. It seems like English having free reign like that, going Imperial first, making sure they're able to churn out units at a moment's notice. It just makes English so difficult to deal with, as Crackety's using those Musafati, trying to get in on some sort of raid, or lack thereof, I should say. These archers are going to be able to do a good job on those Musafatis. Looks like they're continuing to try to break walls, trying to break areas in any particular juncture. Core's starting to add keeps now that his resources have kind of stabilized a little bit. He's going to be adding keeps just to make sure whatever's going on in the English base, whatever's going on in his own base, he's going to be able to deal with. I mean, to be honest, I feel like just because Beastie was able to boom like this again, it's Beastie's game to win.
Yeah, I mean, this is his bread and butter. This is exactly where he likes to play. It's just, you know, the literally 150 vills. I'm having too many resources to know what to do with, and I'm just going to end up, you know, massing up unit after unit after unit, taking trade after trade, eating up all the resources on the map. But all the resources on the map don't matter when you have a hugely efficient trade boom starting to go on. And I will say, you know, it doesn't look like there's a huge trade line yet, but give it another couple minutes and Baltoon is going to be at a very scary point.
Yeah, he definitely is, if he has the time to pay off. And it looks like these knights are actually going to take a charge against those Musafati. Those French pseudo-imperial knights are going to be able to help out, but you see all of those yellow knights glowing, right, ladies and gentlemen? You see all of those knights glowing. So they do have the network, right? There's an outpost right there. That Berkshire's going up. So those knights are more of a DPS unit than they usually are. They're going up against a quote-unquote counter, and things like Musafati, and they're going up against Baltoon's knights. I think Beastie can take this fight and continue to stay in it, but his goal, just to make sure that Berkshire goes up. And now, these Musafati have to run away. The Berkshire is going to be shooting them all the way back home.
Yeah, I mean, that thing has an unbelievable amount of range. It's not only Baltoon going with the trade, it is Crackety as well. So both of them going with a little bit of some trade boom. Would be much better if they were able to fully secure that neutral market and wall up over there. But that is maybe a point for later on in the game. Still have 2 sacred sites over for the side of Core. So that is definitely helping his economy and just helped him snowball his little side quite a bit as well.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how the Core, I mean, the Village Fortresses hasn't been completed yet. I think we probably got about 5 or 10 seconds and then it'll get completed. But he's been doing well on cranking out military units. And now Crackety finally showing up to play. I mean, obviously he had those Musafatis, but you can make a good Sofa transition. We're probably going to see nothing but furniture coming out of Crackety a little bit soon. Spearmen from Core, especially if the veteran variety, are going to make quick work of him. Crackety needs that imported armor if he hasn't already. It takes a while to get here, but when it does, it's so good. You get +2 on that melee, you get +2 on that range, and it makes those sofas very difficult. If you don't have the specific counter for them, you end up becoming doomed. And it looks like Crackety, Baltoon, excuse me, he's going to be going up to the Imperial Age. He's going to put a red palace in Dabston. This is probably the most conservative red palace I've seen in some time.
You know, very, very conservative red palace, but their main goal, you know, remember where everyone loves to attack, right in between the bases, split up the armies. So he secures up the middle of them, and then the main focus is going to be walling the outsides, getting stone walls up, because all they care about is their trade right now. Their trade is their main economy, and remember, Baltoon, he can get everything with that trade, but Beastie is through, and Baltoon surrenders. He sees Beastie's army. He knows it's too late, and that's game number 1, going over to Team Copium. Beastie and Core making that combo look really, really clean.
Yeah, that was perfectly executed. You know, I mean, it was the same thing that we saw a little bit before. It's almost like a trade-off of sorts, you know? They're relying on their 1v1 skill, it feels like, because Beastie's doing things like second town centering, making sure his villager count, you can see the villager count now. He's at 120 at 22 minutes into the game, and obviously Imperial, so he's going to be able to deal with it. While Core, in Feudal Age, he's pumping military, baby. He's trying to get, just to make sure he can maybe get 1 or 2 sacred sites, you know? He can maybe just make sure that Baltoon and Crackety are going to be sitting at home, making sure those knights aren't that big of a deal. And then they kind of pass the baton between another person. Because then once Beastie has that second town center, he had King's Palace at Castle Age. Core was like, okay, it's your turn now. I'm gonna go to Castle Age. I'm gonna get village fortresses, all that kind of stuff. We didn't even see the village fortresses pay off before that game ended up being over. So that is a 1-0 now for Team COPIUM. We're going to be heading off to game number 2 in just a minute. But man, that really looked textbook.
Yeah, very, very clean first game. That's the combo. I mean, we've seen them run it before, and I was kind of shocked when I first saw it. And I mean, it's something that it seems to make sense. Maybe it's the combo, maybe it's just the way they end up playing it. But very, very solid first game. But this is not just a best of one. This is a best of 3 here in the semifinals. So next map we can already see getting updated overlay, nice and looking clean, and waiting for those civ picks here in just a second to see what we get to talk about here.
Yeah, I mean, it's big shout out to HousedHorse for doing the overlay in the back, and obviously Cow being our wonderful observer. I just want to take a little bit of time as we're waiting for game 2 to go underway. Thank you guys for being here. You know, this is the Devils 2v2 main event, the final day where we're going to be casting a lot of big players. A lot of good series are going to be heading your direction. If you appreciate the content right now, you can hit !donate, and all the proceeds will be going to the actual prize pool. Big shout out to Steel Series as well for bringing in some of their merchandise for some of the top 3 contestants. So some of these games, especially for Team Copium, especially for Team Schizo, I mean, this guarantees your spot in one of those top 3 places. You get to that finals, you get to that grand finals, and you have an opportunity to do that. So thanks so much for things like follows if you're enjoying the stream. If you want to donate and make some predictions for points, you obviously can. Some of the subs that came in as well have been absolutely fantastic. I'm hearing game sounds in the back. I'm done stalling. We're heading into game number 2. How's that for a segue? God, Dabson, we're so fucking good at this.
Yeah, so good at this. And we hear game sounds this time. So game number 2, Core in the orange yet again, playing the HRE, and Beastie is the one that is playing the Byzantines, starting out with that early Olive Grove.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'll introduce the opponents that we're going to see here. Cracky playing Zushi, one of the civilizations that he is very, very good at, and Baltoon playing as the French again as his teammate. I know, Dabson, I know we've heard rumblings about Byzantines. I know we've heard rumblings about being super, super good. And I think Beastie's one of those people that he must have went to school, because I think he's got a PhD in this Byzantine Empire.
Yeah, like I said, I heard him talk about it the other day. I saw a message from the other day, quote unquote, this civ needs to be nerfed. And yes, it was Byzantines he was talking about. Very strong. Olive groves are just kind of one of those things that are too OP. They have too many things that just kind of pay off easy, and that's one of the reasons he's dropping one very, very early on. You saw when he finished it, +8 stone. You know, so not only is it cheaper, gives him stone as a resource, and now he's going ahead and stacking up that olive oil. So, you know, just a combination of all these different things that all work well together and just help that snowball. Baltoon early on, we can see is that early wheelbarrow in the Dark Age, which lovely opening, and especially when it comes to, you know, team games, you get a little bit more time. So now your eco is just kind of starting to boom up a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, for French build orders going into feudal age, I mean, I'm kind of dating myself as somebody who is more of a John Dark player than a French player nowadays, but yeah, early wheelbarrow was something I swore by. You know, just getting your villagers a little bit more efficient, especially in the earliest part of the game. It means, one, your feudal age transition is really good. Obviously, that mill is only 25 wood instead of 50. That wheelbarrow is 35 105 instead of 50 150. So he's going to be able to get that. And then once you get to feudal age, it just means that your villagers are so much more efficient. You're able to get so many more knights. So this is one of those things that, yeah, you might not have a lot of resources the first couple minutes of the game, but if you're really able to get that wheelbarrow, again, as the French, we talked about being a snowbally civ, this is how you pack the snow correctly.
Yeah, it puts a little bit of extra pep in the step. So when you're moving out to some of those outside resources that you want to get to, the deer, you're getting there a little bit quicker. Or, you know, if we see a Wololo attempt, you can get out of the way a little bit quicker, and you won't have to worry about it as your villagers react a little bit quicker as well.
Yeah, I mean, just it's so there's so many small things that could be really good. Just like you said, as you know, the French wanting get out to get some of those outside food resources. You saw Beastie going up with the Grand Winery, so he'll be doing some whining. He'll be doing some dining. Core going for, as the HRE, will be going for that Aka Chapel right next to the Berry Patch. Baltoon with the School of Cavalry.
Oh my
Look at
god.
this. Oh my, look at this meditation gardens. Everybody just bow your head and pray.
Oh my, unbelievable location there. You got berries, you got stone nodes. I believe he's getting both stones in range of that, and as well as getting a little bit of wood in play. So we'll check in once that. Oh, maybe it's just out of range.
I think he sacrificed that second stone mine for a little bit of wood down on the south side for how many trees that you got. I mean, there's so many berries here. It's just going to really help you for food. Cracky is going to be the first one to go up because, again, for Zushi with Song Dynasty, those landmark buildings 15% cheaper. So it means you're able to do that a little bit quicker, and you're able to get the taxes with the IO. This is one of those civilizations that it was a scourge on ladder for a long time. And then after that, Meditation Gardens got nerfed a little bit. I think pre-meditations, though, that stone would have gotten gobbled up.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy to me here is you know, maybe some of the viewers will change some build orders after watching it. So you see French and you go, oh wow, you know, early wheelbarrow, they're really gonna have to sacrifice that early night timing. And it's like, nope. Look at Baltoon. He's already feudal age with wheelbarrow finish and knight in queue. So very, very clean build order here from Baltoon. Crackety Meditation Gardens is online, and I'm expecting Baltoon and Crackety to just do the same thing, attack in between Core and Beastie, and try to make sure that neither of these civs can get online and really just all in together.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we talk about the choreography of team games, right? If they're really going to be able to do that. We saw a rather greedy display, I will say, from Core and Beastie yesterday, where they went HRE and Order of the Dragon, and they both fast castled pretty much at the same time, and somehow they were able to come out victorious. Somehow they were able to go unpunished. And both of these civilizations, HRE and Byzantines, just like you stated before, they do need a little bit of time. You know, for the Byzantines, they have so much stuff going on. They have cisterns, they have aqueducts, they have olive groves, they have all of these things just to try to get all of those things synergistically working together. Crackety's going to try to do something about it, right? He's going to be getting an archery range. He has some Zug new. Beastie is about water level number 2 with that second cistern. It means everything is at 14%. Those villager gathering speeds are going to be at 14%. But we're going to be seeing a Baltoon Knight coming in here for the Grand Winery, creating a little bit of idle time. Crackety going to be adding Zugnu, but he's looking for a different target. Dabber, look at where Crackety's actually conglomerating some of these Zugnu and already starting with the Ram. He's going for that HRE territory.
You know, and I've seen this happen before, and it all depends on how much damage you can end up doing to Core before he gets up. You can see the resources in the bank. Already got 650 gold. He wants a little bit of extra gold before aging up. You don't want to just have enough to age up. You want to be able to use some of it after aging up, and just about to have enough food. So Castle Age is about to be on its way. He's positioning his scout to where Baltoon's Knights cannot charge the villagers easily without taking town center fire. So I love just this little tiny bit of gameplay you might not notice, but it definitely ends up making a difference. But Baltoon says, I don't care. I'll take a little bit of damage. Scout does end up falling, but picks up a villager kill for it.
And that's the thing. What if those scouts weren't there? You know, that one scout does go down for the HRE, but it makes those French Knights, they can just get that real quick charge in, but instead they got to do a little do-si-do, trying to make sure that some of those villagers end up staying alive. Now Crackety going to be going for the jack-in-the-box strategy with these battering rams. He's got 2 or 3 Zug new in there. You can fit up to 16. As soon as they pop out and they see villagers or something like that, they're able to come out, take some of those bolts out of the Zug new bow, and then just pop right back into the ram. It looks like that outpost is going to get emergency repaired as well. Core smelling a little bit of danger here. There's Knights, there's Zugnu, so he's going to be going with Burgrave Palace. That ram is going to be smashing away at that blueprint.
Oh, and where you said a little bit of do-si-do here, this ram is really going to delay the timing here, and Core does not have emergency repair. If he doesn't hit this landmark, it will fully deny Castle Age. He has to stay on it now, and they might just full dive this.
Yeah, I think they really should. Look at this Burgrave. It's going to be at like 5%. Oh, I think it's going to go down with the next one. It does.
All the resources gone. That's an unbelievable timing push here. I mean, this is one where they might just pack up and back away. They might just pack up, back away, take their damage is done, and then reallocate, maybe head over to Beastie, Core is massively behind now.
Well, I was thinking Core and BC were going to pack up into game 3 after that one, because Core, I mean, you're all trying to get that fast castle. You're all trying to figure that out. Now Core's sitting there, 600 food, 200 gold. His gold is completely compromised. He's going to have to go to one of those mines, either all the way on the western side or some of the south side, which obviously is not a safe area at all. Beastie is going to have to buckle the fuck up for this game, because he is going to have to carry.
Yeah, and it's javelin throwers against Chooks, which it might sound okay, but you only got 4. You can't mass produce those jav throwers, so it gets to a point where you don't have enough to actually efficiently clear up the Chook mass, and they just do that base damage that is enough to clear up the jav throwers. Core's starting to run out of food as well. You can see he's getting closer to the food resources for Castle, but not looking good for him by any means. You can see the house on the front side goes down. And Baltoon yet again deciding to dive Core's base with some knights. Woodline starting to get compromised. Villagers headed on home.
Look how ridiculous this Jack-in-the-Box display is. I mean, as soon as he sees some spearmen, those Zugnu pop out. They're all going to get wiped down. There's only 3 or 4 javelin throwers, and knights are going to be able to get a good charge there. But you're exactly right. I'm seeing it in chat. It's a clown car. You know, you can pop all of those Zugnu in and out of that battering ram, making sure they stay alive. They're taking a bunch of pound center fire. Look at those villagers. They're gone.
Over. And that's a quick one. We talked about game number 1 going clean. Look at game number 2. That was anything but it from their side. And Baltoon and Crackety, just perfect timing push on Core's HRE, did not allow him to age up, denied him the resources, and just what a game.
Man, I'll tell you what, that burger wasn't coming off the fucking grill. You know, look at that big dent in resources. As soon as that thing ends up going down, the economy wasn't there. Core went completely naked on that fast castle attempt. I'm surprised how naked it is. I'm not sure if I could even show it on this platform. And it looks like just because of not making those military units, he relied on emergency repair. He relied on Beastie. It wasn't quite getting there. And we talked about Byzantines, this Civ needs a nerf, blah, blah, blah. Any Civ is very difficult in a 1v2 situation. And that's exactly what ended up happening. Now, game number 3. This was a really, that was a really quick one. Going into game number 3, I'm shocked. Honestly, that was shock and awe for me. But for game number 3, it looks like based on the map picture, it's going to be Prairie. And I know what we saw from Core and BC on Prairie yesterday. Would you expect something similar? Question mark.
I mean, we just saw how hard a naked fast castle can get punished. We saw what their game plan was. I have seen Baltoon and Crackety practice against Beastie and Core, and they are typically very aggressive in their game plans and gameplay. So, you know, it's one of those maps that based off the map, it's naturally easier to be Boomy. You got more sheep and a lot more sheep of it. You got your bigger gold. It's kind of in Townsend range most of the time, and it's very easy to protect up there especially when you drop double outposts and upgrade both, like we saw yesterday. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see at least one of the HRE civs, if not maybe both.
Yeah, because it was pretty interesting, right? It was pretty interesting to see it happen. I think maybe they're learning from their mistakes a little bit. You know, they're trying to figure out just to see. This is one of those things that, as we're waiting for this next game to load in, this is one of those things that I always go back to when the Viper played this game, because he was one of the best people that I've ever seen. And I know he's like this in AoE too, also, where he does the best at knowing exactly how greedy he can get. He knows exactly the amount of units, villagers, resources that he can spend to make sure he's safe and pull off a greedy build. And that's something that Beastie and Core did a really good job of doing as HRE in Order of the Dragon yesterday. I will say this last game, maybe not so much. However, in with Zushi's legacy, getting that ram out super quickly, you know, getting those Zugnu out very, very quickly. I feel like Zushi is one of the only civs for how much they can mount an aggression like this that can really punish that.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. We saw Crackity do it yesterday, I think, as well. It's like 2, 3 chooks, start building the RAM. It idles out your chook production just a little bit, but you need that RAM immediately. And we saw how much one RAM was able to end up doing. And then he ended up just completely massing up the chooks. And I couldn't do something like that because my micro looking like a clown car. I'd be looking like the clown over here, just having all my chooks die immediately to town center fire. So really, really good ability to execute the game plan as well. It wasn't only just, a composition, a nice game plan. You got to execute the game plan.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think having French as your teammate to do that, right? I think BC he did the right things with Byzantines, right? He chose the right chose the right contract in terms of javelin throwers. He was able to get 1 or 2 batches of them. It didn't end up being enough, and now we're looking at the civs in this what? This very important
We're not playing the pit. No,
pivot. No,
no, we're
sorry.
not playing the
No,
pit.
Wait. Pivotal. That's what I was looking for. Game number 3. Oh
Words.
my god, can you imagine I do this professionally? Co- Copium is going to be going with Rus and Order of the Dragon, so will still see a little bit of the Order, the Schizo team going with French and IU bids. In looking at this on paper, French and IU bids, I love this combo. This seems like a really good combo.
Yeah, it's one of those that like we saw HRE do the naked fast castle. Well, Ayubids, they could still do the fast castle or the super fast castle if they want to go up with the culture wing faster age. But it's not as strong as it used to be. They at least have a little bit of militaristic aggression with it. And Rus, while in 1v1 gameplay, a lot of times they'll go second TC because they have protection on themselves. They don't really have that ability to protect their teammate as well if they go with that second TC. So that is where, we might see the sacrifice and see the Rus players stay on just 1 TC, go with the Knights. I think we saw Avely do that a lot yesterday. And guess what? Avely's sitting there waiting in the bottom bracket, in the losers bracket, but still has a chance to get back to the grand finals. And so game plan that obviously works out pretty well is when it comes to 2v2s, it's not just about yourself.
Yeah, no, I mean it really isn't, because we talk about how much you have to synchronize with your teammate and how important it is to play a bunch of team games together so you can almost read each other's minds, finish each other's sentences. Cal put a question in the chat by saying Rus on Prairie, and I definitely agree. Having Rus on Prairie is not something that we usually see just because of the lack of some of these wood lines. We're going to see who is going to be playing it, and it is core.
It's Order too.
Yeah, no, it is. In the color orange, going to be with getting that hunting cabin, getting a scout out of that town center as quickly as possible. BC going to be playing Order of the Dragon. Dabber, who's on that other side.
Yeah, on the other side, in the blue teal combo, Baltoon is playing the French yet again as in the blue, and Crackety is playing the teal as the Ayubids. And yeah, so early on here, we got baited into the HRE over here, but we mentioned Rus being the sacrifice, and one of the things, look at the mini map right now, and I think it's blatantly obvious why we were talking about Rus not being the greatest pick here on Prairie. It is quite barren when it comes to just these abundant wood lines and these smaller deer packs comparative to the big ones. So not as much bounty here on this map either.
Yeah, Rus is in a weird spot where they're an incredibly map dependent civilization. For things like Prairie, those deer's only coming in at 3s. You don't have full deer packs. There are a little bit of wolves in this particular area, so maybe you'll be able to get them. The boar is usually the same, but you need good wood lines if you're the Rus, right? You want to exploit that wood economy. You want to exploit using things like the Kremlin acting as a wooden fortress. That hunting cabin only has those little areas of, I just want to call it, I mean, I wanted to say it was a wood line, but it's not. It's more like a small wood circle. And in order to actually exploit things like wood economy, you're going to need to put wooden fortresses all over the map, right? You're going to be needing to expand a little bit farther for the Rus that you particularly might not want. And that big stone outcropping, or that big gold mine, I should say, are you even going to use that? as Roos, because when you get up or going up to feudal age, you're trying not to build a mining camp. You're trying to get your bounty at least at 100, and it looks like Core's at 110, so he'll be able to do that. But at the same time, he's doing things like getting wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow's halfway done. He still needs 100 gold to age up. It's a risky play for me. You know, you try to get wheelbarrow as quickly as possible, but if you don't have the gold for it, you might stall yourself a little bit.
Yeah, you can always just make sure to end up canceling it before the end there. Crackety getting a little bit of scouting, wants to see what's going on in the base of Core, and I'm sure they're wanting to see where Beastie's gold is, because that is always one of the primary concerns early on. Figure out where the Order of the Dragon's gold is, and you might want to end up, getting some damage done to it. Looking at the Kremlin location, definitely going to be a board play.
I love this Kremlin spot, to be honest. This is probably the top, probably one of the best Kremlins I've seen on Prairie in some time, because it gets that first wood line, it gets a little bit of those trees on the north side, you're able to pull the boar over, and it makes sure that gold is 100% safe. Now, looking at these civilizations, I mean, just in terms of the matchup, we talked about Roos a lot, and obviously their ability to make knights and try to get some map control, but Baltoon's making knights too, Dabber, and his are just a little better.
Yeah, just a little bit better, or, quite a bit better. And like I said, this Kremlin, it might protect up these villagers of Core, but this will still allow Baltoon and Crackety to be very aggressive towards Beastie if they so desire.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for Baltoon to try to find an area to attack with some of those knights. As you see Crackety going up with that military wing, so he'll be getting some of those free desert raiders, even though I hardly know, or it looks like Beastie going to be going for that second outpost as well on that big gold. And going up with what looks like mine work over there on that top, or right next to that town center, as you kind of noticed before, going with the two outposts. This is something that it's almost like both of these players or both of these teams are kind of doing the same thing. One gets aggressive in feudal age, letting the other person go to castle age. We've seen this over and over again over the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, and the key here, though, like we said, is Ubits has a little bit of aggression as well. He at least has a desert raider or two that get to pop out, get to roam the map a little bit, try to take some control. This little bit of burning on the outpost is just a thorn in the side of Beastie. He should just be able to use emergency repair it on up.
Looks like probably, I mean, he will at some point. He's got about half. He's going to be getting arrow slits. It's really nice for Order of the Dragon. They have the same thing as the HRE, right? Where those arrow slits don't cost you the full amount of stone. I believe it's 42, if I remember correctly. So I'm sure as soon as it starts burning, maybe we'll get an emergency repair question mark. It's at less than, okay, there we go.
Yeah, you knew he was
for a second.
You knew he was
but it scared me a little bit.
Now, ability, I still think should cost more something.
Anything for that matter.
Like, come on now. It's like how?
I think that because it has a little hammer where that emergency repair is, I don't look at it as a hammer. I just look at it as a giant middle finger. While you're burning something, it's just like, nah, go fuck yourself. Now it's back.
Yep. We saw how ineffective it was last game, though, when you just decide to move over to another building that doesn't have emergency repair because it's not built yet with the Burgrave going down. But I don't know if that's what we'll be seeing here this game. Does look like those scouts are kind of just circling around BC's base a little bit, trying to get some vision, trying to get some information, maybe just cause a little bit of idle time and delay up this castle the best they can.
Yeah, and I mean with these Ruse Knights, you're looking for that option. You're looking to, as it looks like Crackety trying to use a little bit of that boar, trying to pull that pork to his own advantage. This is a very, very important food source for Core, especially as the Ruse. You're going to be needing to deal with that. Crackety is just ramming things down no matter what part of the game he's in. He's looking to build a ram.
And not only that, he wants to, he could have almost finished off that scout if he wanted to. I guess he decided it was not worth it. But if Core oversteps, he's gonna lose both of these scouts.
And that's exactly what happens. The other one ends up going down. Baltoon does see the ram, so he's going to be helping Crackety out in that regard. Beastie, 6 minutes and 40 seconds, puts down the blueprint for the Regnant's Cathedral. And obviously those gilded villagers build things a little bit quicker than your average villagers, so that will be going up rather quickly. And it looks like for Core, he only has that one stable. He's going to need to pump out some units here if he wants to save his brother.
Yep, and yet another scout goes down. So Core and Beastie both losing a scout, and Core losing yet another scout. So they are not going to be having a lot of vision here on this map. They have one single scout left in play, I believe. The Ram has been finished. It has taken a little bit of damage over time, but I'm not sure if they know where to attack here. And I mean, I think the Regnitz is going to go up. I think the key here is they just want to deny Beastie's gold.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we're looking at how much Beastie has in terms of gold. He's got about 300, so he will be able to make a little bit of Castle Age units. It looks like those Knights get a good charge on that Ram at about halfway health. But those Desert Raiders adding a little bit of Camel Unease as well is going to make those French Knights for Baltoon that much better than the Roos early Knights. And it seems like Crackety's adding yet another Ram, trying to do the best he can at getting rid of this gold. And you know, for Order of the Dragon, every villager you kill is so important because of how effective they are.
Exactly, and the key here, BC, trying to get as much gold as possible. He's already Castle Age. It's a little bit different than the HRE Castle, where you know, you're not quite immediately able to move out with your prelate from your chapel because you went mine work and you don't have a prelate from your chapel. But it is still where now he is, you know, he's up. He's got to the spot he wants. He's going to try to move out and get that relic that's nice and close in front of his base. But there's going to be military waiting there. I'm sure Baltoon has a knight sitting on that relic.
Yeah, and I think for, you know, we talked about the Iobits too. It looks like Beastie's trying to get that knight right on that relic, like you said. So prelate, that's a little bit of gold he would like to have back, and that's where Beastie's going in terms of his units. That prelate ends up getting saved. Looks like this one might not be long for this world. Has a couple Desert Raiders that are going to be helping him out in that regard. But again, this is gold that you want to pay off, right? You want to get those relics.
Ooh, it's not two Rams, it's 3 Rams. They're ready for this. They said, I don't care about emergency repair. I'm going to out damage your emergency repair. And look at the military. It's 1 crossbow by Beastie. It's so easy to get sniped down by those Desert Raiders. So it's really crucial. And exactly what ends up happening. Desert Raiders immediately focus on the crossbow, snipe it on down, 3 Rams on top of the outpost, and it's time to defend this all in. And all in absolutely is what this is. BC's trying to run with his villagers, doesn't have many places to hide. Knights from Core going down, and this does not look like a good situation for Team COPIUM.
Unbelievable. I mean, those Gilded Villagers, obviously they're pretty tanky. You know, I don't know if they have textiles or not. If they don't, they're going to have 65, if not 98 health, but they're running around for their lives here. These Desert Raiders are going to be able to take down the Roost Knights. That outpost finally goes down. There weren't enough little rocks, hammers, chisels to try to emergency repair that thing down. More Gilded Villagers end up going down. 10 minutes into the game, BC is running for his life. All of these villagers are going to end up going down as well. The villagers are going to try to get their torches out on the south, but it looks like that outpost is going to be going down as well. Arrow slits be damned. Now he's looking for population control, going to be trying to take down some of these houses. If you're Beastie and you have these Gilded Villagers, yeah, they're good villagers, but where the fuck are you going to put them to get resources? And
not only that, you lost a significant amount. You've lost a lot of prelates as well, and you have not had one single relic to secure for yourself yet. Baltoon and Crackety have done such a good job at this focus. They've taken down multiple houses now, so BC's got to be housed at this point as well. And keep in mind, Core isn't, you know, 2 TC Roos over there. He's just been single TC, so all the damage they've done is long-term damage here that BC is going to have.
And this is so important to have map control for Prairie, right? As we saw how Baltoon and Crackety were able to pull that off, because Crackety went for a couple more stables and added some Desert Raiders. So he was able to take down those outposts, try to stall that gold out just a little bit, kill some villagers out of BC, which was really good. But now, if you take a look, as Baltoon's trying to get a raid over here on the Roost base, which is rather difficult just because of that town center, just because of that Kremlin. But taking a look on the flip side, because Baltoon's going to be continuing to make knights, Cal, take a look at Crackety's base, because I know he's going up. I just want to know what wing he's going for. He's going to be getting 8 villagers for free.
Oh, and another prelate goes down. I was about to say BC's going to get a relic secured finally, but still loses that prelate. Still does not have one single relic secured for himself. And look at his current resources in the bank. Yeah, he's going to be spending a ton of them. He's got nonstop stuff in queue, but He's run out of sheep. He's now having to do the farm transition. Crackety's about to be up in a little bit with Growth Wing, so his Vil count's about to skyrocket. And not only that, he's going to have a ton of resources still just sitting ready to spend.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best part about the Abids, right? I mean, for somebody like yourself who was an Abbasid player, the House of Wisdom, go ahead and get your landmark upgrades, get your Castle Age upgrades at no expense to any villager time, right? So taking a look at current resources, he's almost at the point where when he hits Castle Age, he can click it again if he wants. And now for Crackety in Castle Age, he might be doing something like maybe some Camel Lancers to help him out. I think he needs a little bit of camels just to make sure those Roost Knights end up going down. But Korg getting a good raid on those French villagers. Looks like 2 or 3 end up going down at the cost of maybe one night. Baltoon with a little bit of counter raid on the berries. That's just, I mean, Kor's like, hey, I got 3 villagers on Baltoon. We're able to stop them a little bit. Well, guess what? You're down 3 also.
Yeah, and that's just textbook play right there. Not only that, we're seeing some more reinforcing knights with the dual screen charge the knights of cores that were raiding the base. So those 5 knights that were raiding, quite low. Crackety reaches castle. Beastie has gotten 1 single relic at this point. He's about to go secure up his second potentially, but that could even get denied.
Yeah, I think it's going to be just because Baltoon and Crackety have been doing such an amazing job at doing things like map control. Beastie's still trying to get relics. There's Desert Raiders, again with their bows out. Those crossbowmen aren't going to get much bonus damage, so they basically just act like normal crossbowmen. There's 1 relic in there that Cow is directing our attention to, and I appreciate that very much. But if you're 13 and a half minutes in the game, you're Beastie, you've been Castle Age for about 6 minutes, you got 1 relic, not good for you.
No, yeah, we've seen him go in imp at this point. So, you know, that's definitely a huge fallback, but look at what's about to go on the other side. Crackety, he hasn't had to worry about raids for a long time. Core, his Night Mass has been building up. And now we finally see it starting to circle, starting to raid the base. He already reacted to the northern berries and is moving over to the center. So Crackety just ready and on top of things. I mean, Baltoon and Crackety, they've come to play this game.
Yeah, I mean, I know this is just really small, but it's such a sick pull from Crackety, making sure you have your mini-map. Prelate trying to heal the other Prelate prayers, getting shared between both players, but it looks like that Prelate's going to go down. A second Prelate's going to go down. You're going to need to have that relic in your cathedral for another 5 minutes to pay for all the fucking Prelates you lost.
Yeah, I mean, and even still, it looked like there was another 2 Prelates ready and waiting. Baltoon still hitting the base of Core. Core losing a few more villagers, idling out on the boar. Remember, that is where he wants that food to be. He wants to be gathering off the boar. He hasn't been for a while. He's on berries. He's on, I don't even know what other food. He's struggling. Look at the resources. He's at 53 food, and I don't see much coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why we talk about Roos on Prairie in terms of not being the best in the world, because now he's going to be, that wood line is going to be pretty much gone on his side. He's going all the way out to wood lines on the eastern side where that Kremlin doesn't have any of that influence anymore, so it's going to be rather difficult. And again, these night civilizations, I know we talk about it, for these night civs, they can hang out in feudal for just a little bit longer, but Core, based on how much food he's getting, how much current resources that he currently has, he's going to be sitting in feudal for a very long time. He has a good night mass, but it just depends on if it's actually going to be good enough to take an engagement. And against Desert Raiders of the veteran variety with some camel on ease, these knights aren't going to be that great.
No, and this is really just an interesting build. We've seen a lot of the higher elo players lean in towards these Desert Raiders even further, not necessarily even going up with military wing, but just building them like we saw, double range, and just utilizing their micro, because you can kind of animation cancel still with them a little bit and attack really fast and utilize that to its fullest effect, and they counteract a lot of different units. So very strong unit for these players to utilize.
Yeah, the versatility of it is insane. And just because Crackety, we know how good Crackety is in terms of micro, macro, and the otherwise. Another relic trying to go down, another prelate will be hitting the deck as well. And these Desert Raiders, they're just so speedy. You know, they're able to get through. Now they pull their swords out. They're like, LOL, JK. They're going to get their bows out and start running in the opposite direction. Quite an expensive unit, as Cow is looking at. It's 80, 50, and 50. So you need to macro correctly in order to pull them out. But while this has been going on, Baltoon did hit Castle Age. He does have Royal Institute. So those knights, not only with chivalry, because I saw a lot of them were at pretty low health. It looks like Baltoon's trying not to take an engagement as best as he can. when they do get healed and they do get Royal instituted, this is going to be damaging for both the team of Core and BC to deal with.
Yeah, I'm scared about this crossbow mass. BC has a lot of those crossbows. They do a significant amount of damage, a lot of just damage to every single unit. And you can see Core and BC starting to get their armies built together. And I don't think Crackity and Baltoon are really ready for a grouped up composition. They still have more of a raiding composition rather than a head-on fighting.
Yeah, and I think if they are going to continue this kind of raid composition, they better get over there and start raiding, and that's exactly what Baltoon's doing over the eastern side. Core is going to be using a lot of his knights to try to get some of this raid from Crackity, kind of vacate that big gold vein right next to the starting town center. A lot of Desert Raiders are going to be over there trying to help him out. You can see what that Campbell Unease is doing. Those knights are going to be 19 -3, so they're not going to pull that big of a punch, but Beastie and Core working together, getting good choreography, making sure that crossbowmen are going to be with those knights. So Baltoon, instead of raiding Core, he's got to back up. And again, this is an engagement that Core and BC are forcing them to take that I don't think the opponents really want to right now. They're trying to, yeah, all these villagers are starting to back up and vacate. And this is idle time where they're trying to continue to remain aggressive that they just can't afford.
Yeah, and this is kind of just making up for a lot of the downside that happened. More relics, more prelates still just going down here. But the key, I will say, is Kraken and Baltoon have not lost a lot of villagers. It would be interesting to see the overall eco numbers, but Kraken and Baltoon brought all of their military units back. They're ready to take this fight head on. Remember, Core is still feudal age. Those are feudal age knights, and they have camel unease. This is a fight that I'm not sure they want to end up taking, but they have to end up taking it because the crossbows, they're very, very slow. They're out of position, and Core's knights are absolutely getting wiped. And after the knights get wiped, the crossbows, they have zero front line left to deal with it. There's one single knight hitting the berries on the backside of Core 2, causing all of his food villagers to go idle. Core and BC's armies completely cleaned up.
Yeah, and these Desert Raiders, they don't get that +18 because they're not technically heavy units. That's so many resources that BC is losing right now in terms of crossbowmen. Military count for Core and BC have to be disastrously low. Core just hit Castle Age after losing all of those knights. That high trade house is anemic. Taking a look at it, only 52, and I think it'll repopulate after it gets to a full minute, but it's got to be somewhere around a little under 100. But Core now, he went to Castle Age, right? He spent 1,800 resources on that fancy building. When it comes to his own military mass, he doesn't have it. You can see on the eastern side, Baltoon is continuing to get a raid here with these pseudo-imperial knights, and there's not enough spaces for these villagers to go to be safe.
Yeah, and Core, he is very, very hurt onto food. You can see he's just now started this farm transition a little bit. He calls the gremlins, and they're going to help out a little bit. They are of the Castle Age variety. BC dropping a keep in the center, and Crackity just spotted it out, but wasn't quite yet there. BC is at the point where he has a lot of relics in the bank. He's about to throw the relic that he just grabbed there inside of the keep he's finishing on up. And Baltoon's main goal right now is just to fully destroy Core. I mean, he knows how weak and vulnerable Core is after losing all those knights, and Core really doesn't have anything at this point.
Oh my God, these villagers are just standing there taking it. There's only one villager getting that shiv out, not going to be doing anything. Gets that. No, turn around. There you go. There you go.
No. They're all going to go down.
That's so terrible. Especially a 1 TC roost like this, too. You hate to see it if you're a Core fan.
Yeah, so this is another game. It's going to have to be fully reliant on BC shoulders here as Core just timing attack by Baltoon just completely demolished it.
Yeah, and I mean, it was pretty well executed, and you kind of expected it, right? With Core going up. It looks like Beasties does have a crossbow and mass. He was able to repopulate and get a little bit of those back together, so he's going to be using that to try to help Core, but the issue is, this is one of those things that, oh my God, this is a get the fuck out of my game Tower of the Sultan. Look at those big units.
Yeah, big units.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that ram on it.
Full scope of the units.
I'll tell you what, you mess with the Sultan and you get the fucking horns, baby. Look at that ram on the front of it.
Let's do another one, Crackity. Drop a third. Come on. Drop a third. Drop a third.
I need a hat trick. I need a hat trick. Get another Tower of the Soul. Oh, he's got another one.
You gotta give the people what they want.
what a circus of a series, let me tell you. Getting these getting these Tower of the Sultan. I don't know where he's gonna send them. He might just send it to that HRE keep, but wherever he sends them, whatever building that you happen to stare down if you're in those Tower of the Sultans, it's going down.
Look at the income per minute for core.
Oh my god. It's just
he's at like 800 like overall income per minute.
yeah, I mean, he had so many villagers that ended up going down, and now Baltoon and Cracky again, they're synchronizing, right? We're seeing knights, we're seeing some horsemen that are going to help him out.
Oh,
I really like this
oil.
change from Baltoon. Boiling oil is going to be coming out. Looks like that relic in the keep is going to be helping them out. A little bit of a springald upgrade. He does have the ability to get emergency repairs. He is in that radius, but this is going to take a very long time to take down these Tower of the Sultans, especially because, well, the thing of it is, BC only has crossbows, right? So he's not going to be able to take these things down. He's going to need his Chorus Knights, and they don't exist.
Oh, he is in the radius. I didn't see the lumber camp. Unbelievable. Dude, what if they just burn the lumber camp right now?
They definitely could.
Oh, they're burning the outpost instead.
I don't know. Does it turn off emergency repairs?
It does, but if he already used it, so it's too late now. But if he had done it earlier, it would have been too late. So really, really good job by BC to click it in time. But he has to take this fight, and he doesn't have any reinforcements from his side. There are horsemen into the mix from Crackety, the perfect counter unit that they need. And not only Crackety, Baltoon's starting to make horsemen as well. They know the unit that they need to get into play here. Wololo attempting to come in. That crossbow mass, though, just unbelievable job at how much damage they do. Unbelievable job kiting all of these units. But the keep has gone down, another relic lost, more income lost, more idle time being forced, and a stream of reinforcing units still coming across the map.
Yeah, these crossbowmen are running out of places to kite, right? And you can see some of the conga line, the teal and blue conga line trying to get in that particular area. The horseman transition, just like you said, was absolutely fantastic. That keep is going down, and you can see those Tower of Sultanates wobbling their way over to try to find where that Regnus Cathedral is. They say fuck that lumber camp in particular. They will be able to take that one down. This horseman transition just proved to be all the difference. Beastie says, I'm done. Get me out. Core is going to follow suit very, very quickly. And the schizophrenic multitaskers take a 2-1 over Team Copium. Tower of the Sultanate, hat trick in the background. What a great series.
I mean, unbelievable. Again, aggression, timing attack. You expected the Ubids to go with like, their own little fast castle. And it was like, no. We're going to build a ram with the Desert Raider right off the bat. And sure enough, the just focus down hard. You can actually see how much damage Beastie took early after that castle age. And then right after started to raid core. They took that big fight and this didn't have any economy to reboot back up. Whereas Crackety and Baltoon didn't really get touched. Yeah, they had some idle time with a lot of their villagers, but I didn't really lose too many of them.
Yeah, it begs the question. I mean, hindsight's 2020, obviously, but you saw it in core with a lot of those early nights while clicking up at the same time. You might think like, hey, these crossbowmen are probably dead anyway. Maybe I just get the fuck out of there. I mean, do you try to save your night mass because of how expensive it is? Because he got that high trade house, and essentially as soon as that thing came up, I think we both knew while looking at it, we were like, that's tough.
He's dead. It's like,
yeah.
And that's where Baltoon knew it too. He's like, you're not going to have anything to clear, like 5 nights even. It was like, good luck. Like your gold's going to be idled. During that big fight, he was also on the berries. And I think Core had about 30 villagers on those berries. So it caused a ton of damage at the perfect timing as well. Just very, very fun, exciting first series. 2-1 that I think might not have gone the way of what a lot of people were expecting. But sure enough, doesn't mean that BC and Core are out of it. They get sent down to the losers bracket, the redemption bracket, as some people like to call it. And I believe they are playing against the BanterBois of Nug and Maria. And Jeff, if he is there today, but we know A Squad's the Nug and Maria over there.
Yeah, I think for Jeff, because we know some of those guys very well. I pretty much Jeff might have been. I don't know if you needed 3 specifically to qualify to be a part of the team, so maybe they just ended up pulling a third out and they used Jeff for that one. But
Oh,
the yeah, probably. But taking a look at the winners, the semifinals. Obviously, we see this kid's Frank multitaskers will be there in the winners finals. The next series that is going to be in your faces is going to be the team of Wham Bam. Thank you, ma'am. And you know who's going to make up that team? The twin brothers, Puppy Paw and Wham01, the first of his kind elephant. On the other side, there are no slouches either. They've got some really big ivory tusks. A CSO, it's Louis MT. It's CLS 666, which is going to be the third member. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing Louis and CSO. These guys, because I remember casting Louis in the Elite Classic too, and I think you have also. He is so good, man. He is so good. And then Puppy Paw ended up getting to, if I remember correctly, the finals of Elite Classic too. So we all know Puppy Paw and Wham. They are fantastic players and pretty much the heart of what North America has to offer. So I'm gonna do the best I can at being as unbiased as possible.
Of course, of course. Well, this will be an exciting first game. We just saw an exciting series, and right off the bat, I mean, I would say last series, it's always more exciting when you have night civs in play. You know, you get more raids, get more action usually. You're not just wall up and boom. And sure enough, it's not just one night civ. It's not just two night civs. We have three night civs out of the four civs you could choose here in the first game with the French mirror matchup and then Roos versus HRE as well.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. Seeing French out of either side, it plays kind of like a French mirror, right? Because you have the French player, they're like, "Well, I gotta really take down the cavalry civ," and the French players on the other side being like, "Oh, I really gotta take down the cavalry civ." It ends up becoming a little bit of a French mirror, and those games they are miserable to play for somebody who does play the French, but my God, are they fun to watch from all of these nights going in. I'm hearing game sounds in my ears, and let's get started for this series. It is Puppy Paw playing as the French in the color red. His teammate, who also shares half of his genetic code, is Wham playing as the HRE in the color yellow. Dabber, who we got on the other side.
On the other side, we have Louis MT playing as the Roos and his teammate CSO playing as the French. CSO in the color blue and Louis MT in the color teal.
Yeah, for the Roos player, obviously, we're going to be thinking about trying to get bounty. Obviously, we're going to be looking at that. The CSO on the other side doing that very, very typical
Oh,
French build,
oh,
probably since 2021. But Wham going for a little bit of a different direction as the Holy Roman Empire. Going to be getting a barracks in the Dark Age. Going to be getting some Dark Age spears. And those things, man, they're pretty speedy.
1.38 movement speed. They're basically on a bike, just cycling across this map over here. And this is one where it makes sense. You go early spears, and guess what you're facing? Two civs that want to make knights. And they don't want to make archers early on. They don't want to have to make drop ranges. It delays up what they want to do. Even Roos, yeah, they're great at making archers, but they want to make second TC if they're doing something other than early knights. And so spears, great first unit to make.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially because the French is going to want that school of cavalry, right? We're not going to see any Chamber of Commerce in a 2v2 situation. So it just makes it so devastating to deal with. I think there's going to be a second spearman rounding out the bottom. I'm curious to see how many spearmen Wham actually end up going with. And instead of taking down some of these villagers first, he's going to try to deny some of Louis' bounty. And we're going to be shanking a lot of these deer and stripping them of their pelts at this particular juncture. And then, most likely, we're going to be trying to make their way to that gold mine of CSO, because as far as his gold goes, he doesn't have the ability to get to feudal age quite yet.
Not yet by any means, and he built an outpost there, and that's why I was like, he should have more gold at this point. Well, he doesn't have to worry, and that is due to the scouting of Louis. Remember, that first scout went right across the map. Cal was following it on along the way. Great job by the observer, and the scout of Louis immediately spotted Wham's barracks, immediately spotted the first spearman coming out. So CSO knew it was coming and said, "Oh, I need to react in a different way." Grabbed up enough wood, dropped an early outpost.
Yeah, and I think, you know, dropping that early outpost is probably the only way he's going to be able to protect himself. French have that difficulty that first 4 minutes of the game. If you get rushed in Dark Age, you're having a tough time. Wham focusing his directions more towards the Kremlin than anything else. Those villagers are going to be within that town center range, so they're going to be a little bit safe, but a little bit of extra damage on the Kremlin with the couple spearmen that you have. It's not really a bad thing. I mean, you could argue, Dabs, that the fact that CSO built that outpost as early as he did was enough delay.
You know, I don't think this does anything.
Okay, that's fine. I love a different opinion.
Well, what's it to actually delay? The spears? Well, I meant burning the Kremlin. Like it does. What's burning the Kremlin do? Sorry, clarifying.
Right.
Yeah. Burning the Kremlin, like early on, like it delays up the French, great. But like, what did the spears do burning the Kremlin? It was like, oh, you did some damage to the Kremlin. You were annoying. You caused some pings. That's about it. And it's maybe they plan to all in that later on, and they're like, hey, look, it's got an extra less, like, what is that, like 250 health that he did, maybe.
Yeah, so now, I mean, when you're saying it that way, I do agree with you. Spearman burning the Kremlin did a bunch of fuck all. I get that. But for the French now, it looks like he's still trying to get the school cavalry. CSO is. Wham's Spearman continuing to be annoying. He'll be getting to Castle Age rather quickly. He's got a knock in Chapel. I can see to the north of his base. Louis MT has been pretty good in the way of bounty. He's already at 395. He's finding wolves all over the place. And I think with that one, he will be at 410 if my math serves. No, 420. Blaze it if my math serves me correctly. So he basically just needs a boar, maybe one more wolf, and he'll be hitting that 500 really soon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, can't complain about getting a nice old 500 bounty, real extra boost to your economy. And this is what I would have liked to see the spears do instead of that Kremlin. At this point, the mill would have been gone, or at least forcing CSO to do some rebuilding, some idle time over there. And so really good job now by those spears. Good scouting here by Puppy. They spot out right when the School of Cavalry finishes, and I guarantee you we'll just see this this first night, you know, already be matched. And not only matched, I think Puppy has 2 nights out before CSO has 1.
Now, can we take a look for just a quick second as we're hovering over Louis MT? He did not get Wheelbarrow first. He got Professional Scouts first. And now he's sitting at 470 bounty. So we're going to see, even though there's a Kremlin, we're going to see an old school Professional Scouts. Look at that. Look at them carrying them carcasses.
Yeah,
oh my God.
And honestly, stealing the deer away from civs such as French, such as HRE, it has a huge effect in this middle portion of the game. Forces the earlier farm transition. Yeah, for HRE, might not seem like that big of a deal. They got inspired farms, they got inspired woodline, you know, makes that transition much easier. But for a civilization such as French, makes it a lot more difficult.
I always think it's funny because we saw that scout drop its deer whenever they're under duress. You know, it almost looks like they're like, oh, jinkies, and they gotta drop their deer and get the fuck out of there, because that's what's really happening for Louis MT. That Professional Scouts, just because of the mobility of Puppy Paw's Knights as well. It looks like CSO is trying to be synergistic with Louis, trying to make sure that his scouts are protected. But I think as far as right now, he might only get like 1 or 2 deer at first pass. So this is going to take a lot of mental bandwidth. This is going to take a lot of taxing for him to actually try to pick up good deer packs, because Puppy Paw, with these French Knights, he's making sure even the home deer packs aren't getting taken.
I mean, this is one where with Louis, he's gonna. These people, I will say, of these 4 players, all 4 of them probably have the micro to do this with the pro scouts, able to just split off to all these different deer packs, able to kind of still keep up with all these. And look, speaking of the micro, oh my God, somehow not one single night was lost during all of that. Both players just pull back low health, and they're like, you know what? Let's just call it quits. That was a good fight. I respect you. You respect me. We'll just head on home.
Yeah, it was kind of like a joust. After they were done, they just shook hands and walked in the opposite direction. And that's so important for the French Knights, obviously because of chivalry, right? You're going to be able to heal those up in the blink of an eye. But now Louis, it looks like for the Roos, he does have a second TC, which is really going to help him out, and he's starting to extend a little bit on those deer packs. Puppy Paw, it looks like that southern deer pack, his home deer pack, he's definitely gravitating towards, which makes a lot of sense because if you have a civilization on the opposite side is going pro scouts, you don't want to get yoinked. You want to gather all of those before the worst happens.
Yeah, go ahead and secure up as much of that deer as you can before they get secured by your opponent. And no survival techniques, but I'm not sure if did we see some deer get dropped off at the base of CSO by Louis, or oh yeah, we just see one or two. Okay, nothing too crazy yet, but survival techniques, very, very strong upgrade, very, very cheap upgrade as well, especially if you're sitting on these deer and yoink, yoink.
Oh no, he ran past it. I wish he took one.
The
That's
funniest
like,
is just pulling it away, and like even if you have to drop it, just dropping it further from the mill, you just know it gets in the head of your opponent so hard. But we've been tracking these scouts the whole time. We've been dealing with all this micro the whole time, and meanwhile, Wham's like, keep microing. You snag a few more deer. He's like, I'm castle age now, by the way. Y'all should be focused on the relics. Wall in the relics. If not, y'all are screwed.
and that's a funny thing by Wham too, because he's like, you know, we're seeing all these scouts and deer, and you know how much food it actually takes for Louis to continuously make scouts, number one, and then actually bring these deer back. It's just it's so taxing to do. So now Wham's gonna be like, hey, I just got prelates out here. There's about around the middle of the map, probably closer to CSO and Louis, to be honest with you. There's about 5 relics working their way, but there's only one civilization that can make Castle Age Knights at this particular juncture, and it's Wham. So we know the HRE, they like the potential energy, they like to store their energy just a little bit before they get to Castle Age, but now all of a sudden the bottle's going to pop off, relics are going to be going to Wham, and it's looking good for the brethren.
Yep. Already saw the first relic in like the kind of middle center relic, harder to secure, already grabbed up by that first initial prelate on its way back. I want to say I might have already heard a relic just get dropped off, so might have had one much closer to him in the outpost. Yep, by the gold. So he does already have one relic in the base, pumping the gold, secured up, second one on its way back, and this makes it so much easier to just continue to pump knights, continue to just start clicking eco upgrades, blacksmith upgrades, and more importantly, more prelates to secure more relics too.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how it's a positive feedback loop, right? More relics equals more prelates equals more relics, and we see a little bit of another knight joust. It looks like Puppy Paw did lose one of those royal knights, but they will be able to vacate in that direction. Wham continuing to try to grab relics. That's a prelate going down. These Castle Age Knights from Wham trying to do the best they can and establishing a little bit of map control. And to be honest, they're all 4 of these civilizations, all 4 of these players are making knights. And it goes to show how important mobility is in a team game situation.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're able to control the knights correctly, if you're able to micro them, there's a lot of healing involved with both French players, and you can heal with the HRE, and so, you know, why not lean into the strength of your civilizations? And, you know, if you know that your castle is better than your opponent, that looks like a hole. On the mini-map, it looks like there's a little hole. I'm guessing that's a hole.
Yeah, that's it looks, I mean, just because that one tree is there, I'm not sure. It might still be that gaping hole. Another night fight. It looks like Puppy Paw.
The micro's absurd.
It's absolutely insane. You can see it probably from the other side as we're seeing picture in picture. It looks like some of those Roost Knights from Louis MT. He does pull off some of them, but 2 knights end up going down. Again, sometimes against a feudal knight civilization, the best thing to do in Castle Age is to make your own knights just because of how good they are. You know, a lot of people think spearmen, a lot of people think crossbowmen, but the worst thing about them is they don't have a fucking horse. So it's going to be difficult to actually go over there. Wham on the other side, getting those Castle Age Knights, and for how many resources that he has, he's doing such a great job of making sure that he's spending the resources that he's getting the most amount of knights. And Wham, you can see, just based on as these knights are continuing to chase each other all around the map, the relics are starting to evaporate on this map.
Yeah, I just see more and more disappearing. We hear a Wololo. Don't want to see another early game quit like we saw yesterday from a big Wololo. No names called out over here, but I mean, as these relics continue to just disappear, we just know Wham has had this gold income start to skyrocket, start to really just pay off, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see him idle out night production for a couple minutes and just go up to imp.
Yeah, because I mean that's kind of it's kind of funny because that's what happens with HRE, right? They just try to go out in the map for about 2 or 3 minutes. They get what they need out of it, and they're like, okay, now y'all can fuck off again. I'm done. You know, the Castlight Knights are going to be trying to help. It looks like a little bit of Wolo not going to get there yet again, but gives enough time for a Castlight Knight from Wham in order to get around. CSO, he's been doing the best he can at trying to maintain his own night production, but the thing of it is, when you're on the defensive and you're the retreating night mass there, you're never going to be able to get a charge off. PuppyPaw's been able to, so he's been able to take him down. Louis MT going to be able to get a good raid, get himself back into the game in Feudal Age. Wham has different stories for his teammate. However, CSO is going to be losing a lot of villagers, and just because those knights are Castle Age, it means they can hang out under the town center for a long time.
Yeah, makes the situation that much easier. Walls do get burned down by PuppyPaw. Great job by CSO pulling back, quick walling. Now we're starting to see a little bit of some base trading, a little bit of some Vil trading, which all goes into Wham's favor. He's like, guess what? Doesn't matter at this point. If you kill villagers, I have relics and you don't. I'm Castle Age. I have extra upgrades and you don't. We see multiple prelates getting ready for some Wololos potentially. Decided not to do it, I guess, and just some night trades here. And again, Wham's kind of happy with this situation. Wololo coming in. Uh-oh.
I think he's gonna get them. He's gonna get that one.
Oh.
God, that's so important, especially when you're trying to protect your own base. Just having a little bit of knights to make sure that some of the knights from CSO and Louis MT don't get to hang out outside the town center too much. Again, we talked about some of this quote-unquote base trading. We're talking about all of these things, but these relics, as Louis MT pulls those Kremlin gremlins to try to get Wham's knights out in the opposite direction. But these relics, they're a lot of gold, number one. Number two, you can't really stop them from gathering gold. You can't raid a relic.
Yeah, this game has just been an absolutely wild one with all the cavalry. We talked about it before. You know, it's going to be an exciting one, and it is living up to the expectations. CSO, looks like he's trying to go up to Castle Age, but there is literally 10 to 15 Castle Age knights in his base already. I don't think you're going to be able to get Castle Age pretty soon. He's 8 food away.
And to be honest, I mean, I think if he does actually click a Castle Age button, as that villager doesn't have quite enough to try to get one of those landmarks. But I feel like if you do go to Castle Age at this particular juncture, you're dealing with two civilizations that have knights barreling through your base.
To the left, up and to the left a little bit. Oh, that's villagers. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's where the majority of his villagers are. I saw his base barren and I'm like, oh, he's lost a lot of villagers. It's like, no, he's just ran away with all the villagers. They have nowhere to go, sitting there idle. And CSO and Louis are scrambling. And I don't think they're ever going to be able to get Castle Age.
No, I really don't think so either. And I think it's not even that good of an idea. I mean, CSO being the ones with the blue knights out there, you're seeing those blue knights start to deteriorate. We can see just based on if you can remove the picture-in-picture. I'm curious to see for CSO in terms of his military mass, because his knights are starting to dwindle. He's at 53 population. His military count is 8, and he's trying to save to get to Castle Age. And if he does something like Royal Institute, you know, to make sure, it's not going to do anything.
41 villagers running again. They don't have anywhere to go. There's knights split on either side, and Wham's definitely going to have more reinforcing knights head that way. And even if he doesn't, he's like, all right, great, you're idled out and I'm not. I have all these relics that's producing probably more resources than your whole entire economy is.
Yeah, it's so difficult because most of these civilizations, I would say 3 out of the 4 besides the HRE, want to try to go out and get outside food resources. You know, Louis tried to make sure to mitigate some of that damage with a little bit of professional scouts, but I don't think it really worked in his favor too much. He's basically just trying to 1v2, while CSO has been trying to go up to Castle Age for the foreseeable future. It looks like PuppyPaw's going to find some more villagers. Hey, that's that same 41 villagers, Dabston. They're looking for another gate to get through.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to find anywhere. This whole time, they've just been idle. Royal Institute is on the way up, but for what? Like, what are you going to gain? You had 8 knights, and I said you're probably down to like 6 at this point and still scrambling.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that Royal
we're getting the deer,
Institute,
though.
that Royal Institute isn't going to help you too much. It's not going to really upgrade much of anything. And especially because CSO, a lot of his knights have been, again, on the defensive. He hasn't been able to get a charge. He hasn't been able to deal with anything. So CSO, you're looking at his score of about 1,700, and I would say it pretty much reigns true at this particular juncture. This is all pretty much, these are all of the knights that he has. PiperPaws are going to be able to cut him off. That's another one down. It looks like maybe another one might end up going down, but still you're at 5. You just hit Castle Age, and you know, as soon as you see that notification, Puppy Paw and Wham are like, okay, let's go fuck him.
Well, or Wham saying, I'm Imperial Age.
That too. I think he is building the Swabia right now, and he is about halfway done already with the Palace of Swabia. And we talked about a gold printer out of those relics, but you're printing gold, you're printing villagers. It's going to be devastating for CSO and Louis to try to deal with. Looks like Louis is going to hit the Castle Age button pretty soon as well. Nope, we're on income permitted again. Cow is debating both of us.
Yeah, I mean, Puppy's at the point, though, he is getting raided, he is taking some damage, but he's at the point where I think his Night Mass can just about, like, 1v2, and he doesn't even need to do that anymore, because Wham, he's about to get the little Golden Knights, Elite, and be able to mass way more and just take over the whole entire game. Remember, Wham has this farm transition that's under the chapel that is just having this mass inspiration, has a ton of passive gold income already, and so gonna be very, very easy for him. We're seeing a rushed keep down for CSO, trying to protect himself up. I don't know if that's gonna go up. Running again with the villagers and taking some more damage.
Yeah, look at, oh my god, this entire game has just been villagers running for their lives. If I'm a villager in this game, I'm scared to death, and these knights are putting the fear of God in me. That keep ends up getting canceled, not going to be able to go up, and now Wham with those Castle Age knights are trying to create reinforcements over there on the south side, looking particularly to smell some of those villagers, creating more idle time. Now CSO does have those veteran knights, but again, doesn't necessarily have enough of them. He's waiting for that elite knight upgrade. It looks like we got about 15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds, and by the time you see those things get a delectable golden color, Louis MT, CSO, they got to be running away.
Yeah, I mean, this already is starting to feel really, really bad for them. Puppy Paw, he doesn't even need to age up, but look at where he is. He's out on all these other resources out on the map, not having to make the farm transition. He's on boar, on gold, on deer, on berries. And so a lot easier for him to gather up these resources, especially when now he gets to rely on his good old teammate to take over the game and just win it from here.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. I mean, if Puppy Paw really wanted to go to Castle Age himself, you know, because he is an age behind, as you see that farm transition from the Aachen has been completed, so it's probably around 2,000 food per minute. I would imagine Wham is going to be going for those elite knights, get that really, really good charge. They're even going to take the fight with those Kremlin gremlins and end up going down. Cow is taking a look at Blacksmith, noticing that no Blacksmith technologies, but again, these are Imperial Knights, and they have just pound for pound one of the best units in the game. So as long as he continues to put the pressure on, he could even do so much as sling his brother if he really needed to, just because of how many relics he has and how much food per minute he has to try to get Puppy Paw up.
Almost spots out that second TC. Instead, though, he's just going to clean the rest of Louis' knights. And this is the point where now, every time these knight engagements happen, you're going to see a lot more teal knights fall than yellow. And it's just going to continue to happen that way. And then if you try to run, you just slowly take charges. You see a couple more fall, and now Wham's not even taking damage on his.
Yeah, and that's so frustrating. That's what makes knights really set the tone. If you're that part of the battle and you have the stronger knights, if you're paying over a little bit to the western side, Puppy Paw does hit Castle Age. What I would assume would end up being the Royal Institute as well, because they're trying to end this game with all the knights that they have. Louis MT is definitely a raidable target as the Roos right now, because he's been sitting on 2 TCs for a long time, and he's been sitting on professional scouts. He's been able to get a little bit of deer. So this is for Louis MT. He's got to realize he's got a bullseye on his back.
Yeah, I mean, at least does have a few bit of some knights left on over. He's still been producing them pretty well. Villagers garrison inside. They're actually still starting to gather berries. They don't even care. And Louis actually pushes away this little knight push from Wham. But as this is happening, Wham is just continuing to have more villagers, more income, more farms, more inspiration. All of a sudden, we're going to look over at Wham's economy. He's going to be actually not only the economy, he's going to be max population in the next, 5 minutes or so. Meanwhile, he's at 106 now. Give it a couple minutes and we'll see. But meanwhile, CSO, he dropped a second TC. He's about to drop a third. He's trying to start climbing up. But while he's doing that, his food income was nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, it just, to do things like boom in this particular regard, you see a random Royal Knight just from that Wolo a little bit before, but just because CSO is trying to do this, this is going to take, I mean, not only food that you talked about, but it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time to do this. For a TC, it takes about 6 minutes for it to pay off. I don't know, based on PuppyPaw and how much Night Mass that he has, how much he's going to be able to generate, and how much Wham is going to be able to generate. I don't know if he has 6 minutes here.
No, and I don't think they do, but he's gonna try his best to rely on his teammate to create some space for him. The problem there is usually the way to do that is raiding your opponent, but there's so many reinforcements coming from Wham and Puppy, they could just clear up the small little night raids that go with their reinforcements and still stay into the base of CSO and Louis.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing again what is going on with these Knights, trying to split them up. That keep finally goes up for CSO, so those Knights are going to be a little bit cheaper. I would imagine PuppyPaw might want to try to do the same thing just to get Knights as cheap as humanly possible. They're going to be trying to find some villagers where that Rus Kremlin is. That Kremlin, again, just has that little bit of damage from those Dark Age Spearmen, not making too much of an impact. But again, usually I narrate, Dabston, on what makes up the front line, what makes up the back line for range damage, but it's all just Knights throwing their swords at each other, and Wham's just adding a couple spearmen for good measure.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where they're just assigned to end the game now. It's Knights and Knights and Knights and Knights, and it's fun to cast this because it's just a lot of raiding. You know what it's not fun to do is observe this as the observer. So big shout out to Cal here on this one. Split screen's definitely helped on out a bit, but Wham and Puppy look to finally be making the moves to just end the game here now. Second TC might get burned down here in a little bit, but more importantly, Louis' economy, as he's making more of a farm transition, is just getting demolishedly just crippled over here. I don't know what he's going to be able to do. He's not going to be able to make new Knights, and after this, they're going to head right back over to CSO again.
Yeah, but this massive farm migration means that more Knights aren't going to be able to come out, and we're watching red, we're watching yellow taking out teal. I don't see CSO anywhere. Mod check, hello, CSO, where are your Knights at right now? He's got about 5 of them looking around doing some sort of counter raids. We have idle villagers. Cal is trying to do the best he can to try to find a blue army, but it's not around.
And now this is at a point too where I think we're seeing some reinforcements now hit the base of CSO. That is not Louis' army. That is not Louis' Knights. Those are villagers, and CSO throws in the towel. Louis throws in the towel. Game number 1, Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, goes over to Puppy and Wham.
Man, that's a really good, to be honest, that's a really good team name because you can say it at the end when they win a game. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, this is for somebody who loves cavalry in this game. You know how much I love Knights. Watching this game was so much fun. It's just so much fun. Usually for all 4 of these players, you got to keep your head on a swivel to make sure your Knights don't end up going down, make sure your villagers don't end up getting raided. And for Louis MT, I mean, I'm going to give him a lot of props in this particular game because the fact that he was able to get a Night Mass like that, do the raiding he was able to do while doing professional scouts and getting things like microing those deer to pick up the carcasses and move over. Like, I mean, I know they did lose that game, but that's mad props to him.
Yeah, but enough of game number 1. This is a series. We're jumping on in it. Game number 2. PuppyPaw and Wham are leading 1-0. Puppy's in the yellow, playing as Japan. Wham is in the blue, playing as the English. Already dropping some early farms as well. And what do we have on the other side?
We have spawning in on the other side. We had CSO in the color orange playing as the French. Yet again, actually, in Louis MT, we're going to see a sequel. Louis MT going to be playing as the Rus in the color red. as well, spawning on this side. And I think just based on taking a look at this map, is this the first time we're seeing high view?
I think this might be the first time we've been seeing high view, definitely at least today. My big question here is obviously Wham and Puppy both have civs that are pretty hard to raid and actually dive the base, especially if we see Japan upgrade their TC, invest into some defenses. They usually get those outposts on their gold with arrow slits involved early on, and makes it very hard to get some night raids early, and that kind of is where you need to have the biggest effect with your knights. Is you want to hit some vills early, you want to kind of start the snowball.
Yeah, honestly, for the Japanese, they have some of these little small things that make them a little bit more defensive, because you talked about, some of the passive stone to get your arrow slits and all that kind of stuff. And what I've noticed from playing as Japan, you have this little area when you hit feudal age, and your Kuro storehouse hasn't made a lot of farms yet, obviously. So you're going to be dependent on berries to get your best gather rate if you have Tawara, and Takazaiku is the second upgrade for the Japanese. So you're still, you have this area from minute probably 4 to 4.5 to 7, 7.5, where you are quite rateable. This is one of the situations that in a 1v1 situation, if you're French, if you're a Jeanne d'Arc or some kind of Knight Civ and you're going up against Japan, you're able to do a decent amount of damage in this time. And I think that's going to be CSO's real time to strike. If he does a lot of damage to Puppy Paw in that particular juncture, Puppy Paw can't get that fast castle as the Japanese love to do with Mounted Samurai. It could prove to be quite the issue. We see Wham going to be going up into feudal age with the Abbey of Kings. That first coronation is free of charge. And it looks like with that king and just creating that tempo, it's so important.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one where this allows some of that early pressure to get relieved. You have the king, you can dive into some knights, you can run on away, get healed up, kind of make sure that first knight stays on their side of the map early on. If not, you hit their gold, you hit their berries, and if they don't have a knight there to defend it, they're going to be taking some damage. I love the positioning of the Kura storehouse as well. You've been seeing this a lot more, tucked up next to the TC, allows all those farms basically to be super safe, and allows you to save wood with the lumber camp on the wood line.
Yeah, especially I know Cal is pointing this out based on the normal rotation of the map. The Kura storehouse and the very first farm that comes out ends up being to the northwest of the storehouse, so it's going to be right next to the town center. So that's really going to help him out and maybe hopefully make sure he can mitigate any kind of that damage that comes in. Louis MT, if you're playing on Highview and you're the Roos, you're licking your chops. The Roos is a civilization that now that he's paired up with CSO as the French, maybe he doesn't necessarily need to go into Knights as soon as possible because he knows CSO is going to be doing that. So Louis can do something like 2TC. Maybe they draw this game out a little longer, and Roos Imperial is very scary to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I will say at that point, though, every single civ at this point, Imperial Age in this game, is pretty scary to deal with. You have French that becomes essentially unraidable with their TCs having ARBs from the Red Palace, and Louis has the late game Roos. You got Wham with English and then Japanese as well. But I don't think we're going to be getting to the late game here. I think this one is really going to be kind of where we saw last game happen. If we see an extended feudal age by some civs, I think we're going to have one player that's going to have this faster castle age timing and really have it start to pay off if, like I said, the feudal age ends up extending.
Yeah, and I guess, I would definitely err on the side of that than something like an Imperial Age. It looks like Louis MT with his bounty going to be at 375. Wham's doing the best he can, try to get rid of some of these wolves, but from playing on Highview, a lot of wolves out here. There's some good deer packs out here, and you can see those boars. They're mostly spawning in the corners, but relatively safe. If CSO, his teammate, does a good job at maintaining a little bit of map control, that could be good eaten for Louis MT if he wants to try to go out to try to get some of those. CSO does have a Royal Knight, gets a good charge on that king. That scout being very helpful in that stealth forest. If you're playing Highview, you got to make sure you're scouting all over the place, because that's the only way you're going to see through the damn place. And that king trying to get a little bit of raids, but even though it's free, not as good as a Royal Knight. They will lose.
Yeah, not by any means, but one of the things I will say is it's accomplishing its job. That first night, it turned right around in the stealth forest. It just started chasing the king. And guess what? That king, it's essentially back to full health. It's healed up from that charge, and now it's causing idle time on the gold. And guess what? Wham hasn't taken any damage, hasn't caused any idle time, or hasn't had to have any idle time. He has caused it. And now he's causing even more, taking trades with the knight, and that knight doesn't have chivalry yet. It costs a lot to get chivalry early, and you don't want to be spending into it. You want to be making more knights.
Yeah, it's quite an expensive technology, isn't it? Being at 100 wood and 200 gold, just having, it takes you to the point where you might not be able to make a knight. What is going on with these early rams here at Dabston? We're 6 minutes, 20 seconds into the game. WamT is making a couple archers, and he's just going to Ram Ranch for Puppy Paw. He notices that Puppy Paw is trying to get some fast castle going on. He's got a decent amount of food stockpiled, got a little bit of gold stockpiled, and has a couple outposts, but WamT, he's really got something to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Ram Ranch, it's time. It's the old boar play. He's got ranges out, and he just wants to stop this naked fast castle. Puppy did the double outposts on either side of the gold. I believe he just got arrow slits in both of them, and then even getting range damage in as well as textiles. So he sees the rams, and he's ready to pull the vills and burn the rams down. So now this is the point where Louis, he can't just go in with one ram. It's going to have to be two, or else this just gets burnt and all in.
Oh yeah, exactly. And we're seeing we're seeing a replay of the clown car strategy. These archers are trying to go in to get hits on him, but these archers, they're not Zugnu. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them to do a lot of damage. I think this works a lot better if you're Zushi's Legacy, and it looks like those knights from CSO trying to help him out. It looks like there's about 4 knights. Wham's got a king of his own, but you might be thinking, Wham, is he going to start to make units? Number one. Number two, is he going to be able to save his teammate here? It looks like Puppy Paw, he does have the macro. I just saw 1,200 food and 600 gold go away. That landmark button is there right to the northeast of that yellow town center. So you will be floating that gate, suspending it in midair, and hopefully he has the ability to drop a stable and get some mounted samurai in, because that's what's going to save him.
Yeah, and Wham definitely has some units coming across, has some spears, has some longbows, so we'll be able to not only snipe out the archers on the other side, but we'll be able to kind of defend on up from the knights as well. And Puppy, you can't forget, he has double the outposts with the steel arrow upgrade in it as well do so much more damage than what people realize to the knights and to the archers when no ranged armor is upgraded.
Oh yeah, I mean, it'll be able to, if he did garrison, I think it would be able to really take down this archer mass. And it looks like they're going black in their clown car. They will be able to take down some of these outposts, but the thing of it is, take a look at Puppy Paw's resources on the top left part of screen, Dabs. He's already got about 500, so to make some samurai, he doesn't really need this gold yet. He can kind of try to get that gold back with a couple mounted samurai from the gold he's already got.
Yeah, and that was a really, really nice job. He pulled a lot more villagers over to the gold, maybe more than what was needed, but there was a good reasoning for it. Does he even have a stables built?
I don't see a stable here, Dab.
I don't see anything. That was that naked of a fast castle. Looks like he's just now dropping off the wood, and we know he's waiting for that stables. He needs to place it in a solid position, though. There it is. Going over to that north side of his town center, making sure it's safe and secure, and he is rushing that thing down.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things, obviously, if you're an optimal base builder, you might not want that stable in that particular area, but he's just trying to be safe, for the Japanese. He has some of his sheep, which are going to be safe. He got half of his berries, so his sheep were able to be preserved a little bit. The food is pretty much the only thing that's pretty safe for him. It's really nice for the Japanese, too. Once you hit Castle Age, you put a box, you put a Yorishiro right into that stable. Mounted Samurai start getting cranked out every 11 seconds. So he's going to have 2 or 3 to help him out. I just don't know if that quality is going to supersede the quantity that he's facing.
Well, the fortunate thing is he does have his brother to rely on. He's securing up a relic from the backside, just sneaking it on through, had a couple knights walk on by, and this is one of the things about Highview. Their stealth forest, the knight didn't spot out the monk, and he is just walking right on through and secures up a relic.
And that kind of stuff is really important. I mean, as Wham is trying to scout and get an idea of what's going on, where those archers are, where those rams are, but getting that relic obviously is 80 gold per minute. His next Yoroshiru, his next box, he can put in the forge for another 75 gold per minute. It's like having 2 relics. And then you're at the point where you start to get a couple relics, you have a couple Yoroshiru in forges. Do you even need that gold mine at all?
Yeah, and being denied off of it, one of the things we saw was CSO and Louis were starting to reposition where their armies were fighting. Kind of wanted to split in between Wham and Puppy rather than fighting on the gold. And this allowed Puppy to go back and reclaim his gold again, though.
Yeah, that's really nice. Those 5 mounted samurai doing damage, taking down those rams, making sure ram branch doesn't happen. The refractive armor is gone, so those knights are going to have some good charges in that particular area. This is really a hell-bent all-in for French and Roos, and this is something that we don't really see too often. I mean, you see French and Roos usually on different teams because they both want to make knights, but let's not slouch on the ability for the Roos and their wood economy to make this archer ball. We're getting to this critical mass where you might be starting to think about siege.
Yeah, the only thing I'm scared for CSO and Louis is that mounted samurai mass. It is actually starting to climb on up, and it's not like it's just the mounted samurai. They have longbows and spears to defend this up as well. Spears starting to step forward, longbows starting to step forward. Fight is being taken, and Puppy and Wham, as long as they can hold, as long as they can clean this up. Remember, Puppy's castle age and has been getting upgrades in, has more of these units coming on out, and this is, what did I say before this started? The extended feudal is where they want to play this when one person goes castle. They're happy with this. This is looking better and better for the Canadian bros yet again.
Yeah, I'll be honest with that fight. I mean, I think CSO probably had somewhere around double or 1.5 times the amount of Royal Knights out of the orange side than Puppy Paw did have Mounted Samurai. And I think it just goes to show how strong those Mounted Samurai really are. He only lost a couple. He did a good job of trying to pull back some of those low health Mounted Samurai because, again, those Shinto priests that you're getting for free, you're going to be able to heal them up. Louis hits his oh shit button because he realizes that these Mounted Samurai aren't something that he's going to be able to deal with. So those Kremlin Gremlins are going to be coming out. And this is the one way to counter some of those gremlins. They have a time frame of 65 seconds. So all you do, if you're the Roos, he hits that oh shit button, he pulls all of those things out, just wait 65 seconds and then go back in.
Yeah, and one of the keys here, look at how much damage CSO's knights are taking from that longbow mass. There's a huge difference in how much range damage does to feudal age knights comparative to castle age knights. And not only castle age knights, we're talking about castle age mounted samurai as well. And so that was also the big difference during that fight, is when the longbows, when the archers didn't get microed to the other side, then that was where, you know, CSO was actually taking damage compared to Puppy, not really.
Oh, yeah. I mean, with the Mounted Samurai and having that much armor, you're exactly right. You know, they're going to be able to deal with that. A couple more Royal Knights end up going down. We see a little bit of a Wolo on the north side trying to get some villagers, get a little cheeky with it. Not going to be able to get it. But it looks like Wham, with how much he's able to make, and this is such a strong, powerful thing about English, because he made a lot of longbows, right? He made a lot of spearmen. That's a decent amount of food. But because his farms are so good, look at how many resources he's stockpiling. He's at about 1,000 food. Might he be thinking about Castle Age 2?
Yeah, I mean, this is the point where Puppy has now given Wham the breathing room to go to castle. Wham's fully walled on up. He's protected up his base as English. Now he says, all right, Puppy, you go do your job. Have some fun with your mounted samurais. Do some raids. Kill a bunch of villagers. Do whatever you want. And let me match up with your castle age, and I'll be there in just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he could still, and the great thing about it is he can still use some of the army that he has, right? He's got a decent amount of Mounted Samurai now that gold is stabilized. Louis MT is going to beat Wham to the Castle Age variety, however, going to be going with that high trade house. Getting that veteran archer upgrade is going to be so important, especially even though Mounted Samurai, you know, do a good job at trying to take down some of that archer fire and refract some of that archer fire. You will have the ability as the Roos to do things like crossbowmen if you do so choose. And it looks like the CSO trying to find some safe place to gather any resources at all. He's got a lumber camp in a different dimension.
And Wham is going up as well. We all are going into the Castle Age, but the key was Puppy was the first one there. He was there for a while, and he didn't take damage from the all-in. So didn't pay off. He's been securing up relics. He's been getting more and more upgrades, all the sorts. So Puppy's really going to be the one that's on the level above everyone else in the game right now.
Yeah, and I think it's really nice for Japan, and I think they're pretty synergistic when it comes to that Castle Age, because you could do things like upgrade, you know? I mean, you just saw for Puppy Paw, the Daimyo Manor came in, so the amount of food that he's able to get out of his farms is going to be really, really important. Wham is going to be taking a fight, and Puppy Paw, obviously, is going to be taking a fight right under where that Royal Institute is, right under where that town center is. But the thing about CSO, his villagers are all over the place, especially on that eastern corner of the map. That's where his gold is, that's where his food is, all that kind of stuff. So he's able to sit under the town center and try to take down some of these buildings because he's got no town center arrow fire.
Yep, doesn't really have to worry about it. And even if there was some town center arrow fire, there are so many units, and these are some tanky units that aren't going to be taking too much from it. Mounted Samurai starting to spread out a little bit, starting to try to find some different spots to raid. Meanwhile, Wham, he's making sure his army stays grouped, stays together, and does not lose that English ball, that English mass.
And look how much better those veteran archers are doing. Now that he finally gets that upgrade, those veteran archers are really helping out, at least able to do a little bit of pretty much anything. There's a wolf over there, Bitey Infantry. The Gaia going to be helping Wham and Puppy Paw out as well. There are so many, oh my God, Dabs, there are so many villagers over here. They got to get out.
And I mean, there's a lot of units here, longbows. The king is here as well. And not only are there red villagers, CSO, he's moving over there to the gold, and just so much eco damage, a lot of idle time as well. Archers of Louis MT are on their way over, but now they're having to face the longbows, and not only the longbows, there's more mounted samurai that aren't too far off. So if they come into play, we might just see the big army clash, the game deciding clash here in the next couple minutes. Longbows still kiting, doing the best they can to still snipe out as many archers, use their range the best as possible. And holy mounted samurai, I was like, wow, there's not that many. And then I saw the next mass.
You're exactly right. That was wild. All of those reinforcements coming in on the western side. CSO doing the best he can to bide a little bit of time. Royal Bloodlines waiting to come in. Now it does. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of a charge, but the thing of it is, Mounted Samurai, there's about double. They do have a bannerman that's going to be able to help out. Mounted Samurai do not get the charge, but will be making up the front line. Longbowmen are going to be doing the best they can to try and snipe down some of these knights. Veteran archers not going to be as good at dealing with that, but remember, these knights for CSO, they are pseudo-imperial knights. They're going to take a lot of mounted samurai hits, and before you know it, this was a battle. As soon as this one started, I thought it was going to go the way of the brothers, but it looks like the opposite ended up happening. There's about 5 or 6 royal knights from CSO that are still on the battlefield. Puppy Paw is going to have to rely on reinforcements, rely and continue to go back in the raiding direction. This was not the battle I was expecting, and not the result that I thought was going to happen.
No, a lot of the reinforcements were just still continuing to pop out for CSO and Louis, able to get there just a little bit quicker, but longbows are still alive, have still been kiting back this whole time, and watch them just continue to clean those lower health knights, continue to just clean on the way out. But every time they turn, they're going to start taking damage, so I wouldn't be too surprised. Oh, looks like Louis don't want to chase it on in.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't see any scout in this particular area, so maybe you ended up losing some vision as well, and maybe there was a possibility of that happening. Now, it looks like Louis MT going to maybe making a little bit of an army composition transition, and going to be going with, instead of archers, going to be mixing in some crossbowmen, which are going to be really good against those mounted samurai.
Oh, they found the gap in the walls.
Uh-oh. Well,
I don't know where he's headed. Oh, the relic.
Definitely took the long way. Robert Frost would be proud. That's the road less traveled by, that's for sure. Looks like all of these longbowmen are going to take out their frustration on that lumber camp, which is fantastic. If you're Puppy Paw now, you have, you've been going with mounted samurai. Are you thinking about making a change yourself?
I think at this point, you just keep pumping the mounted samurai on up. You kind of rely on English to just throw in maybe a few more spears to be their front line to kind of hold with their longbows, and just continue up your Mounted Samurai. They're a fun unit. They're a great unit to deal with, and you split off a few into the economy as well throughout all this to continue the raiding party.
Yeah, and I think just because of the mobility of them, right? I mean, they're really trying to go after this Roost base, which is really interesting. Now there's enough Mounted Samurai that are going to be able to help out. I think for CSO, one of the big issues for him is he had to migrate a lot of those food villagers, right? He had to migrate a lot of those areas. He was getting berry bushes. He was getting a deer pack over there. That Night Mass does not look as strong as I thought it was going to be. He had 5 or 6 of those knights at the end of the battle, but now he's continuing to be there. I'm seeing PuppyPaw starting to get a little bit of upgrades.
Wololo coming in?
I don't know where it is. Where's that Wololo? We're not sure. All right, these mounted samurai are going to be able to back up just around where those pseudo-imperial royal knights are. Those longbowmen are going to help snipe one of them out because there's got to be about 60 to 70 longbowmen at this point. So these royal knights are going to be doing some really good job. The crossbowman in the back, though, for Louis MT might be really good. CSO actually wants to call it. That was the game.
And I mean, that fight, it just didn't, the one right before that went so well for CSO and Louis, but the big problem was the fights kept happening in their bases. So they slowly were losing eco, they slowly were losing ground, and they never had that long-term food economy. Japan, they had the early farm transition automatically. English, they were constantly dropping farms in place. So that's why they were able to constantly reinforce, constantly keep the flow going. And Roos and French, all of a sudden, they lost the deer packs, they lost the berries, and then they lost their steam as well with the raids. So clean 2-0, but definitely still made them work for it. Wham and Puppy moving on into the finals to play against the schizophrenic multitaskers of Baltoon and Crackety.
And you know, it's funny because we were talking about our predictions and stuff off camera, and these were the kind of two that we almost expected. You know, I mean, we saw a lot of Crackety and Baltoon team games on Crackety's channel, and he does such a good job. You know, they do such a good job of communicating and talking to one another. It seems like Wham and Puppy Paw have a little bit of telepathy because I haven't, to be honest, I haven't seen both of them in the same room, so I don't know if they're two separate people. They look kind of the same. So maybe they have the ability to read each other's minds, right? And try to get in and get some little bit of synchrony going with its 2-0 over at Louis, MT, and CSO. However, the team of Elephant is not out yet. They're going to be as a part of the losers semifinals. It looks like Team Elephant and COPIUM will be in that loser semifinals. Remember, COPIUM is between Beastie Cutie and Core. So as of right now, when it comes to the tournament, the standings and how many players, or how many teams I should say, are left, we started with qualifiers last week. We started with, I think there was a total of about 40 teams, something in that regard when it came to qualifiers, when it came to the main event. Dabber, we're down to 4.
Yeah, the final 4 teams, and now we're at the point where, you know, the top 3, they're getting the prizes from Steel Series and some money, some rewards in play as well. And so this is some big games on the line here. But before we start showing you the finals, we're going to take a quick little break, get some refreshments, you know, go to the bathroom, maybe get a little snack here and there. And we'll be back here in about 2 minutes. And then we'll probably be jumping right on into that finals that we were talking about.
Yep, sit and hang out, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. and welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being in the break. We are now out of it, and we have a great absolutely great, guys. Thanks. This is fantastic. Can everybody in chat put a 1 in chat if you can hear me, please? I would appreciate that very much.
Yeah,
They
we're
say
back.
sound back. 1. Okay, fantastic. Thank you guys.
2.
Face
Thanks, Faye.
Face says 2. You son of a no, I'm kidding. Welcome.
32. I don't know where we're going to now.
So we are going to be jumping in. I know you guys might not have heard, but instead of game number 1, we're going to be jumping in to game number 2 between WamBam, thank you, man, which is Wham, and Puppy Paw, along with Schizophrenic Multitaskers, which is Balltoon and Crackety. Wham and Puppy Paw. I don't even have time to do these introductions. Holy shit, we are moving. We are moving. Balltoon, color blue, playing as French. Crackety, HRE, in the teal. Who are the brothers Dabston? Tell us about it.
Puppy in the red, playing JD. Wham in the yellow, playing Molly. We saw, I believe, the previous series. I don't think we've seen the Civ combination of JD and Molly coming out from Puppy Paw and Wham yet in the brackets here, though.
Well, one of the things, honestly, Dabston, that we haven't seen, and I don't remember casting a Jean d'Arc game at all. So this is really, really nice for Puppy Paw playing the color red, where I can watch my wife rain havoc all over this map, which it looks like prairie in this particular juncture. This is a really good map for Jean d'Arc and the French in general. HRE, you really like to play this map just because of that big gold mine that's over there and the ability to get things like sheep and how many there are in prairie. And if you're the Mali, you have that giant gold vein, that big gold vein on the northwestern side of Puppy Paw's base that he's able to slap a couple houses and a pit mine on. So it's going to be really, really good for him. These are 4 civs on prairie. I would love picking.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those that there's a reason why they picked these exact civs. It was prairie, and these are some of the first ones that come to mind. Makes it very, very easy to just kind of chill under your base. And, from there, you just get to the spots that you want to. HRE gets up to castle, Molly gets to their cow boom, and we're all good to go.
Yeah, I mean, we see Mali in team games time and time again. You pair him with a pretty aggressive civilization, like a Jean d'Arc or like a French, and it ends up working out very well. Look at all of those houses. I'll tell you what, it takes a village, doesn't it? All of those houses coming up, going to be able to get a mining camp to make sure he gets all of that sweet, sweet passive gold. But the one thing about it, Dabber, is that pit mine, it's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the mining camp location as Kyle was hovering over and we're laughing about there. He had the mining camp a little bit further on the outside. Usually you want it tucked up nice on the side of your TC, as now Balltoon probably gets a scout of that and goes, all right, sweet. I know where my first night's going to end up going to.
I mean, that's the place you have to put it, right? I mean, the thing of it is, though, when you're up against somebody like a Jean d'Arc, from somebody who plays this Civ a decent amount, if you're able to disrupt her, if you're able to, get into that gold mine, if you're able to disrupt maybe any kind of food source that's going on, it could be difficult for JD to mass up a night mass that's really going to help her out. Now, Wham's going to be going with that Mansa Quarry again. Shout out Mansa Musa, richest man in the West. And he will be able to get a little bit of that passive gold along with that pit mine. Look at all of those sheep from Puppy Paw Dabber. We saw him take some off of Balltoon just a minute or two ago. This food is not going to be rateable.
It seems like he might have had a little bit of some idling problems before that, though. Might have got a little distracted with himself, grabbing up some of those sheeps, and looks like he had to go over to some of those stragglers maybe a little bit earlier than he wanted to admit to.
Yeah, that little bit of extra, and you can see how much wood the puppy paw has. He's got about 250, and you might be thinking we're nitpicking if you're listening in and watching in. However, you know, that little bit means maybe your first night doesn't come out too quickly. Crackety does go up with the HRE, and most likely will be as a part of that Aachen Chapel, which is going to be right next to that gold mine. You can see it on the northwestern side. It's going to be right next to that gold mine, right next to where some of that food is. Some of these houses from Wham, however, just because Baltoon and Crackety both went second scout and will be able to take down these houses. When you were playing Dabston and you were playing on Prairie, were you a second scout kind of guy?
I mean, yes, absolutely. You got to do. This is one of the maps. It's, you know, sometimes it feels bad going second scout. This is not one of those. It always feels good. It just makes it to where, you know, when you come home with 10 extra sheep than your opponent, you immediately go, oh, that's worth the, what is it, 90 food or 70 food? I don't even know how much a scout is anymore. I think 90. Okay, I was right the first time. I gotta trust myself. So, oh wait, 90 and 70. I'm a genius.
Wait, what? What the fuck? No.
Molly Scouts calls for.
Yeah, no, I know. But yeah, I mean, getting the ability to get a second scout on Prairie just because of how much. Whoa, JD is T-posing her way over there. She's literally a witch because of her ability to float across the map. We'll be taking. She's still doing it. What is going on? Look at her.
they're just running. They're like, I gotta get out of here, bro.
This is a horror film. Watching that. Look at her.
Those scouts are gonna go back to the French village. They're gonna go back home, and Baltoon's villagers, they're not gonna know what to do. They're gonna be like, you won't believe the shit we saw. You don't want to know.
Oh my god! I think until JD gets level 3, I think we're gonna be seeing her do this. This is what's gonna happen. Holy shit, that's funny. God damn it, it's still going. You know, it's just Faye put it in chat particularly well. This is historically accurate, Jeanne d'Arc. Just having her be that witch that she is, getting that little whirly do, as I like to call it, that holy wrath, making sure that those knights get a little bit of damage, which is really helpful. Cow is looking at what the French are doing in Baltoon, having the wall around that gold mine. It just means JD isn't going to be able to deal with you. Although maybe I don't put it past Jeanne d'Arc for her ability to teleport at this point.
Yeah, I mean, taking a note out of Beastie's book with those little short walls by your gold. I've seen him do it so many times. He was the first one I saw do it, and it was. I remember him doing it against 3DB when he was getting village or spearman rushed by Order of the Dragon, and it was just like an auto win early on because the spearman ran into the town center fire. 3DB immediately FF'd. Well, now you know you're seeing it. You easily can protect up your gold. Yeah, your villagers are kind of stuck in there, so might have to delete your walls at some point. But nice and safe gold for Baltoon. Won't have to worry about Puppy Paul's night raids.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really nice because you know Jeanne d'Arc, she's going to be floating around trying to kill Boar, obviously, and they're going to have knights to try to help her out. They are a French variant, after all, so you're going to see some of that be coming in. Looks like she will try to take one of these other Boar. Actually pops a heal to make sure that Pork doesn't get pulled enough to kill her. But that plus 25 obviously going to be helpful, and hopefully she can break out of whatever frozen pose she's in.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting closer and closer. Securing up double Boar is something you will never complain about. Maybe even going to take the journey over towards the French Boar, although would be quite risky without an escort from your own knights.
Oh, yeah, especially when you're just running around. Now, what's really nice for Crackety, he does get that fast castle up. He does get Burgrave. He realizes what is the important unit right now, and it is Spearman. I mean, Baltoon is French, so he's going to have his knights. We know Puppy Paw for Jeanne d'Arc is going to have their knights as well. And while Wham is starting to get his cow boom, he's starting to get his pit mines, it's going to be really, really difficult for him to actually make a kind of presence on this map. And especially when you're playing Burgrave, the first 3 or 4 minutes are so important, you know, because you get all of those barracks together, you better be able to produce out of it, and you better be able to make an impact.
Yeah, exactly that. You're seeing both of the Molly and HRE players go into their spears, well, Donzos and spears, and starting to fight each other. But these are of the veteran variety for Crackety, but he is severely outnumbered No JD here, so taking the fight doesn't feel as bad, even if it is a losing fight, as if your unit dies, you're not feeding some XP. But right as JD shows up, it's like, all right, let's turn away, let's head for the hills, let's wait and regroup.
Yeah, I think I keep hearing that horn come in for JD every time Puppy Paw gets chosen, and you know that based on XP, she's nowhere near level 3. She's about 1/3 of the way. Baltoon doing a good job making sure he has the food, making sure he has the gold. Going to be able to add a third stable to make sure he gets a lot of knights. But look at what Wham's pulling on the other side. He had those Donzos, which obviously are going to be good against knights. But Musafati also mixed in might be able to do a little bit of damage against the Castle Age Spearman from Crackity as well.
I mean, and you can just see how important keeping up the knight numbers are. There's no sacrificing for a second town center at this point. There's no ability to kind of give up from anything other than knight production. If you lose just one knight, it is so big in the mirror matchup or close to mirror matchup with French versus JD.
Yeah, and you know, it kind of begs a question for me too, because I've seen this a lot from JD play. I was surprised I didn't see Archer in this particular juncture, because you know you're going to be going up against a Night Civ. She's really, really good at trying to snipe down some of those low health knights. I'm not sure if that Holy Wrath is going to be doing too much, but now we've kind of segregated into a couple 1v1 situations. You know, the Mali is going to be able to try to do the best they can and get a little bit of a boom, and it looked like Puppy Paw was dealing with Knights of Baltoon. Now they're starting to come together, and if you're Wham and Puppy Paw, where are you pretty much looking to go? I mean, I feel like the French might not be as rateable with those walls, and HRE and Castle, you let them sit for too long, it's going to be an issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, the fortunate thing is Crackity did go up with the Burgrave. I'm not sure if I've seen a monastery get dropped yet, so no relics starting to be secured. But again, the longer this goes, whenever you see a 3 feudal, 1 castle play, the longer this goes for the castle player, just the better and better it becomes. You already start to see a few farms come into play, his food's not as risky, and you should start to see him slowly secure up some relics. He gets Castle Age upgrades like you see on the men-at-arms, like you see on the spears. A good old whirly do, but not as good as it could have been. And main engagement starting to go down. This is where JD finally will be getting some XP. But is it going to be a good fight that they want to end up taking? JD actually steps a little bit far forward, uses her heal, and is just barely able to kite out, staying alive. She's at like 1 health and ends up falling. And now the main fight, either way it goes, at least you're not feeding JD XP. A lot of the teal units, though, they seem spread out. Seems like a lot of the spears ended up falling.
Honestly, this was not a fight that I expected to go in this particular way. I mean, Jeanne d'Arc, I figured, was going to be the one unit that was really going to help them. Ended up floating her way to heaven, and hopefully will be rebought back very soon. But it looks like even with Crackity being in Castle Age, he had Castle Age Spearman against a lot of those knights from Puppy Paw. He still had to back up. I think for Wham, those Donzos that he had, complemented with the Musafati, did a lot more damage than you might think. Puppy Paw trying to get a little bit of a raid over here on the north side. Again, we're talking about Prairie, ladies and gentlemen. So some of these food resources are going to be a little sought after, going to be a little bit far out of harm's way, so creating a little bit of idle time in that particular juncture. Musafati going to be doing really well for Wham against the army composition of Crackity, because we're seeing a little bit of spearmen, but most of these are men-at-arms with heavy maces.
Yeah, and I mean, those Musafatis, even being feudal age, they are a super hard counter against those men-at-arms. We talked about it in an earlier game today. It's like they surprisingly have a decent amount of health, decent amount of damage that they're able to do overall, especially if you're taking the fight against your counters. And they also were hitting some knights during that, which, again, is one of the units that they counter as well in those main head-on engagements.
Yeah, this is it's just a really good composition, and I think the ability for the Musafatis to strike quickly as well, you know, for their attack speed, obviously they're going to be more than the Donzos are, so you're going to see some of these men-at-arms essentially get eaten up. Crackity's trying to add some land snakes in the mix too. I saw 1 or 2 of them, but they go down really quickly. Not sure if they were targeted or not, but Crackity, he has that technological advantage. He's trying to do what he can in terms of Castle Age to try to stop that Malian boom from happening, but I think now that we've eclipsed the 13.5-minute mark, he's got that second pit mine. Look at all of these cows. The damage is already done.
Yeah, damage has definitely been done. Crackity is not at the point where, you know, your Exodia, you got 3 relics, you got 4 relics, you're starting to grab more of them. I don't know if he has any still. And Wham is the one who's actually starting to get to the sweet spot with Molly. We saw the cattle ranch is basically fully filled up. We're seeing this massive yellow line get built across the map. And not only just yellow, we're starting to see Puppy even build a little bit of a wall here. So Puppy and Wham are getting pretty close to having just full map control on their side as far as walls go.
Yeah, I mean, just making sure you're not getting raided is obviously going to help against a player like Baltoon, who's going to be having knights in his own regard. And just because Puppy Paw is the only one with the mobility here, as you can see, they're getting a little bit of a 2v1 situation on a lot of these things. Spearmen, those cast-blade spearmen might end up getting a brace. Those men-at-arms with heavy maces are going to do a lot of good damage against those knights. You saw 3 or 4 of those Royal Knights go down rather in the blink of an eye. I think they wanted to wait for My Love to be in there and try to get some of that XP. And now that she's been reincarnated, no longer floating, I'm happy for her.
Yeah, somehow, some way, she figured out a way to ground herself and kind of stabilize it a little bit. A little bit of a raid coming in from Baltoon, but all of the villagers quickly jump inside the TC. He keeps diving past that TC, going into the wood line. Quick gate being built for some other villagers, but finally, we're going to see, Textiles, though, coming in the clutch. Only one Vill goes down.
Yeah, this is so important, I feel like, when you're playing against a Jeanne d'Arc, because they usually, I mean, if they want to be aggressive, especially in a team game situation, they're going to sit on one town center. They're going to consecrate things like their stables, their town center, and all that kind of stuff. But if they don't have the villagers, even though they get a little bit of a discount on those knights, they're still expensive. You know, instead of 140, they're 105 food, but it's still a lot of food. So you want to make sure you're trying to raid, even though they're trying to be offensive and barrel down the face of you. But looking at how many knights Puppy Paw has right now, as you saw Wham go up with the crowd, looking at all of those knights in this particular instance, Baltoon again has to back up. We saw this when Puppy Paw and Wham were playing Louis. If you are a knight civilization and you're backing up against other knights, that's so dangerous for you.
Yeah, you always want to be the aggressor. This is also allowing the walls to completely finish if they so desire, if they want to make the rest of that investment. But now the fights, they're happening in Baltoon's base, so anytime that Puppy wants to split off 1 or 2 knights, they get to hit villagers, they start to do a lot more damage. Head-on engagements coming from Crackney versus Wham as well, and the base of Baltoon is getting dove upon by Puppy's Knights. He says, I have enough, I want to win this fight, causing a bunch of idle time, doing a bunch of damage as well, trading knights for knights.
Look at where Jeanne d'Arc was positioned in that particular area. Oh, she's got to get back there. This is sweet, juicy XP. You're going to love the way you look. I guarantee it. Get back in that battle. She starts going into Southeast. She's not going to get XP anymore. They just called it.
I mean, they did just call it. Again, another very clean game by Wham and Puppy Paw. So even though we saw Baltoon Crackney take down the likes of Core and Beastie, weren't able to do it in the finals here against Wham and Puppy Paw. But again, we've said it here before. This is not the last match for them, not the last series for them. They will have a chance in the Losers Redemption Grand Finals to get back up and get to play in a best of 5 in the Grand Finals. But we still got another series going on that are going to. So Schizos will be waiting in the Losers Finals for Elephant versus BanterBois.
Yeah, that was I'm actually surprised they kind of called the game there, to be honest. I mean, I get it for Prairie. I mean, you had a lot of it was difficult to get some of those outside food resources. I'm not sure around the Aachen Chapel from Crackney if he had those nice golden Aachen fields, right? I didn't know if his farm income was necessarily there. This is one of those things that we talk about the Mali over and over again and for how many unique units that they have while we're waiting for this next series to start. Talk about Mali, and they have such a unique kit, right? They have Dantos, they have Musafadis. The archers are pretty much the only thing that's relatively normal for the Malian Empire. And it just so happens that their kit works so well against a civilization like the HRE. You saw the archers be able to pick off those land snakes. You saw Musafadis being able to absolutely tear apart those men at arms with heavy maces and those spears. I mean, for the Malians and dealing with HRE spears, they're going to tell them where to shove those spears. That's for sure. So it was really easy for the Malians and Wham to get that boom, get those units out as quickly as possible. So really good 2-0, really good 2-0 for Wham and Puppy Paw. And while we're waiting for this next series to start again, just want to say thank you guys very much for being here. If you're very interested in some of these Devils 2v2 cups, I would highly recommend that you follow the stream because we're going to be seeing them. Big shout out to our administrators, which is HousedHorse and Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is kind of the assistant administrator, so we're just giving him menial tasks, but he still helps. And we're
Helps.
also and also big shout out to Steel Series. Our top 3 teams right now are going to be getting some Steel Series merchandise. And what's really important now is for the loser semifinals that's going to be coming up between Elephant and BanterBois, the winner gets a little bit of that sweet, sweet merchandise. I think third place gets mouse pads, if I remember correctly. So you want a mouse pad, you want to make sure that your DPS is good, you want to make sure you can micro your archers on some of those spears, you might want to win this game.
Well, I know to start out that little bit of before all the sponsor talk, you said, "Why? I don't know why they would have forfeited there on game 2. You didn't know if it was actually over." And it was one where we saw the 2 different fights with the split monitors, which also big shout out to Cal there with all the observer stuff that he's been doing, all the overlays. That's House did all the overlays, I think, but all the other stuff that Cal does throughout. And it was one where we saw Baltoon's base getting dove, lost the fight on that side. We saw Wham winning a fight against the Castle Age Crackety, and I kept talking about it. Crackety, he didn't have any relics. He didn't have the actual like Castle Age HRE play. It was the Burgrave Castle play. It's more this timing thing, and that timing did not pay off.
Yeah, and that kind of makes sense, right? I mean, we kind of discussed it too when that Burgrave got built. It's like, hey, you got to fucking do something, dude. With that Burgrave, you got to be printing shit. And the ability for him, or lack thereof, I would say, he did a good job, I think, initially of pumping out a decent amount of units. But again, you're just going up against a civilization that just happens to be a natural counter for you. It's also very nice to see Jeanne d'Arc get a nice little win. I just support her, Dabson. I love to see her win. You know, she deserves that.
You say that, but there's a lot of people that probably disagree. I'm one, I'll be indifferent. I'll just take the step back and be like, it is what it is type of thing. We're getting the overlays updated. Elephant is not up 2-0, or else the series would be over. It is 0-0. They're in game number 1. I believe they're about 20 or so minutes in. So we are going to go ahead and jump on in to game number 1 and go ahead and just continue the casting going, continue this great gameplay, great tournament, and just get right on into the action.
I want to say really, really quickly before that game starts, Beastie, thank you so much for the raid. We have an extra 1,000 people and change going to be coming in this 2v2 Devils Cup. We are in some of the best series that we've had to offer, guys. If you want to enjoy the rest of what this tournament has to offer, we will be covering all of it today. Loser semifinals, loser finals, grand final. Go ahead and hit that follow button. You're going to love the way you look, I guarantee it. We're diving in. In this series, we have Maria playing as the color blue, as the HRE. Nugify will be playing as the color teal, as the French. And that Team Elephant on the other side, we know how scary they are, Dabson. Tell me about them.
Yeah, we got orange CSO playing as the Roos, and in the color yellow, Louis MT playing as the English. And a very, very scary matchup here. I'm actually surprised to see the opposite side Civ swapped. I've seen Maria play French typically, or JD usually is on the Cavalry Civ, although Nug doing the same. Usually Nug's on the Cavalry Civ when they're playing with their third rando, Jeff. Who, I know they had to include because they needed a third person on the team, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff is going to be taking the sidelines, and hopefully the best thing that he can do, actually, as a part of BanterBois, is just getting a couple pom-poms, cheering from the side, watching his teammates, the A-team, do the best they can on this particular juncture. And I think we've seen, something like a French and HRE play together. We just saw some French and HRE from Baltoon and Crackety, and this just goes to show what ends up happening is Nugify, as the French, going to be going to Feudal Age, obviously with the School of Cavalry, going to be making a lot of these Royal Knights, while Maria, as the HRE, you have an ability to get aggressive, right? You're getting marching drills as early as possible, so some of those archers will be sprinting across the map in order to take you down, but also you have the ability to go fast castle if you want to. On the other side with CSO and Louis MT with Roos and English, it seems to be a little bit more of a defensive structure, although English can really pack a punch with those longbows too.
Yeah, this is the first time we have seen the CSO and Louis not playing the Roos French combo of double knights and just all just aggression. But I'm assuming that is probably because they had French and JD banned on out from them. So we'll kind of see what their game plan differences are here. But ooh, CSO, every single game we have seen him on the Roos, he has just had so much bounty so early on. Obviously, this is team game, so you get a good bit of it. But even still, he's done an unbelievable job with just gathering up all the bounty on the map.
Oh yeah, I mean he's already sitting at 245, right? And usually that 200 is the magic number, you know, to try to get wheelbarrow off as quickly as possible. It's about halfway done, which is really nice. He's got 6 villagers on the Kremlin, so he's going to be looking to find that juicy Kremlin spot. Talking about juicy spots, Aachen Chapel. It's going to be right next to the berries, going to help you out. Right next to the sheep, that's going to help you out and create a little bit of a wood line for you as well. Nugify going to be going up with School of Cavalry with only 3 villagers. So it looks like it will get up maybe around like 415, 420, blaze it, something like that. And maybe we'll see a Royal Knight trying to do some damage. But if I had to pick 2 civs that are difficult to raid in Feudal Age, I'm probably picking Roos and English.
Yeah, those are some of the first 2 that definitely come to mind. It looks like English just now starting the age up with the council hall. 6 villagers on it. Already has 3 farms in early. Oh, pulled one off and another farm in early. So Louis MT is definitely focusing in on the eco early on. We'll have some nice, safe food economy. Won't be depleting the sheep as much early. So maybe can throw some sheep on over to the teammate or just have, you know, not have to worry about moving on out to some vulnerable spots playing against the French.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, for the Roos, that could be a weak point, right? I mean, based on where the CSO is putting that Kremlin, you can see where it is. Obviously, it's going to be really good against the wood line. It's going to help him in the gold department, but look at where his Gaia food resources happen to spawn. I mean, he's got a deer pack that's rather north between both CSO and Louis MT. He's got a boar all the way up there. That's going to be rather difficult to deal with. Back home, he has some berries in the back. So you're exactly right. There can definitely be an area where CSO, he might be trying to make knights as much as possible. As you see that stable going down, there might reach a point, I don't like the foreshadow, but maybe 5 or 6 minutes later, where we're going to see him scrambling to try to find something.
Yeah, I mean, that's just definitely where if you spot this out, if you have good vision, good scouting and knowledge of this, you know that there will be this mid-game timing where food will definitely be a struggle. The Roos, they don't want to be on the berries. The only food that they have that's safe that's behind them is the back berries. And so maybe we'll rely on English for some sheep or some other shorts. Oh, no! Maria, though, it's all calculated. Just wanted to cause a little idle time. You know, English Town Center's definitely scary, but looks like CSO and Louis might be planning for some aggression now.
Oh, look at this. Look at this from Maria, going for HRE second town center shenanigans. Now it kind of makes sense in terms of where he put that Aachen Chapel. Obviously, it helps for food. You better, oh my God, come on, Louis MT, you're better than that.
Town center. It's the one long distance gathered for upgrades.
Oh, for arrow slits, yeah, okay. And still gonna be going for Castle Age then.
Yeah, and actually, you don't need as many villagers as he sent over for this. You can actually send, I think it's 3, because you'll have the inspiration and they cost less instead of sending all over. But maybe he wants 2 different arrow slits upgrades.
Yeah, I think that's what kind of threw me off, because you need the arrow slits if you hover over it. I'm pretty sure for arrow slits it's 38. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And when you get 3 villagers for HRE, it'd be 42. So yeah, if you're getting 2 of them, it's going to take you a little bit. So when he had a little bit more villagers over there, I was like, what is he doing? I'm not really sure if there was a second town center. And you know what? That was a little bit of a premature ejaculation, and I take fault for that. But now Louis MT, the English in Feudal Age, going to be walling up just a little bit, trying to make sure he doesn't get raided. Nugify trying to be aggressive with 2 or 3 Royal Knights, looking to find some areas to go. And I feel like for Nugify, if you're looking at CSO's map spawn right now, you're just trying to do a little bit of map control.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that map control, it always proves to kind of be a long-term benefit if you're able to take control of it. Hard to take control of map control when you're going to have these Royal Knights starting to move out and about, start to match up your numbers. But Louis does have a spear here there, does get a nice brace on one of those Royal Knights. And so trade seemed to not go in the way of the BanterBois. However, Maria is getting ready to play. We saw, oh my gosh.
What a time to be alive. Look at this. This tournament's been throwing me all these different curveballs, and I'm not good at hitting junk. All of these scouts are coming back with professional scouts. A French Nugify with professional scouts, not something that you see every day. We'll be having some of these Royal Knights to try to protect his gold mine. Louis MT trying to get aggressive with these longbowmen in a really good angle, trying to make sure that those outposts won't be able to do anything. That one spearman might be able to help out a little bit with the early Knights of the
Great
Roost.
micro by Nug, though.
Wow. A lot of these, and you know what's great is he's able to back up. Yeah, one of the two of these might go down still, but getting that charge again means he's preserved the health of more knights than you might realize. One or two end up going down. Some reinforcements of spearmen from the English player going to be moving his way to the west, but Nugify, he just had to hold a little bit. You know, Maria is Castle Age. We saw him go up for the Burgrave. It's very well done. It's been sitting on the grill for a long time, and now we're going to see some Castle Age units barreling through.
Yep, we are seeing that third stables get dropped as well. Nug does just need to reclaim this gold. I'm surprised he actually hasn't moved on to the southern gold, but it might be that he is going to get some arrow slits involved. The first men-at-arms pops out. That's going to be that front line that he needs for those spears, and immediately Louis and CSO have to back away. Good little charge comes in again.
We're going to have to see how well, again, we saw this in the last game. We're going to need to see how well this Burgrave ends up paying off, right? We have some of these Castle Age men-at-arms, which is going to be really good. It really splits up Louis MT and CSO. That's what's so important. Not all four colors are on the screen anymore. Nugify is taking a good trade with his Royal Knights that are a little bit better than the early Knights from CSO, while Maria is going to be able to track through with marching drills, going to be able to track through those longbowmen and those spearmen. And this has been really good for Maria and Nugify splitting apart these armies. I really like their spot here.
Yeah, and Nug does have to climb up in his knight numbers a little bit. You can't forget he was idled off of that gold for a while, so CSO's probably a few knights ahead at this point. But Maria should, I mean, we're already actually seeing the Burgrave get put to work here. Oh, canceled the charge, no. CSO taking a pretty good trade there because of the charge cancel by Nug, but we're seeing the blue line stream across the map, and those men-at-arms, they're not easy to clean up if you don't have the Knights of Roost there for you. So Louis MT is going to need CSO's help to clean these men-at-arms.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, they're pretty good at like getting a charge. They're able to really cut through that armor pretty well, but if they sit there and take a fight against a lot of those men-at-arms, those heavy vases can chunk you. They can do a decent amount of damage. Louis MT, although we did not see this on the northwestern side of his base, he is going up with the Castle Age, but I would imagine just because it's far out, they're going to be going with the King's Palace, but there are men-at-arms all along those sweet English wheat fields with that increased gathering speed. We're going to see some villagers get idle. English machine gun town center doing the best they can, but it looks like there's enough knights from CSO to clean up these men-at-arms.
Yeah, and the Knights are the exact thing you need to clean up the men-at-arms. We saw CSO and Louis do this in games prior where they just ran around so well at keeping their villagers alive, but this timing, it's still doing damage. It's still causing a lot of idle time. There were still some decent trades that went into play in English. They still got a lot to deal with here. That blue line is still streaming across the map.
The good old Burgrave conga line, right? It's so good for you. But the one thing that Louis MT really does have working for him is not only network of castles because they're diving under the English base, but secondarily the council hall that can pump out crossbowmen. So you're going to be able to deal with not only the men-at-arms that have the heavy maces, but you're going to be able to deal with the Royal Knights of Nugify as well. As long as he's able to mass it up, this is going to be a safe English defense.
Yeah, but during that, we saw Nug move out to the stone. It wasn't for arrow slits. It was for that secondary town center in the long run. So he is 2 TC French now. Can't forget, you know, a lot of people play JD. They do not have that extra fast town center productions that French do. So this is really an economy that can get out of hand quick. It more than matches the English 2 TCs.
And, you know, professional scouts bringing them carcasses back, you know, are really going to help you in that food department. But you're exactly right with those villagers. Instead of 20 seconds as normal villager in feudal age French, every villager pops out 17 seconds, which really adds up over a period of time. Really good fight, I feel like, for Maria and Nugify. Not that much in the way of knights, but those men-at-arms might be able to do some damage. Again, CSO, those knights, they're pretty injured. They're bleeding out on the battlefield right now. There's no chivalry to be had for the Rus. So if they end up losing it, they're a lot of health, and you can see that a lot of them are, they can't heal back up.
Yeah, and you can see that Louis, he knew he needed a crossbow mass. Maria has done a great job of getting that men-at-arms mass climbed on up, but now that the crossbows are climbed together, it does not... You don't want to end up taking that fight, but it looks like there's another raiding party going towards the King's Palace. So King's Palace is about to have some men-at-arms on top of there. Villagers jump inside pretty quick. I mean, Louis MT's so fast at reacting to this, but there's a bunch more villagers on deer.
Oh my god. And those men-at-arms, just because the King's Palace only having 3 villagers in it, they could sit under that palace all damn day. It's going to make Louis MT have some sort of reaction, right? And he does. He does have crossbowmen. That first crossbowman mass was over on the eastern side of his base, but just because of the Council Hall being so good at getting all of those crossbowmen out, he's going to be able to make another mass. CSO adding more of a delayed second town center for the Rus. Usually you try to see him get that second town center up as early as possible, but he wanted some knights. He wanted to make sure he's able to do a little bit. Now these crossbowmen with network of castles, you can see that raid over here. Maybe 1 or 2 villagers ended up going down, but at the cost of a lot of men-at-arms. It begs the question if that raid was even worth it.
Yeah, the good thing for Maria and Nug is all of this has been going on the other side of the map. It allowed Nug to get the second TC. It's been working for him for quite a bit of time. Maria, he obviously getting second TC, but hopefully Maria's been able to secure a few relics. We saw one in the monastery when Cal hovered over there a little bit ago. I'd assume a few more. There's a second one. I don't see any in some outposts, but Nug's still dropping off deer carcasses. We haven't talked enough about how much deer under the chapel actually does. The inspiration bonus there, the food economy for the HRE is just absolutely through the roof.
Oh yeah, it feels like as soon as those deer get dropped off, they get gobbled up. Right? It's really, really good, and Maria's going to be able to continuously, and that's the thing though, Maria's going to be able to continuously produce out of that Burgrave. I'm just not sure if he still wants to make men-at-arms right now. You know, he's dealing with some crossbowmen from Louis MT, and it looks like he is making the change. He's going to be adding some spearmen. He's got about 20 in there. Those men-at-arms are going to be doing the best they can, try to kite these crossbowmen, but just because Louis MT, the mental bandwidth that he has when he plays this game is absolutely unbelievable, because these are just small crossbowmen. There's 4 or 5 of them, but the low-hanging fruit, the low-health ones, he pulls back while he's doing so many other things in the background. Every time I watch Louis, I'm impressed by him.
Yep, but it looks like Louis CSO, they said enough of this. I'm tired. I have a headache of dealing with your annoying raids, your annoying thorn in the side. I'm building walls, and they're going to fully wall off the side. Fortunately for Murray, he's got a huge infantry mass. It's spears, like you said, the transition crossbows. They don't trade the greatest into that, but there's more than just a few crossbows. Looks like about 30 crossbows into the mix here.
Yeah, and I mean, the crossbow, they do have enough DPS. Maybe they could do some kiting. Network of Castles obviously going to help out. Looks like a lot of CSO knights that are low in health. If they did take a brace, that's the last thing that they're going to do. They're going to end up going down. It looks like Nugify on the western side going to be getting a little raid on that King's Palace. That's a really good area to raid. At the same time, while Murray is doing that, you can tell that Murray and Nugify play a lot of team games together, because Murray had pushed up, and he was like, okay, we'll try to burn this relic, try to take this monastery down. Well, on the flip side, Nugify is just getting deer for him, right? Continuing to raid. Nugify is right in Louis MT's base. That English machine gun finally is loaded, cocked, and ready to take out some of these knights that are still of the feudal age variety. So Nugify might have to pick it up a little bit. CSO, his Rus counterpart, his cavalry counterpart, and enemy is now Castle Age, so these Castle Age knights might be able to do something.
Yeah, and you know, I laughed. We talked early on about the positioning of the food for the Rus early, and we're like, oh, it's going to hurt if, you know, this gets spotted out and focused. It's like, it not only was spotted out and focused, we've seen the pro scouts play, stealing the deer as well. And CSO has had to move all the way to the east side, sneaking some deer. He's really going to have to make a farm transition soon. So he went up to Castle, he went second TC, and he's been on those low health nights, it feels like, for 5+ minutes and hasn't really been producing a ton more. And it's really allowed some breathing room. You see Maria has a giant glob of men-at-arms and spears, it looks like, in the base, just moving past. And Louis and CSO aren't really in the greatest position still.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, obviously, you can look at the scores on both sides, but it's still definitely anyone's game. You know, it's going to be rather difficult for CSO to deal with what Maria has on the southern part of his base, because all of his knights are trying to chase around some of the knights of Nugify. You know, CSO is still around Louis' base so much, finally gets that cleanup. Nugify does hit Castle Age. I'm very curious, though, because I've seen a lot of Royal Institute in team games, but I really want to check, Cal, what landmark did Nugify go for? And if it's the Guild Hall, I don't think I'd be surprised at this point.
I mean, if it is, it's really playing for an extended game. I just saw Nug, it looks like, drop a ton more farms behind his third TC that he has up. So again, the ecos for Nugify is about to be very, very out of hand. I'm surprised Maria actually hasn't gone up to Imperial Age yet, but it's because he's been making horsemen, he's been making spears, some very high food cost units.
Yeah, and I mean, especially in the men-at-arms too, right? Those men-at-arms only are costing 100 wood, or 100 food, I'm sorry, each. So it's been a little difficult for him to mass that up in terms of current resources. He got about 800, 900 now. Maria and Nugify starting to join their forces just a little bit. Some horsemen, some veteran Royal Knights, and some spears are really going to help. And if you're Louis MT, you might want to be thinking about something else other than crossbowmen because of all the horsemen that you're seeing. But taking a look at current resources from Louis MT, he's going to hit Imperial Age in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, and one thing we just saw was Maria was able to just run through the whole entire base with those spears, burn another hole in the wall segment, allows another gap in the walls. And you've said multiple times today, your walls are only good as your weakest link, and your weakest link is a blatant gaping hole that you can just run tons and tons of units through.
Dabber, that's what we call a gaper. That's a gaper right over there on that side. And for Maria, even though he has a lot of infantry, you know, maybe he doesn't have a lot of the fastest units ever, as long as you keep the hole open, you're going to be able to put something through it, right? Whether it's infantry, whether it's cavalry, whether it's something else that you guys are thinking in chat. Get your minds out of the gutter, I swear to God. But Louis MT going to be going up with the Berkshire. It is completed. Now his farms are going to be relatively safe, relatively stable. He'll be able to get enclosures. He clicked that up pretty much immediately. He's going for that Iron Chad armor, so maybe we're going to see a lot of men-at-arms down the throat of the team of Brea and Nugify. Now that Louis has hit Imperial Age again, he just spent 3,600 resources on a big fancy building that feels like it's their time to strike.
Yeah, and they have a huge mass knocking on that doorstep. Yeah, there's a sprinkled outpost, but there's forward TCs out of CSO. So even if they come in, they just take both the TCs out, they trade armies and militaries and get out. This is a huge win, but crossbows, they're stuck into the gap. They get full surrounded. What a huge fight. A perfect positioning by Nug and Maria here. Gremlins are called. There's a mangonel on the backside even that gets spotted out. Hasn't shot any rocks yet.
I'm waiting for that mangonel. Get your rocks off, brother. There you go. Get a good hit off the random wood line. That was nothing. But really good job trying to get some kind of siege advantage. Kremlin Gremlins are getting pulled out from CSO on the south side. Crossbowmen, it looks like maybe about 15 to 20 end up being safe, but there really isn't too much to get that bonus damage for. Maria and Nugify are really just tunneled in on trying to get rid of these Kremlin Gremlins, and it looks like the rest of the army of Louis and CSO, they don't give a flying fladoodle about it. They're just running south. They're going to be trying to kill a lot of these villagers. Now a lot of spearmen are going to try to chase those CSO knights. But it looks like just based on the army, if Maria and Nugify are continuing to put up this pressure, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, this is one, though, that they focused a long time on the Gremlins. Felt like they lost a lot of the steam that they had. They ran through again, but they haven't found any eco. There's nothing on this southern side. It's just a few massive wood lines. So there's no reasons that the villagers are really down that way at all. So not a ton of economic damage that's long-term over here that Louis and CSO took.
Yeah, it's really interesting looking down here because there's pretty much just some wood lines, you know, but otherwise it's just a big old bunch of fuck all. Maybe a relic that you can pick up. Maria and trying to get some kind of siege superiority in this regard. Berkshire trying to create an anti-raid kind of area. This is a really, really nice keep that might help out, but those villagers do have to get vacated again. And now we have Maria on the printer. Palace of Swabia now coming out. I'm not sure how many economic units that he has right now, Cal, if we can hover over that really quickly as Maria ends up getting cleaned up. 71. So this Palace of Swabia is going to churn out 40, 50 villagers in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nug's sitting at 125 villagers. Louis at 88. And CSO's at 69. So you can see how much stronger, yeah, nice. You can see how much stronger Nugify's eco is comparative to the other sides. The thing is he's been on nights and more nights. I'd love to see him make an ARB swap as well, just to have that infantry ball composition where they can really fight together. Because Knights, they're great raiding, but once you start to see, you know, we saw Louis have that massive crossbow mass, it feels really bad taking head-on engagements with Knights.
And to be honest, I have no idea for Nugify. I'm not sure if he's going to have the presence of mind to do that, as hand cannoneers are going to be chasing down some of those veteran royal knights. Nugify try to get that keep up. That keep is not going up. It looks like some villagers are going to be alive. Maybe they do a little how you doing, keep it moving. Maybe they are able to get that keep. That big gold vein for Nugify is really, really important. If you're trying to get to Imperial Age #1, you're going to need Imperial Age upgrades. And it looks like now, at about 23 minutes into the game, I'm seeing on the very northern tip of the map, I think there might be some markets up there, and there are.
This doesn't surprise me at all from the BanterBois. They are known for extending some games, dropping some trade, dropping keeps along, but gold is really going to be a big focus, and you can see why. There's some massive gold veins here. Louis and CSO are starting to run lower on gold behind their walls, and so what did they do? We brought about 40 villagers to drop a keep on this front side gold vein and take more of this map control, take the sacred sites that are ticking. I don't know how long they have been ticking, but they are indeed ticking.
Yeah, I think we can look at that sacred tracker. Maria does, and the team of Nugify, of course, does have all three of them. It looks like that English, whether it's an outpost or a keep, is up because you can see all of those English units, when they go back just a little bit, they're going to start glowing. And if you're a good English player, you're taking every fight with that network, but it looks like this one maybe not so much. There's a lot of spearmen here. Could be easily cleaned up. These hand cannoneers are going to make quick work of them. Really good call by you, DrDabston, on Nugify getting some Arbaletier out there, and getting those are really, really going to help you, especially against those English men-at-arms that have so much armor. I don't know how they fucking walk around the map, but they are able to do that. Now we're glowing, ladies and gentlemen. They're positively beaming all of those men-at-arms, hand cannoneers, crossbowmen, going to be able to chew up that front line of Maria. And now, if we're looking at it, it's just Nugify. Louis MT successfully 2v1.
Yeah, it just feels like CSO has just not been anywhere. He's been having to deal with more raids on his side. I see some teal units still dealing with, but he also took the brunt of the damage, had his base dove, doesn't have a Berkshire to defend him up, and it looks like Nug, he wants to keep in this location. We just saw that fight, though. It didn't really go their way. Had a lot more reinforcements show up to the mix here, but that's where Louis, he split off some men-at-arms, and he's going for some of Nug's vills. That is not as many farms as I would have expected from Louis.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting that too much either. In terms of current resources, Louis is kind of lacking in that food department, but he's doing a really good job kiting with these crossbowmen and hand cannoneers that keep with the network really helping him out. And it looks like these men-at-arms just doing a good job of maintaining some sort of front line, creating some sort of idea. Maria on the eastern side does have siege advantage, but Louis brings a big old bombard with that network, so it will be able to fire a little bit quickly. And it looks like that quick repair. There's 1,000 resources. You gotta get that repair, Louis. Let's go.
Gets the repair up. Keep goes up still for Maria and Nug. They clearly want to fight at this location, want to reinforce this third sacred site. It's trying to wall out on the east side. They might at least be wanting to give themselves a win condition in the long term of this game. I'm not sure if I've seen trade actually start to come to the full fruition, or if it was just a market dropped in the corner to prep for that later on, and Nug didn't follow suit.
Yeah, well, I mean, you see some of those markets on the northern tip. On the eastern tip, it looks rather blank, but here we have another 2v1 situation. English might be able to hold this again. We have some mangonels for Maria trying to hold up. That bombard continuously being repaired. It's basically being held up by paper clips and bubble gum at this point for how much it's been repaired. Men-at-Arms are trying to do the best they can, take down Horsemen, trying to take it down, but as long as that bombard stays alive, and it looks like it will continue to do so, this is literally a haunted bombard. It's not going down. It took down 2 mangonels. It's an MVP.
The mangonel did at least get a nice shot on. The ARB stepped up, started to get a lot of reinforcements into play, but just as the bombard gets taken down, another one pops out of that keep. This time, though, there's not villagers ready to repair. There's still a ton more men-at-arms. Where's CSO? Louis got to be asking the same thing. He's like, CSO, I need help, and that's where he is. He's dropping a Spaskaya, but is that what he needs to be doing? Is this the main focus here?
Yeah, I mean, Louis been Louis been holding this. You know, he's been dealing with, and this just goes to show how good English is defensively, right? He's been able to hold this 2v1. I understand, I'm well aware that Nugify is Castle Age, but he's making the right units, while CSO finally gets the Spassky. You can see it over there on the eastern corner. It's the first time I've seen one of those in a while. I mean, yeah, he'll have the ability to make stone walls, but I don't know if I necessarily give a damn if I'm CSO. He's not going to get some of those high armory Imperial upgrades, but hopefully wherever he ends up being, wherever his army is, he's got to make something, because Louis cannot hold this forever.
It's one that, you know, I don't know how much longer Louis is going to be able to hold it at all. I think the only reason why Nug and Maria haven't been making a lot of ground is just they don't have like a Treb. They don't have a Bombard themselves. I'm surprised Nug hasn't dropped the Red Palace. I feel like he's had the resources to do so for a while. His income per minute, you can see it. He's just barely low, just idle out for a minute and he'd be there, but hasn't chosen to do so yet. He's sitting on 157 bills.
158, which is absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, I understand that he has a lot.
Trading.
Oh my God, there's going to be no room for this. Is going to be a pacifist society at this point because of how many economic units that he has. Maria trying to get a little bit of a raid going. He's pulling that English force of Louis MT, trying to make sure that maybe there isn't too much going on in the front line. Nugify adding some horsemen, trying to help out, but I'll tell you what, you got Roos with wooden fortresses and springald upgrades. You have the Berkshire firing off screen in a different area code. Nugify finally gets up with that Red Palace right next to that sacred site. And I think for Maria and Nugify, now that they have these sacred sites, they're making Louis MT and CSO be like, hey, knock, knock, come the fuck out here, or we are going to win this game.
Yeah, and I think what they're doing too, they're making sure trade isn't already set up, which it actually just was being set up, making sure gold's being denied, because without gold, this push, this denial of the sacred sites becomes so
difficult.
The timer is on, and they just want to keep the pressure up, because now behind it, not only if the pressure fails, not a big deal. Nug and Maria know that even if it fails, Louis and CSO have another keep, Red Palace, things to go through to deny the sacred sites.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the kind of thing when you're talking about sacred site victories, because this is the first time that we're really seeing one attempt to be executed, where sometimes the best defense is a good offense. You know, you see a lot of players that just hover over the sacred sites and all that kind of stuff. They take battles at the sacred sites. If you're trying to win by sacred sites, don't do that. Take fights over on the English side. You can see them trying to burn down this keep. Take fights over where CSO's base is, because if they're dealing with this and they're trying to be defensive in their own base, that means they're nowhere near the sacred sites.
Yeah, and they're losing a ton of villagers here trying to rebuild this keep. That keep is 100% going to be going down. Gonna have to abandon this location. That means abandoning gold. There's like 1 or 2 golds that may be safe on the side of CSO and Louis. If that, it looks like CSO might be making his way a little bit on the eastern side though. Red Palace got taken down.
Wow. And you know, that's what, if you're going to take down a Red Palace, that's what you need. A big old pile of Roost Trebs. This, another French keep on that side. Even though it does have that Arbalest upgrade, it can't fire at all of those trebuchets. So the keeps are going to go down. Defenses finally get breached. And all of a sudden, CSO, he's looking to keep decap. That timer stands at a complete halt. And I think he has enough spearmen based on all of those units. It might end up getting decapped. And it looks like Maria trying to do the best he can, diving into that English base. But again, we've said this over and over again, Dabston, that we're about 32 minutes into the game. You're in a situation where you're diving into an English base. The only thing I got to tell you is good fucking luck.
The only thing I'll follow that up with, though, is look at the units Louis has now, though. He's clearly struggling on the gold count. It's longbows and it's spears. At least they do have the fire arrows, but they don't trade the greatest into those men-at-arms. They take a while to end up killing them. They don't trade the greatest into those horsemen. I mean, it's just one that when there's one or two, yeah, you can snipe them out, but when that mass comes in together, the trades will be fine for Maria.
Yeah, I think the trades will end up being fine. Surprisingly, I don't know if that sacred site was decapped, but if it was successfully recapped by somebody, by either Nugify or Louis, and now Nugify just being able to push back out a little bit again. Those Arbaletier are now of the elite status. You can see them with those golden helmets, and they have their incendiary arrows. They probably have crossbow stirrups, which increase their attack speed by 25%. So it's really going to help him, especially against the Roos. It's really going to help him if he tries to make anything like Knights. Maria trying to get that offensive on that western side. It looks like we have two simultaneous 1v1s on either side happening right now. But the best thing about this, if you're Nug and Maria's trying to get that keep going, and I will say good luck to you, my friend, trying to get that keep up. These battles are not taking place on the sacred site, so this could prove to be good for them.
Yes and no. The eastern sacred site got decapped.
Oh, well, fuck.
So this will be an extended game. This will be a battle. They're dropping more keeps. It does look like both sides have started the trade boom. And, you know, from there, it's just going to be who can headbutt each other harder.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to these post-Imperial plays, obviously there's going to be battles, there's going to be arrows flying, there's going to be heavy maces slamming. And, you know, this kind of thing it's really important where, especially at this point, 35 minutes-ish into the game, we're talking about stockpile. At this point, as Cal in the left-hand part of the screen has the current resources, as Nugify trying to do a little bit of raid on that gold mine, and will be able to do so successfully on those horsemen. It's all about keeping yourself consistently pop capped throughout the duration of this, getting yourself enough production buildings to make sure that if you get a unit that gets killed, you're able to reproduce it pretty much instantaneously, because that's what keeps that pressure on. You're going to be losing hundreds of units, and you know what? If you're able to reproduce them, that's okay. If you can't reproduce them, your game is over. And taking a look at Maria, that's the one in particular where I'm looking at his resources. Even though he does have those Aachen fields, stockpile rather low.
Rather low for sure. I'd be interested to see maybe what his queue is. Could always ask his teammate to send over a couple thousand food or so. Louis doesn't have much in queue, and CSO either. Maria, oh yeah, he's barren. He needs a ton more food. He's only got 47 there. Red Palace gets taken down again. It's just Spears and Streltsy, and the Streltsy are the big problem. Once you start seeing, though, you know that your opponents are getting gold from somewhere. Trade has to be fully online.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, those Streltsy are some of my favorite units in the game. They got one of the best sound effects. I call them Gunner Boys, specifically. Their ability to do things like stand there and get extra damage means they can pop mangonels. Exactly like that. Red Palace continuing to get repaired. It's not going to happen. Nugify is trying to add some horsemen to try to counteract some of these Streltsy, but the thing of it is, Gremlins aren't the only ones. Those militia aren't the only ones that have Bardishes. Streltsy do too, and they create a really good melee effect, and now we're seeing split screen on both sides, some of this 1v1 happening. Mangonel from the orange player, and these Streltsy trying to do the best they can to eliminate these horsemen. On the flip side, we have Maria trying to get this keep up, and it looks like it will be successfully completed on that left side, so English is going to back up a little bit. Maria with that second keep really helped stabilize his gold supply.
Stabilize the gold supply. There's also a nice spot for him to get his men-at-arms consistently through. There's no Berkshire on that side. He might be able to just go burn target market.
Yeah, I think he might have the ability to. Look at all these markets.
There's a lot of target markets. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 3 or 4, but that trade has been popping off. I mean, on both sides. A trade from Nugify will be getting in a crispy 107 gold, and it looks like 86 coming out for CSO, and that's basically the diameter of the map that it's going to give you in a 2v2 situation. So a little bit of gold's going to help you, and it looks like Louis MT, now that he has his gold situated and closures helping him out, the trade helping him out, he started to add a little bit more in terms of hand cannoneers, so he's got a little bit more firepower here.
And look at how much, you can see how many resources Nug have. When you all of a sudden you pop out with like 4 cannons, you know you got a little bit of that FU money. It's like, all right, all right, I can do what I want over here. It's like, take down a cannon, I don't care. You still care, but you know, you want to take down that Spasskaya tower, especially considering that your Red Palace hasn't been up for a while now. If the Red Palace is able to get rebuilt, able to get back up, these fights look a lot different.
Yeah, I know what you're saying about Nugify. He's in that 1%, baby. You know, popping out those 3 or 4 cannons. You love to see it. Horsemen are going to be trying to raid, and it looks like half of them end up going down. Maria on the other side, again, continuing to try to fight through this English area. Honestly, in a 1v1 situation, if you're the HRE, playing against English kind of puts you in a pretty good spot. I mean, your men-at-arms are really, really good. It's just all about making sure you're able to deal with the hand cannoneer mess that Louis MT ends up having. More cannons are attempting to get sniped, as we see again. Another split screen, and it looks like all of them will be taken down. Those mangonels doing the best they can to try to take down that longbowman mass, and that hand cannoneer mass not going to happen. Louis MT showing and exploiting how siege works, especially for the English. They're adding stone walls in the back just to make sure they can't get sniped by anything like a bombard or like a springald. They're going to make sure they don't have that line of sight. Longbowmen with that network of citadels, remember, plus 40% attack speed. They basically shoot with their own guns.
Yeah, this is always one of those things that I hate to play against someone who knows how to use siege correctly, knows how to use the walls correctly with that siege, and clearly you can see Louis starting to prep that kind of creep war that English is so good at doing, constantly moving up the network of castles bonuses, and their siege gets that bonus as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you have network of citadels and you're getting things like springalds and that kind of stuff, getting those springalds to basically reload as soon as they fire their bolt is rather insane. And it makes them, English, more of an anti-siege kind of thing with their trebuchets that they're able to get as well. So what's really looking like here, we're reaching a standstill out of both of these players. It seems like Red Palace
just now,
prepared.
We're now reaching a standstill? I think we've been in a standstill here. I don't know.
All right. Well, you know, fuck you. You know, all these. I mean, we're just reaching this kind of circle where the Red Palace is starting to get repaired a little bit. You know, the Red Palace starts to get repaired, and then they have enough trebuchets out of the other side from the Roost player because of how much wood they're able to get. Now Villager is in a little conga line. I don't know if they're thinking this is a Hawaii luau or not. They're gonna get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, got a little bit too antsy over there, and it looks like Nugify is starting to make some ways into the base. And not only that, Maria has still been able to consistently split men-at-arms mass through the base as well. So Louis and CSO are still on their heels. They still are the ones a little bit on the back foot. You'd say that, but Louis got 14,000 food in the bank. It's like, do something with it.
And, I mean, that's stereotypical English, right? They have farms as far as the eye can see, probably stretching over the cliffs of Dover, right? So they're going to be able to have so much in terms of food. They're going to be able to sling it if CSO needs it, and I think for his sake, he does have a little bit of a farm transition, so obviously he's going to be able to produce all of the horsemen, all of the spearmen that he wants. But the thing of it is, with these horsemen, yeah, they get bonus against the Arbaletrier, but you got to remember, these Arbaletrier, they have gambesons. They have that +5 melee armor, so it's going to be able to make sure that maybe they can get a couple more extra shots, and that crossbow stirrups acting synergistically with it as well. Nugify adding some more cannons. It just feels like both of these players, especially on this side, especially with Nugify and CSO, it just seems like they are just beating each other to death, just headbutting each other, and they're both just getting concussed and then walking away. Yeah,
I mean, it feels that way. I will say the creep, it has now finally started to tilt towards Nugify. CSO, he needed that gold. He went out onto that gold. He started losing more bills. He started losing more stuff. Louis had 14,000 food. All of a sudden, now he's down to 7,000. I mean, these queues are starting to get lower. Men-at-Arms are still on the backside. I still see blue streaming through the yellow walls on the left side. So I'm not sure what's happening over on Louis' side, because he's struggling. Houses are getting taken down, production's getting taken down, and so yeah, he might have resources, but it doesn't matter if you can't get those resources spent.
Well, the thing of it is, I mean, in terms of stockpile, really quickly, Cal, I want you to go over to the vision of Louis MT, because I want to know how many men-at-arms he has in the queue. Because you talked about Louis MT probably about a minute and a half ago, where Louis was on like 12,000, 13,000 food. Now he's at about 7,000. So if he was making a lot of men-at-arms and they were losing them, that's a really big deal. But if he has hundreds of them in stockpile, not really that concerned about it.
Yeah, can easily just cancel Q, but again, you need a lot more production out. You need to be able to hold this push. It feels like Maria and Nug are both past the walls now at this point, instead of, you know, being pushed back from their keeps, being pushed back from their Red Palace.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing they're doing the best they can, but, you know, I feel like this Streltsy mask, you really, really need a front line. And CSO really needs one. He was adding some spearmen, he was having some horsemen before, but they're pretty much gone. Now horsemen are going to be coming around the other side again, not continuously population capped. So that's why a lot of these Streltsy end up going down. HRE on the other side, it feels like they, just because of their heavy maces, don't they have such a good matchup against English? Because, I mean, you're dealing with some of these tanky men-at-arms, but as long as you have the maces to chunk through them, you should be okay, right?
Yeah, hypothetically, yes, but then you have to compound the fact that men-at-arms for the English, they got their Iron Shad armor, but more importantly, they have the extra attack speed as well. Holy Louis, that's where a lot of his population has gone. That's why he's been struggling on the winning the fronts. It's because he has, what is that, 7, 8 trebuchets?
Yeah, and those trebuchets are basically shooting from the 3-point line at these bombards, and they actually ended up taking out a couple of them. Horseman trying to get us around to try to take down some of these trebuchets. Good body block from the men-at-arms. On the flip side, again, CSO has now that front line around there, and those Streltsy are going to be able to carve through any knight that's going to be able to be wandering in that particular direction. Man, there is... This is chaos. Like, this is pandemonium, and it's been going on for like 10 or 15 minutes. This is insane.
Yeah, and it could be going on for another 45 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. What I feel like Maria did kind of the best job at doing this so far, but just in terms of rating, you know, a lot of the battles that Louis MT and CSO have been having are predominantly around those yellow and orange walls. They haven't been able to get to where any of the trade is for Maria and Nugify. They haven't been able to get to any of those Aachen fields for the HRE, any of the farms that Nugify might end up happening and actually end up getting. So, you know, it just seems like for Louis MT and CSO, they're consistently scrambling, but consistently pulling it off.
Yeah, and this is the point where now, as Maria, like, it's so hard to deal with this English Treb slow push, and that's where Nug, he calls for his buddy Nug to come for help, and it's team games for a reason, able to break through the walls with the cannons, able to get on top of the Treb mass. Will we finally see that Treb mass start to go down, or will we just see that whole entire composition get shredded again from Maria?
Yeah, and I think even though those HRE men-at-arms have a lot of armor, you're going to have the ability of a hand cannoneers to really carve through them. Arbaletrier from Nugify again, continuing to try to hit those spearmen. That Gambeson's melee armor coming in so clutch and making sure that the spearmen don't end up doing too much. And this is really, I mean, this is English in a nutshell. Post-Imperial English. We got these stone walls making an onion layer. We got all of these trebuchets just shooting down any kind of offensive / defensive structures, I guess, in this particular area. And again, Maria continuing to do the best he can to try to take down this English player, but it's just not going anywhere. It's going nowhere.
You know what's funny is they're both now doing the wall creep. CSO went, oh, you're starting to make a ton of horsemen now? All right, I'm gonna make my wooden walls and just sit behind them with my Streltsy. Good luck. And he wins because Streltsy beat everything if they're standing still and attacking.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to remember too. I mean, yeah, he's going up with those fortified palisades that the Rus like to do, but like he has Spassky. Like he can make stone walls if he wants to.
Yeah, but why not just make the wood walls, save a lot of resources, and look at the siege that is coming into play. Both Mangonel had gotten 2 back-to-back huge shots on the Arb Mask, got Trebs taking down the Red Palace yet again, and it looks like Louis is getting ready to not only single layer, not double layer, triple, maybe quadruple layer walls this west side. He knows if they secure this west side, his economy secure, it will actually allow him to focus head on this creep.
Yeah, and I think obviously that's going to be the ability to do that, especially because if you're the English, all you do is you build walls. You're maybe, I mean, for Louis MT, it's going rather slow, and creep is almost a borderline understatement at this point. But all of the walls you're able to get, you get an outpost or two, and then all of a sudden that network of citadels is really, really going to help you. It looks like Maria starting to make a little bit of a transition. Instead of horsemen, I'm seeing more knights than horsemen out of anything, and they are those units that are going to make quick work of those men-at-arms. So that's really, really helpful. It just depends on... Oh, finally! We're in a trade line for the first time in a long time. A couple of dead donkeys on the field now.
Some dead donkeys on the field. We're seeing armies split over a lot of different spots, but I will always say whenever you see this, it may feel good, but killing economic units right now probably isn't that good. It's just splitting off. You're losing more military. It's allowing the opposing team to kind of gain more ground in the middle, and they replace that economy with more military because they have plenty of resources.
Yeah, especially, I mean, if you're not grinding it to a halt, right? I mean, if you were able to take down all of the markets in that one corner, then yeah, I get it. But taking down the 3 or 4 traders, absolutely. I would agree with you now. Mangonels again, Maria trying to get some of that siege going. He's got some bombards, he's got some Mangonels trying to do something. We're hearing slinging. I could hear it from some of the trade sounds on the right side. Huge trebuchets from CSO again, trying to take down that Red Palace. I feel like for that Red Palace, it's been getting repaired for the past 20 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and we can thank Whammon coming in for a raid in this battle, and we can also thank Whammon for this game, because if she wasn't busy, she would have been playing instead of the BanterBois.
Yeah, Whammon, fuck yeah. Everybody put a heart in chat for Whammon. She really helped try to get some of these sponsors, and for Steel Series, that's going to be here as well. So a big shout out to her. I love her to pieces. So with these CSO villagers, trying to get their torches out. They're getting a little pissed off, and they're going to be trying to take down a lot of those Mangonels. But again, just like you talked about previously, a lot of those economic units that end up going down, that's just more military, baby.
More military indeed, and I can assure you there are plenty of resources in the bank. We saw tens of thousands. Oh my gosh, maybe not.
Oh shit, look at that stockpile, or lack thereof. There's so much food to go around. These villagers are starting to get hungry. There's
no way that Louis doesn't have an absolutely absurd queue right now, right? Right?
Anybody? Hello?
Wait, Louis' food income per minute's 400.
That sucks.
What? He's playing English.
Really
what is
bad.
He doing?
Yeah, I mean, he's got, let's see what he's got in the queue.
He's got 22 villagers. He's got 22 villagers on food. That's it.
Look at what he has in the queue too. He doesn't have men-at-arms in the queue. He has 4 hand cannoneers and 4 trebuchets. He can't make anymore. His population's
I'm so confused. What happened? Nug and Maria just won this game. This is over.
I think they might have. I don't know where these villagers are, but they better find some wheat. They better start separating wheat from chaff here, or all of a sudden Louis MT and CSO are going to be out of this tournament.
This just feels like a huge oversight here. He didn't go back onto his farms after he got raided. He just was like, I don't need villagers. I got trade. And it's like, you're not French. French can make whatever. English can't.
Yeah, I mean, the farms are the farms are the bread and butter, right? For Louis MT. I mean, he's sitting there. Yeah, he's got trade, which is great. He's got a decent amount of gold. Maybe he could buy some food, but you know, you're really not looking to do that, especially at this point in the game. We're 51 minutes into the game. And with all of these traders going through, trying to get some gold, he wants to make sure he can stockpile that, but he's not stockpiling fuck all at this point, just because of all the food that he's spent on things like meta-arms, on hand cannons, and all of that stuff, where Maria, obviously, he doesn't have a lot of food either, but at least his teammate has some. If he needs to be slung, he can do it.
The sacred sites have been recapped. So we'll at least have another timer. Maybe we'll see an end inside of this game. But I'm not sure if the sacred sites are going to matter if this keeps up. Look at the resources. There's no food. Food is the most, you need food for villagers. You need food for units, unless you're going only siege, which I guess only siege may work, but only to a point. And Nugify cutting off the end of that trade, so making sure that the drop-offs don't happen while still reinforcing towards the front, taking down production. I think I hear some siege over there as well, so all the walls are worthless. This game's over.
Yeah, I think it really is too. I mean, there's a lot of gold that's being slung from both of these players, and it looks like for CSO, for this army that he has with the Spearman and the Streltsy, I'm not sure if there's going to be any kind of reproducibility to it. You know, that Spassky ends up going down on the eastern side, so that was pretty, I want to say short-lived, but this game has been anything but short-lived at this point. But finally, some siege from Nugify is going to be able to take down some roost buildings. They have the ability, and Nugify does. He's the only one with a food stockpile right now.
Oh my
and Maria has got a massive layer of rams, and thank God this game is over. Maria
Thank God.
and Nugify taking this one. Oh,
But
God damn it.
that was just game number 1. And this is a best of 3.
I thought it was a best of 1. Son of a bitch. Well,
I heard you said that this could be the end of the tournament. I was like, he might not know. He might not know.
Well, everybody buckle up and keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, because we're going to be running you into game 2 rather quickly. A 53-minute game, knockdown, drag out. You can see the way I'm postured right now. I'm trying to catch my breath while we're heading into game number 2. Dabston is ready to fall asleep at the fucking wheel over here.
No. Just had to get a yawn out over here.
Before this game starts, we're gonna be starting with game number 2. But WamBam, thank you so much for the raid. Beastie with the raid also as well. Thank you for all the followers. Thank you for all the people who are interested in being here for the Devils 2v2 Cup. This is the first Devils 2v2 Cup. You are on channel TenFourTim, and that is me. I'm TenFourTim. Hi, nice to be here. My co-caster is going to be DrDabston, and has been for the duration of this tournament. He's a stand-up guy. He's got a really great flavor saver. You can see it right there above his upper lip. You love the way it looks, right? And we're going to be diving in to game number 2. Big shout out to HousedHorse and Jigglypuff to be the administrators for this tournament. And also a real huge shout out to Steel Series, who is going to be supplying some merchandise for the top 3 teams. And this is why this series is really, really important, because we're down to 4 teams. Whoever loses this series ends up becoming 4th place. And you might want some keyboards, you might want some mice, you might want some mouse pads. You ain't getting shit if you're in 4th place, okay? So this game, it's match point for BanterBois. I'm hearing game noise in the background. Cal, get me in there. Let's dive right in. No breaks. CSO playing as the Roos in the color orange. Louis MT playing as the French yet again on the eastern side of the map, playing as the color yellow. And who on that other side is on that match point?
Yeah, on the match point, the potential game decider for them to move on into the next round. We have Morea in the color teal playing as the HRE again, and his teammate Nugify in the color blue as the Japanese. And I already see an outline of a barracks for Morea, so we're seeing Dark Age Spears come out. This has been a more popular thing. We saw Wham do this against, I believe it was CSO and Louis in this exact same matchup when he was HRE, and it worked out pretty well for Wham and Puppy as they ended up getting the dub there. It really delays up that French opening quite a bit, and look at where the French gold and berries are comparative to where that barracks is coming down. Going to be a very short trip.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to point out again that Dark Age Spearman that Morea is going to be pointing out. Again, this is something that is quite new in the Age of Empires 4 scene. There is those spearmen, they operate at 1.38 tiles per second in terms of movement speed. So any fight that they want to take in Dark Age, it's theirs to take. If they want to back up, they have the ability to do that. So it means wherever those spearmen go, whether it's Louis MT and the French, which I would imagine, or CSO for the Roos, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this is one. Spears are exactly where they need to be already. You can see where I believe it's an outpost reaction. That outpost is a little bit late, and I think Wheelbarrow's on the way. If he doesn't cancel Wheelbarrow, he's not going to be able to age up.
No, I mean, he absolutely is.
He's getting the outpost up. You can get the outpost up here.
He is, but I think some of those villagers on the western side, I don't know if they're... Yeah, Town Center can't fire on them. So he's going to have to micro, obviously, Louis MT, one of the best microers that AoE4 has to offer. So a couple Spearmen will make sure maybe that outpost won't be operating at 100% capacity in terms of his health. But it will be able to go up. And again, doing this with the barracks, doing this with 2 or 3 Spearmen, this is creating a little bit of time where the French, usually around this juncture, maybe about 10 to 15 seconds ago, they were looking to build a school of cavalry right now, and I'm not seeing one up.
Yeah, and not only like this super delays the age up. He does have Wheelbarrow, great, but now the age up's delayed. The Knight's delayed. Murray and Nug, they're both playing civs that like Castle Age, and you're kind of offering it up on a plate to them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is, you know, honestly, Dabber, this is reminding me of how Mongols plays, doesn't it? You know, because, like, you do things like disrupt your opponent in Dark Age. You get a barracks. I mean, you're not producing spearmen at 2 at a time, but they're still really, really good spearmen. Where on the back end, you're just going to sit there and boom. And, oh, my good golly gumdrops, Dabster.
I was literally about to say, why not just bring a villager, deny this gold? And I thought it was going to be Maria bringing a villager, but this is a 2v2 game. Hey, Nug, come on, buddy, bring your villager. I'm already sacrificing my Dark Age by building the barracks, by building these spears, so you could sacrifice one villager, right?
And I'll tell you what, this is how teamwork makes the dream work, you know? It was really frustrating for Louis MT because of that outpost. He does have the vision. He sees this going up, and he's like, yeah, I can't fucking do anything about this. This outpost is going to end up going up. What's really nice in a 2v2 situation is you're able to take maybe the gold of your opponent if you necessarily need to, you know, or your teammate, I should say, I'm sorry. So, you know, your gold isn't absolutely denied, but this is still frustrating.
Yeah, and good luck. Go ahead, send 5 villagers over to gold. The hard part when you go take your teammate's gold is you always, it's weird to like re-macro. Like there's a lot of times where it's like, I need 5, and then it's like, oh, now I need 7. Oh, I'm starting to produce out of 2 stables. I need 10. I need upgrades as well. And it's like, are you sending over villagers randomly to your teammate's gold and waiting for that travel time? It's way harder to have a very clean macro.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, now that the outpost is up, it looks like he does need arrow slits. You can see where that line is, ladies and gentlemen. You can see what's actually in range, and that outpost is just about 1 tile too much to the west. So that arrow slits, not only does it give you, obviously, the slit that fires an arrow, hence the name, but it gives you that +1 tile range. And I think Louis MT does see that. He does see that something like arrow slits is going to be coming out. So he just backs up. And if you're the French player, 5 minutes into this game, you're still Dark Age. You're going to be hitting Feudal Age in just a second or two. But, you know, having no gold, it just means your night production is slowed. On the flip side, you have Nugify playing as the Japanese, where he has had no trouble dealing with anything that he has to do. So we're going to see Mounted Samurai coming out.
Yeah, I'm sure won't be too far away from that. A second barracks coming down from Maria, so doubling down on this aggression. He's like, all right, you know, you can boom up, Nug, get those Mounted Samurai. I will be the one to just take all the brunt of the aggression. I'll be the thorn in the side of Louis and CSO, make them constantly react, constantly deal with everything I'm sending their way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is, again, we see this over and over again. You know, one Civ's being aggressive, one Civ is going to boom behind it. And that's exactly what happens. But it looks like, based on macros, if you take a look at CSOs right now, look at his resources, Dabs. I think we might see a Roos Fast Castle.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see. It looks like archery range being dropped as well. It might be a little bit of some horse archer play, which I know is one thing that you always love.
If Dabson, I'm literally telling you, if I see a horse archer
come out of that archery range, I am gonna lose my mind. If anybody, okay, if he goes to Castle Age and you see horse archers coming out of here, this is your warning. Okay, lower the volume of this because I am going to shit a brick. Seeing horse archers, and I think in a team game situation, seeing horse archers, they're vastly underrated of a unit because of their mobility, their ability to raid, all of that kind of stuff that makes Mangadai good in a team game situation. Horse archers are pretty good in that avenue as well.
Yeah, exactly. You, I know how adamant you are about horse archers. You love them. It's one of your favorite units in this game, if not your most favorite unit in this game. No, oh, there you go. Number one favorite unit. We saw Louis, how much of an investment he knew he needed this gold. He moved out with like 10 villagers, fast built 2 outposts, and was able to secure that backside gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's really nice just because he did have that secondary gold. At least, you know, we've seen some spawns where primary and secondary gold pretty close to each other. So you end up putting 1 tower and it ends up stopping 2 from happening. And you can see Maria doing a patrol just to make sure Nugify is doing okay and getting up to Castle Age. And that fast castle from the Roost that we talked about from CSO, that is coming to fruition. I can see where it's built on the map, Cal, if you want to go over to the north just to see what's going on. Looking at that looking at that Roost landmark, I have a feeling that's Abbey of the Trinity.
This is some good views right there.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Cal, for that. We're seeing the next high view over if you guys wanted to see it, but taking a look. That is Abbey of the Trinity. Welcome back to 2021, ladies and gentlemen. This is the old school fast castle. Maybe instead of Golden Gate,
Tim's
we have
about to
Prime One.
blow.
Oh, son of a... Oh, come on. Let's get some horse archers in here. Let's start pew-pewing all over the fucking place. I'm hyped.
Oh, let's start. It sounds like you've already pew-pewed all over the place there, Tim.
Fair. I'll allow that joke. That was a pretty. That was a 10 out of 10. I'll take that. Horse archers are going to be coming out and really against 2 civilizations like the HRE that make infantry, even though they're a little bit quicker. In marching drills, they are slower. Then something like a horse archer in Nugify, now that he hit Castle Age, is going to be making things like Mountain Samurai, which again, still have to chase those horse archers, and they got to be everywhere at once. I cannot wait to see a horse archer take down a villager of either blue or teal, because it's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, this is where you can already see the micro with the few knights that Louis has sent on across the way, and how many spears are required to deal with 2 knights. And I say deal with 2 knights, and they're just pushing them away. They're not actually dealing with them.
Yeah, I mean, basically for Louis, with those knights, he's doing the hokey pokey and turning Maria around, essentially. They're going all the way around that wood pile. Some archers got some good, a little bit of hits on them, but that's pretty much it. But now that Louis MT, he's created at least a little bit of map control in this regard. Now it means CSO, with that Abbey of the Trinity, is going to be able to get some warrior monks out, going to be able to get some relics. And what's really important, and the reason why I think he went Castle Age at this particular juncture, is he made sure that if Maria does go Castle Age, the relics still aren't there.
Okay, and how many relics have we seen disappear already? I want to say there's already 2 on the way back. I know one of the most central ones just got picked up a second ago. And so CSO, you know, if we see the game extend 50 minutes like we saw last game, CSO is going to be in a much better spot having all of the relics comparative to last game where Maria had the majority of them.
Yeah, and I think that really helped Maria in that last game. I think that was super important. We're hearing, I should say, relics getting deposited in their particular areas. But let's not forget, with Nugify being in Castle Age, he still has the ability with the Shinto priest to pick up some of these relics as well. Maria wanting to get aggressive on Louis MT's base. You can see a ram going over there on that western side. He's trying to find, you know, using that outpost for a little bit of stability, and then he'll be able to try to take down outposts of Louis MT, where CSO is going to have to maybe help. He does have some horse archers in the background, but as much as I love these horse archers, they are not a very good unit if you have to stand and fight with them. They're good to take shots and then run away. But now with these horse archers, it looks like they're going to have to stay put.
Yeah, easily able to get sniped on down by the archers, or if they take the head-on engagements, mounted samurais or spears are happy to fight them as well. Main ram is on the TC of, what is that, Louis MT, and Only one ram though. This is where if your military moves too far out, he's just gonna jump out with 15 villagers, have 2 torches, and burn it down real quick.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he hasn't done that yet. I mean, some of these production buildings might be the go-to. CSO actually
got those deer getting dropped off.
Oh my God, there's more professional scouts. It's insane. But Louis MT doesn't have a lot of villagers in order to gather those deer carcasses. It looks like those villagers trying to stay alive. That's the Wololo, 2 of them, pretty much at the same time. But look at how CSO is kiting with these horse archers. He's just taking down all these spearmen. He's taking down mounted samurai. Now the horse archers are at a really good mass, where as long as they can kite Maria and Nugify around this base, you're going to see their masses evaporate.
Yeah, Maria and Nug definitely lost out on their mass. The damage, though, has it been done? Was it enough? After that TC dive, they took out, I mean, I don't know. We don't have the enhanced observer UI with 2v2s, but I mean, it felt like 10, 15 villagers. And French, it's hard to recover from that. You might see them dropping an extra TC and just being stuck in feudal age, and that allows HRE to get to the spot they want to get to.
Yeah, and I think it's important for, for those villagers that did go down, like you talked about, Dabs. The food that Louis MT has been having probably for over the past 30 seconds to a minute, it's been pretty much non-existent. It's been very, very difficult for him if he wants to continuously, try to get knights and try to reproduce the knight mass that he might have gotten killed while trying to deal with that offensive, that ram push. It's going to be difficult for him to get them back. So CSO, he's going to have to carry with those horse archers, create some map control, create some economical duress, so Louis MT can get his feet out from under him again.
And it always feels so bad as we see a few of these horse archers try to take some shots and go down. It feels so bad going back to the berries when you are in outpost range of your opponent. They know how bad you're struggling for food in that case.
Yeah, I think people lose sight of that. I mean, the outpost, they look at it as a structure that can kill your units, but just that vision alone, that information is so, so important. Look at the choreography from Louis MT and CSO. They're making sure the horse archers are always in the back. They're doing a little bit of kiting. Everybody's fighting a little bit blind right now because of that stealth forest, and you see all of those Royal Knights from Louis MT come up, reappear from the north side, disappear down south, and again now we're seeing horse archers taking battles, standing still. There's a reason why there's a lot of horse archer corpses littered in the stealth forest.
Yeah, not one that you want to be fighting, even against feudal A's archers of the HRE. It just doesn't really feel like the best fights. Not as very cost efficient as well. But it does look like somehow Louis has a big knight mass, even with all the damage he took. Guess he didn't lose as many knights, was able to remass a few back up, and Nug just hasn't been able to kind of equalize the same numbers.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Nugify hasn't really been raided in any capacity, right? I mean, he's going on some berry patches I see all the way on the western side. Maybe he's trying to get some raids on CSO as well, because you can see, I think, CSO in the castle age is going for it. Looks like he has a lot of villagers on that front stone mine, so maybe he's trying to get that second town center for himself. I know he did a delayed one quite recently. It's looking like Maria, as the HRE, will be going up in the castle age, and I'm quite interested. I think that does look like a Burgrave, is it not?
I believe so. It is a Burgrave. So
Yeah,
we're going to see this timing play, and this is where the upgrades can come in super, super fast on the spears, but it doesn't even look like your spears are going to be alive at that point.
I kind of think that Burgrave is not necessarily what he wants to do, but what he has to do. Right, CSO had that fast castle age, so he's going to be able to use the Abbey of the Trinity and get a bunch of relics. So if he does go Regnant's Cathedral, there's probably just not a lot to go around. And I'm scanning the minimap just rather quickly. I don't see a relic icon on the screen. I mean, obviously, Nugify could have had gotten some of them, but I would imagine CSO having those warrior monks and being able to move around the map very quickly, he would have been able to pick them up. But Marais getting castle age, really, really important, because now that those archers are on veteran status, you're going to see some of those horse archers kind of lose their weight.
Yeah, not nearly going to be as strong. And remember, Louis, he's still sitting there in feudal. Yeah, he's got a big knight mass, but remember that game we casted a few games before this that was, it felt like, I think it was Roost Knights though, but even still, the mounted samurai were like half as many, if that, and easily won the fight.
Oh, yeah. It's wild because being able to deflect that charge initially from Knights on Knights, and you're seeing CSO with about 5 relics and continuing to use those scouts that actually get improved with Boyar's Fortitude, so he will be able to pick up some deer carcasses. But Also, Louis MT, CSO, starting the wall. High View is one of those maps that can go into a super, super late game. The Stealth Forest kind of disincentivizes things like aggression because it's very difficult to know what you're actually going up against. So they're going to be trying to get some trade going on in the back. Nugify's tower finally going down. Louis MT going to be able to burn that one as well. And I think for a lot of these players, especially for Louis MT, I think he might have the time. If he wants to go castle, I think he's got the time. We're going to see a little bit of a ceasefire here.
Yeah, he's gotten the time to reboom back up. He's gotten the time to start trade, as you mentioned over there in the corner there. And that mass, he has... I would have never guessed he had 25 knights at this point in the game, and he's got 25 knights. So going castle right now, easily in his wheelhouse. Stop production for a little bit, go up with Royal Institute. He just got a tribute sent his way, 1,600 gold all of a sudden into the bank. Wow. Now we know why he hasn't been hurting as much.
That does make it a little easier, doesn't it? Just to make sure that you're able to do things like continuously produce or use any resources that you want. Louis MT getting a little frisky with this night mass. He has continued to produce, and look at all these villagers. Oh, Louis MT, pay attention. Okay, there you go. There are not enough areas for Maria, not enough areas to keep those villagers safe. They're going to be running around trying to do that little bit of a farm transition. This could spell the end of this game if all those villagers go down.
This is looking like this might have the writing of a game number 3 in the works, but Maria and Nug look like they want to dive Louis' base yet again, as they have their armories posturing that way. Mounted Samurais headed that way, so there's a reason why the base was undefended of Maria's, and that is the exact reason why they wanted to be on the aggression here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the age-old thing of, you know, you're getting raided on your side, so you're like, okay, their army's in my base. Well, now I know where their army isn't. And now it looks like Nugify found a decent amount of Louis MT's wood villagers, but only one mounted samurai, so it's going to have to vacate and go in the opposite direction. But there's a lot of mounted samurai over here on the north side. These villagers might not be safe either.
Yeah, this could just end up being a massive, massive base trade. They're also being led directly to the trade, so villagers may go down, trade may go down, but might see a little bit of a quick wall over in that corner in between the two wood lines, in between the market. Nope. Yeah, there it is. Quick wall goes down. And you can actually like double, triple layer this and stall for so long with how short a wall requirement that is.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you just have a little bit, and we actually just saw that second layer. As soon as Cow panned off, he did add a second layer in that particular regard. So yeah, they made a nice little safe onion. Looking like for some of these mounted samurai, I don't think they got to or found those villagers at all. Louis MT continuing to be aggressive with those knights, continuing to fight at the HRE base. HRE starting to add some crossbowmen out of that archery range. It's going to be really good against those feudal age knights. It just depends on how offensive Louis is going to be and if Maria can mass up enough to even do anything, because with how many knights there are, you're going to need a shit ton of crossbow.
Yeah, a shit ton to say the least. I mean, 25 wouldn't even be doing the trick, as if the Knights close the gap, they'd just get absolutely shredded. Looks like Nugify was trying to do some raiding with those mounted samurais, and the horse archers still doing a great job defending those on up and pushing those away. Gremlins got called as well. So again, this is where CSO and Louis did such a good job defending, and there we go. Nugify throws in the towel, realizes he's going to lose that mass, he's going to lose that game. Knights were knocking on his doorstep, and I mean, I feel like every single time I'm casting high view, we never get the full perspective. You need scouts, you need vision, you need to start dropping outposts in the stealth forests, and if not, you just lose so much information.
Yeah, you really do. That was that was a wild game. I was expecting that to go a lot later, to be honest, than it was. But it goes to show, you know, as game number 2 goes to the Elephant team, it goes to show how good horse archers are, because they are currently 1-0 in this tournament, and now we're at a 1-1 tie. I can hear you sigh, and it just Dabston, it feeds me. It feeds me. Yeah, he knows. And now, I mean, both of these players now, both of these teams now at match point. What's great about it with this military count, as you can see from CSO, obviously, yeah, the gremlins are going to help you. I know they're gremlins, but also the ability to do things like make that critical mass of horse archers because of how cheap they are, right? They're not that much food. They're not that much wood. We have a nice little Naji siding. Oh my God. Anybody? Hello? Are we here?
Yeah, Cal's back. We're gonna have to restart Parsec, aren't we? Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and get that done.
Right. Yeah. We'll
Cool,
go ahead
cool.
and let's get this link here going on.
But
Guys,
hey,
thank you so much for hanging out during some of these technical difficulties. Number one. Number two, thank you for all the follows and everyone who's been here. This has been an absolutely amazing tournament to be putting on for you guys, casting for you guys. Dabson, we have like I feel like every game that's been going on this weekend has been knockdown, drag out, absolutely an insane experience to watch.
yeah, it's just been an absolute battle, and this series has been one of the best ones we've had yet. I mean, the first game I think just told the whole story. It was a 50-minute just back and forth. Even this last game, it was a crazy back and forth. It felt like there was a time that the French was basically taken out of it, and all of a sudden we look back, we're like, oh my gosh, French has 25 knights. How is this possible? And we figured out maybe a little bit of some slinging from the teammates and stuff, but there's a good reason why CSO and Louis picked French Roost so many times. We finally see it, come to fruition here with this one. Clean civilization matchup, but not allowed that combo for their last and final series.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, this now, because of the bans that happen to take place for Elephant, they have the age-old 2v2 partnership. The enemies of the 100 Years' War are now joining sides. French and English are going to be together on Team Elephant. Louis and CSO are going to be playing two of those BanterBois. Going to be playing as the French and the IUBIDs. This is a combination that we've seen for French and English. Obviously, if you've played any team games on ladder in any situation, you've probably seen French and English play against you. French and IUBIDs, obviously, is going to be a little bit newer, but you could argue that some of the same stuff happens that we've seen in previous games where one Civ continues to be aggressive like French. The other Civ, or the IUBIDs, maybe they want to get a fast castle. We've seen some feudal age IUBID gameplay actually with some Desert Raiders. We've seen that in some of the games. So it seems like IUBIDs in a team game situation are more flexible than we might give them credit for. And now we're diving into this pivotal, this very important match point, game number 3 in this best of 3. CSO playing as the French in color orange, Louis MT in the southern part of the map playing as English in the color yellow. Dabber, who they got on the other side?
On the other side, we are into the final game. It is Maria and Nugify in the French and the Ayubids. Teal and blue are their colors. And the key thing here is you think they were taking notes from the Balltoon Crackety series, as this was the combo they used to take down Beastie and Core in one of those. And it was not the Ayubid's Fast Castle. It was more the Desert Raider play that kind of extended the feudal age. I think we saw Desert Raiders building rams in that one.
Yeah, I think in that particular situation, you were right. The IUBID player did go for military wing and feudal. You get some of those Desert Raiders, and you're able to get some of those rams going. But I feel like in this particular matchup, when you're up against French and you're up against English, I guess you could do this against French. They're the cavalry civ. You want to raid them first. But English is not a civilization, especially in this dark age or this feudal age. Like, I don't want to fuck with them.
I find that sometimes people get a little too scared of that. Is like, yeah, you don't want to be diving their town centers. You don't want to be diving their wood lines, but you could still deny their gold. You can still, make them respect your knights, because it's way too easy when you're playing the English. And let's just pick on Core's Deli with BC's English. When Core was playing Deli, he made it to where the English of BC never even got touched. BC didn't even have to think about pressure coming his way. You need to make the English player at least have to like respect you a little bit, maybe feel like he needs to make some spears or can't place the second TC out and things like that.
Oh yeah, I mean you're absolutely right. Just having that little bit of map control, getting that little bit of aggression, making Louis MT at least have a little bit of fear. You know, at least have a little bit. You feel like you're kind of on edge. You feel like you're kind of walking on eggshells. You know, so you don't get that greedy second town center like we saw Beastie do. I'm curious for Louis MT. He does go with the Council Hall. The previous games we've seen Abbey of Kings, second town center. We've talked about that 2TC Abbey of Kings build, which is utterly busted in my opinion in a 1v1 situation. But now that we're seeing Council Hall and most likely School of Cavalry, obviously, out of CSO, this is the making of that age-old, get the best cavalry, get the best archers, and go fuck them up.
There you go. And the thing is you can easily deal with the longbow mass when they're small in numbers, when they're rallying over to the other side. But all of a sudden, when that longbow mass gets to 20, 25 plus, Knights have to fully take the fight. They can't just, you know, poke here and there, because if not, all of a sudden, longbows, they're taking out Knights before the Knights can close the gap.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially, I mean, I feel like English has a little bit of kind of, just because the Council Hall gives them a little bit of mobility, obviously it gives them a lot of tempo, but it gives them a lot of versatility where they have the ability to add and make a barracks if they want to. And you can see right next to that Council Hall, that's what Louis MT is actually doing. He is going to be adding that barracks to create some spearmen. The longbowmen obviously are going to be doing good against the Desert Raiders that Nugify is going to be coming out with. So, you know, in an IBID versus French situation, when you have, you know, CSO making those Knights and then Nugify with that military wing adding those Desert Raiders, I mean, Desert Raiders just stack up so well, man.
Yeah, they trade so efficiently, and when you're having this French versus French matchup and you have that first initial, you know, knight on knight aggression, all of a sudden the Desert Raider comes and cleans up the low health knight, uses its mobility or pushes it away, or just goes and raids the French gold, and then all of a sudden one French is ahead of the other.
Yeah, and that's devastating. You know, when you have one cavalry civ ahead of the other, it just means, you know, your map control is gone, your mobility is gone. Like, the cavalry civ, usually in a team game situation, the cavalry civ ends up being the MVP and helps dictate fights. If you don't have the ability to do that, and your cavalry civ isn't as good, it proves to be quite the issue, especially for people like CSO and Louis MT, because you're playing as English, right? Louis MT is playing as English. His mass isn't exactly as mobile, right? He does have some longbowmen. They're going to be able to do well against those Desert Raiders, but if CSO doesn't get all of those knights and the knights that he necessarily needs, every fight that they're going to take isn't going to feel like a good one.
Nope, not at all. The good thing for Louis is it's not only longbows, it's spears as well. So he's already moving across, and he feels comfortable to move across because he has that spear of a front line. Walls, though, already in play for Maria and Nug, so it's kind of weird thinking that English is the one already moving across the map there earliest, basically before French's knight even is moving across.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the best. That's kind of the best thing for the IBIS, because as soon as you hit feudal age, you get that Desert Raider that spawns immediately out of your House of Wisdom, assuming you have the population space for it, right? So it proves to be more of these fights when we're talking about this map of Cliffside. All of these fights are happening on the CSO Louis MT side of the cliff, not so much on the Maria and Nugify side of the cliff. And that just means Nugify is going to have a little bit of time. If you did want to go to Castle Age, if you did want to add production buildings to create a feudal age presence, he has the ability to do that. Now, looking over at Nugify's base, I can see the macro that he's going for. He is not going for any kind of fast castle in any respect. He's adding some Desert Raiders. That's more than the military wing would give you, obviously. And he's going to be adding some horsemen as well. So the Desert Raiders are going to be able to take down the spearmen. And at least these longbowmen end up getting cleaned up by horsemen and some of these Royal Knights. The Desert Raiders are enough where they're going to be taking a decent amount of longbowmen fire before they end up going down. And then they have the ability to pull away their bows, add some swords, and do some damage to CSO's Royal Knights. And then when those Royal Knights start backing away, is exactly what you're seeing happening. Nugify just pulls the bows out again.
Yeah, really good timing fight from Maria and Nug there, as it immediately pushes back Louis and CSO's main first attempt. And keep in mind, This is a French English that they clearly want to do an all-in attack. They want to just have this dive. It's the best. You got some of the best archers in the game. You got some of the best knights in the game. And, you know, why not just use both of those to its fullest effect? And Maria and Nug fully pushed back that push. And oh my, now CSO is going to have to worry. Gets denied off the gold. He was trying to build up an outpost. Outpost gets denied. A knight falls during that as well. And another step ahead for Maria and Nug here.
Getting those knights sniped like that, because you know that CSO and Louis, I mean, no disrespect to Maria and Nugify, of course, but CSO and Louis, they have micro for days. You know, getting those, that's why they're so good on the French, because they have things like these low health knights. They're able to pull them out of harm's way and all of that kind of stuff. But when you have the Desert Raiders that can pull their bows out, you pull a Royal Knight that has 20 health, it's already dead. You know, you just get a couple bow shots at it and it's gone.
Yeah. And so Nug, he's just continually massing up the units. The good part for his unit composition, he has the fastest unit composition. He can just run away from both CSO and Louis, and Maria can just circle around, raid, and then they can always take the fights when they want to and not on their opponent's terms.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they're doing that very, very well, and of course their ability to chase, like we talked about before. Now Maria trying to get into that English base of Louis MT. That English machine gun on top of that town center is fully locked and loaded, so those Royal Knights might not have an idea, but pulls it back 7 health. Chivalry should be coming up. Yeah, right. It is all part of the plan. You know, we'll be able to get a healing if he does get Chivalry in the near future, while Nugify just continuing to harass the French player, because French players only really making knights. If you're using things like Desert Raiders, you're going to be able to smother the poor guy.
Yeah, the part though now that I'm starting to get scared of is, what is the English longbow number at? Because if we start to get, like I said, I exaggerated a little bit. I said 20, 25. We're starting getting closer to that double-digit number for the longbows. Has a nice spear front line, and this is where the fight gets so much harder to take for Maria and Nug. They're kind of bouncing between. The outpost got up. There's not really a lot of spots that they can find damage in. And so now what is their next steps? Are they going to try to all in here? Are they going to build rams, or are they going to just try to go up to castle?
You know, I really think just because, I mean, the amount of units that they're making obviously is really, really good, but you can see how many knights CSO has right now, and they're actually able to try to get some good charges on these Desert Raiders, split these pieces up. It looks like, based on what the macro situation is looking at, Nugify might be thinking about more going up than anything else. You see the Longbowmen and the Spearmen trying to take out those Desert Raiders. It means nothing's going on in Louis' base. The only thing they have is that town center. This is a lot of idle time.
Yeah, good amount of idle time, but I will say that I think Maria might have lost 2 knights during that dive and only picked up 1 single villager, which loses yourself a lot of tempo right as Louis and CSO, their armies are posturing forward. They're getting ready to move forward. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Louis pull 2 villagers and bring an outpost forward to extend that network of castles. But Nugify has hit Castle Age, and will they punish this timing?
Yeah, and you know, I was expecting, because I was looking at the resources on the bottom left-hand part of the screen, I thought he was macroing to hit the Castle Age button, but it turns out he did that a long-ass time ago, you know, and he was able to get up. I'm not sure if it was Culture Wing or otherwise, but it looks like Maria is going to be taking that night fight. Reinforcements coming in on the eastern side, might be able to get a good charge. A couple Royal Knights going down. Overall effective trade for Maria.
Yeah, 3 for 2 for Maria, so ends up being a win there. Now the reinforcements come in and immediately take down another knight, so it's effectively dead even.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it goes. And I mean, Nugify now in Castle Age, he's going to be having 3 stables. He's popping 3 stables, producing camel lancers out of them, and obviously they're going to be so good against the knights that CSO has. But also, they're going to be able to take a decent amount of longbow shots from Louis MT. I mean, Louis does have spears, you know, which is going to be effective, but I think there's too many knights for them to matter. I mean, these spearmen, I'm counting maybe about 9 or 10 in this particular area. If you want to take down a lot of these knights, some of these camel lancers and Desert Raiders, you're probably going to need 2 times the amount of spearmen he currently has.
You know, 3-4 times the spearman he currently has. This doesn't feel good by any means, but I feel like if there's a will, there's a way. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of reaction from the other side. The walls are starting to come down, but is this just going to be too late now?
Yeah, you know, it kind of feels like those walls should have happened a couple minutes ago, you know? I mean, but CSO and Louis MT, like, they tried to get that particular area where they wanted to be aggressive and take fights over on Maria and Nugify's side, you know? So they weren't really thinking about being defensive when this game started, you know? So they had to change their mindset. They had to kind of figure out what to do now. But all of a sudden, Louis MT, he has no walls near his base. The only walls that have been going on are CSOs. So again, more Knights are going to be able to create idle time. And even though that town center is going to be firing a lot of arrows, maybe 1 or 2 Knights ends up going down, how much time you costed Louis MT not getting resources, doing it over and over again, it's big damage, technically.
It's definitely starting to be adding up, but how long-term effective is this? Relics are in play. Remember, a UBIDS is much more of a timing-based civ compared to like a Bacid that's much more of just a macro-based civ. So will Nugify be able to punish CSO and Louis with this timing? He's Castle Age. It's working well. Knights from Maria still circling, but there are a good amount of spears here as well as Knights from CSO. No damage going to be able to be done at this location now.
No, none of those reinforcements are there. You're absolutely right. It looks like Knight numbers are kind of even, but obviously the Spearmen are going to be a big deal. It looks like Nugify trying to get around that CSO base. You can see it on the northern side. The only thing that they're meeting is essentially walls. It looks like for Maria and Nugify, they're talking to each other. They want to make sure some of these reinforcements come in. Again, there's only one player right now who is in the Castle Age variety, but Nugify has to stand still because he's dealing with a raid back home. Some of Maria's troops are going to be creating reinforcements, trying to help out. A lot of Camel Lancers might end up getting a charge. They try to recharge up, I should say. Spearman might be able to get that brace off if they were able to do that. Got to back up yet again. Man, I'm telling you, like, fighting under this town center, like, you don't have to do this. I feel like fighting under this English town center is not the move.
Yeah, just go over to French. Do it under the French town center.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just like, I mean, he does have a decent amount of spear. He does have longbow, and I'm kind of expecting one of these players, probably Nugify, to make some kind of army composition change. You know, we're seeing a lot of Camel Lancers, which are great, but these Spearman levels are getting to be quite a high number, to the point where I don't think you can use brute strength in Camel Lancers to take them down.
Yeah, it gets to the point, head-on engagements now at this point for Maria and Nug is a big no-no. They got a great raiding party, but raiding party's good for raiding, not for fighting. Head on, you know, killing villagers, you know, say no more. Killing some reinforcing units, absolutely fine. But diving into spears, now you're sounding like Jiggly.
That's exactly right. If you ask him what the counter is to Spearman, he is going to tell you Knights. And you can see what Nugify and Maria are doing, and obviously following that advice. Again, diving right into Louis MT is starting town center. Not a Spearman goes down in the making of that. A little bit of Spearmen are going to be able to add some reinforcements in that particular area. Going to be able to make him back up. There is a nice little Wololo, it looks like, coming out from a Dervish for Nugify, but it ends up getting down. And I think, honestly, while looking at these bases, Dabs, there's a little bit of a soft underbelly, it feels like, with CSO and Louis MT. And that's right in the middle of both of their bases.
Yeah, and it's funny, it hasn't been punished, and that's usually the spot that gets punished. CSO getting a great cutoff of Maria's Knights, made a lot of them end up going down. Now the fight's going to be taken against the Camel Lancers, but again, we talked about it. This head-on engagement, not a good fight for Maria and Nug. They're fighting a lot of Spearmen, a good old cutoff there, and there's definitely a lot more teal and blue units down on the ground than orange and yellow. I actually want to say maybe one orange unit went down there, and that's it.
Yeah, I think so. This was definitely not effective for Maria and Nugify. You're exactly right. You don't really want to take those battles. But now, there is only one player in the game that can make Siege. And Siege is going to be made. We have Manjaniques coming from the IUBIS. They're really, really going to help. Not necessarily protected. They might be able to do a little bit of wraparound, but there are a bunch of Spearmen. There are a bunch of Longbowmen that can be in danger if these Manjaniques get a good hit off. And this is something where Louis MT's micro is going to have to shine. You know, the mobility of this mass, we know that from English isn't that great. So if you're able to dodge things like Manjanique shots, if you're able to dodge these things, it could be very, very important for you. And now Louis MT hitting Castle Age. I think this is a time where Maria and Nugify really, it's got to be put up or shut up time in this match point game.
Yeah, and I mean, if those spears, those longbows start to get some upgrades, this is going to be so hard to take the fight. And he's taking the fight now. Spears are diving on. Camel Lancers are not in the fight yet, and Murray is choosing to take it. This is an absolute loss. He's getting obliterated.
Oh my God, this is devastating. I think this is just the lack of choreography, to be honest with you. I mean, Maria took that fight, and this is basically, we're seeing 2v1s all over again. I mean, yeah, Louis MT's force and some of these spearmen might end up getting mopped up before that veteran spearman, but Manjaniques get popped like firewood, and then all of a sudden the Camel Lancer numbers go down, the Royal Knight numbers go down from Maria. Now Louis MT
What's
and
a
CSO.
villager doing?
Oh my God, I don't know, but it's got to get the fuck out of here. It's sitting there in no man's land. But I mean, this is just, I think if Maria and Nugify took that fight straight up together, it would have been so much better.
Yeah, so different. We still see a bunch of spears still alive, and it's Camel Lancers and Knights still only. And CSO goes, all right, that fight went pretty well. Now you're not going to have much to protect your base, probably. He's going to go ahead, split up into two groups. One's going to Maria, one's going to Nug, and CSO's castle as well.
Yeah, I think this is when the problem is going to strike for Maria and Nugify, right? Because CSO, I would imagine, for how many knights he has on the battlefield, and I am correct that he does go with the Royal Institute. Maria is trying to follow the same suit to try to get Royal Bloodlines, but somebody clicked Royal Bloodlines first, and that's CSO. Somebody has more knights, and that's CSO. So if he ends up taking a battle, especially between some of these knights, for Maria, that could prove to be an issue. More and more knights are ending up taking damage and ending up going down. I think this is pretty much all that Maria has in terms of numbers. So he needs to make sure he keeps these things alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so hard to end up doing so, especially when you're going to have that nonstop stream. It's always so funny when you're playing this the Civ going with the infantry and the spears, and all of a sudden you get to a point where you have like 30 or 40, and you're like, I swear, eventually we're going to take a fight, and these are going to be worth all of my time making it. And that's where it just happened a little bit ago. Louis was trading spears away, and now they have so many more military units compared to Maria and Nug. Maria just hits castle, but just it feels like with no steam behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, right? That what makes Royal Institute so good, and some people even make it still in a 1v1 situation because it's like, okay, it's kind of like a win more landmark. You know, you want to put an exclamation point on a game. You want to successfully close out a game. And I think there was an ability for CSO to do that with his Royal Institute. And it looks like with the Royal Institute, he was able to do that without actually getting Royal Bloodlines, because Nugify and Maria end up tapping out of this best of 3 game set match. Goes to Elephant.
Yeah, French doesn't really become too effective when they run out of gold, and there wasn't any gold on the map left for Maria to take that was safe and secure. Even if they were some behind his base, it wasn't really going to be safe and secure, but there was none even behind his base at this point. Military masses were still favoring Louis and CSO, but what a wild series to now allow Elephant to move on to the losers finals. They now will have a chance to get redemption, get on into the finals, the grand finals. But first, they have to go through the schizophrenic multitaskers. That is Crackty and Baltoon.
Yeah, I mean, that's this next series that's going to come up is going to be a really, oh my God, it's going to be knockdown, drag out. I do want to, however, do we have the potential just before that series gets started? Are we able to take a little bit of a break, maybe like a 2-minuter or something like that?
I think not only do we get a little bit of a break, I think that our back-end producer, HousedHorse, has a little bit of a special announcement, a special, you know, just highlight of the tournament, you know, however you want to put it. So I believe he might have had that set up behind the scenes. I'm not sure if that allows us for a break while it's happening as well. I'm going to watch it, and then I'm going to take a break after. So either way, let's get that going, and then let's get a couple-minute break before this next losers final series.
The Knights are going to be with them.
Oh, and here we go.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Jesus!
Oh Jesus!
Oh, the humanity!
Quit the game. Get out of here. BLD.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, my God. It's over. The whole thing is over. Gokowski, just get out of there.
So there's the milk of the event award over there.
What? I'm not.
I'm not proud of the cast, I think. And just screaming random phrases. But it's still, it gave me a good laugh. It gave me a good chuckle.
Oh, that's
Thank
what it's
you,
there for.
Thank you guys so much. We have 2 series left. We have the grand final and the losers final. We're going to figure out who is actually going to take the crown in the first Devils 2v2 Cup. Guys, if you're interested in watching, if you're interested in doing predictions, getting some chats, I would highly encourage you to follow the stream. Also, we're going to be back in just about a minute or two. We're going to go ahead and pee, and then we're going to come right back. Losers final coming right at you. Stay tuned. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging out during the break. We are in, Jesus Christ. We are in the All right, hold on. We're getting our volume back. We're getting our sound back. Everybody's probably listening and being like, "Oh, I can't hear him. He's moving his mouth, but I don't know what's going on."
And everybody is panicking. Look at Axe Rain. He's
No,
panicking. Look
we
at him
wanna
go.
Let
He's
it restart
panicking all
Parsec
over the
now.
place.
Restart Parsec. I don't want to have a game without sound.
Oh, yeah, okay. Restarting. Restarting. I don't know if you guys can hear me. If you can, shut up. No, if you, oh, damn it. If you can, we're going to be giving you the game in just a sec. We can hear, fuck. We're going to be.
Oh, they can hear game sound. We can't. I closed. Okay, there we go.
Hold on, we're reloading the game so us and all of our wonderful people and casters are able to see it. Be able to connect in just a second.
Welcome everybody to game number 1 of the losers finals. That's right, the losers finals. CSO is spawning in as the Ubids in the north side, his teammate Louis in the west side of him as the French, and who else on the other side?
Yeah, we have a team that's been taking a little bit of a break for a while. It's been Baltoon playing as the color blue, as the Roos. Crackity will be playing as teal, and as the English spawning on the south side of this cliff. And I know Baltoon and Crackity, they were able to take a little bit of a break. You know, they were able to just kind of relax, maybe get something to eat, you know, and then he's not getting them. He's not getting them. Oh, wait.
Oh.
There
it is. He still sees the other one. He's like, maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, that's a really nice thing about Cliffside, to be honest, is getting those 2 sheep right next to your town center, especially when you're playing as the Roos, because you're always thinking about trying to drop off those sheep, right? Usually you get to about 2 minutes and you're like, hey, I really got to drop off these sheep because my villagers are going to idle, all that kind of stuff. You have a couple extra sheep, it gives you a little extra time to find some more hunt.
Yeah. Oh, I'm constantly that Roos player because I don't play Roos much. That I'm like, oh, dude, I'm freaking killing it in the bounty. Look at it. I've gotten 3 deer packs. I stole one from my opponent. I'm killing wolves. And then I'm like, oh, shit. I forgot to drop off that extra sheep. And now I'm going idle. And all that bounty is worthless now at this point. But won't have to worry about that on a map like this. Like you said, got those few extra sheep. You won't have to worry about that extra drop off.
Yeah, it's just nice. It gives you a little bit of flexibility, right? And now at this point, Baltoon's going to be going up, obviously with the Kremlin. His Kremlin a little bit more in the back, as most usual Kremlins are. But Baltoon, it's kind of a first world problem, right? Because he got a good spawn where so he got his gold on the backside, he got his stone on the backside, so he's going to be able to get that Kremlin. Obviously, Louis MT will be going with a school of cavalry, CSO most likely with the military up. Economic wing. He's going for 3 extra villagers at the start of this game. Some of these berry bushes, actually, he's making sure that he doesn't gather them completely because there's going to be a couple extra berries growing off of them.
You know what? I feel like CSO and Louis, they just like watched what happened to them and they were like, you know what? I liked what y'all did. We could just do it better. And so now they're like, yeah, here we go. We got you covered here. They're going with the French Ubids. And I think with the growth wing, it allows you to play them feudally a little bit better. And you like 3 villagers this early on, once you end up hitting feudal age, is so much more than what people realize. It really just gives them that extra leg up early on.
Yeah, and I mean, it really increases the percentage of villagers that you have, right? Because you get to this point and you're probably at what, like, I don't know, 15, 16, something like that. Adding 3 onto that is a huge deal. You know, that basically saves you a minute or ish. Yeah, a minute of town center time, right? So it gives you that little bit of a leg up. If there's somebody like an opposite civilization, like your opponent is going to be going for a second town center, they need to get the resources, they need to build it, and then they need another minute to get those villagers back that you just get that pop out of your town center for free. So I agree. I like it a lot.
Man, we keep looking over at Baltoon scouts, and it makes me feel like this map's prairie. Like, I feel like he has like 20 sheep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Cliffside.
21!
Wow. That was really good. And I think for Baltoon, I'm not sure how many scouts he went. If he went 2 scouts or if he went 3 scouts, but yeah, he did go 3. And I think 3 on Cliffside is a really, really good idea because you do get a decent amount of sheep, right? There's a lot of wolves that spawn around the cliffs and along the edges. There's a lot of deer packs that you can end up getting. His bounty is fantastic. His bounty's at 370. And what we've seen a lot of these Roost players have, we've seen builds or bounties, I should say, anywhere from 250 to 350 pretty regularly.
Yeah, and this is where now we're going to see Louis just kind of compile into just night after night after night, which is exactly what's expected. He does have to invest into an outpost pretty early on, and I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe it's just because Baltoon can start raiding with some Roost Knights here in a little bit, but this is definitely an earlier outpost than I was expecting, but still kind of allows some safety overall.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of realize that when you're playing the Cavalry Civ, you might end up getting raided a little bit more than you might want to, right? I mean, the CSO with those 3 extra villagers, he's definitely in that raidable category as well, so he's going to be adding his own outpost. And the fact that his gold is directly forward, right? It's nice that it's in front of the English player, but still, you know? Now, with Crackity, he does have a couple longbowmen out of that council hall, and he's positioning these so well, because this gold is pretty far out there for him. A town center is not really going to help him out. So he's going to need some longbowmen, and he's going to need some of those fresh palings with those pointy sticks.
And it's not camel archers or desert raiders, I should say, from CSO. It's going with the horsemen early on, so gonna be able to force away some scouts due to that movement speed. And I laugh. Everyone seems to be like protecting their base. It's like, okay, we're getting walls from CSO. Even he got an outpost from CSO. We had Louis who had an outpost on his gold. Crackity had palings around his gold, and Baltoon's dropping a second TC. Everyone's like playing defensive and could be playing a lot greedier than what they are.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And it's kind of crazy because of we're talking about the second TC as we're showing on the screen. It's kind of crazy because Baltoon has so much sheep. He has thousands of food worth of mutton to the point where his second town center didn't have to be on a food source.
Oh, are
mean,
we seeing those deer from Baltoon side get stolen?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's money. Money. This is really good for CSO and Louis in the long term.
Oh yeah, that's a heist of the century, let me tell you, because especially for Baltoon, when those sheep run out, and they will run out at some point, he's gonna need to get some of those outside food resources or make a farm transition. We all know for Roost, they usually don't want to do things like farm transition. It's rather expensive for them. So going out for those is really, really important for them to do.
And this is definitely like the 2v2 gameplay. CSO went horseman for a reason. To deny the scouting, to deny the vision. This has allowed CSO to take that mid-map control. Baltoon and Crackity didn't really have a lot of knowledge of this, and both the deer packs of Baltoon are very, very far forward. There's one safe one that's hard to steal, but other than that, Baltoon's going to get all of his deer stolen. Every single one.
That's wild. That's honestly insane. Actually, I'm not sure if Baltoon knows about this. I think he might, because we're 8 minutes into the game and a Roost player is starting to build farms.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to build farms, and a lot of people might question this, like, why would he build farms when he has that many sheep? You're losing tempo. It's like, you're losing a minimal amount. Yeah, actually, that is a good amount of tempo he's losing with 5, but this allows him to not deplete those sheep as fast. You're gonna need 20 villagers on food. Well, if you have 20 villagers on 20 sheep, those go away pretty quick. If you only have 10, 15 on those sheep, it goes over. You have a lot more time to be able to do that, and you can still drop 1, 2, 3, 4 more farms here and there.
And that's a situation where, I mean, just in this particular juncture, it's this time that he doesn't have at this point, right? The second town center obviously gives him a little bit less tempo as well. But now that Louis MT is going to be able to get some of those deer, and he's going to be able to get a big, food bolus, essentially, he might be able to make a lot of knights, and it looks like he's hovering in feudal age and wants to continue to do so. Whereas Baltoon, he's going to be able to, with those 2 town centers, going to be able to put some farms around. He goes with the high trade house, which is a pretty spicy high trade house. If I were to guess, that's probably like 140.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a solid high trade house, especially when you think about him being 2 TC and the first one to castle and having farms. But where he's having farms, that's where Louis like, yeah, I'm on deer, and I'm on your deer under my TC.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't give a flying fuck about your farms, dude. He's gonna get all those carcasses, and he's gonna have them for days, right? And it's just because of the mobility of Louis MT's troops with his knights, he's keeping Crackity in his base, as all English players do. They like to wall up, they like to not interact with you, right? So Louis, just because he made a couple of those knights, he's gonna be able to have some map control. While Crackly continuing to boom, going to be going with King's Palace by his gold mine, going to be adding that second town center. Whereas Louis, I think in terms of military, I'm not sure how many military he has, but a lot of his resources are actually going into trade. He's been trading for a decent amount of time.
Wham is trading. I repeat, Wham is trading. Yeah, I mean, if you're trading this early, it might not seem like the greatest route, but it's enough, and it starts adding up, and it starts adding up fast.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. And Louis MT just yoinked a deer from the high trade house. The deer spawned, he saw it, and took it.
He's like, bro, thanks for your infinite food source, my guy.
Unbelievable. Honestly, like, that's savagery. That's honestly, that's savagery. The high trade house, that's supposed to help your bounty. That's supposed to help your food income. It's not now. It's not going to do shit. And we're going to see, hopefully, if Louis MT can actually translate that. He's going to be going to Castle Age himself. He's got trade going in the back. He's got those deer that are going to help him out. So not only was he able to be aggressive, right, and take some villagers down and all that kind of stuff, he's going to do it again. He's going to do it again.
He already prepped it. He's ready for it.
And it's far out there, too. It's something that I don't know if the town center is even going to be able to hit that scout when it ends up coming away. But the CSO on the other side trying to get a little aggressive on this English player as Crackly is into Castle Age. He's adding a couple crossbowmen. The Iubids do have a lot of archers that have the potential to help him out. And what's really good about those archers, even though he's not military wing, so he doesn't necessarily need those desert raiders, but he can build a lot of siege.
Oh, they're in it for the long haul this game. CSO and Louis. Louis going in with the guild hall, and looks like Louis going over to the stone. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him either drop a keep or even drop multiple TCs.
Yeah, I think it could definitely be an option. It's not like he doesn't have the food economy in order to do so, right? With all of those deer, and most of them are not his. He stole them. But with Louis MT and CSO bringing their forces together, now he's starting to get some of those deer packs that are actually closer to home. But you're exactly right. I mean, a lot of this damage that's happened, the tempo that's been given up from Baltoon and Crackety, now they're basically having an uphill battle where they got to claw their way into this map.
Yeah, I mean, at least you can see Baltoon, he's starting to climb with the night numbers. The second TC has started to kind of pay off at this point. He's been able to really climb up on the Vil count. His teammate over there has his own secondary TC with his Castle Age, so shouldn't be too far behind in villagers as well. The opponent's side, sitting at 66 economy, though. Can't forget double markets. It's essentially, you know, ability to have two TCs, kind of equalizing Baltoon's economy.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot. I mean, those traders, even though I think they were probably, 60 gold, 62 gold, something like that, a pop, just having those and being able to pump them out just like villagers, it makes a really, really big difference. Now, Manjanique going to be able to get a good hit on some of those crossbowmen. Lots of archers for CSO. They're going to be able to take down a lot of these spearmen. Louis MT still does not have the Veteran Royal Knight upgrade. Hopefully that comes up very, very soon. Manjanique gets popped by Baltoon's Knights, and those Knights for the Roost, they are Castle Age. Now, Louis MT's finally hits that Castle Age, but Crackety does have enough crossbowmen here. He's going to deal with these Lancers, the Camel Lancers. He's going to be able to deal with those Veteran Royal Knights, and this was a failed aggressive attempt.
And that was just a perfect time dive by Baltoon as well. Crackety doing exactly what you needed to do with the English. Mass up that range mass, get your spear front line with what you're going up against. And Baltoon circled around with the flank. There was a huge micro kind of war that happened. CSO circled around his Mangonel, but Baltoon was still able to get it taken down. And like you said, regular old veteran, or I guess veteran knights versus the regular old French Royal Knights aren't gonna be the greatest matchup for the French Royal Knights when they're not veteran yet.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just that little bit of, it's that health that makes a big difference, I think, too. I mean, from Royal Knights to veteran Royal Knights, you go from 190 to 230 health, whereas Baltoon, he did have that already. I'm not sure if he had Boyar's Fortitude at the time, but if he did,
what?
oh, there's a hole.
Wait.
That. It's again, your wall is only as strong as its biggest hole, and that was a rather small hole, but a hole nonetheless. So Knight was able to get in there. Most likely ends up getting taken down. I don't think it has an ability to go anywhere. But now Balto and Crackety, just because they took that good engagement that first time, now they're able to push out a little bit. These crossbowmen are becoming an MVP in this army comp.
Yeah, and now this feels really good. Think about it. You just held off a push. You actually won a huge fight when your base was getting pushed, and you're both 2TC. You've both made a pretty decent farm transition already, and you should be behind in tempo, and you won the fight. So now you kind of get the leg up there. Obviously, relics are definitely on CSO's side. We saw triple sacred site. That's only one sacred site now, so you're taking some of that passive gold income away. But you have a lot of ability to kind of keep this aggression going forward, keep the snowball going. Another Manjanique getting built. I would say that Springles would definitely be necessary to actually extend this push further, though, once we start seeing multiple Manjaniques.
Yeah, because I mean, these Manjaniques, we talk about how good they are offensively, taking down, you know, all of these range masters and stuff, but defensively, I feel like is where they really shine because they're able to stay safe. They're able to get body blocked by a lot of these units, and especially CSO with how much military he has, so they're going to be able to make sure that you get a decent amount of shots off, and it exactly does. It does get one, which was successfully dodged, but it looks like another one might be coming up. Not that body block that I was expecting, but these spearmen might end up going down. Baltoon trying to charge in, take down that Manjanique, but it's continuing to take those hits. And look at that rear flank, that rear charge by this orange player, and they're going to be coming up to try to take down a lot of the crossbowmen, but they're going to get wiped apart.
Crackety, unbelievable micro there, was able to pull his spears back at the perfect timing, made it to where those orange knights did not do nearly as much damage, but then all of a sudden you look back and Baltoon's front line of knights gets cleared up. There were a lot of crossbows on red side. There was a sprinkled tower as well, and the camel debuff that whole time, so those knights aren't quite as effective for Baltoon.
Yeah, you know, those camel lancers just really are so tough, you know? I mean, they have all of that health as a normal knight does, and just creating that minus 20%, you know, for Baltoon's knights. It might beg the question. I mean, I know you're Roos. I know knights are good. I know you have Boyar's Fortitude, but you might start to think about going in a different direction even, just because of those camel lancers. It's really difficult because Crackety, now that he's on his farm economy, now that he has his King's Palace, I have a feeling that Crackety is going to be able to, you know, I mean, just because a lot of these are foot soldiers, he's going to be able to reproduce a lot of these.
Yeah, and Roos, easier to make that farm transition at this point with how good their wood economy is, so I'm sure that Baltoon's onto a decent amount of farms. I don't think that CSO and Louis are going to be able to make the same type of farm transition. They're still on some berries, they're still on some deer, they still have resources under the town center on Louis' side, but that's not forever, and once those start running out, that's when the tempo really gets lost here that Baltoon and Crackety already have dealt with.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue with the professional scouts, right? Like, yeah, it delayed your farm transition, really, which is really good in the moment, which is really good for short term because it just means you're not giving up on things like getting wood for a farm transition, but it does delay the inevitable. You know, you will need to get farms at some point, and it seemed like the offensive attack that they had on Crackety's base really wasn't there. So all that tempo that they wanted to get out of those deer carcasses ended up becoming null and void. And now I think for Crackety and Baltoon, it's just staying alive. It's just not taking bad fights. And then all of a sudden, you're going to get to a point where your military outmasses the other team.
Yep. And I think that should be, like, honestly, right here at this moment, they're right at the timing where both their TCs have more than paid off. The farms have been more than paying off with the last couple fights they've taken, and it just needs to be one final really good fight and then push from there. But Louis, it just seems like he has night after night after night, and those nights are just met with walls.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the Roos and having fortified palisades, it's really helping you out. Now CSO and Louis MT going to be trying to make a little bit of their own kind of forward aggressive. They're going for attack number 2. Again, you're attacking an English player that has that network. It's going to be really difficult for you to deal with. You saw Cal hover over that eastern side. CSO looks like he's going to start trading. Baltoon hitting the Imperial Age. That is not something that I expected to happen, and he goes with Spassky.
The Spassky, and he's going ahead dropping a University pretty quick here. This also allows him to get Streltsy if his eco allows it, and I think it does with what we're looking at. We saw a huge farm transition on his side. We see a massive farm transition on Crackety's side, and the big thing that Baltoon and Crackety need to secure for the long term is gold, which is really, really central on this map. You got to start taking some of these cliffs and building those walls a little bit more forward.
Oh yeah, I mean, usually a lot of these people, they try to get a lot of these really high-level players. They really want to try to get the walls around those cliffs, but it doesn't really protect that gold.
Can we see Baltoon's upgrades?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see. I know CSO is going to be going up, and it's going up with Trade Wing,
buddy.
Yeah, there's Elite Knights, there's Pole Arms, there's Biology, which is really going to help him out. He's going all in on these Knights. Louis MT is going up with Imperial Age as well, and I would imagine that Red Palace is somewhere where he might want some gold.
Yeah, I think it's pretty central in between the two bases of CSO and Louis. They're trying to get stone walls down, but Baltoon, Crackety, they're pushing at this exact moment. Already a keep though in defense. Imperial Age has happened. There is the Red Palace is finished. They don't care about the keep. They're ready for the dive. There's no boiling oil on it. There's so many infantry units. They're just going to burn the keep. They don't care about it. No Sperling placement either.
There's enough there. There's enough torches to take it down. It's already about halfway down, and now Baltoon's forces with all of those knights, they're looking to try to find a way to go as well. They're going to be able to take down that palisade gate. Looks like a little quick stone wall trying to happen. CSO! Not going to happen.
The keep already falls. They're going to immediately be able to cut out that longer trade line. A few more villagers on the berries, and Louis trying to dive back with his own knights during this. There's so many units here for Crackety and Baltoon, though. You can't take this fight unless both armies are here and fully together.
Yeah, and I think a lot of for Louis MT, I still don't see those knights being of elite status, right? And because he went Guildhall, there is no royal bloodlines that's already made, right? But he's dealing with elite knights from the Roost that have a little bit of extra attack, and they're able to slice through some of those Castle Age Campbell Lancers. Are doing a really good job at taking down a lot of those. Traders trying to find a good route, trying to find a safe route, not quite getting there. Elite Knights on that eastern side now, finally, for Louis MT. But the thing of it is, there's so many crossbows from Crackety right now. I think as long as these Knights maybe back up a little bit from the Roost player from Baltoon, maybe back up a little bit, try to make sure that you can stay alive just a little bit before those crossbowmen get there, because they will be picking apart the forces of Louis MT if he keeps those Knights there. Now a lot of archers are going to be coming in on the eastern side. That's something I'd love to see, Baltoon's Knights there, but he's really trying to create that front line for those Knights, and these Knights, these lines, these amount of units are starting to dwindle very, very quickly.
Crackety still has a healthy amount. They're pushing forward. There's a lot of bills, though. University gets denied. No Imperial Age upgrades. Tons of farms being denied. Monastery got cleared out as well, so that gold situation is going to be a little bit more of a problem to compound that with. Red Palace range, though, is here and should immediately wipe all of these infantry units very, very quickly if they fight in that.
Yeah, and I think they kind of noticed that, so they backed up. Again, Berkshire firing from Narnia on that keep from Louis MT and trying to stop those reinforcements from coming. But look at CSO. Look at his population right now. We're 23.5 minutes into the game. He's got a population of 106. Not really that great. Louis' population, 132. Crackety at 172 and has a lot of units in the queue. Baltoon at 145. So you know, for Baltoon and Crackety, they're smelling blood in the water. They want to get some of this happening. They're able to take down some of these Royal Knights, go on to the French base, which is a little bit more easier to raid, I would say, than the Ayubids at this juncture. There's a lot of farms around. A lot of these villagers have to vacate their area. Spearmen doing a good job keeping those Royal Knights pretty much just having their attention, taking their attention away, being on the wood line. Look at all these traders. This is literally skeet shooting. This is unbelievable.
You can't forget those TCs, though. They're arbs with the Red Palace up. There's another keep there to help a little bit, so that infantry mass of Crackety got cleaned up. But behind this, Crackety and Baltoon, there's still 2 TC. keep that in mind. CSO and Louis, I don't see multiple TCs for them. I saw trade, which a lot of the trade got cleaned up other than that mass that we saw that got moved around. But so many vills, so much idle time, so much just taken out overall. Relics are still down on the map, so they're not getting as much passive gold. And Crackety's just going to start streaming units into that top side. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a men-at-arms swap now.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this in terms of resources, right? We're looking at current stockpiles of resources. CSO's got about 300 food. Louis MT was sitting on 5 food for a pretty decent amount of time, and a lot of these nights are going to be difficult to end up getting replenished. You can see the income per minute vastly different from CSO and Louis MT, and they're sitting around 1,000, while Crackety has farms as far as the eye can see. The entire English province is essentially littered with some of those wheat farms. And you know, for these trades, even though they might not be the best trades, you might be fighting under a keep with arbalest upgrades and all that kind of stuff, but the difference is Baltoon can keep making these, and I don't think Louis MT has the ability to.
No, not for long, not by any means. Louis still has a good amount of gold, just had a huge drop off from the traders. Traders have to come back, and they're not going to have markets to come back to anymore.
Yeah, no, that's going to be super tough. I mean, now that those markets go down, that trade is absolutely nullified, right? I mean, obviously, Crackety and Baltoon have the ability to start trading if they want to, and it looks like Baltoon more so is going to be able to, but there's a population cap, and it looks like they're trying to get to 200, and I think they're going to be able to quite soon if they're able to get a lot of those houses and the stuff that they need to do. Looks like English is going to need some siege, though, if they want to break through CSO's base.
Yeah, that's the problem with some infantry. You need something to break through the stone walls, and maybe a siege tower.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up, dude. No siege towers will be made in the DEBILS 2v2 Cup. They're not banned, but they might as well be at this point. But Baltoon, Crackety, still trying to be aggressive, right? Still trying to get in there, and it looks like there's a lot of back-end economic buildings. I can see all the way on the northern tip of the map. There's a giant blue blob over there. There's a lot of traders. There's only a little bit of those elite Royal Knights. They're looking for a way, an avenue to get a little bit of gold. And for the French, you stop that trade, that is massive.
I'm honestly surprised that keep hasn't gone down from the Berkshire. Knights have still circled around. They've been killing some traders. They've been killing some villagers. But more importantly, they've made Louis have knights in the back of his base. Keep dealing with this stuff behind it. Treb now finally starting to siege down the keep. And this is going to leave a wide open gap down the middle.
Yeah, I think that's super, super important, right? Especially just having any kind of avenue. Look at those camels. As we're zooming in here, look at them camels.
They're looking good.
Oh my God, look at them humps, them lovely lady lumps. Look at them. That was too much.
Yeah,
that was a little much.
They don't have many places to go, though. As you can see, the walls. I wouldn't be surprised to see Baltoon and Crackety start to build another layer of forward walls, kind of trying to reclaim the next set on the cliffside. But for now, just securing gold. Got good vision of where these knights are from the French, so Baltoon immediately pulls that villager mass away that was on the gold, and probably will send some reinforcements on that way.
So yeah, I mean, you definitely have the ability to. Look at that. Some of these Crackety men-at-arms, look at how many arrows they're able to take. It has been an absolutely, they're just getting hit with all of these incendiary arrows, most of them able to stay alive to try to burn down that keep. And I want to see, let's take a look at those elite raiders, because I'm curious to know. Just take a look at their specs for a second. Decent amount of damage at 19 damage, obviously, but the camel on ease being a good factor for you. But take a look at that melee armor. I mean, obviously you have the ability to, just by having all the camels in the battle, but we saw it for just a second there. That was 12 melee armor. That's incredible.
Yeah, very, very tanky, but Crackety's at the point he can start throwing away units, throwing away resources. Look at CSO and Louis. They do not have the same bank. They don't have the same storage pile and reserves that Crackety and Baltoon have.
No, and I think we kind of hammered onto that point a few minutes ago, to be honest, because there was all of these units that, especially for Crackety and Baltoon, there were so many units that were just slamming through the base of CSO and Louis, and I was really hoping they were continuing to pack on the pressure, because if they were able to starve their opponents out, it would have been really, really important, I should say. those elite Desert Raiders again trying to find some places to go. There's more battles on the cliffs.
Oh,
Baltoon making a little bit of a transition. We got DrBois, baby.
DrBois, that looks like some horsemen into the mix too. That'll allow for some more mobility if needed. Just kind of that perfect raiding unit, perfect kind of just unit to throw away, burn walls, burn buildings, do whatever they want. No units from CSO are here. This is so hard to get here. Remember the walls that Crackity was building kind of cuts off the path for CSO to get here easily. But fighting under Louis' keeps, not a good idea.
No, especially because Louis, again, with that Red Palace, does have the Arbalest upgrade on all of those keeps and those town centers, so it makes it really, really difficult. We're taking a look at income per minute on the top left part of your screen. You can see the Baltoon and Crackity doing pretty well on that wood count. Looks like that stone wall has ended up being finished. Might we see a little bit of a trap? This is really a fight. If I'm CSO or Louis, I want this fight. I really want this. You're under a keep with that Arbalest upgrade. The Berkshire might be firing at you a little bit, but it doesn't have Arbalest, right? It just has normal incendiary arrows. This is a fight you might want. And if you're Baltoon, I'm getting those knights and I'm getting the fuck out of there.
Yeah, I definitely do not want to be taking this fight, but taking it they are. Trebs are sieging down that keep. Crossbows on the backside, going untouched though. Desert Raiders doing the same. And more knights just coming into the mix. There is reinforcements here. There's stables here. And Streltsy though, that's really going to be the difference in my eyes. If the Streltsy can stay alive, if more Streltsy are able to come to play. But now they don't have a front line. Got to drop behind these walls. And walls that aren't finished, are they?
No, around that left-hand side. Look at those Desert Raiders going through. Again, I'm going to say it over and over again. Your wall is only as strong as its biggest hole. And there is a giant gaping hole on that left side. So the Desert Raiders are going to have free reign on those arbalete, or those crossbowmen, I should say, that Crackity is trying to make. Now, Crackity's trying to do a little bit of trade here. Baltoon already has trade decently set up. They have a decent amount of gold income. But this was an overwhelmingly, convincingly good fight for CSO and Louis MT, so they're looking to pack that pressure on. Again, Baltoon, he made Spassky. No stone walls, however. We're still having these fortified palisades, so he's going to be able to rip through them, but he has got a firing squad on the other side. Look at them Streltsy down there, Dabs.
Oh my god, the Streltsy are super scary, especially fighting this choke point where they don't have to step forward, they don't have to move, they get that static deployment, and the damage is just absurd. Crackity's doing a great job of just having that front line, trying to build some outposts, and there it is. Outpost just finishes up, gives him that network of castles, network of citadels bonus, and the last fight might not have gone too well for him, but this one, they seem to be pushing that massive CSO and Louis back.
I'll tell you what, when you're playing as the Roost like Baltoon is in this Imperial Age situation, nothing is more satisfying.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a problem.
That is more than a problem. We see, I mean, the gold was really I think the reason why Baltoon and Crackity were struggling a little bit ago. They kind of got trade online. They reclaimed a couple gold nodes, but now trade starts to get delayed. Knights are running to try to dive through the base, and I'm worried for Baltoon and Crackity's ecos here in a little bit. They can defend this on up, but this has allowed CSO and Louis to gain some breathing room, some ability to just kind of chill back. Trades fully boomed back up for Louis. We saw how many traders there were, and now it's back to that super long, efficient path.
This is probably not looking good for Baltoon right now. He's got to pull all of those Streltsy that don't have a lot of mobility. He's using horsemen back here too with a little bit of spearmen. But again, these farm fields do have to be vacated. He does have a decent amount of stockpile in there, right? He does have a decent amount of stockpile, and it looks like a lot of villagers aren't going to end up going down. You know, he's got about 3,300 food, so he might be able to deal with a little bit of idle time at this point. But Crackity, I mean, in terms of his stockpile, just because he's English, he has so much. Oh my god, Louis MT getting cheeky with them walls.
He's everywhere. He's everywhere. Louis, I mean, I've seen him do this in 1v1s all the time. Why are you too surprised to see him doing it in 2s? You see him trade early. You see him kind of play for this late game, almost like BC does, one of his practice partners. And it's one thing he's comfortable with doing, he's used to doing, and he is all over the map everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, his ability to micro, and you know, let's not get it twisted, you know, microing all of these. Look at these little night masses that he has. All of these villagers are getting absolutely swallowed But all of these night areas, he's got 3 different night masses that he's microing while doing things like building walls, taking into a bunch of different engagements. It looks like a couple of them are going to be going down just because of the Streltsy mass, but you know, Louis MT and his micro and how many villagers he was able to take down from Crackety, really, really massive. And now with CSO, we're taking a look at how many military units he has. 80 elite desert raiders. He is just looking. He's looking for villagers. He's looking for that snack.
I mean, that number is absurd. And you know he has it in like 2, 3, 4 different groups that are just all so hard to deal with how tanky they are, how mobile they are. It's that unit that it feels like there's not one single good unit to deal with them. You kind of have to have multiple.
Yeah, because of their ability to change, right? And go from bows to swords. And it looks like at this particular juncture, they're going to keep those arrows going, and they're going to be able to kite spearmen just because of the mobility. DrDabston might have something to say about it, or maybe they end up microing in the opposite direction where all of those go. But these Streltsy, I mean, they're a really big unit. You know, they're in terms of power, in terms of attack, they're really heavy hitters. They're still slow, though. They're like a normal hand cannoneer. You know, so getting them all the way in the back corner of the base like this just means they're not on the front line. So these raids really, really important in terms of field position.
Yep. And now all of a sudden, Louis is floating resources. He's got that storage pile. He's got that bank, and he has those high-cost units out on the field already, too. He's got multiple mangoes, multiple cannons. He's trying to step up to that Berkshire, which you got to watch out about with those cannons is usually you get into range of it, and they'll start taking down siege, but he's got more than enough to deal with it. Might need to bring some villagers forward to deal with the siege, too, though. And he does. He's going to heal it on up. Easy enough to tank it.
And the only thing, I think that Berkshire, in terms of its cannon, I think it's only hitting the mangonel right now. There might be a little bit of AoE damage, but that Berkshire, in the blink of an eye, ends up going down. Louis MT is going to put a keep up where the Berkshire is just to make sure it doesn't get repaired. Those crossbowmen are not enough for all of those desert raiders. I mean, I don't think there was a lot of units that were actually there dealing with it, but still, I think Louis MT might have an ability to get this keep up. Baltoon is smelling a little bit of danger, but these mangonels, I'm not seeing any springolds from Baltoon or Crackety at this moment. You could get some big mango shots on Streltsy here.
You know what I am seeing, though? A few towns that are a little bit wandering is what they call them. But the mangonels, they just wipe down some of the Streltsy, such high-cost units, and exactly what you need. And oh my god, another 2 massive, massive shots on the Streltsy. Not looking good by any means. Crackety trying to hold the Desert Raiders, and look at this. He's just getting kited around, getting played like a fiddle.
And that's the thing. I mean, this is the attitude, and this is what happens when there's no springles, right? Horsemen are trying to get a little bit of a raid. These Streltsy need one big mangonel shot. Another group of them ends up going down. That Streltsy mass that we thought was massive, and it looked like it had about 30 to 35 Streltsy, it's down to fucking 6.
I mean, they're just gone. Baltoon needs to remass that back up. Good thing for him, though, he at least still has rams on that keep. Horsemen still diving forward. Doesn't seem like there's too many villagers able to heal that back up, but more mangonels pushing forward. More horsemen on the way, and the horsemen are diving into knights. They're just trying to be that tanky unit, but now they don't have the damage on the backside.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely...
And the keep stays alive.
That keep is... How many villagers he has repairing that keep right now is absolutely insane. He's adding more spearmen, Baltoon is. He's adding more horsemen to try to snipe down these mangonels, but I feel like the damage for the mangonels has already been done. You know, we see some Streltsy in the back. More mangonel shots are coming in. Good body blocks out of those Royal Knights. Those hitboxes are rather impressive. 4 cannons in the back for Louis MT. We talked about that last game. That's fuck you money.
How is Baltoon's pushing forward? Crackety's coming here to help. Crackety's made the push on his side. He made the defense. The Desert Raiders, he just said, forget about you. The Horsemen are pushing forward. He has spears to help this as well. So if the Knights turn and fight the Horsemen, they're actually going to have a losing fight.
Yeah, that's actually wild. I mean, a little bit of those spearmen obviously help you out. Mangonels finally end up getting cleaned up. But again, I mean, how that keep, Dabston, how that keep was able to stay alive was absolutely insane, because you talked about those Roost Rams. There were 5 or 6 wandering towns slamming into that thing. Still, with all of those villagers, ended up staying up.
I mean, this trade, it's just been going for a while. 53 traders.
Holy shit.
And look at the trade on the other side. Remember the walls from Louis. There's not any efficient trade. There's not any long-term gold. They need to retake the center. They need to retake these gold veins in the middle, or else they are screwed in the long term.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, talk about long-term like it's not already here, right? Louis MT has been using his guild hall for stone, essentially, just to make sure that that keep is able to get repaired, and whatever kind of incremental inches, centimeters, if you're in Europe, that kind of area where you increase your area trying to get to that other side of the cliff, you've got to mark it with a keep to make sure you get those Arbalest upgrades up there. Louis MT is going to be able to do that and make probably about 3 or 4 more, depending.
The crazy thing is, look at how many gold nodes there's still on the map. They're just all on Louis and CSO's side because CSO hasn't needed it. He's been going Desert Raiders. You don't need too much. And Louis been on trade and hasn't had to go on any of the gold.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. That right side of the map, that eastern side of the map that you're talking about, it's kind of a little bit of a wasteland, you know? I mean, oh my God, there's a Rebaldaquin. We got a nice little organ gun here.
I mean, Strelsies will wipe that out pretty quickly, but Horsemen and Knights will look like an idiot trying to dive into that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people forget, maybe when they're playing because they don't see Rebaldaquins too often, but their ranged armor, not there. You can see it starts at 0. Obviously, it's increased a little bit, but having Streltsy, obviously, you're going to be able to pop that really quickly. The firepower from Louis MT, it is here. All of these cannons with some Rebaldaquins trying to help out, because the only thing that's been really taking these things out, these cannons, these mangonels, are spearmen and horsemen when they try to get a little bit of that, you know, try to get a little bit of that charge in. So having those Rebaldaquins means those cannons are going to keep staying there and keep shooting down these archery ranges.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that keep. It's just an FU keep. It's a get out of my game keep. There's more wandering towns to kind of try to come deal with that, but there's so much siege for Louis. There's so many knights for Louis still, and he still has so much gold, still has a bank, and he's coming forward for another keep. Right on the production, right on a ton of archery ranges, but fight's gonna be taken. Did Louis overstep here with this mass?
There's not a lot of knights here, and they're starting to get absolutely destroyed. On the flip side, I don't know if this keep's going to go up. On the flip side, we have CSO and his Desert Raiders continuing to kite, continuing to keep Crackety at bay. There's enough villagers, Dabston, that keep on the left side. It's going to go up. It just depends on how long it's going to stay up.
Oh, it's not going to stay up for long, as I'm pretty sure the keep right on the opposite side of it just got killed by those other rams. The whole entire military mass got cleaned up. And now look at the keep. It's already down to half health. That keeps going down quick. And I mean, yeah, Louis had some resources in the bank. I don't think he had this many resources in the bank to remass that much siege, that many knights.
And especially for, like, how expensive each particular unit is that Louis MT was making. I mean, obviously those cannons, they're 1,000 resources a pop, but those knights obviously are not easy to continue to produce either. I'm curious to see how many resources he ends up having, but Louis MT does have 2 keeps in the back. He does have those 2 keeps that are going to help him out. Sacred sites have been captured by both Louis MT and CSO, so maybe they're looking for some sort of a sacred site victory. Get a bunch of keep. Big hits all over and over again, those keeps.
Another keep goes down, though. Look at how quick it goes with a couple bombards on the backside. Rams are also pushing forward, or were pushing forward, and there's still Strelsies to clean this up as well.
Yeah, what's really nice about having those Streltsy, I mean, you have a little bit of that front line with the horsemen, which is a great composition, but then in the back, oh my God. You talked about, oh, I don't know if he's going to remass this siege. Look at all this shit. Look at all these contraptions. They're going to get...
I mean, Baltoon was ready to play, though. He changed away from the keep for a second, turned back. There's, I mean, 4 cannons there. I don't think you can out-heal 4 cannons on a bomb, on a keep that easily. And villagers were a little bit late over there. Crackety and CSO have just been beating their heads in with the Desert Raiders versus, like, spears and crossbows and stuff. And it's just been back and forth, CSO constantly microing.
Yeah, and I mean, this has got to be taxing for him. You know, we're 43, 44 minutes into this game, and he's just continuing to kite Desert Raiders over and over again. And yeah, I mean, he's doing well to try to take down some of Crackety's troops, and I really appreciate the effort that he's putting in. But still, I mean, it just feels like he's not really making any progress.
Oh, no.
Now it's some of the siege that's going to help you out, though.
That siege mass is so scary. There's just a little bit of everything, and it's just, you need Springles, you need something to actually counteract that siege. But I don't know if, what, 8 Springles? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you get this massive siege death ball, you know, and especially in these late games, he just kind of, it feels like he just dragged his face across the keyboard and hit any kind of siege apparatus he can find. There's Rebaldiquins, there's cannons, there's Springles, there's Mangonels, and I don't think any of them are going to be able to get there. Mangonel shots on Streltsy yet again. Baltoon is not microing these Streltsy at all. Now that he hit those Mangonel shots, Baltoon is like, get me the fuck out of here, and I got to get to game 2.
I don't even think it was Baltoon. We had Cal who swapped over to Crackety's view. Crackety was sitting on 120, 130 population, getting pushed in, getting production taken. It probably was just an agreement, both of them, hey, let's get out of this game. Let's move on to the next one. 45 minutes. And if that tells you how this series is going to go, this was a wild one. Thought this game was going to end multiple different times. Somehow, just back and forth, back and forth. Baltoon, Crackety, throw in the towel. Louis and CSO take the lead on the series.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of different states in this game and a lot of different parts in this game where I thought Crackety and Baltoon were finally going to be able to break out, you know, but it just ended up not being the case for them. It ended up just because, I mean, Crackety, he did a really good job at being defensive against CSO over and over and over again, but finally with CSO adding a little bit of siege, obviously it's really gonna help you out. Game number 1 going to CSO and Louis MT. That was our, I think we had a game previously that was 50 some minutes.
Oh, Himiyama.
Ah, a little Himi Yo Mama action. Okay. Okay. We have Elephant playing as the HRE and IUBIDS. The schizophrenic multitaskers playing as the Rus and the English yet again. And if we can do a feudal age game this time, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement here. Feudal Age game sounds great. It's funny, like, you know, when you're casting, you're all hyped. Like the long games are always super hyped. They're really fun. But then at the end of it, you're like, okay, okay. And we've had a few of these today now. So now we're at the point where we just want like a little bit of a break here, where we're just like, all right, let's just get into it and have a nice just timing attack all in. And you know what? Against this Civ combo like a UBIDS and HRE, you might just have that exact plan with the Rus English combo.
And you know, we saw that from the Crackety's team a little bit before, not necessarily as English, but with Zushi, right? Where he was able to get a few Zugnu and then get siege engineering right off the bat and then able to build some rams. That's not out of the realm of possibilities when you're playing as the English. Get a couple longbows, get siege engineering, go ahead, make a ram, do something.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people might question, they're like, Himiyama, we got some water. You know, haven't seen a lot of water this tournament. Well, water's a little bit of a bait in team games, Himiyama. It's like, first off, it's shoreline fish, which not as good. Second, it's that much easier to just like 2v1 the dock really quickly, have like a faster feudal, have a few longbows come out, and now your fishing boats have to jump inside and are worthless. You moved up with a village or an outpost or a wooden fortress. It's just, I find it a bait a lot of times, but with the UBIDS, that's one of the few civs, like I would say a UBIDS Japan, a Bassid would probably be the few that come to mind that might still opt to take water.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult too in Himiyama because you talk about it in a team game situation. I know in a 1v1 situation, if you're playing against the English on Himiyama, you just don't dock. Because they're going to be able to deal with you, you know? So maybe that's a similar situation for the IUBIDs, you know, where, yeah, your docks are half price. That's awesome. You know, they get that IUBID, the same thing the Abyssids do, right? So you're going to be able to get half docks. But when you're dealing with things like Vanguard Men at Arms, if the English has a capability of doing that, you might have just wasted a lot of your time.
Yeah, it does give your teammates some breathing room, but you know sometimes that's a little bit too much of a sacrifice, and now your opponent's going to be able to steamroll together as one. But a lot of different things we could kind of talk about before this game, before this series. It's weird, you know. This has been such a like back to back to back games where like even though a lot of the games have been long, we've just been jumping into the next one. Usually we're getting cut off by Cal getting into the next game, and we don't actually have times to talk about these matchups.
Yeah, I wasn't really thinking we were gonna have any extra time. So I mean, now we have a little bit of time, maybe about 20 seconds. Thank you guys so much for being here, for sticking around after some of the raids that we had from Beastie, from Wham, and I saw MSN did a little bit of a raid before. Yeah, I know. Then we just, well, yeah, we'll see you. We'll go into the dark age now. No, but seriously, thank you guys for hanging out. Special shout out to HousedHorse and Jigglypuff for being the administrators on this event, and obviously for Steel Series for supplying some of their merchandise for some of these winners. I know the clock is striking 0 on me, so let us go. Let's get to game number 2. Let's see if Elephant is going to be able to close this one out. And here we have CSO as part of the Elephant team playing as the IUBids in the color red. Louis MT, his teammate, playing as the HRE in the color orange. Dabber, who we got on the other side?
On the other side, we have Crackety here playing as the English in the color teal, and Baltoon playing as the Roos again in the color blue. We don't see any dock being taken. Good, thank God. I didn't want to see any dock being taken anyways. There's a reason being, again, look, you know, you got the tree line, you got the shoreline fish, not really that efficient. And again, very, very easy to deny as well. I mean, look at how spread out some of those shoreline fish are. And you almost have to end up dropping a second dock to end up making it somewhat efficient, only having, what, 5 shoreline fish for how big of a pond that is too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that is a big pond. It's really difficult because in 1v1s, there's usually 4 shorefish, and you would think there would be somewhat around quote-unquote double that if you have double the amount of players, right? So having all of those shoreline fish, or lack thereof, makes it a little bit difficult to have your ability to do that. What's really interesting on Himiyama, especially, you know, while looking at it in a 2v2 perspective, basically everybody on Himiyama, because it's the first time we're seeing it, we have a hill spawn. Everybody kind of spawns on a hill. There's about 7 sheep that go around your hill, so it's a really good idea to go around and try to figure out, you know, the sheep that you get. But a lot of these food resources, those outside Gaia food resources, you can take a look at them. Cows, we're panning over as some of them got killed by roost, but they're all forward. You know, you might have a berry bush in the back, something like that, but that's kind of it. You know, a lot of the deer, a lot of the boar, all of that stuff is all forward, all in harm's way off of the hill. So this is a map where map control is so important, especially for a player like Roos that has to go outside for food resources, especially like a player like HRE who has to go out and get those resources too.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that having those few sheep, which it's not a map like Prairie where all of a sudden you'll come back with 25 sheep. You find yourself having to move out for that food earlier on as well. CSO going for that growth wing, so giving himself that little bit of economic advantage. I think we saw a meme mine work for a second, or maybe it was just a canceled chapel placement to replace it a half tile closer. But yeah, you're completely right. It's not even outside food resource. You might as well call it inside food resources on this map. It's all towards the inner. It's all kind of towards that middle circle. There are a few ones that we saw Cal highlighting kind of behind the wood lines from CSO and Louis. We have some kind of on the backside berries for Baltoon and Crackety, but still not too many by any means. So kind of scary when it comes to outside food. We see some of that sheep drop off forgot to be done, like I was mentioning in the games earlier as the Roos. I feel like it always ends up happening. It's just this weird timing where you're just like, oh, yep, I forgot 1 or 2 sheep. I just need it for a half second. I'm about to be home with like literally 15 sheep. Just give me 1.
Well, you know, I'll tell you what it is for me, man. It's the greed. You know, like 2 minutes go by and I'm on my way to go deposit my sheep and I see a deer pack and I'm just like, I mean, I can't just leave this here. You know, I got to do something about it. But because you can't animation cancel anymore, and I'm still salty about it, you have to sit there and get all of those deer, and then your villagers are just sitting there doing fuck all, waiting for you to come back home.
You know, It is what it is about the animation cancel. Some people are salty about it. Some people are still missing it. Some people are happy it's gone. You know, I will say at least it wasn't the animation canceling of the old days back when Hera was doing his subathon and that's what he was all about.
Oh yeah, I remember that, man. That was a long time ago. I remember he was trying to do it with two separate scouts and 2 separate deer packs at the same time, and I was absolutely blown away for his ability to do that.
And not only that, that was back when scouts did 4 damage, and the animation cancel would be on your gold bane, and you literally just couldn't gather gold against Roos early on because of scouts.
Yeah, those were the days, wasn't it? Good times in AoE4. Let me tell you. Now,
Typer Dubs is saying the words that you're looking for over there.
Yeah. We gotta get some horse archers or what? Huh? I see a stable. You can't make horse archers out of a stable. Get me out of here. I don't even want to see it.
That's not what we're looking for over here. And CSO going with that double outpost around his gold, even though it's that back safe gold, he still knows he needs to protect it, knows he wants to protect it. He's planning on a fast castle, I'm sure it seems.
Yeah, and I think honestly, for the Iobids, we haven't really been seeing it too much, right? I mean, we've been seeing a lot of feudal into a delayed castle play, just using desert raiders and that kind of stuff. We saw CSO doing that essentially the last game that we had, and then he went fully into those desert raiders as we went to Imperial. I really like this map a lot. Oh, there's some longbowmen. We got about 5 of them. It looks like that villager's going to go down, and it does. These longbowmen, oh my god.
That's some really good micro there by Crackity too. If you just like right click a villager, you're not gonna end up killing those. He steps forward after every attack.
And you know, like, they're so annoying, man, because the range that they're able to have, they're able to pick off 1 or 2 villagers, and these longbowmen that are here, one took maybe about 60% damage, 65% damage, but they killed 2 villagers essentially for free. It's better than a knight going in and charging, because a knight takes town center fire. These longbowmen basically almost didn't.
Yeah, and almost making up for that eco wing difference. You know, 3 villagers pop out now. He's only got 1 extra vill overall, and basically nullifying the effect of that earlier bonus.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's something that CSO really likes to do. From watching a decent amount of games of him playing as the Iobids, it seems like he thinks the economic wing is really, really strong in order to get to castle age as quickly as possible. And it also depends on what kind of castle age you want to go into. You know, you can do things like military wing to get desert raiders, but he has the potential of getting 900, 500. If he hits the button now to go into culture age, he can get a super, super quick castle age, but that doesn't look like it seems to be his motive.
Yeah, we just saw Iron Undermesh complete for Baltoon. Might be thinking for a little bit of tower diving, getting the armies together. What are you thinking here? You thinking all in here in just a little bit? We might be seeing that feudal age wish you were talking about.
And, you know, I think this is a good map to do it, Dabs. I really do. Just having that, just making sure that you're able to constrict your opponent. And especially for the HRE, because it seems to be he's the only one making units in this particular area. For the Iobids, it's going to take a little bit of time. We have HRE archers. There's maybe a couple spearmen. There's maybe 2 or 3, but that's pretty much it. There's enough longbowmen to be able to snipe them out. I think this is going to be a really small window for Baltoon and Crackity, because CSO did hit that castle age button. So if they're going to mass up and they're going to make any kind of dent in the Holy Roman Empire, it has to be basically within the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously being the Ayubids, you gotta wait for that age up. It is, you know, 1:45, whether you like it or not. Well, I guess unless you want to click that the D button for the advancement wing instead. But we're seeing Master Smiths come out, and the dive is coming out at the same time, saying, all right, enough of this. It's time to go on in. Longbow stepping through, a few villagers going down. Knights can't quite take the fight. Want to make sure that a few more of those spears go down before the Knights step in. And actually, Baltoon's at the point where he just says, all right, let's just kill as many villagers as possible. This will be worth it in the overall trade. Crackity's still stepping up to kill the rest of those spears. And now the Knights are headed towards that archer mass. HRE is about to be crippled after this push. But I've said that before about the CSO and Louis team, where I felt like they were going to be crippled. There is a Knight on that backside woodline as well during this.
Wow, I mean, this is pretty much all of Louis MT's eco that gets idle, right? Knights are going to be able to do a really good job at taking down these archers. There's like 5 or 6 knights here, and they were able to deal with things like 15 archers. These villagers are trying to get in the outpost. They're trying to get in the town center. It's not really going well for them. That iron undermesh really paying off for these knights. They're able to kite around archers, villagers, everything. And Louis MT, his HRE province, it's essentially doing nothing.
Yeah, the rest, I mean, think about this too. Not only did they kill a lot of villagers, they killed every single military unit he had now. I see 1 archer left. I see 2 villagers left. He's about to be on literally just 20 villagers, essentially, completely demoralized. CSO's castle, congrats. What are you going to do now?
Exactly. You know, if CSO is probably telling his teammate, he's like, hey, I'm Castle. And Louis is like, yeah, I don't fucking care.
He's like, do you see my face? Like, come on, bro.
And that's happened in team games. I am sure that has happened in team games for the people that are watching this in chat, where your teammate's like, yeah, I'm just going to boom up, or I'm just going to do, you know, try to get some kind of greedy build, while all of a sudden you're internally screaming, right?
Yeah, and let's see what CSO can do from here. Remember, a UBITS is a timing sieve, not a micro sieve, or macro sieve. I keep saying that, but not a macro sieve like a Bastard. So like this timing, usually it's like, oh, let me go grab the relics. Let me go, you know, have this camel lancer timing. It's like, yeah, and now Crackety's just gonna transition into some more spears, and they're gonna go defend the relics and start raiding CSO's berries. A little bit of a late reaction. 2 villagers go down on the berries, and so now the people who are single TCs are getting hurt real bad from this timing. The middle food eco is gonna be very hard to secure as well at this point for CSO and Louis.
Yeah, and those are those, again, because you're on 1 TC, right? Those are villagers that you really don't want to lose right now. You know, I mean, a lot of these Baltoon Knights are worth their weight in gold, essentially, for how much they've been able to do. Baltoon has had rather impressive macro, to be honest with you, and his ability to generate Knights consistently. He's been doing that with other civs, not just the Roos. He's been doing it with French. We've seen a lot of French Baltoon Knights gathering around in this particular bracket, in this tournament, so he's been doing such a good job. Crackety is starting to macro a little bit. I think he's been going to Castle Age as well, and that Castle Age English, once you get a little bit of improved units, it's basically, as of right now, and the way it stands, he's going to be going on a 2v1, but Baltoon's got to micro those Knights a little bit better, my friend.
Yeah, look at the spear mass, though. CSO's not going to have an answer for the spears as well as the Knights. He's going to be denied off of those berries, and I don't know if he's going to have any other food other than those backside berries.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is Himiyama, right? You have this deer pack. It's not exactly safe. You know, he's trying to get all of these outposts to try to get these villagers into safekeeping. They do know that the Roost Knights are coming in that direction, so they're trying to back up, but I think these villagers might be in harm's way as well. Louis MT with a population count, 27 right now. We're 12.5 minutes into this game, Dabston.
Yep, and CSO is fully denied off of food. They dove over to where those berries were going to be, dove over to where the deer are, because obviously if the berries are going to be denied, the deer are denied as well. And now that they hurt Louis so bad, they're like, we don't have to worry about Louis for like 5 minutes at least, like minimum. So let's just go and dive CSO now.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to be able to. CSO's trying to counter-raid himself back into the game using some camo lancers, which will kill a couple English villagers, but again, got to be backing up from the English town center. I think he did 1 or 2. Did he not? Or did I miss it?
No, I think they both went down to 1 health right there, and he didn't kill any.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck. That was a bad raid then. How about that?
Yeah, he's got 2 of them at 2 health right there, so just barely able to escape out.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to go for Baltoon. Some of these pocket ecos.
There's some kills, though.
Yeah, there you go. Looks like a couple of them, maybe couple, 2, 3 of them, gonna go ahead and go down. Spearman finally being able to find these camel lancers, and it looks like archers are trying to take down a lot of these spearmen. Only not that many longbowmen. It looks like maybe only 4 or 5. I think these longbowmen might end up going down. I think if Crackety's not careful with the immobility of this English army, he might lose them.
Yeah, this is one where if he had just had 1 or 2 knights here from Baltoon, it would have been really nice, been able to kind of step up to those archers, but not enough longbows here to take the trade against the archers, but CSO must have been looking away, allowed the spears to step on up, and right as I said, man, I wish I had 1 or 2 knights, Baltoon says, nah, I'll one-up that one, I'll 10 to 12 knights on the way, don't you worry.
Yeah, those 10 to 12, they're really going to help you. Dervish trying to get that wall low, not quite getting there, but again, we're in a 2v1 situation. Right, we have Louis MT trying to get up to Castle Age. You can see from the orange player that landmark is starting to get built. I'm not sure if he's going to go with Regnus or Burgrave, but it's going to take a little bit of time. He can send all these knights, and that's exactly what Baltoon's doing. There's some Camel Lancers. He hits Castle Age. He's going to be able to get the veteran upgrade just as long as most of these knights don't end up going down. A really good charge in that particular area. Look at that pathing. Oh, that's so devastating.
And I don't think CSO has been on food for the last like 4 minutes of this game. So that's why you're not really seeing a ton more units pop out. It was only archers. He's still not back on the berries. I don't see where on the map he can be getting food right now.
Yeah, and I mean, he's kind of, he's the one who's supposed to be carrying, right? He's doing things like wallowing, trying to figure out the situation. That spearman not going to get converted today, my friend. And a lot of these Camel Lancers are at very low health. You can tell he tried to counter raid in, wasn't really quite getting there. And now for Louis MT hitting Castle Age, you see Baltoon change his mind. He's starting to move these knights a little bit eastern, trying to get that Royal Knight upgrade, and he will be getting that, or that veteran knight upgrade.
Going back for Louis.
Oh, yeah. Because look at that. Louis made Burgrave, but he doesn't have the villagers to sustain any kind of population out of it. So there's 3 or 4 knights over here, heavy maces or otherwise. There's just not enough of them.
Yep. Oh, I thought Baltoon was just going to go for another TC dive where, you know, the chapel is, where the farms were, where the gold was. But instead, moving back a little bit, I think trying to go for some relic denial. Just heard one get dropped off. There are some more villagers here. Kick him while he's down.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Baltoon even backed up. In that particular instance. I mean, there were 3 men-at-arms, couple spearmen. That's pretty much it. I think Crackity is on the prowl as well with those English units trying to find any kind of villagers. There's this little bit of economic underbelly, I guess, for CSO along this western side. And I think Crackity, if he makes a complete circle, he's going to find it eventually.
Yep. Louis kind of moving out over to that east side as well. This is what you have to do when you're behind, though. You just got to move and kind of cockroach and just hope your opponent doesn't find it. Sometimes you can't sacrifice, you know, making farms at this point, too, because your base is getting dove. You can't even gather from those farms. You just got to hope you don't get seen.
Yeah, I mean, you probably don't have the ability to do things like get outposts. You'd rather use something else. But now Baltoon finally takes this fight with Louis MT. He's got a decent amount of men-at-arms, and it looks like maybe those knights were able to clean it up, but you're still at that side where Louis MT doesn't really have the economy to continue to make more of these. Baltoon's been pretty much untouched for the entirety of this game. It does have its second town center on the north side, so these knights, even though they're expensive, they got that cleanup. Even if they lost that fight, I'd still say it's fine.
Yeah, and the thing is now he splits them over. He's going to find the different spots of the eco that Louis is actually gathering resources from. You already just saw 1, maybe 2 villagers go down on that side, and maybe going to go find the boar as well. But instead, I just saw Cracky find that little pocket on the west side that had been hiding the whole time, and both of the elephant teammates throw in the towel. We got a game 3.
We do have a game 3. You're exactly right. As Cal panned over right at the last second, you could see where those units were going. This is HRE just getting absolutely decimated before they got to Castle Age. That is a recession when it comes to economic count. That's for sure.
And the funny thing is you can not only go to villager count, we could go over to total population, and it looked the same way for it, except even worse for him too, because he loses all that archer mass. So he was at the top of the top and went to the bottom of the bottom and never was able to recover. And look at Crackety's mass, look at his infantry mass. He had so many units out spreading to all the different kind of locations on the map, and finally found the pocket ecos that were keeping him alive.
Yeah, and I think that little that little pocket on the west was the reason why they were still in the game, right? I mean, it's kind of interesting from that civilization composition where they thought that HRE was going to have the ability to keep the Ayubids, you know, able to get to Castle Age, able to keep them off bait, but it still doesn't feel like the HRE is that aggressive civ that is going to help you and do things like get map control. You know, it felt like for Team Elephant, they really didn't have map control for that entire game.
Well, you know, you say you want an aggressive Civ, you might get a double wife mirror matchup. This game?
Oh, twins. Okay.
Ah, yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're talking here.
Oh my god, I want to watch them kind of pop up. I want to see what we got going on dry Arabia. So we've taken the water out. Okay, we've taken the cliffs out, and now it's just pure plain land coming in for game number 3. I'm excited to see these civs, and I'm excited to see where this game 3 ends up going. But guys, do not forget, okay, after this best of 3 that we have in this pivotal match 3, we have the grand finals left over. It's going to be our very last series. The best of 5 is going to be that very last series, and the winner of this game is going to be going up against Wham and Puppy Paw for the whole damn thing. We've been playing the qualifiers last week.
Oh, I was totally wrong.
We did. Yeah, you were. This is terrible. What the fuck is this? We've been. We were doing.
Oh, it was the band. I looked at the bands and not the picks. I'm such an idiot.
Oh my god. No, I'm kidding. The qualifiers last week, the main event this week. It has been a lot of fun to be a part of this tournament. So we are not done after this game. We still have one series left. Thank you to everybody who's been watching, who's been following along. It means so much, and I can hear some of these going into game number 3. I'm curious if we have a little bit of a delay. Do we have any minutes left before this game starts?
You know, I'm just gonna assume there is. We got 4 minutes, so you know, there we go. Talking about this matchup, this is one where we actually have seen HRE and Ayubits paired a lot, which before this, if you see them in 1v1s, you're like, fast castle, fast castle. When you see them in 2v2s, it's not always that way. And it's typically been the HRE one that makes the little bit of the sacrifice that kind of goes into the infantry composition. And the big assumption here is because of marching drills. It allows them to make those rotations a little bit quicker, react a little bit quicker, take the aggression when you can, and move away when you can't.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what kind of tried to develop the last game. You know, because it seemed like because the HRE, I mean, they started making archery ranges, they got archers, they got all that kind of stuff while the IUBids were trying to do their thing. Didn't really work out so much. And I feel like for Team Schizo on the other side, similar issue, right? I mean, you can use English you can either use Abbey of the Kings and use the king itself. And I think against HRE or IUBids, you might have a good matchup in that particular regard. Or you can go for Council Hall, get some longbowmen and keep them under duress while Japan fast castles behind you. You know, Japan is noted for time and time again to continue to fast castle, whether in a 1v1 situation or in a team game situation. And I think if you are going up against the IUBids who have a similar castle age time, depending if they go culture wing for castle or otherwise, you're going to have the ability to get first dibs on some of those relics.
Yeah, I mean, and first dibs on the relics when we've seen some of these games get extended out a little bit, you know, when it's not like these are always the 10-15 minute games. Sometimes they're 50, sometimes they're 20, 25, sometimes they're 30. The relics definitely do end up making a massive difference. And a lot of times you can tell that the players know that too. When they're pushing the base, they'll see that monastery with 3 relics inside. That'll be one of the first focuses to burn on down.
Oh, I mean, it has to be, you know, I mean, with whether it's IUBids or HRE, I mean, obviously those relics are going to be stronger when you're part of the HRE, but in IUBids, getting that moss, getting those dervishes out really quickly, you know, that gold per minute, I know for a lot of civilizations, and I see some civilizations where relics they might not care about, but when you have an opposing civilization that relics are basically the reason why they're doing what they're doing, you have got to focus on it. I haven't seen there's been a little bit, I think 1 or 2, maybe relics that have been getting walled, but otherwise it's been kind of a free for all. Once everybody gets to castle, it's so interesting how you have one aggressive and then one fast castle, a civilization, just to try to get the greediest group and the greediest payoff that helps you snowball throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's funny in team games too because a lot of times you don't get the map's a little bit bigger, so it's hard to constantly have that knowledge, that information, that scouting location. So sometimes we'll see the greediness, sometimes we'll see people being overly conservative, as there was that one game where I think every player was dropping outposts on their gold, going to like one was going second TC, and it was like they don't need to be dropping outposts if your opponent's going 2 TCs and things like that. It's like you can delay that on up, you can be a little bit greedier, and it's like sometimes you just got to play it safe, and sometimes you can be greedy, and it's just whatever that strategy and composition you want to go with.
And that's kind of the beauty of the game. All right. I mean, you wanna do the greediest thing, but not die because of it. All right. So there's that little bit of tug of war. There's that little bit of compromise. Are you gonna do a completely naked fast castle? And do you think you're going to be able to pull it off? Or are you going to make a couple units just to make sure you're safe? Your teammate makes some units just to make sure you're safe. And then all of a sudden you're able to execute that greedy play, right? I think for Elephant, especially in game number 2, that was not something that they were able to execute. You had Baltoon who was making knights, and you had Crackney that was making his longbowman and all that kind of stuff, to the point where you couldn't get that greedy payoff point. Louis tried, and then he got absolutely destroyed after that. Is a similar thing going to happen in game 3? We have HRE and IUBIDS coming up again for Team Elephant. Are we going to get that? We are going to be diving into this game. This is match point. Winner gets to the grand final. CSO playing at the color red as the IUBID, and Louis MT playing as the color orange and the Holy Roman Empire. Dabston, who we got on the other side?
On the other side, we got Crackney in the teal as the English, and Baltoon as the blue, as the Japan. And we'll see what these builds have in store for us. We're kind of watching some of this sheep early gameplay going in. Nice little gathering from CSO so far. Nice old trail of sheep behind his scout. And I'm sure some of the opposing scouts are the... Oh my gosh. Yeah, sure, some of the opposing scouts are the same similar aspect.
Yeah, Crackety, I mean, his scout's coming up a little dry, and I think if you listen very carefully, you might be able to hear him malding about it. And this is something that I would be incredibly tilted for as well, whether it's, even though you're English, sheep might not be as important to you. Getting sheep and making sure your opponent doesn't is really, really important, So Crackety trying to do the best he can. Baltoon, as the Japanese, having these sheep really help you out. I know they're largely a quote-unquote berry sieve and a quote-unquote farm sieve, but getting some of those sheep right by that Japanese town center while you're doing things like transition, while you're under duress and having a safe, fast castle, it could be a good transition point to you.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's just one where I always laugh when I'm playing English in team games or playing against it, or my teammates playing English, and it's like they'll find a lot of sheep, and it's like, yeah, I'll give you a few. It's like, I'm not gonna give you all my sheep. Like I still need sheep. Yeah, I have good farms, but I don't want to all of a sudden drop 8 farms at the very start and have like no longbows or no spears or no production. So having those extra sheep definitely nice, and having an empty scout that early is fine. But I'm sure at this point Cracky's had a nice circle, probably has at least 5 or 6 behind the scout minimum. Hope.
Yeah, that is hope. As long as you have a couple, as long as you end up having just a little bit, it's going to help you. Now, Louis MT with that Aachen Chapel, he does have the sheep, he does have the gold, he does create essentially a lumber camp out of it, which is absolutely fantastic. You have the ability to make some farms around it. Crackety going to be going with that Abbey of Kings. So remember, that first king, you buy that Abbey of Kings, your first king is free.
Huh? Can't complain about free units, yeah, not ever going to complain about it. Very, very strong, and it really is where we've seen English make that transition where it was always Abbey of memes, Abbey of memes, Abbey of memes, and finally they were like, you know what? It's free. The king's free, and everyone's like, all right, I'll do Abbey of Kings now.
And, it was so funny because I remember going through some of the patch notes when they made changes to Abbey of Kings, and I remember reading that, and I was like, no one's going to fucking build this. I literally said that. I'm like, no one's going to build this. Council Hall is just too good. And, boy, did I not know what I was talking about, man. Abbey of Kings, getting that king for free, that tempo is such a
look at Crack, still sharing sheep somehow. I'm an idiot. No, he definitely found more on the circle, but even still able to share some sheep. Baltoon, I think, has a good amount. We saw him have a good amount. He didn't lose his scout, so I think he is the one just gathering the crucial information. As when your opponents are aging up to feudal, this is the most vital time to have your scout on the opposite side, and that's exactly what we do. We see it, circling now. He has an abundance of sheep, but he needs to get the information that they're looking at here. He needs to know if HRE is going fast castle or if they're playing more feudal age. Same thing for UBIDs. So what's the kind of game plan here?
Yeah, I mean, based on how much that he has on food right now and how much he has on wood, which is lack thereof, I guess, having only 3 or 4 on wood makes me think he's not going to be going too aggressive. It makes me think there's going to be a little bit of a juxtaposition here because CSO did go military wing. You've seen him previously go economic, right? To try to get that castle age as quickly as possible. Those 3 extra villagers help propel you in that particular instance. Now he's got some desert raiders and he's going to be the aggressive one. He's going to be doing a little bit of damage because they probably tried to learn from game 2.
I think they might both be posturing for castle. I don't know.
Well, then these guys didn't learn anything. they got, I mean, we saw Louis MT get crushed, so it's kind of, I mean, they are macroing for it. I'm witnessing that. I'm noticing that they're getting things like economic upgrades. And I think it would be wild to me if they were going to end up doing that, but maybe just because of the scouting information that they have, they're thinking about something a little different because Crackety's going second town center. I don't see, just because Abbey of Kings, maybe they weren't smelling too much blood in the water, so they were able to try to get a little greedier.
Yeah, I mean, that must be it. The second TC is going to be in a fine location. Crackety's going to be able to have a potentially fine castle timing because I'm assuming he's going to go with this 2 TC kind of fast castle follow-up here. And Japan going for their own fast castle as well. So it's kind of just this game where last game we had this nice feudal age that you wanted to see. Now it's going to be, hey, everyone just forget feudal. Let's go to castle.
I think this is one of the issues as that king might get a charge. CSO pulling back very, very effectively so that king won't be able to do any damage. I think this is a particular instance where I'm basically watching a race, and I'm watching Baltoon as the Japanese try to get the castle age. I'm watching the HRE trying to get the castle age, and obviously CSO as well, but it always feels like when you are playing when you're playing the Japanese and you're up against HRE, when it comes to fast castle, they just do it better than you. And it's very annoying because you can end up getting some of these castle age times really, really quick. You can see 6 minutes, 30 seconds. He's able to put that landmark down wherever he goes. He's going to end up going with Burgrave Palace.
It's
not
scouted, though.
Regnitz. Yeah,
Baltoon has it scouted exactly when it drops. The king was still there, though. So that's really what I was going to say makes up a little bit of the difference. It's like, hopefully that king causes a little bit of idle time. You can kind of poke for some units here and there, maybe pick up a villager or 2. Obviously, we haven't seen any villagers come out. I felt like that king was a little bit slow. Baltoon aging up to castle as well. We see CSO on the way with economic wing, so he's going to have, 8 villagers jump on out, basically nullify the second town center that Crackety has. You'll actually see him have more villagers than Crackety most likely, but the long-term effect of the second town center will start paying off, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see Crackety even go for a King's Palace too.
Yeah, I mean, if he's safe enough, on that third town center, but with Louis MT getting that Burgrave Palace, again, this is about tempo. You get all of those barracks immediately after you build that thing. So it really is put up or shut up time. He's going to be able to hit castle age probably about 7:45-ish if I were to put a thing on it, and it looks like that's exactly what he ends up getting. And let's see, out of that Burgrave Palace, what does he actually want to make? Does he want to make men-at-arms or nothing at all? That's fine. You can make fuck all. That's okay too.
He says, I want to make a monastery and get the relics. So, yeah.
I'm not understanding this. I think usually when I'm not understanding things about what Louis is doing or CSO or any of these players, it's because I don't have the necessary brain cells to know what they're trying to do. Louis is starting to get some of these relics, which is going to be very beneficial to him. Hopefully, with some of these, from this gold that he does have, one is going into that outpost. With some of the gold that he does have, he's going to have the ability to go ahead out on food a little bit, try to get a little bit of that map control, and then really, really boom.
Yeah, and you can see what the reaction that Burgrave caused, though? What did Baltoon do right off the bat? Usually we're seeing a stables. Usually we're seeing mounted samurai. He dropped a range. Onimusha was his play, and he put the Yorishiro, whatever it's called, into there, and just has that triple production. So it was that big of a focus. It will be a great unit to continually kite heavy units, but you know, it's not that one unit fits all, counters everything play.
No, and especially, I mean, for CSO playing as the IUBids, I'm not really sure. Maybe he's going to go into some units. Whereas Louis, again, we're not seeing anything in terms of military units. That Burgrave is pretty much just hanging out, almost being a debate for
Is he going
Baltoon
for him?
Crackety. And that's exactly what I think is happening. I mean, he's got a lot of food. He can pump out of the Burgrave if he wants to, and I feel like he's specifically choosing not to.
I mean, this is just a big brain play. He's grabbing more and more of these relics, relying on the relic income as well for some extra gold, and it might just be a fast naked imp play. Although I would have, I mean, I guess I would have loved to see Regnance, but Regnance immediately makes them react a different way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Onimusha, even though they had to be made by Baltoon because he was expecting something like the Men-at-Arms and, you know, all that kind of stuff, so the Onimusha would have been able to kite them. At least they can still pass as a raiding unit, right? I mean, Baltoon's looking with his scout. He's looking with his, you know, whatever, and he's like, dude, like, what is going on? There's nothing coming out of this. He's already sitting at about 1,300 food. He's got 600 gold, and it looks like he might be able to get that relic in the later era of this game, but I'm pretty sure he's got about 3 of them, does he not?
I believe 3 is probably on point. The big problem here is he's actually been losing a lot of prelates now. He hasn't been able to fully secure a few of these relics. I think Baltoon might have been able to steal 1 or 2 on over as well, but Swabby is close, and the longer this goes, the more struggling this becomes because his food resources run lower and lower. Relying on his teammate, though, those Desert Raiders are just pushing the Onimusha right away. I don't actually know who wins that fight straight up, but it was looking like Desert Raiders.
Yeah, it's really nice for those Desert Raiders because they get the unease, right? So the Onimusha, they're supposed to have 10+1, they had 10-1, all right? So doing 9 damage. And those Desert Raiders have a lot more health than the Onimusha do. So just having that ability in order to do that. Now at 11 minutes, 15 seconds, the Swabia is out, with an outpost going to be dropping near it as well, right next to that wood line. Still going to be inspired,
man.
Yeah, like I haven't seen him on the map. I haven't seen him do pretty much anything. You know, I mean, it's wild.
He might be going like from feudal straight to imp. I'm hoping he has like 35 farms behind this.
He must. I mean, Cal, can we take a look at what's going on? Okay, he's got some stuff. He's doing some stuff and things. He's got, it looks like maybe about 2.5 to 3 full mills.
Hey, 28 farms, almost what I was wanting. And I mean, that is a huge eco boom. Now that Castle hits up, that's where English, every age they get, those farm gather rate gets that much stronger. So that is really when English is starting to hit their power level and getting climbing high.
Yeah, I mean, you're telling me power level, Dabston, of what's going on with Crackety and hitting Castle Age, but I think we're going to see some power level out of Louis MT. You know, he's getting these relics. He's starting to get sacred sites. Now he's walling up a little bit. He's going to be able to really churn out things. At that Palace of Swabby, you can see how quickly those villagers come out. I think it's every 8 seconds, if I remember correctly, pumping out of that Palace of Swabby. So in a matter of time, Crackety's been on 2 town centers. It's great, dude. It's really nice. You know, you got some mills. You got some cool stuff. He's on 63 villagers. We're going to take a look at what Louis MT is right now. He's at 45, 47. I'm going to ask Cal to check again at the 15-minute mark and see how close it is.
Yeah. Well, what I'm scared about for Louis MT specifically is his food. He has walled up, which is a great job by him, but he's running low on those deer. He's just now getting onto the second. If these start to get idled out, he's only, you notice, he's only producing from his TCs and Swabby right now. He's not producing out of Burgrave. He's not producing military really, and he doesn't have farms around his trap.
Yeah, no, it's gonna take a little bit of development. You're absolutely right. I mean, he's gotta pull off a lot of those Aachen fields, and I think he's gonna have to do it incrementally. We're seeing CSO just continuing to try to make a little bit of map control here. He's on a decent amount of food. He does have those 8 villagers that are really gonna help him out, but having these, you know, the units that he has, I'm looking to see in both of these teams, both from Bolton Crack and from CSO and Louis MT, is there going to be some sort of aggression, or are we still going to hang out in the ceasefire?
I mean, I'm starting to see a lot of teal start moving across the map, and that's English. That's making me guess men-at-arms, making me guess crossbow.
That was exactly what he was doing, Captain.
And men-at-arms is really going to be the tough spot. He can just dive the town centers. I drop 2-3 rams here, and this is what I'm talking about. Louis is going to get idled, and he doesn't have military. He doesn't have the ability to produce from town center, Swabia, and Burgrave yet. He like at all. And not even to mention if we actually see the food start to get raided rather than like the gold or just where the main eco is.
Yeah, what's nice for him, though, is based on the area of attack that they're going for, it looks like Baltoon and Crackety will be trying to hit the north side of this base, and actually Louis MT knows that and pulls the relic out of that outpost because he knows that relic is going to end up going down. So he's doing things like making more outposts, putting relics in them, making sure that he has bombard outposts, and that's exactly what that one is near the Palace of Swabia. Hopefully he'll be able to get more. It looks like a Mangonel is going to be able to help him out as well, but a lot of his food is pretty safe over on the eastern side. Those big bombard shots, especially with the relic and the fortification, the ability to emergency repair it, this is definitely going to be difficult for Baltoon and Crackety if they want to do some damage.
I love how they immediately ignore that first outpost. You have to prioritize the most important things right now. Most important thing, outpost with the bombard emplacement. You got to go ahead and use that spread formation. There's a big amount of men-at-arms here, so forget what I was saying about not being able to produce out of Burgrave. He has definitely been able to do so now. He's been on the deer. He's been on the berries. Main fight going on. Mangonel pops out. This is huge. No reaction yet. Onamusha. No, they get absolutely crushed from that Mangonel. They step onto the crossbows, and now there's another one. Oh my God. The backline just got absolutely shredded. There was a Mangonel from CSO as well.
The only thing that's left, I mean, Crackety is trying to get a little bit of a raid on some villagers over here, but again, you have the Palace of Swabia, right? I mean, you're able to, as long as half of your eco doesn't get demolished, you lose 2 or 3 villagers. Like, I don't give a shit. It's going to give me 20 seconds, and then I'm going to be right back up. Emergency repairs made that outpost basically impenetrable, right? And now they're going to be able to repair it without emergency repairs. Men-at-arms from Louis MT are going to be able to chase Crackety's Castle Age men-at-arms, those desert raiders shooting BBs at men-at-arms, but as long as you have marching drills for the HRE, as long as you have those heavy maces, it's going to prove to be an issue. Crackety, now we're looking at 3 minutes in. We got about 80-some villagers. Louis MT now at 76, and he lost a couple with a little bit of that offense, with a little bit of those Rams, a little bit of those Onamusha. So now the economic count from a 2TC English and a Palace of Swabia is the same, borderline almost the same.
Yep, very, very close to the same, and Louis is imp, so he has those extra long-term abilities. That's why he's able to get those cannon emplacements. He's dropping a keep in between him and CSO, able to secure up some more food for himself. What did I say is his biggest worry? The farms he has is not enough right now still. He needs to keep slowly dropping farms in, keep securing more food resources for himself too, and that's exactly what he's doing. But CSO is getting his base stove. He's getting a little bit of his TCs taken down. I think in the north side, he's having a bunch of vills getting shattered and taken out as well.
Yeah, this was really interesting, honestly, for what Louis MT was trying to do. You know, they thought that Burgrave was going to be that tempo swing in Castle Age, and honestly, I did too. But that wasn't the idea. They weren't looking for that. This is when the payoff was supposed to happen. Those men-at-arms, they do have those Iron Shad armor. They have 4+4 ranged, but notice, ranged is not what they're dealing with. Right now, they're dealing with those men-at-arms with heavy maces. It looks like Crackety is making a nice little,
gosh.
It kind of looks like a phallic structure that's curving to the left, but 46 different farms are going up for Crackety. Crackety is going to be going Imperial Age as well, with a Berkshire right by a big gold mine over on the northwest part of the map. You're going to see that going up, so his gold's going to be safe for a little while. Baltoon, however, even though he was the first one to get to Castle Age, he's got one of 3 town centers, because what Louis MT has been capable of, he's just trying to keep the fuck up. While CSO on the other side, he's on 3 town centers too. We're getting boomy in here.
Yeah, this is where he gets to rely on Crackety, who was that early second TC. He was the one that we were like, is he doing anything? And we look back and there's 28 farms and he hasn't made units, just like Louis wasn't making units either. And it's like, okay, well now you better help me up while I go 3 TCs. I need to build up my eco. I need to be on the same level. CSO dropped 3 TCs as well.
Yeah, and I think the difference for that is now that
Men-at-Arms
Imperial. Oh my God, there's so many. There's so many Men-at-Arms coming out, and Baltoon and the Japanese are supposed to be the civilization that is so good with infantry. You have Samurai with Odachi upgrades and all of that kind of stuff, but when you go Fast Castle and you do things like get Onimusha at the start, and then you add Mounted Samurai afterward, getting that barracks transition is not something he could do.
Yep, and walls got stopped. Another bombard emplacement. Louis is taking so much map control with all his resources. The villager that built that bombard emplacement, he's actually building outposts in all the little pockets of stealth forest, and he's going to upgrade all of those to cannons in the south side. So just absolutely denying the map of Baltoon and Crackety.
And that's going to be so frustrating, you know, for Louis MT. Just getting those bombard emplacements up means anytime Baltoon is like, yeah, my home base is not safe, I got to go somewhere else. I got to figure out what to do. And then as soon as he walks out, he's going to be like, oh, Jesus Christ. Now you got to back all the way up again, you know, so you're not going to be able to get those resources, and you just created all that idle time. So it's really, really good for him to do that. CSO could be backing up Louis MT on the southern side. It looks like he has some of those camels that might help out. There's a gold vein that ends up getting raided on the south side. This quote-unquote safe gold for Baltoon, not safe anymore. Louis MT going to be able to cut them off, maybe be able to get a little bit of some damage in here, but ends up just doing it, just passing and wandering into a lot of those crossbowmen for Crackety. Now this is the time where Crackety's got to be like, okay, I got to make sure my teammate's okay.
Yeah, he's walling off, though. He's making sure those Men-at-Arms don't have a place to go. They can kind of finish off the rest of those. They need to resecure that south and the east side, because if you look at what's happening during this push from Louis, he's dropped multiple outposts on that 8K gold vein. He is making sure that Baltoon is going to struggle on the 8K and the one that's further into the base on the southeastern side.
Yeah, I mean, you're 20 minutes into this game. Yeah, you're 20 minutes into this game. You see all of those gold veins and a nice little stone outcropping there as well. It's going to be difficult for Baltoon if he wants to keep going in that gold department. It might force something like trade to happen sooner, or have the ability to lack thereof, because I don't think this is something that Baltoon is going to be able to pull off, especially on that south side, especially on that east side. Now that Baltoon, I'm very curious, because he's got a few hundred gold. Men-at-Arms are trying to get in there. White Tower with some of those arrows, not going to be enough for all of that heavy damage. Mounted Samurai taking a battle with some of these Men-at-Arms, and with the camel unease with CSO's camels, not really working out too well for him. He's got to keep backing up over and over again.
Yeah, and this just really felt like HRE had a much better tempo swing than the English did. You know, they went and have all the relics. They have Imperial Age, and now they're on a level that's higher because they have the population space saver of the relics, and have way more military just production ability to take down a lot of the buildings. You already saw a TC of Baltoons getting taken out, whereas Louis and CSO didn't really take too much damage from the push of Crackety and Baltoon.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the main difference, right? I mean, there was that one bombard outpost next to the Swabia that ended up being MVP. Yeah, I mean, Burgrave is just a tip of the iceberg at this point, you know? I mean, there's a lot of crossbowmen out here for Crackety, and obviously it's going to be really good against some of the Men-at-Arms, but you might think that Louis MT, just because he has barracks, could he be adding some land snakes in here? Could he be adding some spearmen just to soften the blow of what these Men-at-Arms are capable of doing? I think having a mix of everything is really going to help him.
Oh my gosh, the Adabags, or whatever they're called when they jump in all the, 20% extra health?
Yeah, that is 20% extra health with Adabeg supervision. I was begging to see something like this today. 174 health coming out of veteran Desert Raiders before they get the Imperial Age upgrade. A lot of villagers from Louis MT going down on this stone outcropping, but it's the great thing of Palace of Swabia. You give me another minute, I got those villagers back anyway.
Yep, and speaking of those Desert Raiders, we have a little smaller group raiding the base. Villagers pulling out the short bows, and, you know, they're just tickling them.
Yeah, those short bows aren't going to be too effective. And what's really great about these Desert Raiders too is when they do get into that melee form, or even if they're in that ranged form, those men-at-arms aren't going to be doing too much damage just because of the melee armor that these Desert Raiders have. It seems like both these guys are just hitting each other with sock boppers at this point. That's a good 2000s, 90s reference if you guys are old enough in chat. But a lot of these units, it takes a lot of hits in order to bring him down. It looks like CrackTune and Baltoon continuing to try to push the initiative on Louis MT, but the amount of defensive structures for Louis MT right now on the north side, it's almost like the units that he has don't really matter. He has so many defensive outposts, bombards, keeps, where all he needs to do is make a little bit of some sort of unit, and that's it. That's all he needs.
Yep, and just keep sending minute-arms into the economy, keep moving on forward. They're taking more and more map control behind it. The amount of cannon and placement outposts is absurdly scary. It seems like Baltoon and CrackTune are on the last few gold veins, and let's bring it back to the sock and boppers, because that is a hell of a throwback. You know, those things will pack a little bit of more of a punch than what you may realize. So, you know, if anyone ever messes with those, you can knock someone out with them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is maybe because I was thinking of like a pillow type structure, you know, trying to get something like that. But yeah, those things, they will, if you get hit with a haymaker, a surprise haymaker by a sock and bopper, it'll knock you in the next week. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What a great reference there. Throwback for sure. But Baltoon and CrackTune, they've been struggling. CrackTune's had a huge food eco, but Baltoon, he hasn't ever really been able to stabilize. He feels like he's been the one constantly being pressured by Louis and CSO. This farm eco, it looks like he was finally about to start getting online, but another set of men-at-arms, another set of Desert Raiders. Farms are starting to be burned. Villagers are running for the hills, but at the same time, it looks like they're trying to make a push in the north side. They don't have a ton of military pop space probably to defend this push. Definitely not if their military's up in the north.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of catching Baltoon with his pants down. He ended up getting a surrender off of that in that pivotal game number 3. The team of CSO and Louis MT will be walking into the grand finals. They will be playing the team that has been waiting for them for just so long. They've been waiting. They've been chomping at the bit. Wham and Puppy Paw, the brethren, are going to be coming at you guys and Team Elephant in a best-of-5 series after this. Honestly, huge GGs to Baltoon and CrackTune. The way that they have played, the way that they have practiced throughout this tournament, it has been an absolute treat to watch these guys, and I wish there were multiple teams that could win a DEBILS 2v2 cup, but we got to find a winner somehow, and doing that is going to be through Elephant and WamBam. Thank you, ma'am, is that team. If you watched that series, and CrackTune, thank you so much for the raid, all of you guys coming in. I just said huge GGs to CrackTune and Baltoon. You guys played so well. It was such a treat to watch you guys in a team game situation, not only in the Devil's Cup, but also while he plays on his own channel, does team games with Baltoon all the time. Team games are something that he enjoys, you know? So it was really awesome to watch you guys. Really, I hope to see, if we have future Devil's Cups, I hope to see your team back in, because you guys were an absolute treat to watch. So welcome everybody from CrackTune's stream. If you're interested in the DEBILS 2v2 Cup, you might be interested to go ahead and chat about what's going on. You know, you might want to hit yourself with a follow, get some of your predictions in, because we have a final series coming up between WamBam, thank you, ma'am, which is the team of Wham and Puppy Paw, and Elephant, which is between CSO and Louis MT that you just most recently saw. Now, remember, a lot of these series that we've been seeing is a best of 3. This one is a best of 5, knockdown, drag out. Who is the ultimate devil?
Yeah, but first we do have a little bit of a waiting game. It seems like Louis and CSO want to take a little break, stretch their legs, grab a little snack or so. So I think they said give them 5 or so minutes. So I guess we'll probably be taking 5 or so minutes. But first, if you weren't reading the chat, big announcement from well, actually, I guess one of the main hosts, main admins over there, who put in a lot of the money to the prize pool, the majority of the money to the prize pool. He does confirm there will be another Devil's Cup.
Oh, that's insane. We're going to have multiple Devil's Cups 2v2 showdowns. It might not even be the same format, but who cares? If you liked what we had here for 2v2s, you're going to see it again. Okay? You're going to see it again. And I hope all of you are very, very interested and come back for more when we do those team games. Obviously, we have the grand final, but I did want to show because we are going to run off into a couple minutes of a break. We have our main observer, Cal, is going to be showing the next AoE4 LAN that's going to be, I know.
Next AoE LAN? Well, I
Yeah.
guess it was the second AoE. They, I guess, didn't. There was a Russian LAN, I believe.
Well, I mean, there are other lands like N4C and Willalow that was a couple years ago. So there's been other lands.
Recent ones.
Yeah. This is the next upcoming land, and it's going to be July of 2024 in Norway. And guys, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be in Norway. I'm going to be doing some casting for the King of the North as well. Cal is going to run the advertisement for King of the North during our break. So guys, stay tuned. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes with this grand finals as they're doing their drafts, as they're doing their Civ picks. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. And welcome back, everybody, in the DEBILS 2v2 Cup. We have been broadcasting as many games as we possibly can throughout the past, not only this weekend, but last weekend. And guys, it's all coming to this finale. We had about 40 teams in this 2v2 situation, and now we're down to only 2. We have Team WamBam, thank you, man, playing as the French and the English. They're going to be comprised of Wham and Puppy Paw. Their opponent's Elephant, who you just saw in that last series between CSO and Louis MT. These are some of the best team game players that we happen to have. Obviously, Wham and Puppy Paw, they share a decent amount of genetic code, so they're going to be able to be in synchrony with one another. And then Elephant playing in team games. CSO and Louis MT, they've been doing it since probably this game came out. So these are partners that play over and over again. You might as well call them brothers in that situation.
I mean, you might as well here. And you know what I know you're excited about? You're seeing your wife, JD, over there. That's like second in line to horse archers.
Oh, my love. There she is. She's going to be right there. Oh man, I'll tell you what. Playing when John Dark came out, you know, when that civilization came out, obviously everybody said it was overpowered, blah blah blah. You're an asshole for playing John Dark, but go fuck yourself. I don't care. But the reason why I like this civilization so much, especially in a 1v1 situation, how you played it when it came out, was you were forced to interact with your opponent just based on how the hero works, just based on getting XP, for getting kills, and all of that kind of stuff. Your opponent's being like, hey, I don't want to talk to you. I want to play solitaire for a little while. I want to be, maybe it's like an HRE, like Feudal Age, leave me alone. I want to get relics and Castle Age. And I'm like, no. You might have walls. You could have outposts. You could emergency repair your outposts. I don't give a shit. I'm going to be barreling down your base with knights, and you have to deal with it. If you do, you win. But if you don't, I want your elo. That's why I love Jeanne d'Arc so much. It's been one of the best inclusions that AoE4 has to offer, and I know people have different opinions, and I don't want to hear them. I don't care.
Yeah. Think about how many times she's been nerfed already. She's just, I mean, it was honestly funny. She's been nerfed so many times over, and she's now at a point where it's like, all right, it's manageable. It's deal. You know, I will say it's at a point where not too big of a reason to complain. Yeah, there's a few times that you're like, what? That's so OP. But usually when you get to that point, it's your own fault. It's not really the game's fault. You know, if she's level 3 at minute 8 because you took 19 fights and let her take full map control and you lost a bunch of vills and buildings, it's like, well, you played it wrong. But that's where this is a two-man game here. We got the French-English combo. This is a combo we've seen time and time again. Very, very scary to play together. And you know, what are you gonna really do against it? You know, which person are they gonna end up focusing first, most likely, or is it just gonna be the dive down the middle?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of new versus old, right? You have French and English that's been around a tale as old as time, obviously. Jeanne d'Arc and Japanese, new kids on the block, all right? For Elephant, people like CSO and Louis MT that have absolutely batshit insane micro, having something like Jeanne d'Arc is going to be really, really good. You're going to be using all of those abilities that Jeanne d'Arc has. You're going to consecrate everything that you need to. You're going to be able to get a nice little whirly do if you want to, or, you know, if you wanted to hit people with divine arrows, you have that ability as well. So there's an ability for Jeanne d'Arc to exploit and do a really good job in creating so much turmoil in Feudal Age. And then you have the Japanese player behind it, Fast Castle, Mounted Samurai. You can do, you know, we saw Baltoon go with Onimusha last game, right? You have an opportunity to do that if you'd like to. You have an opportunity to go for barracks and make Castle Age stuff. You know, who cares? You can do what you want, but Jeanne d'Arc should give you enough tempo to give you that time.
You hope.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, yes, you do hope that. Staring into a French and English team that's going to be comprised of longbows and knights, most likely, is going to be very difficult because for Jeanne d'Arc, like when she goes into archer form, she doesn't have any armor at all, whether ranged or melee. And then when she goes into the woman at arms or the quote unquote men at arms kind of version, you have 2 armor on each side for both melee and range. So if you get a decent enough longbow mass, you can snipe JD before the battle starts. And that's very difficult and honestly demoralizing, because if you're a Jeanne d'Arc player, you're seeing people be aggressive to you and you're like, oh, fuck yeah, I need some of that XP. I'm going to gobble that up. Right. But that Jeanne d'Arc gets sniped down immediately. Then you're like, oh, well, I guess I'll just go home.
Yeah. And we've seen how good these high elo players are at taking the battles when they want to, bouncing back and forth, not taking losing fights. So by the time they're usually taking the engagements, usually there's a bigger mass and enough of a mass to start one-shotting, but enough of us, contemplating about how the game's going, talking about, what we might think is going to happen. Let's go ahead and jump on into the first game of the finals.
Oh, what a matchup this is going to be. We have Puppy Paw playing as Cow debated me. We have CSO playing as Color Red, and the Japanese spawning in the southwestern part of the map. His teammate Louis MT will be playing as the coveted Jeanne d'Arc, my love, my wife, Dabston. Who do we have on the other side?
On the other side, it is Wham01 playing as the English in the color teal. His partner, his brother, his twin, Puppy Paw, playing as the French in the color blue.
Yeah, it makes you start to wonder with Puppy Paw and Wham. I mean, obviously, they've cruised through this tournament. I'm not really sure if they've lost a game, to be honest with you. They've been really cruising through. And it makes you think, I wonder if they even talk to each other during these games, or if they can just read each other's minds, being brothers like this, and for being how close in genetics that they actually are. Hopefully, they'll be able to have some really good synchrony with that English and French build that we all know and maybe hate when we go into 2v2s on the rank ladder. But CSO got a different story. Ooh, a little bit of a sheep steal. Love it.
Yeah, love to see it if you are CSO. Feels real bad if you're a Puppy Paw just watching those sheep head on over to the other scout, but he takes a nice angle, is able to kind of cut off the rest of the scout path of CSO, and so CSO will grab the corner, but shouldn't grab much more from there. I don't know if you saw it though, but it was best of 35 there for a second, so we were about to be in for a long haul there, Tim. But
yeah, we're
thank
not
God.
doing that.
Yeah, no, we got it updated there. It is just a best of 5. I know it would have been exciting, it would have been fun, but I don't know if I would have had a voice.
Yeah, I mean, I can feel mine start to go at this point as we're hovering into 6 hours on the stream. So best of 35, and I also have work tomorrow. I have things to do. It looks like for Louis MT, obviously that Jeanne d'Arc is still a peasant. I don't think, maybe she did build the house and mining camp, but if she did, I didn't end up seeing it, and I'm very curious to see with the School of Cavalry, how many villagers you end up going. This is a very interesting mark for Jeanne d'Arc, to be honest, and does go with the School of Cavalry, as you can see into the front, to make sure that he gets those knights out as quick as humanly possible. And only going with 2 villagers. It's only going to be Jeanne d'Arc and a buddy to build that landmark, just to make sure that Jeanne d'Arc does get to level 2 while not getting rid of too much timing to get that knight out as quick as possible and get it to the other side.
Yeah, when you said how many villagers is she going to go, my mind immediately went to the Jiggly build order that is up to a point where you just start cutting vills, and so I was like, cut vills, huh? When is she going to cut? I was like, no, wait, oh, you mean how many vills on the landmark? Now that makes more sense here. Okay.
Yeah, those Jiggly build orders, they have their own language. Let me tell you, it's going to be difficult to try to parse your way through it. Wham going to be going with the Abbey of Kings as the English, and I'm curious on your opinion for this, because obviously, we've seen this before. The Abbey of Kings got buffed over and over and over again. It probably got buffed like 5 times. Before that was happening, the Abbey of Kings builds that you've seen with English, I mean, when you're with a French player like Puppy Paw, I mean, you're still going longbows, right?
Yes and no. So what the king allows you to do is you immediately win the Night War. You win the French v JD war, because now your knight can immediately take the first trade, take the first charge, heal back up, take some, get a few hits in there as well. And if Japan isn't able to come help, if Japan's just doing their own thing, well, now your French is way far behind. They start getting idled off of gold. And I think that's where Louis knows it. He might even, I think he's on the stone for getting an outpost upgrade. I'm not sure if he's on the stone for trying to get a second TC.
Yeah, and I think for especially how team games play out, you don't usually see that second TC. I know, Jean d'Arc, you can go for some kind of macro build. You know, I've seen players go for 2, sometimes 3 TCs, depending on who they're playing against, because you're not necessarily worried about getting Jean d'Arc XP. You just get that consecrate ability, you continue to buff yourself up economically, and then you're going to be able to take a good fight afterward. Wham on the other side with that castle, or with that Abbey of Kings, excuse me, getting completed. He is definitely going to be going for a second town center. He's got just about, I would say, 2/3 of the way there, and he will be getting that very,
and
very
not
soon.
the only one.
Puppy Paw's going for it too. What do you think about this play for a French second TC?
Yeah, and again, this is where he still didn't sacrifice that first early night, so he'll get that early night off. Him and Wham will be able to take the trades, will be able to at least force a reaction here from their opposing side. And I think the double TCs is somewhat fine. You know, they can play that extended feudal age. French likes to play feudal. I think Wham will be the one will go into castle faster, and that'll allow Puppy to just kind of continue to mass the knights, continue to circle around the map while he does English things.
And this is something that's so bothersome for me with Wham, because he goes for that second town center, and you're able to get that so quickly as the English, and then you use that king for a little bit of tempo. And look what it's doing with Louis MT, right? Look what it's doing for Louis MT. He goes with the hunter for Jean d'Arc. Maybe BM might be able to snipe the king. That's really great. But because he's able to get that up so quickly, all of Louis MT's knights, instead of trying to be in Wham's base, instead of trying to be in Puppy Paws and trying to stop that second TC from happening, because that king was the first thing to hit the battlefield, Louis MT has to play defense. And when you're playing with Jean d'Arc, when you're playing with knights, you don't want to do that. You don't want to chase this king around.
Always feels bad when the knights are on your side of the map and not your opponent's. This also allows Puppy's first knight to maybe go try to swing by Louis' gold, go try to swing and get some other damage of some sort. But even still, this is just allowing the 2 TCs of Wham and Puppy to get placed in the locations that they want them in, which is protecting up that gold.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially on a map like this, you know, on a map like Prairie. You want to protect some of those resources, and obviously that gold, I mean, it is by your hometown center, but you still have a little ways away to actually get into your town center. This avoids you making an outpost, something that Japan had to do for CSO. That's something that Louis MT had to do because they are not going for that second TC. CSO is going to be going into Castle Age and getting the ability to get, hopefully, I would imagine, and probably some Mounted Samurai to help them out. And especially, I mean, you think those Mounted Samurai are good? Think when they're compared, or when they have something like Jean d'Arc with them to do things like heal, to do things like help against spearmen and all of that kind of stuff, they become unstoppable.
Yeah, and the path of the archer as well. You mentioned it in the pregame. I feel like this is super risky going up against someone like English, but there's no Council Hall. There's no longbow mass yet, so let's just go ahead, secure up another 4. Knights didn't want to help for a little bit. They were like, JD, you know, take some damage first. You got to earn it.
Yeah, I mean, for JD, because she's able to heal, right? Louis MT doesn't have chivalry. So before he gets that, you really don't want to take the excess damage. His teammate CSO going to be going with that stable, going to be suspending that gate in midair, and the Yorkshire will be popping out and hopefully plopping into that stable. But now that we have more macro builds from French and English, we talked about over and over again being like, oh, longbows, knights, blah, blah, blah. They're saying, yeah, we don't fucking care about any of that. And we're going to go for a second town center. We're going to grab some boar. We're going to grab all that kind of stuff and make Louis MT and CSO fight them instead of the other way around. And I think when you're playing against JD, this is probably the best that you can do.
Yep, and that's where I think we just saw Puppy starting to drop another stables, probably starting to get some more night production out, full set of farms in play for Wham, so food eco's starting to look somewhat healthy for the long term. But CSO's castle, so here comes the relic control. Time and time again, we've seen that, but it's going to be a little bit harder to grab with Puppy Paws Knights roaming.
Yeah, I think it will, especially, I mean, it's really going to help him out if he gets some Mounted Samurai out there and trying to get some of those relics. It looks like Louis MT is already kind of extrapolating what was coming out of the map. You know, he's able to get things like these boars, so Jean d'Arc gets her plus 25 XP, excuse me, from getting rid of all of these boar. I think this one might be a little bit of trouble here. I think hopefully Jean d'Arc doesn't go down. It's going to be pretty close. Okay.
Calculated.
Oh, jeez. I thought I was going to have to put in funeral processions for my wife. You're going to pull that pork over there. You're getting me a little scared there.
It's one that it was a little too close to call. I would not have been doing that if it were me. I wouldn't have known the exact math there to calculate it on up. But look at the massive Puppy Paw starting to climb up very quick. We're getting to the point where these two TCs from Wham and Puppy, they're starting to get to that payoff timing. Starting to start heading across the map. We don't yet have a Castle Age match, but we don't yet have just an abundance of relics in play. CSO was Castle not too long ago.
Yeah, he was, and it's going to take a little bit of time to do things like get those mounted samurai that he needs. Wham starting to make a little bit of spearmen that might be able to help out Puppy Paw, but I think this French base might be a good target for both Jeanne d'Arc and Japan on the opposite side, because I mean, we've been seeing this a lot. Diving into an English town center obviously isn't the best idea. It looks like some of these knights trying to get pulled away. Puppy Paw doing a good job of that micro. I think that one Royal Knight, let's guess the health. I'm gonna guess 3 that
2.
Royal Knight has. Go ahead, click on that one, Cal, for me. Okay, or don't. So Puppy Paw 7.
Oh, it's a healing now. We don't know. We'll never know.
Damn. Oh my god.
Oh, that other one took a big charge, but Chivalry is in play. So as long as those knights don't take another charge in the near future, I would just throw them in the TC, but that's me because I can't rely on my micro, and it would just allow those to heal on up for a while. Then you look back a minute or two later and they're full health or half health or so, and they can actually take a fight again.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, to be honest, I kind of do the same thing. I just put them into my town center because I know I'm going to lose track of them. But then it's frustrating because you see that your town center has something garrison, and you're like, what the fuck is in there? And then you see that it's 1 or 2 knights, you're like, oh, I thought I had villagers idle. But it looks like CSO going to be going for a little bit of a raid of his own around that gold mine. Spearman from Wham going to be able to help out just a little bit. Wham is trying to macro to Castle at pretty much the same time, and he's going to get a good 1200 to 600 split. He'll be able to get down if he wants to put the White Tower down. He might be able to. If he's thinking about King's Palace, he might be doing the same thing. But White Tower right next to where some of that wood is, and honestly, on a map like Prairie, it's such a coveted resource.
Yeah, go and secure up that wood. I'm sure he's going to drop some farms around that behind it to have some nice, safe farming over the long term. And look at what else he's been doing all throughout this time. He's been dropping wall segments, extending the segment, dropping another segment, and all of a sudden, he's almost walled out half the map for him and Puppy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really going to help you against 2 particular civilizations that are trying to be aggressive with you. You know, we have some of those knights trying to get around to that king. That king ends up going down. We're going to need another coronation ceremony, which is rather expensive. Looks like Wham trying to get onto those mounted samurai. It looks like those samurai got to back up. But again, we've talked about this with knights on knights over and over again. If you are the one retreating, you're going to be getting hit with all of those lances. That refractive armor better pay off for him.
Yep, and look at Puppy Paw. He's even extending out the walls a little bit. Wants to go ahead and try to wall these mounted samurai in, and at the same time, not allow Louis' knights to help on out. So then, you might have some better trades. Villagers, though, going down in the making. Some villagers, though, can probably sacrifice at this point, being up 2 TCs for this long. But you never want to just throw away eco units for nothing.
Yeah, to be honest, these are villagers that you kind of need to kill if you're CSO or Louis MT, because you are fighting against the clock. You know, obviously you're Castle Age now. Wham is Castle Age. You're getting a lot of idle time with some of Puppy Paw's villagers, but they're doing a good job of being defensive. And it looks like they're trying to take multiple avenues of attack. Obviously, Puppy Paw's base is an area of concern, but Wham's base over here, even though there's a little bit of palisades, could have the opportunity to deal a decent amount of damage if they're not too careful. Hopefully CSO and Louis MT can get some of their troops
White
together.
Tower, though. They didn't know where it was. He didn't have a scout with his army, and that refractive armor does not quite do enough when there's a White Tower shooting its machine gun.
It does not, and I think there must have been at full capacity, because the White Tower, you can house 20 of them in there, so that's a lot of arrows to be hitting you. These mounted samurai having some pathing issues, so a lot of them are going to end up going down. There were about 6 or 7. That was a good raiding party. Now you're down to about 2, and is it really 2 because of how much health they have? It's more like 0.
And the big thing that you can't forget about is the French versus JD matchup. Louis has not been 2TC this whole time. Puppy has been, yeah, Puppy's been getting raided. Yeah, Puppy's been taking a lot of aggression, but you talked about it. He played very defensively. He reacted very, very well. And it's not like we ever saw a raid where it's like, oh, there goes 8 villagers, there goes an outpost and, you know, a huge mass, maybe 1 or 2 here and there, but nothing substantial. And that's where this night mass is about to be a lot different in the next couple minutes. Puppy's going up to Castle Age. He's going up with the Royal Institute, I believe. All of a sudden, veteran Royal Knights, as well as some Royal Bloodlines.
Yeah, and I think obviously Puppy Paw's going to have that initiative against Louis MT for sure. It's really nice for the French too, because Jeanne d'Arc doesn't get that increased villager production speed. The only economic advantage that they have with going 1 town center is Jeanne d'Arc's Consecrate ability. So you've got to be doing, if somebody has a second town center, you have to punish it. And they didn't really have that opportunity to do it. CSO making a little bit of a transition, going to be going with Onimusha. It's a very good raiding unit. You can see them popping off villagers at a moment's notice. A lot of these veteran Royal Knights will get hit hard by Onimusha as well. It's difficult to get those Royal Knights onto those Onimusha, but it looks like Jeanne d'Arc a little bit into harm's way. You've got to back up. You've got no armor, sweetheart. You got to be in the back line.
Yeah, and look at that Spear Mass. There's no way Louis and CSO can actually take this engagement head on. Puppy Paw's Knights, they're better than Louis, and the Spear Mass is unbelievably big. JD trying to run away, but she's a little bit slower than that Cavalry Mass. Cavalry's going to have to turn around. They can't turn into spears. They don't want to turn into spears.
Right, and Jeanne d'Arc, I mean, she does move rather quickly. She got a nice good Divine Arrow on one of those Royal Knights. That's quick plus 24, but you know, Jeanne d'Arc, she operates at 1.38 tiles per second, whereas a Knight is 1.62, right? So as long as, if you have Jeanne d'Arc in your party, obviously it's going to slow you down a little bit. So hopefully Louis MT, with the Knights that he has, this is going to be kind of an all-in for him, just because there is no second town center. There is no other economic advantage. So he's going to be going up with the Royal Institute. He has a lot of Knights for this to make it count.
Yeah, the big thing is, though, is Wham behind this, I feel like has not taken any damage other than that small little sacrifice he made to kill out some of those mounted samurai. The Spearman Mass is huge. He's starting to transition into some crossbows to help on out with the mounted samurais, with the Onimusha, with the veteran Royal Knights that Louis is going to have here in a couple seconds. And Puppy looks like he's about to circle with his Knight Mass and go for base, while Wham just plays this defensive, plays the back line.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, like, you have these spears that are really going to help you out. You have the crossbowmen that are going to help you out, too. The town center is going to give you some of that fire against those Onimusha. There's no bonus damage where those Onimusha are hitting on those spearmen, so they have to continuously kite. They're exactly like horse archers of the roost. You can't just stand there and take a fight. You have to continuously kite them. They're difficult units to deal with. But now with Puppy Paw, he realizes those Knights not necessarily needed in that battle, especially because Louis MT's Knights are still feudal. I mean, they'll be making their way to castle, and it looks like they just hit that upgrade, so Puppy Paw has to back up. But that was a good opportunity if he was looking to do it, and I think he probably would have had free reign of that territory if he didn't back up either.
Yeah, and Cal was just showing us Knight numbers dead even. However, Puppy Paw has been on that second TC. His eco is way bigger. CSO has been able to match himself with his own secondary TC, but I'm sure he dropped it quite a bit later. So they're going to be behind on the eco, should have a significant amount of relics for themselves, or mainly CSO.
Yeah. No,
Level 3 JD.
And they go with the riders. That's very interesting with Jeanne riders. I mean, I hardly know him, but having these riders means against crossbowmen you're going to get that bonus damage. However, there are so many spearmen out here. I don't know if those riders are even going to get into that crossbowman mass. It makes me think, you know, sometimes champions are a good idea, but you're giving up a lot of mobility. Louis MT might be caught here with his pants down.
Yeah, not only that, it looks like CSO wanted to move up for some of those berries, had an outpost, has a house right there, and instead immediately pulls those vills back away. Few of those Knights getting hit a little bit. Onimusha here to help, gonna snipe down some of those Knights. Is the fight gonna be taken, or is CSO and Louis just gonna constantly use this mobility and kite back and just take down as many units as possible?
Yeah, and this is where the mobility is absolutely insane. You can see the spearmen trying to get on to those Onimusha, not quite getting there. You're hearing Divine Arrow, the shot heard around the world, and a lot of those spearmen are going to end up going down because of it. Wham is actually focusing those spearmen on the Onimusha. They do not have the mobility. CSO can continue to kite this man for days if he continues to do this. The spearmen numbers are going to start to dwindle. Now you have Jeanne d'Arc in this mass against them with Royal Knights and then the Royal Knights of Puppy Paw. Yes, there's going to be an ability to reproduce them if you're Puppy Paw, but Louis MT, this is a big, big, scary mass, and especially with Jeanne d'Arc, not something you want to fight night on night.
And this is where I would love to see Puppy split 1 or 2 knights off and just go into the eco. What do you notice about CSO and Louis' side that Wham and Puppy seem to have and the opponents don't?
Walls. Definitely walls.
Yeah,
yeah,
so,
absolutely.
There you go. I mean, just 1 or 2 knights can end up causing so much idle time, so much damage, at least getting 1 or 2 Vil picks. And the big difference is they've been on 2 TCs for a while CSO and Louis haven't. So the reproducibility is so much harder.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. And I think if you're able to catch, we see a lot of those knights. It's a night-on-night battle. Jeanne d'Arc is a little bit in harm's way. She's going to be making up the back line. She might have to pop that heal a little bit earlier. She does immediately. And getting that 30% heal on pseudo-Imperial Knights is absolutely insane. Look at the battle that just transpired. All of those knights from Puppy Paw have to get out of the way. Wham and his Spearman mass, it's borderline non-existent now because it's been kited to oblivion.
Yeah, the Onimusha mass has just been able to do whatever they want, and CSO has just been utilizing his APM to the max effect and just kind of laughing along the way.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what he's been doing that with Desert Raiders in series before. Dabston, the Onimusha, Desert Raiders, Horse Archers, he doesn't give a shit. As long as it's on a horse and it shoots a bow, he's gonna make you pay. And that's exactly what he's doing. And now Louis MT has free reign on Wham's base. A lot of these spearmen are trying to get back there. Jeanne d'Arc, again, continuing to be kind of injured. You know, she's at about 20% health. Maybe this could be a low overextension from Louis MT. He's looking for areas to raid, but he's going to continue to get hit with night charges.
Yeah, we did say something right before this. It was that reproducibility. If he loses this mass, which he's about to walk into some walls, the spears, the crossbows, they might be able to close the gap a little bit unless he can cut this up, can really get some kind of escape path. And here we go, we're about to see it. Still able to, you know, a lot of, oh my God, running into villagers, Puppy.
Oh my gosh. At least not a lot of villagers went, oh my God, there's more of them. I mean, it's fighting right under a keep. I mean, you definitely don't want to do that, but still, Jeanne d'Arc is pretty injured. You might be able to buy her back, but it's going to be really, really difficult for you to do. Maybe a couple charges on those villagers. 1 or 2 villagers go down. Keep focusing Jeanne d'Arc, and before you know it, she's gone, my baby. She's caught.
Oh, and somehow there's spears on the front side, able to close off some of the knights getting on out of there and able to pick off a few more. So Louis definitely struggling on the knight numbers after that one. Got hit pretty hard. Looks like trade behind this has been set up by Louis though, and that is something when going unnoticed, when going untouched, I mean, it's just over in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, that's the economic advantage that you really need. Now, CSO, as the Japanese, going to be going into Imperial Age. Hopefully, we're going to see some elite Onimusha. Not something that we see very often because Onimusha, I mean, yeah, they're a good castle unit. They act as crossbowmen and all that good stuff. But usually when you get to Imperial, they're getting more infantry than anything else. But now with the ability for them to do things like trade, maybe CSO actually operates in a little bit of trade as well, because we know on gold in Prairie, you have a little bit of those gold mines. There's not a lot of those giant gold mines left I can see on the map. So we're getting to that point of the game where they might need to.
Yeah, and this is where I laughed about that reproducibility. I didn't see the trade. In the trade, all of a sudden, you give it a couple minutes. It's not like TCs where, you know, you got a lot of resources to go into the TC. It's 700 for a TC. It's, what is it, 100 for a market? And then all of a sudden, you're booming on up. You got 3 markets, and blink of an eye, we're up to 15 traders probably.
Yeah, and that's probably what's going to happen. I mean, Louis MT definitely needs that gold, right, if he wants to keep producing these knights. What's really nice for Louis MT as well, to get Jeanne back, I'm not sure if he's able to do it already, but Puppy Paw actually going for trade on the eastern side. And because Louis MT has that western side pretty much marked up, this is a really good spot for him. He's going to be able to trade with that neutral trading post in the north. And I think because of where these trading posts, these neutral trading posts are actually situated, this trade is definitely going to be under duress for both of these players.
Yeah, the only big difference is if Wham and Puppy continue to extend these walls and actually get these walls secured, but the Knights from Puppy were supposed to help secure up those walls on that side, and instead, Onimusha arrived, not going to be able to do so, but Keep about to finish on up. There's enough Onimusha there if they got there faster, but not quite there in time, and the Keep finishes on the stone. But trade will be getting denied from the very start on Puppy Paw's end, so definitely going to be struggling on the gold.
Yeah, I think that's obviously gonna be a long-term issue, right? The trade that Louis MT has, and basically where a lot of these battles have been taking place, Wham and Puppy Paw have been playing defense pretty much this entire game. We do see now a little bit of infantry, some spearmen, some samurai. You see a little bit of hand cannons as well, and a Rebaldequin against a lot of these infantry units. Most of them being spearmen. This could be a really good unit if you're able to get it onto the front line. But these Rebaldequins, man, they're just so clunky. They're just so difficult to use because by the time you get up there, your longbowmen just end up sniping it.
I was about to say, there are a lot of spearmen, but the big problem there is the longbows. And,
It's gone.
and it's
Yeah, I mean, it's such an expensive piece of technology, too, that makes it so difficult. Now it looks like we have a castle from CSO and Japan firing an intercontinental ballistic missile right at that red palace, and I think you're going to need more than arbalest upgrades to take down a castle of that caliber.
Yep, Louis still circling with his huge knight mass. This is the point where you can't just mass a few spears. You can't just have a few reinforcing units. You need your whole army here to deal with this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be rather difficult in order to do that, and it feels like for Louis MT, he's just consistently being in that raid department. You know, he keeps taking these big raids, and obviously with all of this giant knight mass, there's a lot of spearmen that are here. These spearmen are of the elite capability, so it's going to be pretty difficult.
And crossbows.
Yeah, I mean, Wham is making the anti-knight composition, and English is really good at it. Right, so these knights, they're going to be trying to find areas to raid, and I think as long as he continues to micro around, he'll be okay, but he's never going to be able to stop and kill Bills.
Yeah, and guess what has finally been going on? Puppy splitting off knights into the trade. There's some on the east side. They just got cleaned up, but a lot of traders have gone down. He also has knights in the actual trade line and in the south, so hitting all over the place. And this is exactly what I was wanting him to do earlier. Just split off knights to all these different spots, and it forces a reaction. Louis, he's doing it to where it's like, hey, this forces your whole army to react, but, you know, 1 to 2 knights does the job as well with no walls.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just making sure, and especially even with those perpendicular walls as well, that makes a big difference. Now Louis MT does hit Imperial Age. I don't know if that was Jean or the King. I think that was Jean, and my heart has been shattered into a million pieces, just like that keep that the Bombard ended up taking down from the CSO. So that gold mine's going to be rather difficult for Puppy Paw to get. We're taking a look at income per minute. Puppy Paw's doing a pretty good job at keeping gold stable. You know, Wham have so much income to the point where he's probably going to be able to sling Puppy Paw if he needs to.
Do you see Louis' income?
Yeah, it's not there. It's not there.
Yeah, he doesn't have a farm transition. Like I said, the trade finally got hit, and it got hit pretty hard. There was knights all over in different spots, so it wasn't dealt with in any easy manner. Louis finally decided to wall on up. Armies are grouping together, CSO and Louis together, but at this point, I'm pretty sure Wham and Puppy, they got a lot of static yeah, just a few static defenses set up there.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of them. All of them with arbalest upgrades. Secondary town centers, keeps, landmark town centers. Who gives a shit?
Boiling oil over there. Very easy to just stay nice, safe, and secure. And yeah, they might not have the walls fully finished, but they got a lot of the choke points propped up by things like the Red Palace there.
Yeah, because, you know, we're talking about things like what CSO was doing and making perpendicular walls, but go ahead and strap an Imperial Age landmark right there. That's going to make it difficult for you to make a stone wall, brother, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it felt like this was going CSO and Louis' way for a while. CSO was keeping his army alive, was constantly kiting down, was constantly picking off knights here and there, reacting to the raid so well. But it does feel like the point where Puppy and Wham have kind of stabilized. They started to take over the game somewhat. You can see stone walls in the east trying to get broken through with some rams, and the knights trying to circle through and get into that English eco again.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of these raids are really good for Blue EMT on the eastern side. Definitely earlier in the game, right? I mean, you were trying to do your best to try to kill enough villagers, but now I feel like just based on Wham's economy right now, he's got such a good income per minute. He's got a decent amount of stockpile. He has a lot of defensive landmarks that are going to be helping him out. Look at his income per minute. He's got about 3,800. Look at his stockpile, Dabs. He's got 13,000 food. All these villagers die. I don't think he gives a shit.
This is one of those that Puppy watches, or he doesn't even watch. He looks at the graph at the end of the game and he's like, "What the fuck, bro? Like, give me resources."
Yeah. Well, Puppy Pie, current resources, he's sitting on 400. Right? I think this is one of those where it's like, oh, you know, you could have gave me food, and Wham's like, bro, you didn't ask, so I didn't.
He's like, I didn't know you needed food. It's like, yeah. What? I didn't know you had 10,000.
That little bit of communication. I mean, we're seeing John dealing with a lot of these elite knights, going to be helping out with Onimusha. She's still level 3. I mean, a lot of these night raids that have been going on.
Please do a quick wall on this west side. We're seeing on the little mini map. I think the walls just aren't fully finished. There's tons of vills there. You can easily get the quick wall done. There's so much. Oh, there he is. He's doing it.
Western side. You got that quick wall up immediately. Those knights have to be running in different directions, and I think it could be a potential. I don't know where a lot of Puppy. It looks like Puppy Paws and Wham's units are going to be kiting in the back, so might not necessarily be able to catch him.
I mean, every time we just kind of look over different spots of the bases, different spots of the maps, I just feel like there's more keeps from Puppy Paw. It's just like, all right, you're not going to be able to keep these raids for long. 6 keeps.
Yeah, I mean, with all these keeps, they're just running through Arbalest upgrades over and over again. Right? I mean, they're not really doing anything in terms of taking down villagers, maybe creating a little bit of idle time, but like, at the cost of what? All of these units are either severely damaged or going to die just by the fact that they exist back here.
Yeah, and it is getting to the point where this is harder and harder and harder to remass, but you can see CSO, he's trying to group this up. He's trying to focus down on these keeps. He's trying to focus down on this west side, stop the trade, and Puppy Paw, he's the one whose eco has been hurt the most. His resources are low. He is max pop, though. It's just doesn't have much more to re-pop back up when stuff dies.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I mean, especially with Japan on the opposite side, it's going to be really, really difficult for him to deal with. Japan, in my personal opinion, I think Japan is a very good post-Imperial Civ. When you have things like Shogunate castles around your farms, these Arbaletri are going to be able to kite these samurai pretty well. Onimusha are doing the best they can to try to get there, but you got to remember, for these Arbaletri, if they take that battle straight up, there is Pavises for those Arbaletri to get. Those Onimusha got to back up.
Yeah, and I think this Arb mass straight up can just take down the small knights that are there and the Onimusha mass that's there and just keep stepping forward. Not sure what Wham's doing on the other side. Obviously has a little bit of the more immobile army, maybe just still clearing up some of those Louis MT raids. It does seem like Louis MT's Night Mass has been running out of steam, running out of gas, and more starting to split up into smaller groups.
And this is when I'm kind of curious and waiting for Wham and Puppy Paw to emerge from the shadows. You know, I mean, they have a good Arbaletri mass. I'm not sure where Wham's military mass is. I think it's a little bit more on the eastern side. But as far as Louis' Night Mass, or lack thereof, this is what he has. You know, he's trying to push with his teammate. He's trying to push with CSO. He has a lot of bombards that are going to be able to take down a lot of these keeps. I think he's just trying to snipe any building, any town center, anything that can provide anything for Puppy Paw, just to make sure that he isn't able to come back into the game.
Yeah, we see on split screen a lot of that siege is getting split off, getting taken down next to the keep of Louis, but that's some of the other siege. There's still 6 bombards on this front side, clearing anything and everything, and Louis MT and Louis MT and golly, CSO take down Wham and Puppy in game number 1.
Yeah, that was wild. I kind of expected, honestly, I expected Wham and Puppy Paw. They've been on the defensive for the majority of that game, and I get that. But I thought they were going to emerge. Like I thought whatever Louis MT was going with in terms of, he was trying to get trade going. He was trying to do all of that, and I didn't think he was going to be able to reproduce Knights. I thought his raids were rather inconsistent, but CSO was just able to mass up enough of gunpowder in order to take him out. And this is why Japan, like, they do so well when they hit Imperial. Their castles are insane. They have things like that gunsmith that can able to pop out bombards like that on a moment's notice. It's just, I think it's an insane civ and post Imperial. You just have to get there, right?
Yeah.
And looking at game number 2 as game 1 goes to Louis MT and CSO, we look at the civs that are going to be here. It's more French, and more French that we've been seeing in this tournament. It looks like French and English for Wham Puppy Paw again, and it looks like Russe and French for Louis MT and CSO.
Yeah. So definitely should see this little bit of aggression there. It's shocking to see that graph. We just saw, the economy graph was hovered for a while, and Wham and Puppy both were ahead for such a long time, but I felt like they just never pulled the trigger. And part of it was the night control Louis. He was constantly circling around, even with walls. He had such a big mass that wooden walls weren't enough, so he was burning through, pushing through, and never really able to be dealt with that efficiently. The economy mass was still way higher, but Wham and Puppy never could push forward, never could get into the eco of CSO, never could get in the eco of Louis. And also the Onimusha did a great job with their mobility. So that was just really where mobility proved to be king. And leaning right into that on game number 2 with Roos and French again.
Yeah, because there was a particular part in that game where CSO was just kiting Wham's Spearman with Onimusha, and I think he lost a lot. I think he lost a lot in that area. I think there was an ability for Wham and Puppy Paw if they wanted to go on an offensive. That was probably the time. That was probably the time to do it, and it was difficult for them to kind of remass and try to get their feet out from under them, kind of going into that game. But taking a look at game number 2, we got a lot of Knight civilizations. Bruce and French obviously have the ability to make knights. We have French on the other side being able to make knights. And we got about 4 minutes into this next game. And for French and Roos that we've seen from CSO and Louis MT, we've seen different derivations, right? We've seen the Roos player do things like go to Castle Age quickly. You've seen them go for things like Archer balls and all of that kind of stuff. And that's one of the things that I really love about the Roos, because they're just so versatile and they can do a lot of different things. It's important to scout them.
Yeah, and I know, like, some people might be thinking, hey, we see some of the same civ combos, and it's one where you see the map. The map has a big effect of what combo you want, of what bans you have. There's a reason why you'll see certain civs banned on out and certain civs allowed, and it's one where UBIDS has proved to be time and time again too strong of a civilization to deal with. They could not allow those desert raider masses to start climbing on up on either side, but that's one why, we probably, I wouldn't even expect to see a Ubits in this series. It's one that you look at some of the previous series and you're like, yeah, sometimes you ban on the map and sometimes you ban on the way that players play. And that's where you can't allow this on over.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, for the IUBIDs and some of the stuff that we've seen out of the IUBIDs so far in this tournament, you've seen their ability to do things like get those desert raiders and go to Castle Age and use camel lancers and all of that kind of stuff. But it kind of, with these bans, it kind of shifts the meta because, okay, because IUBIS doesn't exist, because a lot of those camels aren't there, right? What is going to reign supreme in feudal age? And it's knights. It's like how the knights were before IUBIDs existed, because for the Abbasis, it's very difficult to establish a presence in feudal age. So making sure that you don't have that feudal age camel unit on either side means that either side is going to pick things that have the best knights. We're seeing more French, we're seeing Jeanne d'Arc, we're seeing Bruce, and having mobility in a team game where the map is bigger is a big deal.
Yeah, it's very hard to deal with knights, especially once you get them in mass. The short walls don't do enough. It forces a reaction not only from one person but two people, and then your teammate gets to do what he wants. So that's kind of where we've seen that in previous games. I'm assuming Wham is probably going to go with the same, going to go with the Abby, maybe even 2TC Abby. Maybe we see Puppy not go with 2TCs, but I know both of them do like the kind of early quick 2TC play. It's hard to punish it immediately when it comes to team games. It's easier to kind of all in it and do this two like person timing attack there. But that's where, you know, they've dealt with that plenty of times. And if it's a timing attack, maybe it's just one person getting taken down and it's like, hey, bro, be the sacrifice.
Yeah, and that's kind of what ends up happening. You know, we've seen very, very few instances in this tournament where both players are trying to be greedy, and it's not going to work. And it's not going to work. You're going to need a little bit of a presence on the map. You're going to need a little bit of a map control in order to get yourself going. But now that we have just about a minute left, obviously, as this grand final is commencing and game 2 will be starting very soon. Obviously, thank you guys very much for being here. It's been a lot of fun to be here all day. We've been casting for about 7 hours now. We have a couple games that are left to go. Obviously, with this series, Dabston has been here the entire way, and I appreciate him very much for being here. HousedHorse and Jigglypuff, obviously, being the administrators. And for all of you guys watching, I hope you had some really good entertainment out of this. I hope you've seen some really good team play. Maybe you learned something. And now I'm hearing game sounds in the back of my head. So I'm done stalling, I'm pretty sure. We're 20 seconds early, and we're going to be heading in to this game number 2. Maybe. Hello? Anybody? Hello? Anybody?
Great.
Yeah.
He's sleeping.
Yeah, we haven't said that one yet. Okay, Puppy Paw playing as the French in the color blue. Wham is teal. His brother, the first of his kind, will be playing as the English Dabber. Who's got this lead? Who's got this 1-0 lead? Who they playing against?
Yeah, CSO is playing in the color red as the Roost. This is the Civ we have seen him on the most today. We've cast a lot of Team Elephant. His teammate, Louis MT, playing as the French. Another Civ we've seen him play a decent bit today and very comfortable on both of these. So excited to cast this game number 2. And
whoa,
this is something we have not seen today. Louis should be expecting some men-at-arms knocking on the doorstep here in the next couple, I was about to say minutes, but it's going to be more like 20 or so seconds and hitting that front gold. We have seen Louis go with early wheelbarrow in most games, so this is one where the men-at-arms actually pays off even further.
Yeah, and let's take a look at what Wham has. I mean, we're watching that men-at-arms go through, but look at where it's targeting. Let's see where that French gold mine is for Louis MT, if you want to pan up just a little bit. This one's a little far out there on that western side. You know, I don't think there's going to be... Yeah, far out, dude. I don't think that town center is going to be able to deflect any kind of fire. Louis MT has been sitting on about 95 gold, so he's not going to be able to get up. He might have gotten the technology or something like that. Yeah, he did. He did get wheelbarrow.
Yeah,
so
early wheelbarrow. He's been an early wheelbarrow gamer today. And he actually cancels it this time. We saw it in a previous game. He actually just built, he had 3 builds, just fast build an outpost. Wasn't able to do that this one.
And, you know, it's crazy because with that Vanguard Men-at-Arms, he just needed 1. He just built the barracks. He needed 1. And there really wasn't anything that Louis MT can do about it. He's got to go back on wood. This is the part of the time when I'm playing French, I start scrambling and panicking. And then sometimes I just leave because I'm like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. But for Louis MT, it's going to be difficult. And maybe we see a little bit earlier where as the School of Cavalry might get built for his side, he does things like make horsemen at a time when you're French at the 5-minute mark. My God, do you not want to make horsemen?
Yeah, and the crazy thing is not only does he have to cancel the whip, he doesn't have enough gold to make a knight now after it. So that men-at-arms isn't easily able to be cleared up immediately. Yeah, you might queue up your horsemen that can help on deal with it after that, but you want to be making knights. You don't want to be spending your food on horsemen.
Oh, absolutely not. No, because I mean, horsemen, as far as the food supply goes, the difference between 140 is not that much. I mean, technically it's 40, but you know what I mean. Like it's a decent amount where definitely you'd be rather to get some of that gold. And I kind of expected, just because there is a team player. You know, we talked about this a little bit before, using your teammate's gold or trying to find somewhere where your teammate might be able to create a little bit of safety. But it just, you're absolutely right, because it's so far out of the way. All that idle time for villagers walking across the map to try to do this, you know, it's not feasible.
He's going to be building an outpost, I think, is what his game plan is. Just like the other games, just move out with like 4 or 5 vills, build an outpost. You can't step up with the men-at-arms now, and your men-at-arms wouldn't be able to kill any villagers during this, but it's delay, it's idle time, it's annoyance, it's a thorn in the side.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Because look what it made him do. He had to get wood to get that outpost. He had to get a little bit of a break on that school of cavalry, right? It's going to take him a little bit longer for that to get up, more than he would probably want to. He's still sitting on not 100 gold, so he's not going to be able to get that Royal Knight out almost immediately. So yeah, this is pretty good delay for Wham. That, you know, it took 150 for a barracks and then a men-at-arms. I don't know. I think it's a pretty good deal.
And I think that men-at-arms probably just still going to stay somewhere on that side, hidden, waiting, and just going to come cause some idle time at another point in time later in the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be we're
Maybe
probably
spread out the deer.
And, you know, maybe Wham will do that. He has such good micro where he's going to be able to do that. And especially when you're playing as the English, maybe you don't have as many moving parts. Obviously, English being one of less difficult civs to get. But he is going to be going up into feudal age. What landmark did he choose? Did he choose Abbey or did he choose Council?
I assume with him having a longbow out, I'm going to guess that he already has a council hall. And it is indeed a council hall. Already has a barracks as well, so spears coming out. This seems like a little bit more of a feudal age all-in, a little bit more of an aggressive style gameplay, and not the double TCs by Wham and Puppy Paul. So they want to make this one a little bit quicker, get CSO and Louis more on their heels here. And CSO, we saw just a little bit of hover in there. Pro scouts stealing over some of those deer.
Yep, and these are technically enemy deer. These scout are behind enemy lines trying to yoink them. And, you know, for when you're playing a civilization like the French, especially on Puppy Paw's side, you're going to rely on those because you don't want to farm transition yet. You know, and I think for that little bit of delay that we had for Louis MT's side, as we're taking a look at his gold mine and that outpost that's there, Puppy Paw was able to take down a villager. And the reason why is because his school of cavalry, Louis MT's school of cavalry, wasn't producing knights yet. So you were able to get there. Now, Wham is going to be able to try to help him out. Adding a spearman, having a longbowman there as well is going to be pretty effective.
And the longbows here mean your gold gets denied. You only have one outpost. Longbows can just position to that west side of the gold mine. No more gold for Louis means no more knight production, which means this base gets that much easier to all in. You are going to rely on CSO having his knight production so much more now.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, just in terms of knight production or lack thereof, I think that's a CSO, that's a Roos archer that's operating a little bit north. It looks like he's going to be trying to make archers to deal with spearmen, but I did see him at a couple stables, so he's going to need to do that very, very quickly. But again, now for Wham, his spearmen are basically going to go unchecked.
Makes things a lot easier on Wham. Deer still being snagged consistently from CSO. It's unbelievable the micro that some of these players have to be able to deal with so many different things at the same time. CSO doesn't want to be spotted out doing this. Remember, sneaky. I'm not even sure if this has been seen yet.
I honestly don't think it has. Because I see where the scout of Puppy Paw is. It looks like he's right by that outpost with Louis MT, and I'm not really sure where Wham's scout is. So if there is any kind of glimpse of it, they're not really doing anything.
Wham scout got killed.
Well, that sucks, doesn't it? That's gonna make it difficult to figure out if pro scouts is around.
Yeah, Wham scout. I think it got charged by Louis Knights. Not too early on, but like 2 minutes ago, minute and a half ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. CSO just continuing to. He does have a stable now. He has a couple archery ranges to try to make some knights, and I think just because of the delay that Louis MT had, he kind of has to put the team on his back and go for more of a 1v1 composition where you're making two different units. Usually we say one player specialize into one, another player specialize into another one, and combine forces. This time CSO is going to have to carry more slack than he might have wanted.
Yeah, and normally when you're going with 2 units, speaking of Knight going down for sure here, usually when you're going on 2 units, they're both like infantry units. It's like, oh, Spear Archer, or Spear Crossbow, or Men-at-Arms Crossbow, something like that. Not Knight Archer. A lot more harder to control, takes a lot more APM, and even still, you can see where now Louis takes another bad trade. So CSO has a Knight picked, Louis has a Knight picked here, and this will start adding up.
Yeah, I mean, you can't lose those, especially if you're Louis. You're down a villager or 2 at this particular juncture. You know, you're trying to solidify your gold, and it just means you're not going to be able to.
Too.
Look at all of those villagers that have to build it, too. We got, like, the entire French province over there trying to build them. These Roost Knights are going to dive into those spearmen. You hate to see that. Probably that scout might end up getting picked off. The villagers might end up getting picked off. This is so terrible if you're Team Elephant.
Yeah, this one is where Puppy and Wham seems like the aggressive gameplay is leaning a lot more into their style, or it's just, you know, putting CSO and Louis on their heels, didn't quite react the correct way, weren't ready for it, and Deer still being taken.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to keep gobbling them up, right? And for CSO, I think this is the only thing that's going to give him enough tempo to try to defend this, right? He needs something like that increased gather rate for all of that food to make sure he can get enough knights to help him out. Now, for CSO, he just has a group of archers. I'm not sure if Puppy Paw has Iron Undermesh yet, but if he does, he's really able to take it out. He does not, so he's got to back up just a little bit. Wham's going to be able to help him out in the longbowman category. And that's one of the things, to be honest, I've struggled with as somebody who plays Roost, where you really, really want to make a lot of archers. Your wood economy is really good, but the only thing you're making are basic-ass archers.
Yeah, and the big problem here is now we saw like the mass constantly going over to his teammate's base. He was needing to help Louis, CSO massing over archers to help Louis. Well, now they're starting, Wham and Puppy starting to posture in between the bases, and when CSO starts to send those archers across, Puppy's just going to clean those right up with his knights.
Oh yeah, I mean, Wham and Puppy Paw are doing a good job of that sectioning, right, that we talked about over and over again. So hopefully with Puppy Paw, and you can see his knights starting to move to the eastern side. It's very difficult if you're trying to raid a Roost player in field age, so it might be difficult. A lot of these knights end up not being able to get healed, again, being Roost, so a lot of damage that you do is going to be very, very important. Spearmen are going to be able to chase them as well. It looks like Puppy Paw's units on the eastern side going to be able to come in contact with some of those archers. It looks like we got a lot of Roost archers, and they always astound me. For somebody who makes Roost archers too, just being able to crank all of those out. Think if they weren't just basic archers, that would be absolutely busted.
Yeah, it feels like CSO has just constantly done a really good job of not only producing military, but keeping his military alive in a lot of these games. That's where we've seen him on a lot of the mobile ranged units, but this game, it's not only the ranged units that aren't mobile, but also the good old cavalry units, so Knight Archer, and he's been doing a great job of just bouncing back and forth. Men-at-Arms finally gets cleared up. And I'm actually expecting Wham to maybe drop some rams here in the near future, try to all in this French gold, and oh no.
Devastating. He didn't react.
Reaction.
Oh, man. That's so terrible. That's a lot of villagers on the French side going down.
And even another knight got split off, circles around, will get picked, but cleans up another 2 villagers on the backside.
Unbelievable. That's like, I know Louis MT was on the back burner, you know, in terms of his villager count, trying to get outposts, got delayed in feudal age, but that feels like a fucking dagger, doesn't it?
Feels really bad. We see some attempted return raids. Those Roost Knights take some more damage again. Those were the ones damaged early, and we actually see one of them that fell over on the backside. Puppy has a knight here, and that one single knight should be able to clean up the rest of this. Food being dropped off. You can see being out on those berries, you knew French was in a bad spot. I said it, Wham. I thought he was going to be dropping some rams soon, and rams, sure enough, come on out.
Yeah, and again, we're going for a clown car strategy. Puppy Paw on the northeastern side now knows that pro scouts exist, that's for sure. Those knights are trying to get a little bit of a charge going here, but they know that based on how much... Oh, there they go. They pop out. All these little clowns are ending up popping out, making sure those rams stay alive. Got a little bit of a brace on one of Louis MT's creamsicle knights, so another one ends up going down. There are a lot of archers for CSO. He is going to need to carry this battle. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to deal with this longbow and mass, but the one thing for Wham, no tower, no network.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, it does feel like his longbow mass is way smaller in comparison to the archers on the other side. Still going to be using his range pretty well, but during that puppy, he had his knights split off. He was doing more and more raiding, so reproducibility hard for Louis. Louis diving in with some knights, so if Louis loses these knights, it is going to be so difficult. I don't see too much of a front line. CSO did lose a decent bit of that archer mass.
Yeah, he did. There were a lot of them that ended up going down. You know, I mean, with all of these archers, it looked like he probably had double the number. Louis MT is basically just operating like a defenseless. He's helpless. You know, he has to get food delivered to him. He has to, you know, try to make sure that his gold is sustained with all of those outposts that he has. I mean, it just feels like Louis on life support.
Yeah, and think about what Wham's doing behind this. He's got full sets of farms. And I think it's like almost three full sets. He's got another one to the right side of his TC that's being built now. And so his food eco is going to be through the roof. He has a really, really nice just longbow mass in general, which is very hard to deal with. Makes it hard for the Knights of Louis to step up. And if the Knights of Louis can't do anything and can't take the fights, he's already lacking. CSO does not have wheelbarrow. That's pretty bad. Can you hover over Louis' eco real quick? I feel like he has nothing. 41 economy right now.
Honestly, that's more than I thought he had. I thought he had substantially less, but now CSO is starting to get raided just a little bit. Puppy Paw taking out a couple CSO villagers. Now we're kind of at the time where this is the thing. CSO had to use his professional scouts to go and give Louis food. So now CSO has to go out and get some external food resource. You got to go to some of these berry bushes all the way on the eastern side, the berry bushes on the south side. You know, so it's going to be difficult for him to get food and make him reproduce almost as well. It seems like Louis MT, because of how much he needs, it's almost hurting his teammate as well.
And we're just seeing knights. We're seeing 3 different knight groups of Puppy Paw. We're seeing knights in the wood line with the split screen right now. We're seeing the knights back away from the main mass of CSO. And we're also seeing another little mass of Puppy Paws circle around the eastern side. So really, really solid gameplay from Puppy that's just taking control of this game, causing idle time everywhere, causing reactions everywhere. And that APM from CSO and Louis, I know it might be high. It's probably getting pretty high to being capped, though.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, just because of dealing with all of these knights and having all of these knight masses. I know we're looking at it on camera and they're like, oh, there are some knights here and there are some knights here, but actually doing it perfectly, right? Actually doing it to have all of those knights raiding effectively, it's so difficult. You know, it's so difficult. So you got to give props to Puppy Paw and his micro as well. Wham on the other side going to be going with King's Palace, adding that second town center for himself, which is obviously fantastic. CSO continuing to kite Puppy Paw's knights, or at least try to catch up to them, I should say, over on the northern side. And it looks like now that these scouts have been found out that they are indeed a professional, he's going to try to take them down, but he lost a lot of knights for no reason, Puppy Paw did.
Yeah, really, really good trade for Louis MT there. Louis, one thing he's done consistently game after game, he's kept his Night Mass mainly together. It's basically like one of these that's like, this is the strongest unit. You can't fight this as a, you know, when I have this as a whole and I'm paying attention to it consistently. And as I say that, I immediately have to shut up because Wham's Longbow Mass is so big that feudal age knights don't matter.
Yeah, and I think this is the really frustrating part when playing against English, right? Because they're able to get a giant longbow mass like this, and they're able to get a bunch of spearmen to help them out, which costs food, and it costs a lot of wood. But at the same time, you do things like get a farm transition, and all of a sudden, Wham, even though he probably has the highest military count right now, or being comparable to CSO, but he's already Castle Age.
Yep, CSO needing to drop castle, has the resources in the bank to do so here, just now starting it. Looks like it's going to be that high trade house. Pretty solid positioning there next to the Kremlin. Nice and safe next to that wood line. I'm just still worried for CSO's economy, or for Louis' economy. This is kind of the point where, ooh, Puppy taking that fight, losing a good bit of knights, and Louis pulled all the low health ones back, but Wham, he's here, and he's here with veterancy. CSO immediately turns tail, heads for the hills, needs to run away.
Yeah, those archers, especially for CSO, they'll drop in the blink of an eye. It's kind of, actually, it's pretty insane to me how much, because PuppyPop, we saw him lose 2 here, lose 4 knights here, all that kind of stuff. But he has been able to make so many, and for some reason, CSO hit Castle Age and ended the game.
I think he knew after that. Well, actually, we just saw 5 knights get cornered and all go down, but I think he saw that massive whams, all of the veterancy upgrades, what was happening in the trades. They were bleeding units over and over and over again. You see that big dive on the graph from Louis' base when Wham and Puppy had that all in, and they just kind of kept it up from there and really just kept the pedal to the metal, tying up the series. It is now 1-1.
Yep, that's that's exactly right. I think that villager count that took a dip just a little bit probably came from some of those Berryvilles. If you remember, Puppy Paw had a really, really good raid on those Berryvilles from Louis MT on the south side, and it was really difficult for Louis MT to find himself back up. Everybody was consistently pretty much one town center for the duration of this game, and you can see how much it matters. I mean, to me, this is a stereotypical 2v2 graph, to be honest. One's a cavalry civ with knights, which is Puppy Paw and Louis, and then CSO and Wham were more of that archer build. So that military count is obviously going to be higher for them because archers are a little bit cheaper. But what's really, really important were the bottom two. Was Puppy Paw having that increase of, what was it, maybe 8 to 10 more knights? And you might think, well, 8 to 10 doesn't look very high on a graph. But in terms of army value, that's another 2,500 res on the field that could do some damage.
Yeah, very, very scary once you start to get that number ahead of your opponents when we're talking about those mirrored civilizations. And it was just such a good game plan, such a good job by Puppy and Wham both to just focus that gold early. And it was yeah, he was probably 1 or 2 nights behind, but then he couldn't be on gold for another minute. Then now he's 3 or 4, starts adding up, and then it's a snowball you can't deal with anymore. But we'll see what these civs have in game number 3. We'll see if Team Elephant can get their Roost French combo. They've been loving picking it, but I feel like it's been exposed a few times here today.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, honestly, I think the MVP was English in that situation. I think Wham being able to delay Louis from basically minute 2 made that big of a difference, you know? And we're going to be seeing Roos and French again from Team Elephant, and Wham and Puppy Paw. I'm not sure which one, but one of them is going to be going English again. So we could create a similar situation where if you have a gold mine that's a little bit outside, I'm not sure what map this is, but if you have a gold mine that's a little bit more outside, do we just see it again? Why not? It worked.
I mean, it worked, but this is where you play the head games a little bit. This is where the Elephant's going to scout this, be ready for it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a scout from Roos, a scout from French, both kind of head across the map, try to find where the English base is, see if there's a barracks, because you know what Louis ended up, or was it? Yeah, Louis ended up having in the long run that ended up securing the gold first was just one single outpost. So what he can do, just chop a straggler early on, get a little bit of extra wood, start with an outpost, yet delays himself up, but it's much better than having the big delay, not being able to get on gold for a substantial time, and then you're secured for this medium point to the game.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Making sure that at least you're a little bit secure, because again, you don't want to fall behind. This is very different style of play, and I'm really interested actually in seeing Japan on both sides of the series. I'm happy to see some Japanese representation, because I know a lot of the times a lot of people think of Japan, and I guess myself included, as not one of the best civs out there. If people were to rank Japan, they'd probably put them in the bottom half, and I think that's a majority opinion at this particular instance. But in team games, just having that ability to do things like fast castle and have somebody under it, you're going to be able to do a really good job of making sure that you have that fast castle going, where a lot of times in a 1v1 situation, obviously you don't have that teammate to help you, right? So you have that really defensive weak point, where sometimes a lot of when you get to castle, you might have finished that floating gate, but you're like, yeah, I just don't really have that much behind it, so I made a pretty building and now I'm going to surrender.
Yeah, and where we saw it kind of fall short earlier today was when it ended up trying to go up against the fast Imperial Swabia that didn't really get punished or wasn't able to get punished. And then he needed to kind of make up in the eco, didn't have the eco like his teammate had. And that was the only kind of time we've seen Japan really falter. Other than that, they've looked like a very, very solid civ. They've been overall, even though they don't have crossbows, those Onimusha in the right hands are absolutely absurd.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and you look at him, obviously when we're watching, we're in caster mode, we're in God mode. So we're watching all of those Onimusha, particularly CSO in that first game with Japan being able to use them very, very effectively. It's a lot of the times when you're actually playing with those Onimusha, it is not that easy. Trying to kite those things. That is why things like cavalry archers and anything that's on horseback that fires an arrow are some of my favorite units, because it's such a high skill ceiling unit. You need the APM to do it. You need to make them in the right you need to make them at the right time against the right units, against the right civs that you're playing against. So it's a lot of fun to be watching them, and especially with some of the mobility that you need in a 2v2 situation. Those Onimusha seem to have a pretty good they have a pretty good place in this 2v2 meta so far that we're seeing.
Yeah, well, it makes it very hard for Team Elephant to play into Royal Knights and the Roos early Knights. It's kind of like, hey, you should only have one civ, choose it, and it should be French that gets their knights. And Roos can lean into their wood economy, can maybe go into the archers more, but it still feels bad because you want to go early Knights if you got them. And if Japan's able to hit a castle timing, able to start pumping the Onimusha, even just a few, they use that mobility, and then all of a sudden your knights can't circle around the backside of the base. They can't run through. They can't burn these walls and keep running and idling because they're getting chased down and actually taking damage during that.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. And a lot of those units that we're talking about with mobility, and we've seen some teams do this more than others, to be honest with you, but a lot of this mobility, you could stop them with walls. That's probably one of the things that's going to make sure that you don't get raided. It's one of the things that makes sure that things like those Onimusha, if we happen to see them out of the side of Wham and Puppy Paw, that you're not going to consistently get rated, where the only thing your mental bandwidth is dealing with, the maximum amount, is going to be trying to make sure your villagers are safe, right?
Yeah.
If you're able to do those things and make a little bit of walls, even though I get it, it's a little bit of wood, and believe me, I don't like them either, but it's a good idea to get yourself some walls to make sure you don't get kited to death.
Yep. And we all know that you're the biggest wall hater. So hearing
Yeah.
you say get walls, I mean, I guess he's getting your caster hat on here. But even still, hearing you say make walls, it's shocking. It's shocking. It's almost like hearing you say, "Oh yeah, China's a good civ decision." I'm be like, "Well, what? What'd you say, Tim?"
See, the thing of it is, okay, yeah, I hate walls. Walls are dumb. I don't like them. I wish they weren't in the game, but they are. So if you want to, I know that if you want to be better, you should probably be making walls. I just don't make them because I don't like them.
Yeah, but you didn't make him because you don't like him. I hear game sound starting. I will get the prediction going and completed and the next one going. So put the points on up, and I will let Tim start with the intro while I do that.
Absolutely. Puppy Paw playing in the color blue as the Japanese. His teammate and brother is Wham 01, playing as the English in the color teal. His opponents today are going to be CSO, playing as the Roos in the color red. Louis MT is going to be in the color orange, playing as the French. So we talked about a little bit about how this matchup wants to go, the little bit of the synergy between both of these civilizations, and we see what CSO and Louis want to do, from doing things like getting knights and thereabouts. I know that Wham is going for English again. Very quickly, Cal, just humor me for a second. Is there gonna be a barracks out here?
I don't see a barracks on there. I see
Okay.
double farms, and the biggest thing is what did I mention was going to happen? We immediately saw the scout of CSO head V-line straight towards the base, does a full circle, make sure there's no barracks, and goes, "All right, we know it." He sees the two farms. You can't have a barracks out with the two farms, and if you do, it's like, good luck. There's no men at arms coming out then. Like there's just no way to be able to have that much wood in this early game. So gives the breathing room, and you don't have that closer proximity to the French base with the forward gold. It's a somewhat back gold, very hard to get that men-at-arms all the way across the map, so not as much of a payoff timing.
Yeah, honestly, for both of these players, for both Louis MT and CSO, they're going to have golds in the back, which is going to help. Obviously, for the Rus, maybe not as important just because of the fact that the Kremlin exists. But for the French player, you got to love it. You got to love it. You got to make sure that whatever happened in game 2 does not happen in game 3. And it looks like Wham might be going for more of a macro build just with those 2 farms, you know? And a lot of these builds, and especially on Highview, that games end up extending pretty long. And I know I said that the last game we played on Highview and then it ended in 20 minutes, but this time we might end up having a long one just because there's been long games throughout this series. Wham going with the Abbey of Kings instead of the Council Hall. So what I am expecting is some of that 2TC Abbey build that everybody knows and that everybody, including me, is probably sick of at this point.
Yeah, he is still on the gold though. So maybe wanting to get wheelbarrow as well, maybe double broadaxe, something of the sort, or maybe he's not going with the 2TC. Maybe he's just cleaning up for more of a fast castle English build, which in essence could be a secondary TC. You know, that's the cool thing with English now is that little update with the Abbey has actually opened up their build orders quite a bit away from just, hey, I'm either going to all in feudal or kind of do this 2TC white tower kind of thing. They now have, I feel like 4, 5, 6 different builds.
Yeah, and I mean, just because he was able to just because he put those farms down, maybe he's not going for a second TC at all. You know, you talked about the variability of the builds. You can get a second TC. You can go for a fast castle and make a white tower to try to get some knights out. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of different things, and I think it's really important when you're playing against the English is you have to scout and figure out what the hell they're doing over there so you know what to do.
That is, you could say that about every Civ, though. It's a good summary of what this game is. But the thing is you also not only have to have the vision of what you're seeing, is you have to know how to react to it and what you want to react to it and execute that well. Speaking of executing well, look at CSO's bounty.
Yeah, CSO has got quite the bounties at 390 and will be able to take that wolf down, so he'll be at 415. He might only need just one deer, maybe another wolf or something like that, try to get the boar a little bit later, and then he'll be good to go. He'll be able to, it's really nice for the Rus too, because you're able to get things like wheelbarrow, and then when you get a bounty this high, you're able to get a different economic technology, and that's exactly what happens. CSO goes for double broadaxe pretty much right out of the gate at a time when if you don't have a bounty high enough, you might not have the gold for it.
And double broadaxe is actually one of my favorite upgrades for the Rus. It compounds together with that Kremlin bonus or Wooden Fortress bonus of the old days and just becomes such a strong wood economy, allows kind of so many different things. That's where we used to see the quad archery range build that's still one of my favorites.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those builds that I wish was better. You know, I wish it was back to the way it used to be back in Season 2 Rus era, because I remember doing that. I remember how easy it was to do things like get a second town center and take a couple tickets, make your golden gate, get your 300 stone, and then bang, bang, boom, there you go. And you're able to get that with double broadaxe as well. Not necessarily the case for the Rus now. It's obviously more of a Kremlin and kind of idea. And now, as Wham, it looks like even just with a barracks, maybe one town center, maybe a little bit of aggression, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he's expecting knights, so he at least has to have spears. There's no just like naked going up to Castle Age, and he actually pulls off of the gold kind of proactively. I think he scouted that knight coming across from the other side, or some unit coming across, or maybe just got enough gold from what he needed and moved on out and wants to start massing up food, massing up wood.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really beneficial for him to do that, right? I mean, we're seeing Puppy Paw on the other side as well. A decent amount of gold here. Looking at that that macro, excuse me, it looks like we're going to be at about 600 gold very, very quickly. Maybe he can get some of those blacksmith upgrades. Maybe you can get Taika Zaiku, which is that second Japanese wheelbarrow.
Say that 5 times fast.
I could barely say it once, my brother. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
For an American like me, oof, rough.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at CSO and Louis It looks like they are ready for this Oh no, the Ram's already being built. I mean, Puppy does have enough gold. He wants to have a little bit more gold. He's getting some upgrades into that tower, but the Ram's on its way. Knights are massing up. And what do we have coming from Wham? He does have the double range. He does have the barracks as well. He's using his king to try to cause some idle time, trying to get some aggression, maybe cause some pullback over here. But in reality, he needs to help his brother.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, I think this would have been really good timing if Roos wasn't being as aggressive as they were, as we're seeing more of a clown car strategy with that battering ram, of course. It would have been really helpful for him to do things like get to Castle Age, right? And then Wham could take an aggressiveness stance with those feudal age longbowmen out of the English, but not necessarily going to be able to do that. That floating gate is going to have to suspend in air right next to that town center. Couple bills go down. It's not looking good.
And the clown car working perfectly. There's only a few longbows here, only a few spears. The villagers have to run on away. The outpost will be denied. Gold will be denied. And what will Puppy have behind it now that he is Castle Age? Or almost Castle Age, halfway to Castle Age. There's going to be a ram on top of it. There's going to be military there. We saw in a game earlier with a ram and military, you can just dive this, cause the idle time, make sure the ram keeps doing damage. And instead, they're just building a second ram though. Will this give Puppy just enough time? Puppy's pulling more vills. He knows how big of a problem this could end up being.
I really like this idea, trying to get that second ram. I mean, it's going to take a lot of archers to build it, obviously, but what's really great is now they could do something like a dive, because as soon as the Yoroshiru comes out, he's going to be able to snipe it. That's exactly what the strategy was. You made the floating gate to get that box. Now you're boxless.
Yeah, I just feel like it was at the point, though, with the knights, with the archers, you probably could have just straight up dove the whole base, caused the idle time, and let the one ram fully deny Castle Age. Either way, though, floating gate, not going to be long for this world. First stable, just now being finished. Puppy Paw, yeah, he might be able to get a mounted samurai here in a second. Might be able to get two, but I don't see much more gold into the bank, so I'm not sure what else is going to be coming out of those stables other than horsemen.
Yeah, I mean, well, honestly, I think he's at the point in this game where I'd be like, dude, just make something. Like, I don't give a shit at this point. Just make something. Now that floating gate is not going to be making any boxes at all after that first one, and it might be able to go ahead and try to take down some of these stables, because we're making mounted samurai. We got 3 rams there. We're playing with Japan. No emergency repairs here. These stables can go down rather quickly.
Yep, the longbows just need to be doing as much damage as possible to anything they can. Yeah, the rams might not be the best thing, but at least it's something. At least it's some small damage over time. One single mounted samurai has come out. Archer's still playing clown car. Rams have taken a little damage. There's 2 of them at under half health at this point. And the longbow mass is actually scary. It's very scary at this point. Rams getting quite low. Archers don't want to be jumping back inside as the ram gets taken out. Second stable will fall as well, and the second mounted samurai doesn't come out, and this makes it very, very hard. It's basically all Wham on the defense here.
Yeah, this is so frustrating. I mean, you're at the point, too, with Louis and CSO. Maybe you can afford to have a couple more archers when you're going to see some of those reinforcements on the north side. You have enough knights where you could just dive this, spears or otherwise, and that's exactly what Louis does. He's not afraid of that regular Japanese town center. He's not afraid of that longbowman mass. Spearmen are all the way on the south side. Puppy Paw is absolutely housed. He's at 33 out of 30. He's got to pull the boys to get some of the torches out, take down these rams, but not really looking very likely. Wham's military mass ends up becoming disintegrated. There's only a couple spearmen left, maybe a few longbowmen over there on the northeast side, but now Wham, pretty much no military. Puppy Paw, definitely no military, and he's got all of these villagers that aren't doing anything. He has that secret gold mine over there on the west side, but it feels like, 1, it's just a matter of time, and 2, he needs a production building to make a fucking unit.
Yeah, just getting caught with the pants down. He's finally got food. He's finally got some gold, but both stables get taken down. Those resources are worthless right now. And now, Louis, CSO, they head over to the base of Wham, and this is a 1 TC English. If you start falling, if you start taking damage, it is hard to climb back up. You can see he's trying to get an outpost on his gold. Puppy has moved over to his gold as well as a western side gold. So Japan needed that very bad. And double Ram starting to drop again. They know Wham has just taken a lot of damage. There's going to be no help coming from Puppy Paw. And I don't know how you deal with even the 12 knights, not even including the archers with it. Will they go back for Puppy, or will they go and damage Wham as well?
Yeah, I mean, this is you're at the point in the game now where it's 2v1 situation, right? I mean, Puppy Paw's been essentially eliminated. You know, I mean, that floating gate is going to try to get repaired, but Puppy Paw is floating exactly 1 wood. Now he's able to deposit a little bit of that. It's going to help, but now English is going to be the target. We have a couple battering rams, and I know the first thing to target, obviously, you know, the battering rams are killing farms, and I don't really know logistically how that works, but farms are going to be ending up getting taken down. You can see these battering rams are just kind of, yeah, they just kind of hit the air, and then all of a sudden the wheat disappears. I don't really understand that. But the number one thing is to really try to get these mills, because they're the ones that are giving that kind of influence for those English farms. So you can get rid of the farms, you get rid of the mill, all of a sudden those English wheat fields that you thought were so safe, they're not there anymore.
And the big thing here, though, that's happening, Wham is not gathering food from these 2 full sets of farms, and 1 full set of farms about to be fully demolished. Going ahead, Louis and CSO full diving the base of Wham, as again, there's no help from Puppy Paw. Knights get a full surround on the longbows. There's only a few spears here, and the spears aren't going to be doing too much to even the Knights. I wouldn't even care if there's no archers from CSO. They can go do some raiding. Short bows trying to help as well. This is game, and Wham throws in the towel. CSO and Louis take the lead yet again.
I mean, it's such a really quick game for this one. I think just because Wham did literally the best he could to try to save his brother, but we talked about this a little bit before when that game initially started. Japan has this point in the game while they're trying to get up to castle, and then when they first get castle, where they're very defenseless. You know, they don't have those things like an English town center. They don't have things like emergency repairs or any of that kind of good stuff. They need to get that gate up. They need to get the Yoroshiru in one of those buildings, and then they need to continuously produce to actually make some sort of an impact. If you're there with Rams taking down that gate, sniping that Shinto priest as soon as it gets out of that gate, you're basically, you just spent 1,800 resources doing anything. You know, it's very frustrating for somebody who I have been all in as a Japanese player trying to fast castle, and you just feel so helpless.
Have you been all in by 2 people?
No, that's hot though. No, I have not.
Oh, I knew you'd like that. I knew you'd take that the right way. I mean, the wrong way.
Oh my god.
Oh, Elephant taking the 2-1 lead. I know it might be surprising to a lot of people, might not be surprising to some, though, as again, these are 2 players, CSO and Louis. They've been playing team games since the start, since the OG days, and they're comfortable. They got that communication. They know where to go together, where to fight together, when not to fight, and again, they got the APM to do all that and execute their game plan. But one thing I want to say is they might be thinking about another all in there, because I'm pretty sure it's about 6 a.m. where they're at, and I don't know about them. I want to go to sleep, so I want to try to end this as fast as possible. You just saw how well that all-in got executed. And I feel like all today, every time we have seen this like early ram timing from people with when there's a fast castle attempt, it almost is always executed pretty well.
Yeah, because I mean, people are still in season 7, even though there's been some changes to things that are quote unquote passive civs like English, Byzantines, all that kind of stuff. The aggression is still meta in season 7, you know? So you're seeing people that are trying to pull off these greedy things. You know, they're trying to get something like a fast castle underway, you know, all that kind of stuff. And they just keep getting ramped down to hell, you know? I'm seeing DrDabston with a rather puzzled look on the left side of my screen, and it's not the same civs, is it? Please don't tell me it's the same civs.
Well, they're in different spots, Tim, so it's not the same civs, all right?
Okay, dude. Okay, we're gonna be doing another one. We're gonna be going in on Game number 4, it's going to be English and Japan going up against Rus and French. And I'm feeling like I don't know if it's deja vu or Groundhog Day,
I
but doing this one over again means it's going to be rather difficult. I think this is one of those situations that I will pass this along to HousedHorse, but Civ bans might not be a bad idea for next tournament. Just saying.
I think it needs to be like it's hard with team games though, because like especially when best of fives, it's like you want to say like you can't repeat the Civ combo, but then that gets confusing as hell. And then it's like you can't repeat one of the Civs that you won with. It's like that gets confusing as hell too. And so it's one that you really got to kind of think of something from the beginning, or think of a Civ draft, or think of a way kind of around this. But it also tells you where you can kind of lean in towards the meta of team games. It's like it lean in towards mobility. If you have control of your mobile units, lean in towards cavalry. French, time and time again, is picked for a reason. It is hard to deal with that night mass if you don't put them down early. It's another reason why French usually gets focused a lot early.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, they're one of the civilizations that we talk about them being a snowball civ over and over again, right? So you have this French civilization that in the first 4 to 5 minutes, obviously, they're going to want to do things like get the school of cavalry and get their knights up. But if you're able to disrupt that from happening, we saw Wham do that in game 2, right? Wham is going to be able to with the Vanguard men at arms. Dabston, I see you're reading chat. Don't fucking do it. Don't do it.
I'm just wondering.
Don't do it.
Cal's going off over here. They're playing EGC Lipany, and I'm interested to see the spawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I am as well. We know that there are differences in normal Lipany and EGC Lipany in a 1v1 situation. But again, a lot of these have been 1v1s. A lot of times on EGC Lipany, they are 1v1 tournaments, right? So that's what EGC Lipany is based on. And I'm pretty sure Bitterlin made that map, if I remember correctly. So he does a very good job of coordinating, the spawns that are supposed to be there, but especially in a 1v1 situation. When we have the variables doubled, however, and there's going to be 4. I think it's going to be very interesting to see where these spawns actually end up, if there's going to need to be a restart, all of that kind of stuff, because it could get a little hectic here. And this is match point for Louis MT and CSO. They could win this map and win this entire tournament.
I could be crazy, but I want to say that EGC Lipany, the 2v2 spawns are quite close. Like your teammates are quite close to each other. Like you can almost like share the same gold, but not quite. Not 100% sure, so don't quote me on this. We still got a minute, so I could just get proven wrong in just a second. But for some reason, my memory is telling me that's one of the things I remember about EGC Lipany and twos.
Yeah, and that would be really that would be really interesting. I mean, if you have 2 of your two, you mean like the teammates spawn close to each other, or the opponents spawn close to each other?
Your teammates spawn close to each other.
Okay, all right. I mean, if the teammates spawn close to each other, it just means you're not going to have that little bit of a strategy that a lot of people do when they're being aggressive and trying to split the middle, right? And trying to create those 2v1 situations. And honestly, as long as we've progressed throughout this tournament and we're seeing a lot of upper echelon play, that Conk 7 play, a lot of people aren't falling for that bait. We haven't seen a lot of those 2v1 situations. It seems like these teams, especially with Wham and Puppy Paw and what we're seeing in the finals, obviously with CSO and Louis, they pretty much have an idea. They pretty much have an idea of how to play together just because of how many times they have.
Yep. But now, finally starting to hear some game sounds. We'll finally get to see these spawns and where we have these setups. So, in the Northeast, it is Puppy Wham's combo, Rus and English. Over here, it is not Japan and English, so it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, that does make a lot more sense. We're seeing Rus on either side, and it just means that that bounty is going to be so important. And you are absolutely right in terms of how these EGC Lipany spawn. We see both Louis MT and the CSO on that western side with town centers that can almost fit in the same screen, to be honest with you. And PuppyPaw and Wham pretty much the same way over on that side. So are you expecting, especially with PuppyPaw and Wham being Rus and English, this could be a defensive stronghold that nobody can get through?
Yeah, well, at first you're like, wow, trash spawn for Louis. His gold is so far forward. All of his golds are forward. And then you're like, yeah, but then he can just go take his teammate's gold right behind him. And it's so hard to get to the, actually, it might be impossible to get to that gold. Especially if Louis and CSO realize this. They kind of have a map gen that is super, super wallable. And I'm not gonna lie, kind of same thing for PuppyPaw. Not as easily with the cliff sides for Puppy and Wham. You don't quite have as many resources behind it, especially with how much stone they have with CSO and Louis, but very, very easily wallable sides for both of them.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, you talk about the wood lines, but there's that cliff right there. It's that natural landmark for them as well. So that's going to be really helpful. I mean, obviously, you could be able to see over that hill, maybe for either a CSO or a Louis, park a couple archers up there. You might be able to rain a special version of hell down there. But looking at where they could have a potential to do things like build a Kremlin on either side, there's a lot of resources on CSO and Louis MT's side on that western side that are pretty close. It could be a really solid Kremlin spot.
Yeah, I mean, or could we potentially see a Timlin this game?
Okay, dude. My Kremlins aren't that bad. All right, they're not that bad.
Now you're getting defensive. It seems like you know what they say. You know what they say.
Because I'm self-conscious about my Kremlins now. Okay,
they're trash.
You're trash.
I know. Oh man. It won't be a Timlin coming out from CSO or Puppy. I would highly, highly doubt that. I think Puppy's going to place his a little further forward on his wood line, get those deer, get some nice positioning on those. Yep, and there it is right next to the deer and berries. And CSO, that is the School of Cavalry. And CSO is going to be placing his in the next couple seconds, protecting up that stone and that back gold.
That's kind of interesting. I wasn't expecting a Kremlin to be there, but I guess that's an accurate Kremlin and not a Timlin, so maybe I should stop guessing on where Kremlins happen to be. But,
I know you would have placed yours like in between the two wood lines or some shit.
What's wrong with that? No, I'm kidding. but the PuppyPaw's Kremlin obviously is going to help him, obviously, with that wood line right next to his base, of course, and a lot of food. You know, we're seeing a decent amount of deer that's going to be over there. We're going to see that berry patch as well. And obviously for PuppyPaw, when you're playing as the Rus, a lot of the military that you make ends up being food heavy. But honestly, Dabs, with a lot of what we're seeing with Rus, especially paired with French, because CSO and Louis have basically put on a Rus and French clinic. As they got a little bit of a snipe action, love to see it, is the Rus have not been going food heavy macro essentially at all. I've been seeing more archers than everything else.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends the pairing. It kind of depends how your opponents react early on in the game. And it's one of those that after you start seeing that spear mass, you're forced on archers. You need it, and longbows as well. You need something to deal with the longbows from range. Obviously, you'd love to dive those with knights straight up, but like I said, once there's a few spears, you got to have things, and archers deal with both of those pretty fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really, honestly, that's what's really great about the Rus build in general. You know, you're able to get a lot of those archers and able to counter those things that you probably will see in Feudal. Wham going for a little bit of a different English build. It looks like we're going to see a little bit of Abbey of Kings. We're going to see a little bit of a second town center, which we kind of thought was going to happen that last game, but I think it was just because PuppyPaw was playing the Japanese and was trying the best he could to try to get to that castle. He had to derivate from that plan, but now with second town center, Abbey of Kings, he has a teammate that has the Kremlin and is going to be continued to be defensible. He's going to be able to do things like have a greedy situation, and he's not going to get punished for it.
Yeah, and again, this is the I would also lean into the map generation and the map they're playing a lot more. Kind of, you can sit back and boom, you can wall up, you can get a second TC down to protect a location, and it's very hard to go pressure it. And look at the spot that Wham's placing his secondary TC. It's up in the north, it's next to that cliff, it's on the deer, but he can easily wall that location and not allow any pressure.
Oh yeah, definitely. King trying to get a little bit of a snipe.
Look at this. We're in and out.
Well, oh my god. As soon look at him, he's trying to bait him.
Jebaited.
Oh my god. I think, is he gonna get that? Nope.
No.
Go ahead, took a charge on that. Oh my god. This is just absolutely an unbelievable display. And the fact that I'm gonna give Louis MT credit for this one too, because I know where he is from right now. It's about 7 a.m. And he's been playing for the past, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours. And he's been able to micro that villager to make sure it ends up being safe. King having to go back home and sit on his throne to heal up just a little bit. I mean, Louis MT, you gotta feel good after that one.
Oh, and CSO going with his classic pro scouts play. Gonna be a little bit harder to steal some of the deer from the opposite side unless he's taking that far trip to the north towards Wams. Not on the TC, but the other ones. King went back home to heal a little bit. Some villagers out on the stone. Looks like Puppy wants to go for his own second TC. King's sitting in front of those villagers, healing up a little bit from the passive goal, or passive just out of combat healing. And Puppy has enough to drop the second TC on the deer now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how they're setting themselves up a little bit too. And it looks like for CSO, he has been, he's going for number 3 here. And I think just because of how defensible their bases are right next to each other, they're going to be able to do it. And he's going to be able to do it scot-free.
Look at the west side. All the way west corner.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch is right. How I set this too easy to wall. Too easy to wall. And what does CSO and Louis do? They just say, I'm going to early wall this up. And they're going to wall up the whole entire map. And just trade boom it on up.
Yeah, and I mean, with CSO, I don't necessarily know if he's going to be doing his own trade. I definitely do know that he needs a market down that southern tip to make sure Louis MT can get some of that trade situated. But having the ability to wall like this, and then CSO going with 3 TCs, and then having a little bit of trade, I think this is one that gets set up for a very long game, because Puppy Pond Wham, based on the actual spawn of this map, I don't think they're going to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, grab your popcorn, grab your snacks. We're in for a long one. The 3 TCs are down for CSO. I will say he was not able to finish the walls up yet, and neither has Louis. They've spotted out the trade as well, as I would have rather...
He's gonna do it again!
Oh, come on now! Come on now! Don't do it.
He's doing it. Look at this gate. This gate has never worked so hard in its life. Oh, maybe get it a little bit. Oh. Well, 1 for 2 ain't bad. I'm trying to save some of those villagers. He was able to get that one. Looks like Wham is going to have longbowmen and a couple spearmen. They're just trying to get in there, man. They're just doing the best they can, trying to stop all of this boom from happening, because Puppy Pond Wham, they're in here. They have scouts. The king is there. There's knights here as well. They know that this is what is happening. They know that there's going to be some booming shenanigans. They're doing everything they can to stop it, because now for them, they have a little bit of urgency. Because if they don't stop this, they know this game is going to be over.
Yeah, they got in at the perfect timing, honestly. If they had waited another 15 seconds, walls would have been up. It would have been all but over. But now they're able to start delaying this boom. And not only delay the boom, all the resources they're putting into the boom, it's not paying off, because it's getting taken down before they're going to even drop off resources, and you don't even care about that close neutral market anyways.
No, I don't know how much gold they would actually get, but it's probably close to 6. And then with that market, with all of these traders, it looks like they're trying to navigate their way from the south side, but you got to remember, 5. That was really close. Holy shit. I didn't think I was going to get that close. I'm kind of proud of myself.
Oh my God. Don't tell me he finished the walls without any gates, and they're actually trying to go to that market, and they're pathing all the way around. Oh no, he has a gate. He has a gate. He has a gate. Okay.
Yeah. But no, I mean, they're doing the best they can. It looks like he's trying to go to CSO's different market that's not necessarily optimal, but it will give him a little bit of gold. But you got to remember, I mean, while he's trying to get these 3 markets down, I mean, yeah, you're getting a lot of economic units doing it, but it's going to take a while to pay off, especially because those traders, they're not cheap things. You know, I think they're 120 resources each.
Did just see the king get taken out, but Louis loses another knight, loses a vill or so. That forward gold is definitely starting to be a nuisance. Needs to go just take the back gold with CSO. They're going to run out of that quick, so really need to focus on getting the eastern side walls fully finished as well to just have that double gold vein secured to be a main focus.
Yeah, because that's kind of the only place that he's going to have to get gold while this trade is going on. You can see that on the south side, that Puppy Paw is actually adding some fortified palisade walls for himself, just to make sure that trade about isn't 100% optimal. But CSO, the great thing about what he's doing is he doesn't really need that trade. I mean, this is good for Louis MT. Obviously, he's going to need a lot of that gold to get a lot of the knights and all that kind of stuff. And they're really focusing on that trade. But CSO's on 3 town centers, and he has not been bothered.
No, not at all. He's had the deer that he's constantly been bringing back as well. So he's had some stable food economy, and I'm not sure how much he has left over there. So that's going to be the kind of main worry. But I would love to see him just transition into a huge archer ball, because with having his main wood line, he has the Kremlin. I'm hoping he has double broadaxe as well, and he can get this archer mass. Oh wow, he does have, he does not have double broadaxe, but he does have, I think, quad range, and this archer mass is going to show up out of nowhere, and Puppy and Wham are going to be like, okay, all right, we got to deal with this.
And I think, I'm not sure how many, that's actually 5 archery ranges. He's going for a pentagon of archery ranges, and you're seeing all of them being able to produce very, very well, double broadaxe or otherwise. He just has that many villagers that he's able to get that much wood. So he's going to be able to produce all of those. And all he really needs from Louis MT is just to create a little bit of a front line. Just to create a little bit so those archers can do a little bit of damage. Food, getting difficult for Louis MT. You can see on the western side, just because of those knights from Puppy Paw being able to get there, being able to continuously raid, we're seeing trade. We're seeing some of these knights end up going down from Louis MT. Villagers have to idle just a little bit. And spearmen and knights and longbowmen from Puppy Paw and Wham from the Brethren, they're starting to come together. I'm waiting for, if Puppy Paw and Wham want to get a little bit more aggressive, I'm waiting for some Ram Branch shit to happen.
Yeah, Louis is definitely taking the brunt of the aggression, but as you were talking about earlier, CSO has gone for the most part pretty untouched. Looks like he's starting to step up with his archer ball, try to pick off some of those reinforcing units, reinforcing knights. Archers or longbows for Wham, trying to kind of reposition to that northern side, and Puppy Paw trading some knights against the French knights, but looks like he's about to start being outnumbered with that group because his reinforcements were going to help Wham.
Yeah, it's kind of, honestly, it's kind of crazy that Louis MT is able to make as many knights as he is, because Puppy Paw's on 2 town centers, right? So he's got a decent amount of food. Right? He's got a decent amount of food. He's going for multiple boar at the same time. Wham is going to be able to go up into Castle Age with a forward white tower right by that big gold, right by that small gold. So you're going to be able to deal with that so well. You're going to be trying to smother CSO and Louis MT. And it's just a time where, when is this boom going to pay off?
The problem is the boom timing for Louis didn't actually ever come off the ground at all. It basically was one of those that, like, you know, you tried to throw a paper airplane and you didn't fold it right, and it just fell down right in front of you.
Yeah, it's and we've all been to grade school, so we've all seen that happen. Now with that white tower coming up, getting those veteran longbowman upgrades is obviously going to be something that is going to be tough to deal with for CSO and Louis MT, especially because for CSO, obviously I don't see any Castle Age landmarks coming up on that mini map. As you can see, Puppy Paw has those nice little outside proxy food nodes here, and Puppy Paw will be going up with the high trade house as well. CSO is basically just continuing to pump archers. He's got about, it looks like, either anywhere between 40 to 50, 56 even. So you would think, just because you're watching your competitors, you're watching them go up to Castle Age, you got to be thinking, hey, maybe we can go deal with this army. I don't think they know that white tower is there, though.
Yeah, that's the problem with these walls, is they've gone, hey, I need to protect my base. The walls on the east never got up. They really just kind of got wrecked from the start with the trade. CSO got his town center boom off, and that's why he's been able to produce archers, but he's going to need a farm transition. He's probably already had a pretty decent farm transition behind this slowly. But with archers, you can't really ever step forward. You can't take down buildings. You're still feudal age. Puppy and Wham are both castle. They're just going to go for the throat with the castle timing here.
Yeah, and they might as well. I mean, they have a technological advantage. They're even with that white tower, because of its ability to produce, is going to be able to add some siege. So having stuff like mangonels is really going to help you. They're going to incrementally try to get some towers up there. They're going to be able to get some kind of network extending in that base of Louis MT and CSO. Outposts are going to go down. A lot of these Castle Age upgrades are going to be coming out. You can see that Puppy Pot has that veteran status on those knights, or I should say normal knights. Boyar's Fortitude is starting to come in, giving them a little extra help. And now, with how many longbows are here, both of these civilizations, because they're in feudal age, this is when you start getting into mangonel territory. Neither of these civs can make one. Well, now CSO can.
CSO can, the archers can get upgraded. The problem with those archers, it's so hard to step up with the mangonels. Ram even coming into play. They want to go ahead and end this town center of Louis. The trade never got offline, so this is a lot of eco. He's about to start losing. Puppy Paw trying to cut off the escape. We've seen him micro those villagers to an end that is unbelievable, but Puppy does not allow that, cuts off the escape, takes down every single one of those villagers except for one.
Brilliant. That was a brilliant display. That first town center, only town center that Louis NT ends up going down. He loses all of those villagers, right? He's not going to be able to repopulate this French province. School of Cavalry is going to be going down also. Might we be seeing, as far as this goes, maybe a landmark victory? You know, I mean, Louis MT right now, in terms of how many landmarks he has, he's sitting at 0.
Yeah, and you know what's going to be soon to follow after that is going to be CSO's landmarks. They're going to go for his TCs. Might as well go for the Heart of Eco. There's farms around that. They're going to go for the houses. Just go ahead and cap them on up. But Puppy and Wham, they said, yeah, you tried to boom a little too hard, but, you know, you flew a little too close to the sun.
That's exactly right. And I mean, there is a big range mass from CSO. We're seeing it here. Knights are trying to get around them. Obviously, longbowmen are going to be able to help, but there are some crossbowmen. There is a smattering of those crossbowmen mixed between some of those archers. So a lot of these knights, actually, they're making the front line, but they're going down rather quickly. Maybe a little bit of an oak section. Huge mango, but CSO is going to be able to back up a little bit to the south side, making sure he's not bothered by it. That Springald ends up getting popped either by the longbowmen or the knights. I don't really think it matters. CSO hits the oh shit button with a couple of these Kremlin gremlins trying to come out, do some damage against those knights. But man, that ranged mass from Wham has been pretty much untouched the duration of this entire battle. Town centers are firing. They're mostly hitting knights more than anything else. This ranged mass, these archers, these crossbowmen, they're disintegrating.
Yeah, we got the split screen on some attempted night raids returning from Louis MT. He's going to micro the hell out of these. Not that he wouldn't already, but he doesn't have any economy to worry about. He's trying to reboot, building another TC. And all during that, his teammate is getting demolished with the follow-up.
Yeah, and I mean, having having these secondary town centers, obviously they're not too much in the way of health, right? So these longbowmen are going to back up a little bit, try to make sure they don't take another mangonel shot, because that would be devastating. Another one trying to come out, but Wham dodged it successfully. Louis MT with these raids, you can see that picture-in-picture up top on that north side, still coming up dry. Louis MT trying to get a town center, and that's his actually only town center, even though it's a secondary one because of that. Trying to take down some of that minimum range of that mangonel, trying to get as close to that thing as humanly possible. And you might think if you want to face your fear, especially for a mangonel, you get as close to it as you possibly can. But CSO actually able to, because of that siege apparatus, is going to be able to take down all of these longbowmen. But I'm telling you what, man, I know that those are a lot of longbowmen that went down. For Puppy Paw, I know there's a lot of knights that went down, but the difference is, for Wham, for Puppy Paw, they're just going to make them all over again.
And Wham might be going imp, or did he just decide to remake stuff? He was thinking about imp. He was holding the resources in the bank, but might just decide to make a full men-at-arms swap. Say, all right, now your eco's damaged. I'm just going to start splitting men-at-arms all throughout where you can't hold anymore. I mean, the only TC that's up, or maybe if Louis has rebuilt it, but the only TC I see up is CSO and the two that Louis just built, but I think Puppy already has knights there.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think this is a potential area that obviously can be a soft underbelly. It looks like that wood line is going to be raided as well. CSO going to be losing a lot of those villagers coming out of the high trade house. I don't know if they have textiles, but obviously, again, change of clothes, not going to help you in this situation. They do only have 50 health. CSO says, I am tired of this bullshit. Louis MT follows suit. And before you know it, we have a game number 5 coming to your screens, ladies and gentlemen. What a grand final.
Yep, taking it all the way to the extension. I mean, this just shows how good these teams are, how good these players are. All the way to the final. We got all best of 5 here.
Yeah, and honestly, this one was I didn't think this was going to be the result. I'll be honest with you here. I mean, CSO and Louis MT, it looked like they had this kind of impenetrable fortress of a base that they were going to be able to deal with. Obviously, you see villager count, economy count, just because of the fact that wall wasn't built on that north side, that northwestern side. It made sure that Puppy Paw had those knights and they were going to be able to get around to deal with them donkeys. Puppy Paw having that wall over there, that fortified palisade on the south side. Obviously, CSO was pretty much the only one that could make any kind of military force. And you can see where it ended up. And it ended up becoming fertilizer around those town centers. But that's game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And this is guaranteed to be the last game of the Devils 2v2 Cup. We have been live for about 8 hours doing all of this casting. We've been live since 11 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you're interested in the Devils 2v2 Cup, you want to chat, you want to make predictions, I highly recommend you hit that follow button. Obviously, special shout out to not only DrDabston, who's been my co-caster here for 8 hours and probably a little bit more, but also for Cal being the observer who's been doing so excellent in terms of production and doing all of these great things. There it is, bouncing across the screen. As that's probably, honestly, seeing that gif of that go past my screen is probably the most Cal thing I've ever seen in my life.
Doesn't surprise me at all. One of
Yeah.
the things that's making me a little upset is chat talking about food.
Yeah, it's starting to piss me off.
Yeah, it's
actually.
really starting.
That's starting to piss me
upset
off.
a little bit. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm starving. My stomach's over here growling. But
Yeah,
we'll get into this game 5. Forget about the food. Forget about the same series because same civs because HRE is coming into the fray. Have not seen them out of WamBam or Elephant here in their best of 5 yet.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. I see Liquid695 in chat says he has some buffalo wings in the oven. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds for that one because I can't fucking see it. I can't see it right now. I'm starving.
That sounds so good.
Liquid, I see you in the stream. Usually in my normal programming, I love you to pieces. If you talk about buffalo wings one more time, I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay?
Sniper removed it.
All right. Well, Sniper's getting his mod taken away. How about that?
No,
This is my fucking channel. All right. I do what I want. But obviously, thank you to HousedHorse, the lead administrator, and Jigglypuff, the assistant administrator, for helping us out, going through all of these overlays, going through making sure this tournament runs smoothly, and obviously a special shout out to Steel Series as well, giving these players, especially these 2 finalists, a little bit of merchandise. You get some mice, you get some mouse pads, you might be able to get a keyboard if you end up winning this thing. So huge shout out to them in order to get this taken away. So game number 5, thank God we have different civilizations coming out on either side. Wham and Puppy Paw are going to be playing Roos and HRE on Cliffside. And Elephant is going to be parent and child. It's going to be French. It's going to be Jeanne d'Arc, the parent civ and their variant. How fantastic is that? I'm hearing game sounds.
Yeah, that's not. There's no way that's game sound. That's got to be. He's got to be like checking a replay or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm getting trolled to death.
He's baiting us.
Yeah, so do I. You just think you're so. Oh my God, he's not. The game is starting. Puppy Paw playing in the color red as the Roos, his teammate, his brother, shares genetic code with him. Wham01 playing as the HRE, going for that Dark Gauge sneaky barracks.
Oh my God.
Abston. Who do we have on the other side?
On the other side, it wasn't the Civs we were expecting. We got Teal, we got Louis MT playing as the French, and yes, that is correct. JD is his teammate, CSO, in the color blue. We got French and French variant. So will we see Knight and Niter?
But just might. All I know is I see CSO playing with my love. My wife is going to be there collecting some of these sheep. She's doing a really good job. I see she built that house. That's very fantastic craftsmanship. I just love the way she works, let me tell you. Now, with the CSO and Louis playing things like the French and the French variant, it just means that Wham going for that Dark Age barracks and going for those spearmen, it's going to be very good. And you could basically just pick whoever you want to deal with, whoever, you know, what civilization you want to be a tirade, and just end up dealing with trying to stop these gold mines. But for Wham, he's definitely across from Louis MT, which is French specifically, and he does have a gold mine that he can exploit.
I just think there might be an outpost going up on there already.
And, you know, if that's the case, if we take a look on that western side where that gold mine is, if he does have an outpost up, it looks like he's trying to get it up. Make sure you're microing that successfully, my friend. That outpost, it's going to take a while for it to get up. But again, this is just more idle time. Villagers moving around, creating a little bit of duress. I still like the strategy for Wham.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
Yeah, can't complain about it. You know you're going to make spears eventually. You might as well force something out. And not only did Louis make the outpost, we already saw CSO had made the outpost as well. We're seeing a little bit of some bounty on bounty micro wars. That one went over to Puppy Paul. Looks like Puppy missed the second one. But even still, both French variants had to already drop the outpost. They're at least feeling a little bit comfortable, though, in the early game as far as their gold goes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least it's going to be stable for a little bit, right? I mean, it wasn't something like how Wham dealt with Louis MT's French in game number 2, right? Where it was such a delay. You know, that little bit of tower obviously creates a delay. A little bit of idle time there is going to create a delay, but definitely mitigated as compared to what we've seen previously. Now, Puppy Paw is going to have the ability to go up to Feudal Age, and I'll be honest.
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, that's a Kremlin. You got deer here, you got an infestation, a couple patches over here. You got gold that's close, you got a wood line you can harvest from. You can make a little proxy base in the back. I like to see it.
And meanwhile, Wham deciding where he wants to put his chapel. Spears diving the gold. Maybe flying a little bit too close to the sun as well. Oh, Spears staying alive. 14 health, though. Just caused some idle time and backing on home. Maybe he can get healed up from a prelate, but that means inspiration isn't going on from it.
Yeah, and that creates a little bit of an annoyance, right, from the HRE, especially in Dark Age. Obviously, you do get that prelate, but you're not really trying to make more, right? You just want to get that prelate in the Aachen Chapel. If you imagine, you know, trying to get yourself in a fast castle situation, maybe you do to try to get these relics, but absolutely right. Getting inspiration, getting that plus 40%, having the prelate spread its prayers, and with the Aachen Chapel, spreading it through a megaphone in a 6-tile radius, that's the best way to use that prelate.
Yeah, you see Puppy Paul might be dropping his bro off some sheep, or he might just be running by to try to go get some bounty. Wham. Getting attacked by that wolf might have been a little nudge in Puppy Paul's side and saying, hey, you go secure up that wolf as well.
And I think just with how much bounty, this is actually a little bit on the lower side that we've seen from Roos on Cliff's side. You know, having 215 bounty, I mean, obviously, he will have the ability to get Wheelbarrow very quickly if he did not do so already, and I don't think that he has. So he will be able to if he has that ability. With that Kremlin, though, acting as that source of food generation for him, and you can see it on the north side. I don't see anything like a mining camp on stone. Puppy Paw is basically going to be hanging out on one town center for a while.
Do you think Puppy Paul's going fast castle?
Based on the macro that I'm looking at,
He's
it
going
begs
fast
the question.
Oh, he's going fast castle.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe not.
No, he's getting some wood. He's getting some wood. I thought it was going to because he has a decent amount of gold in the bank, a little bit from his bounty, you know, all that kind of good stuff. And he does have a safe gold mine all the way in the back. It could have potential for that fast castle. You could also argue instead of a Kremlin, that ends up being a second town center. But Wham, in the Feudal Age, obviously that Aachen Chapel is going to be going there, puts an outpost in the back. I think Wham is more so in the fast castle variety than his brother.
Yeah, we see Puppy starting to use a little bit of that gold, getting double broad axe. He just had a little bit of that macro that seemed like he was leaning towards it, and seemed like he was way ahead of everyone if he wanted to do that. But all of a sudden we blink and Wham, not too far away himself.
Yeah, no, I mean he's got about 800 food in the bank. He's got about 450 gold, so he's able to macro this pretty well. I mean, the only thing he's really had to do is build an outpost, which has been effective for him. It's taken a while for CSO and Louis MT to actually get units over there to try to stop this from happening. You know, Jeanne d'Arc is probably over there trying to kill some boar, trying to pull some pork over there. She does go with the hunter variety. As
She
we
says,
speak
no,
here.
no, no, I don't care about the boar. She is hunting some villagers. As you can see, these high elo players, what they'll do is they'll go over to some gold veins and they'll just auto a couple times and use the divine arrow, get a nice old vill pick early on.
Yeah, because that hunter bow, when you use that divine arrow, it's 40, right? So you hit that villager twice, hit it with a divine arrow, all of a sudden it's gone. You know, she could do things like pick off spearmen as well, but now at the 640 mark, we'll have the ability, have the knight around too to create a little bit of dismay. It looks like maybe you could divine arrow on that villager. That snipe after that lance charge is just, it's the most satisfying thing. If you haven't played with Jeanne d'Arc Hunter variety, I would recommend you give it a shot, because killing a villager like that is one of the most satisfying things that this game has to offer.
And the Regnance is attempting to go up. You can already see Louis trying to idle that out a little bit. Great job by Puppy Paw. He's got a scout position right there. He's just waiting, making sure that no charge damage can come off from Louis MT's Knight. And he's at the point now where that Knight's super low. If he takes any more Town Center fire, it'll end up getting picked on off.
Yeah, I think he's seeing what's happening, you know, on that western side, but you're exactly right. It doesn't feel like he can do anything about it. Louis MT, also with Knights, CSO, gonna be adding, what's that? Oh, French, you say? That's nice. There's more Knights coming in.
The Knights is going down now.
Oh, man. That one, I mean, it's so devastating, especially when you're being, when you're being aggressive like this. You're trying to get this Regnance Cathedral up, and right next to that town center, it just means that those knights have to shield with a little bit of fire. What's nice, though, if Jeanne d'Arc is over there on the western side, and I think she is, she will be able to pop a heal for these guys.
Yeah, maybe so. Looks like Puppy Paw losing a knight, trying to hit out and cancel some reinforcements. But think about this. All they're trying to do is delay the Regnance. Wham's been able to gather gold this whole time. He's been able to gather some wood, been able to drop a farm, gather food under his town center. So this doesn't seem that bad when you're thinking about the tempo and what can kind of go on as Wham. He still has the ability to produce some units, get some upgrades if he so chooses.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that bad, but it's just your map control still isn't there, right? I mean, you have knights on all of these sides with that Regnance Cathedral. It's probably going to be empty for a decent amount of time. I mean, Puppy Paw is still making knights. Obviously, we've got two French civilizations that are making knights, so it's going to be difficult to obviously outmass them. On the flip side, Wham, if he wants to really deal with these units, and he only has a barracks right now, he might be just trying to make spearmen. Now he's adding some stables. He's adding some castle age knights. But again, he is behind the 8-ball when it comes to massing these things up.
For sure, JD moving on forward. The Night Mass with her starting to take a little bit of damage. She does have that healing. This all just seems like it at least is giving Wham a little bit of time. He doesn't feel comfortable enough to move out yet because he can't. But he is about to have his Night number feeling a little bit more comfortable. He's got a good amount of resources still flowing into the bank with that inspiration, with that castle age.
Yeah, and I mean, this is age-old quantity over quality situation, right? I mean, he's starting to mass up a little bit. I'm not sure what that ideal number is to really get him there, but both stables are continuing to be produced. He does have some fields around the Aachen, so maybe he can get continuously getting those stables going. He added some spearmen as well, or those might be the first two spearmen a part of the game, but he did get upgrades, so I would imagine he has potential to keep going. And I don't have the potential to keep going because my wife just died.
Wife died. Looks like a knight and two. One knight from CSO fell with it and two from Puppy Paw, but I still say pretty solid trade overall. You're delaying that XP from JD, giving your bro some more time to have his castle age pay off. This now with the castle age knights, it's no longer quantity over quality because there's spears there as well. So you got the trash there, and the quantity for Wham is going to climb very, very fast with the trash spears, but spears aren't so trash when they're taking head-on engagements. Puppy Paw trying to escort one of the prelates over to this relic. He's got 4 more knights, though, that just show up out of nowhere. That's going to be 1 relic secured for Wham.
Yeah, honestly, those 4 knights out of the back were unbelievably clutch. I mean, it just makes sure that that prelate is able to get that, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the first relic if he does escort that safely.
Louis,
It looks like,
though.
let's see where he's at. It looks like, oh, there's a knight in that particular region. I'm imagining there's going to be a Wololo popped off if there has the time, but he doesn't even have the time to say any of these prayers. A lot of Louis MT's knights are over here on the western side. We have some spearmen. We have some knights of the Castle Age variety. This is one now, because we talked about, you know, that quantity. I'm pretty sure if he takes this fight, it's going to go in Wham's favor, and it looks like he's looking for it. He's starting to chase those units out.
Yeah, looks like one prelate from Wham is sneaking all the way over to the eastern side to snag one relic far. So maybe the first relic he can snag there, but he did at least bring that initial relic back his way a little bit. CSO circling around with his knights. Both Puppy Paw and Wham are out of position, and CSO can get a lot of damage if Louis just runs away.
Yeah, and I mean, this is how the mobility is going to work, right? HRE, this is pretty much all that HRE has to offer. And as soon as you notice that on the mini-map, Dabston, he's splitting between both of those civilizations. He's starting to move up north. Puppy Paw's got a lot of deer villagers over there on the side, has to back up just because of that Kremlin vision. Just makes it so you're able to see all of these things and making sure those deer end up being safe. But again, more idle time in that direction. Puppy Paw now has to back up because he realizes that CSO, if he does find a good area to deal with it, he might be able to lose or take down a lot of villagers, ends up having to back up. I cannot believe how many Roost Knights are in this game right now.
Yeah, unbelievable job by all of these players to just continually keep their knights alive. They've been circling, they've been trying to cut each other off consistently, taking charges, but still just, oh, great job by Puppy Paw. Gonna get this around here. And this looks like the potential first big engagement that is going to go the way of the Canadian bros.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was an engagement or an entrapment, you know, because all four of those knights ended up going down because of it. I think maybe one ended up escaping, but it's rather low in terms of health. And again, we're seeing knights over and over again continuing to do things like retreat, and they're going to continue to get hit with charges. You can see where these knights are coming from. They try to get a charge. Louis MT tries to back up and create a little bit of charge. Spearmen are creating the back end. These knights have to go back to around where CSO's base is, but Louis MT's base is no defenses. There's one outpost there for that gold mine. Now that gold mine's gone, they got to go over by the cliff, and that's disastrous territory.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention is, how many relics do you see on the map now?
I'm not seeing too many. There's two on the eastern side, and then there's one south that obviously Wham wouldn't be able to get to, but I'm thinking, just in terms of how much gold Wham has right now, he's sitting on about 800. I think he's going to be able to keep churning out those knights if he needs to.
Yeah, they're definitely, he's securing relics from all over the place. Had this like kind of sneaky split off of a bunch of different prelates like around the corners. I think he just got picked up a few vills on that boar, but more importantly, he now has been able to secure up the relics for himself, or at least get him closer to home.
Man, it looks like he's trying to get that one, but CSO is probably going to cut him off. Maybe he's trying to get a body block, and it looks like HRE comes out of the woodwork to try to get that one down, but still. A couple plus 24s for Jeanne d'Arc. I know she's still level 2. She's still on foot, but she might be getting there at some point. Puppy Paw, really good raid on CSO right in the middle. That outpost is going to go down too. But it looks like CSO and Louis MT want to take this fight with a lot of these feudal age units. This could be quality over quantity that we might see. He's going right into that HRE base, Dabs. They're looking for blood.
Yeah, there are a couple relics, there are a couple outposts, no upgrades that are worthwhile as far as those outposts go, as it's just an arrow slits, no sprinkled on the other one. Relics have been secured. Emergency repairs are there, though, so very, very hard to take down buildings. I wouldn't be surprised to see Eco getting dove, but look at what's going on in the base. Puppy Paw causing distraction, causing idle time, causing delay, and Wham has just been sitting and cruising in Castle Age for some time. Oh no!
Oh my God! Because you can tell in Louis MT that moment right there with the micro, he didn't know whether to shit or go blind, because he started to try to go into that prelate, then back up, go back into the prelate yet again. That could have been the series and tournament end for him.
Yeah, might have been tired before this game, you know, getting a little sleepy. That one waked you the fuck up there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think Louis MT is going to wipe some of the little crusties out of his eyes to make sure his knights don't end up going down, I should say. Now, taking a look at some of these resources, some of these current resources that we have right now. CSO struggling for gold. And it looks like he will be able to try to get some of this gold. Louis MT is somewhere around the middle, kind of like where that cliff is, trying to find it. But he will be able to go up to Castle Age if he so chooses. And for one of these French civilizations, my God, you need that now.
Yeah, they're really starting to run lower on the numbers. You don't want to take the fight now as you're going up to Castle, but it almost feels like you have to. What's chasing you down? You're going to bleed a couple of these knights as well in the reinforcements.
Oof, that is so terrible. And it looks like Louis MT and CSO, they're just trying to create this kind of like faux pressure, right? They're just trying to make sure that maybe you can get some villager idle time. You're going to make people, you know, for Wham and Puppy Paw, these knights are going to continue to try to charge around this base. So when you're able to actually hit Castle Age, you get those upgrades. You're not dealing with a fight back home. So I really like the strategy for CSO and Louis MT. I don't think they're necessarily looking to do damage. They're just looking to not lose these things.
Yeah, well, they're starting to bleed a few of them in different spots. Charges kind of taking in some reinforcing spears, some reinforcing knights, able to get a little bit of damage here and there, but it's all idle time. It's distracting for their castle, but wham, he split off a few knights. His are the Castle Age variety, not easily cleaned up by the reinforcing units of CSO. They're on the gold of CSO at the most important time. He's going up to Castle. He's not going to have any upgrades.
No, and I mean, he's sitting at about 100 gold right now. He's trying to deposit to get that 125 to make sure he gets that upgrade. And I think he has the potential to hit that button if he so chooses. Louis MT did hit Castle Age with that Royal Institute and will be able to get that. I think Royal Bloodlines are something that he might be able to get. He'll be hitting that 490 gold very, very shortly, and he did hit that Royal Bloodlines button.
Puppy Paw, quick wall.
Oh,
gonna have to
shit.
turn around.
Oh, shit. That is an issue.
One more. Oh my God, they were so close to finishing on that up, but even still, Knights had to slow down a little bit, allowed the charge to come in from Wham. I see a few more Teal Knights on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that slowed them down a little bit. That didn't make them just move and change direction entirely, but it was definitely good. Now Puppy Paw is the only one in Feudal Age right now, and I think trying to get that high trade house has got to be priority for him. I think he's starting to macro just a little bit. Wham is going to be able to help him out, even though he doesn't have that technological superiority. He might just have numbers in this particular juncture, and you want to make sure that you take some of these fights before Royal Bloodlines comes in, because the thing of it is, CSO, Louis MT, there's a reason they're backing the fuck up. There's a reason they're playing scared. Look at CSO. He's got another minute left on trying to get that Royal Bloodlines. I'm not sure where Louis MT is. He's still got another 30 seconds. So these 30 seconds for Louis MT, they're going to be the longest 30 seconds of his life.
And think about that Knight mass. I feel like 2-3 minutes ago, there were 10 more Knights for Louis. He just steadily bled Knights, couldn't get back to the home base. Wham and Puppy did such a good job of just cutting off spots, getting little bits of damage here and there. And Wham at this point, he has expanded on some walls. I wouldn't be surprised to see him start doing some HRE things, which would be Swabia and more outposts.
Oh, yeah, and I think he has the ability to do so. He does have a lot of relics. He's dealing with a raid right now from Louis MT. Obviously, we got some of those Royal Knights in that particular direction. Wham trying to find gold villagers and just having those little bit of spearmen. Honestly, I think it's making Louis MT and CSO, whether if you're Royal Bloodlines or otherwise, I think it's making them kind of scared to take an engagement. Oh, those Knights end up getting hit by that Roost charge. Those Knights have nowhere to go. Even though those Knights are Feudal Age from the Roost, they have a big enough body to make sure they get kited the other way. A couple more Knights end up going down. Puppy Paw now hitting the Castle Age, so he'll be able to get some of those really strong Knights. Spearmen are going to be able to help out. He thought there was a 2v1, CSO and Louis MT. They thought there was going to be a 2v1 situation, but now they're going to take this fight because Puppy Paw still doesn't have those Knights. They're still early Knights. I think they're going to be upgraded pretty much in the middle of this battle. We have pseudo-Imperial Knights coming from Louis MT and CSO, but just the fact that there were Spearmen here for Wham, just the fact that you were able to do a decent amount of damage means that this fight ended up going more so by the Canadian brothers than CSO and Louis.
Yeah, the Knights of Wham, I mean, it still went a little bit more expected towards the side of CSO and Louis compared to what I thought. JD's level 3, looking real solid, but now they have to defend their base. Wham still has been smelling some blood in the water. He's been headed towards the base. He's been burning some buildings. He's been having those spears and knights just stick together and steadily press forward.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got his foot on the gas right now. You're exactly right. I mean, a lot of these HRE knights, they're not necessarily the pseudo-imperial, but they still, for how much damage they're able to do, for all the mobility that they're able to do. You're seeing what's happening with Louis MT's knights. They're starting to move to the western side. Maybe they can get a little bit of a counter raid going, but his villagers are not safe at home. Wham can break off a couple of these knights if he wants to and continues to raid, and that's exactly what happens on that western side. We're tracing our way up north. Louis MT has to retreat up north, but Wham took a couple knights on that western side to try to take down some of these villagers. Puppy Paw is in the middle of the map as well, trying to take down villagers. A little bit of a quick wall as well, but Louis MT not going in that particular direction. Seeing all of these knights rotate all the way around the map, looking for things to kill. Dabston, this is pandemonium.
Yeah, and you can really tell who is winning by the income per minute. Louis MT, he's got 0 gold per minute. He's got 700 food. That's about it. Same thing with CSO as far as his resources. Doesn't have more than 800 income per minute on anything. Look at Wham. He's at 1,800 food, 1,000 gold. He's at the point where he can 2v1.
Oh, yeah.
1v2,
I mean,
whatever.
If he wants to continue to mass knights, obviously he has the ability to do so. If he wants to do something like Swabia, he's got that ability to do so as well. I'm not sure how many resources he's holding, but it looks like he might be hitting that, but he just queued about 7 more knights. Or he actually stopped it. And I think we're going to see something like Imperial Age come out of him, and that's exactly what ends up happening. That Swabia built right next to that high trade house. It's pretty safe around those walls, just to make sure you get that landmark built. Just to make sure you get things like Elite Knights, you'll be able to get some. Oh my God!
Oh man! Oh Jesus!
Oh Jesus! Getting all these knights, getting all these knights to go down. And at least probably about 5 or 6 of them ends up becoming into Wham's favor. This is going to buy him time. This is so important. Even though this wasn't a textbook, well low with 20 knights, it just means he's going to be able to get that Swabia up pretty easily.
And you can tell Puppy Paw and Wham are over there talking. That's like the second, maybe third time we've seen Puppy Paw drop some, actually third time we've seen Puppy Paw drop some pretty quick walls that have basically been after Wham has been chasing these knights. And it's like, slowed him down, able to get a few more picked off, and it really adds up.
Oh, yeah. No, this absolutely adds up. And now Wham hit that Elite Knight upgrade. He's got about a minute left for that to go. The Spearmen are also going to be getting that Elite upgrade. There are so many relics that he has. He's got that Cathedral stocked the fuck up on relics. He's got a couple of those outposts as well. It's almost,
I mean, not even cute.
Oh my God, look at all of those Puppy Paw villagers that have to rotate around, but caught by the Spearmen, it looks like. And remember, those Spearmen, they are HRE Spearmen. You got to keep your head on a swivel with all of these knights. I think John Dark might go down. Not that best in terms of a micro situation. Did a little do-si-do, and now for the second time in the game, I'm left single and alone. And now CSO is going to pull the curtain off on that game number 5. Louis MT follows it in one of the best series that we had today. The final series that we had today.
Wild.
Oh my God. The brothers, the NA brothers of Wham and Puppy Paw, game number 5, took this one down. And Wham, Bam, thank you, ma'am, are the winners of the very first DEBILS 2v2 Cup. Hearty congratulations to them. They played their hearts out.
Yeah. Unbelievable series. Such crazy back and forth, such, wild games, whether it was the long ones, whether it was the short all-ins, or whether it was a little bit of some in-betweens here. It was a fun series, a fun day, a fun overall tournament in general, and a pleasure to be casting over here with you.
Yeah, this was absolutely fantastic. I really appreciate all of you for here throughout the entirety of this tournament, from the qualifiers that we had last week, from the awesome and excellent games, all of the best players that were here during the main event and during the finals. This has been an absolute blast to be a part of this. So I really appreciate HousedHorse for extending the opportunity for us. As you can see, the lights are starting to get a little dim on my side. It's getting a little dark out at 7:30 at night for me. We've been streaming and casting for 8.5 hours. DrDabston, you casted for 8.5 hours with me. You've dealt with my ass for 8.5 hours. I appreciate you very much for being my co-caster here. It was so much fun.
Oh yeah, enjoyed it for sure. I'm sure we will be back again for the next one. I don't think we'll be joining in as the participants, as it seems a lot easier to just criticize people that are better than us and act like we can do it.
Yeah.
So I'll be ready for it on the next one.
Oh yeah, bro. You know me. I love talking shit.
Yeah.
Especially when doing this, it's a lot of fun. For people who are new to the channel, who came out from the tournament, for me personally on this channel, normal programming will resume tomorrow. I stream literally every single day, and tomorrow we'll be playing where I will be playing games instead of just casting and talking shit. So, for the winners, for Wham and Puppy Paw, you get some awesome Steel Series merchandise. Again, huge shout out to Steel Series for making that happen. Get some keyboards, get some mouse, get some mice, and get some mouse pads as well for some of the people in third place. For all of you that happen to be here, I don't know if you guys were here for the whole 8.5 hours, but I really truly love you all. This has been one of the best tournaments that I've been able to cast, and I'm very happy that all of you had the opportunity to enjoy it with us. Are we out now? Is that it? Cal?
I'm not
Hello?
sure.
Anybody? I'm hungry.
Yeah. Let's figure out someone to raid, or let's go to the. Yeah, there we go. Boom.